I was listening to the news that in media updates from ESG and apparently the NEP, the national, the economic. Obviously, we need to prioritise the stockpile in our hospitals, but would anything other than a surgical mask, for instance, protect us? I think we need to be honest about the reasons that there's a debate about masks. And the reason there is a debate is because there is a limit in the stockpile of masks for frontline healthcare workers who need them most. There's no question that if everybody was wearing some kind of face covering, and the CDC said this just a few days ago, that if everybody was wearing facial masks and using it properly, then we would see a reduction in this kind of transmission from people who don't have symptoms, don't know they have the virus, and particularly in situations where it's hard to have physical distancing, like if you're in a supermarket, for example, if somebody's close by you, if somebody breathes or speaks closely to you. There's no question that masks will help to reduce the transmission from somebody who has the virus and doesn't know it, or someone who has symptoms and is not physically distancing. Now, Austria has said that people have to wear a mask if they go to a shop. Slovakia and the Czech Republic have said that even if you walk outside your door, you need to be wearing a mask. CDC has recommended that people wear homemade masks. The real point here is that we shouldn't be using the masks that are intended for medical use. That's the surgical masks, the P2 masks, unless you are a frontline healthcare worker. But some kind of face covering is helpful. Now, there are a lot of people who have face masks that they bought during the bushfire crisis because they wanted to protect themselves against smoke inhalation. So if you have those masks, then it's reasonable to wear them in those situations where you find it difficult to maintain physical distancing. And I think this is a debate that we need to continue to have, but I do think we need to be understanding why we need to preserve the medical grade masks for frontline healthcare workers, because those are the people who are most at risk and who most need those masks. Okay. Get sewing, I think, is that message. Karen Phelps, thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Fran. Dr. Karen Phelps, GP, former member for the city of Wentworth in those eastern suburbs, which is one of the cluster areas for the COVID virus in Sydney. You're listening to RM Breakfast. It's 7:45. Matt Bevan joins us now with the latest here and around the world on the COVID-19 virus. Hi, Matt.
G'day, Fran. The news here in Australia is looking pretty good, with several newspapers reporting that some state governments, including New South Wales, are starting to look at ways to gradually ease restrictions on movement to stop the spread of COVID-19. Last night on Channel 10, the Health Minister, Greg Hunt, was optimistic about the situation, but did stress the need for vigilance.
1% to 2% of people lose their lives, and those figures would have had a catastrophic impact on Australia. That's what we've avoided, and that's the relief that Australians had going into Easter. But the message is the virus doesn't take a hold of that.
There are still concerns, though, for people living in high-risk situations. I'm talking in particular about aged care facilities and prisons. Serious measures have been put in place to prevent the virus from entering aged care facilities, but the virus can still get in, with tragic consequences, as we have already seen. Prisons are also a concern, with criminal justice experts pleading for selected prisoners to be released from jail to minimise the severity of COVID-19 outbreaks. Professor Lorana Bartels from the Australian National University in Canberra says crowded prisons are a disaster waiting to happen.
It's like wildfire through a prison. It is simply not possible to do appropriate hygiene, distancing. We're talking about people doubling up in cells that are designed for one. We're talking about an environment where people eat, where they use the toilets.
She says elderly, Indigenous and unwell inmates should be prioritised as long as they don't pose a risk to the public.
We're identifying priority groups where if selected individuals are those groups are released, that will give the prison facilities more capability to manage the prisoners who obviously are going to remain in the prison.
The release of prisoners is becoming widespread around the world in response to COVID-19. Iran was the first to do it, releasing tens of thousands of people in order to try and stop the spread. The UK is doing it as well, with lower risk prisoners nearing the end of their sentence being considered by the government right now for early release. It's happening in the United States as well, where there are already outbreaks happening inside the prison system.
Thousands of people are confined to their homes, but this pandemic is actually bringing freedom to some New York City inmates. Mayor de Blasio says 23 inmates who were considered a low risk to released from jail over the weekend, released from Rikers Island and other facilities. The city says it's reviewing another 200 inmates. Now, in New Jersey, Governor Murphy says the release of sub-county jail inmates is going to help stem the pandemic as, quote, a prudent measure, in his words. Up to 1,000 inmates are being released temporarily on orders from New Jersey Chief Justice Stuart Radner.
Just one of the measures that states and local mayors in the US are using to try and decrease the death toll. In the US, though, overall, the death toll is rising continually. They have had 4 consecutive days where more than 1,000 people died of the virus, and today looks like it will be the worst day yet, with New York State alone losing 731 people. There is still no significant effort by the Trump administration to organise equipment, supplies and personnel to be distributed to where they are needed around the country, with states still competing against each other for equipment and supplies. And yet in Wisconsin, which has more than 2,500 cases and nearly 100 deaths already, they are holding an election today with in-person voting. It's actually 2 elections. One is the Democratic primary vote between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. Joe Biden is expected to win that on the way to securing the nomination to take on Donald Trump later on this year. The other vote is one on a seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court for a 10-year term. The US President Donald Trump has weighed in on this vote.
And this spring, you have a chance to re-elect another terrific judge, Justice Daniel Kelly. Go vote for Justice Daniel Kelly to defend the rule of law in Wisconsin. Daniel Kelly.
The Democratic governor of Wisconsin tried to extend absentee voting and even postpone the election altogether to try and prevent spreading the virus through the process of voting. Something President Trump said was just an effort to prevent Dan Kelly from winning that seat.
Now, I just endorsed him today, and it was a very strong endorsement. His polls, he's gone very high up, and all of a sudden the governor comes out, the Democrat governor, by the way, comes out and says, oh, we're going to move this election.
Republicans in the state government successfully blocked the delay or the extension of absentee voting in the court system with a 5-4 vote in the US Supreme Court yesterday. Meanwhile, Joe Biden wasn't particularly behind the idea of delaying the election either, saying that he was happy to leave it to experts.
I listen to the scientists. A convention having tens of thousands of people in one arena is very different than having people walk into a polling booth with accurate spacing to 6 to 10 feet apart, one at a time, going in and having machines scrubbed down.
This is unusual at the moment, Fran. Most states are delaying or cancelling primary votes and pushing back elections. But of course, there is the upcoming vote in November, which will be rather a large one. Democrats are trying to push for more widespread mail-in voting. It's going to be interesting to see what sort of an election is able to be held in November. But, well, it has to be held.
They've got plenty of time to work that out. No, Matt, thanks very much. Okay, Matt Bevan. You're listening to RM Breakfast. It's 8 minutes to 7. After spending more than a year in prison, Cardinal George Pell will wake this morning in a Carmelite monastery in Melbourne's leafy suburb of Kew. George Pell was yesterday committed of child sex abuse by the High Court of Australia after a 2-year legal fight to clear his name. The former Vatican treasurer is the most senior Catholic figure ever jailed for such crimes. The Vatican has welcomed the acquittal of Cardinal Pell, saying, quote, he waited for the truth to be ascertained. Christopher Lamb is the Rome correspondent for The Tablet. Christopher, welcome back to breakfast.
Thank you for having me.
What's been the official response from the Vatican, from the Pope, to George Pell's acquittal by the High Court?
Well, the Vatican put out a statement today saying they welcome the decision, that they always had faith in the Australian justice system, that they will continue to pursue cases of those who've been accused of sex abuse. The Pope didn't make any direct reference to the Cardinal Pell case today, but during his morning mass, he did say that he would be praying during the mass for those who had suffered unjust sentences. Now, that was a general remark, but many people have read it to be applicable to the Cardinal Pell case.
What do you think? You're a watcher of the Vatican, of the Pope Christopher. I mean, the Pope actually tweeted, and I'll read it: "In these days of Lent, we've been witnessing the persecution that Jesus underwent and how he was judged ferociously, even though he was innocent. Let us pray together today for all those persons who suffered due to an unjust sentence because someone had it in for them." How did you read that, the comment and the timing of it?
Look, of course, people are going to read it as a response to the Pell case, and yes, it can be seen in that way. But I would simply also point out that the Pope has often spoken up for prisoners, for those who are unjustly accused. I think you have to see it from his side of things, from his context, Pope Francis' context. He's someone who's seen a great number of injustices perpetrated during his time, particularly in Argentina. But I think that there will be many people, many survivors of abuse, who will perhaps not appreciate the Pope's tweet this morning, the Pope's tweet today, making that comparison, and feel that perhaps that wasn't the right thing to do. But obviously, the Cardinal George Pell has had those convictions quashed. So my view is that, of course, people are going to read the Pope's tweet as a response to the Cardinal's acquittal. But I would also say that Pope Francis does have a very strong passion for speaking up for prisoners.
Okay. What does the acquittal mean for the Vatican's own investigation into the Pell case?
Well, as far as I'm aware, the Cardinal will be facing a canonical, that is a church inquiry into these allegations. Now, how far that will go and whether that will be dismissed very quickly now that the High Court has made that decision is unclear at the moment. But obviously, there has been a case that's opened, and the Vatican have not said whether that they've not said whether that's going to go ahead. They've not said that it's closed either. So we're waiting to see what happens there. I think more broadly, what the church has to do whenever someone is accused of abuse claims, they have to decide whether those claims are credible or not when they make their decision about someone's future. So I think within the Cardinal's case now, yes, of course, these convictions have been overturned. But the standard that the church goes by is whether allegations are credible or not. And obviously, we've seen in this case that the complainant was credible enough to be believed by a jury and by the Court of Appeal. Okay, the convictions have been quashed, but I think there is a question around the credibility of the allegations made against the Cardinal and what that means going forward. I think the church.
So what are you saying could happen then, Christopher? I mean, the Vatican's Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith conducts this investigation. They'll look at the information, presumably, that the High Court, was the basis for the High Court decision. What do you think that might mean? They might still have some finding, or some cloud remains. I mean, how could they find against the Cardinal?
Yeah, let me be clear. I think the canonical case, which is the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith, that may well rule in the favour of the Cardinal, given what the High Court has done. I don't know, but they may well also look at the other allegations that are made against the Cardinal, because there's more than one person who has come forward. That's the first thing. The second thing is a question for the Church in Australia in terms of safeguarding. How far do they allow Cardinal Pell to have a completely free reign in ministry? What happens to his future? There has to be an assessment of the allegations that have been made against him.
Will that decision in terms of the Cardinal George Pell's sort of ongoing role as a priest, will that be made in the Vatican?
Well, in terms of the canonical inquiry, yes, that will be made by the Vatican. Look, I don't know where that is going at the moment, but the Pope did open, or the Vatican did open a case to look at the Cardinal's situation, given the convictions. Now that those convictions have been quashed, it's not clear where it will go. But as far as I'm aware, that file is still there.
Okay, what about the role that George Bell had at the Vatican? I think he was the third highest ranking official at the Vatican in his role as head of the Secretariat for the Economy, essentially the Vatican treasurer. He was removed from the Inner Council of Advisors 2 months before the court case occurred and the sentence came down. What's likely to happen to any role in the Vatican for George Pell? Would something still be open to him to officiate in some kind of, official capacity?
I doubt it, and the Cardinal does not have any official role at the Vatican anymore. As you say, those positions have been removed from him. He's over the retirement age of a bishop, which is 75. So I think it's very unlikely that he'll be given a role. It may be that he is able to go back to Rome for a period of time, possibly to stay there to live. I don't know, but it's possible. I think the one thing the Vatican will have to take into account is the findings of the Royal Commission into Cardinal Pell. The Vatican and the Church have been very clear that mismanagement or cover-up of cases are very serious and that they cannot be tolerated. And so if it is found in the Royal Commission findings into Cardinal Pell that he did mishandle cases or he did mismanage, then I think there will be questions over whether the Vatican can give him a place to live in.
Okay, Christopher, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Christopher Lamb is the Rome correspondent for the Vatican, and after 8 we'll be joined by Francis Sullivan, for the Tablet rather, and Francis Sullivan, who was really the face of the Catholic Church's response to the Royal Commission into child sexual abuse. It's news time now, 7 o'clock. Good morning, Helen Zarimas with ABC News. The former choir boy at the centre of child sexual abuse allegations against Cardinal George Pell says he's relieved the court process is over. The man, known as Witness J, was one of 2 choir boys Cardinal Pell was convicted of sexually abusing. In a statement issued overnight, the man says he respects and accepts the High Court's decision, and he's thanked police for their work, saying he felt well supported. The man also says he hopes the outcome will not discourage abuse survivors from reporting cases to police. Meanwhile, Cardinal Pell spent his first night out of jail after the High Court quashed his conviction. The Vatican's welcomed the decision, saying it always had faith in the Australian judiciary. More from Europe correspondent Samantha Hawley.
In a statement, the Vatican said the Holy See has always expressed confidence in the Australian Judicial Authority. It welcomes the High Court unanimous decision to acquit Cardinal Pell. At the same time, it says it reaffirms its commitment to preventing and pursuing all cases of abuse against minors. In his daily mass and via Twitter, Pope Francis called for joint prayer for those who have suffered unjust sentences, although he didn't mention Cardinal Pell by name. It's not clear if a church-led investigation into the Australian will continue.
The federal government's $130 billion plan to save Australian jobs during the coronavirus pandemic is expected to pass Parliament today. Anna Henderson reports.
The flat rate wage subsidy of $1,500 a fortnight will be considered by a slimmed-down version of the federal parliament today. The government's banking on about half the Australian workforce needing it: full-time and part-time staff, sole traders and long-term casuals. But it doesn't include casuals who've been employed for less than 12 months. Labor wants them in, and for more parliamentary sitting days to consider legislation and scrutinise the huge government spending measures that it's helping sign off. After today, Parliament's not scheduled to sit again for 4 months.
Federal Health Minister Greg Hunt says despite early signs of flattening the curve, Australians could still be facing 6 months of strict measures to deal with the pandemic. It comes as the government released scientific modelling showing the spread of the virus in Australia. Mr Hunt's told 10 the models reaffirm our need to remain vigilant.
1% to 2% of people lose their lives, and those figures would have
had a catastrophic impact on Australia. That's what we've avoided, and that's the immensely important relief that Australians have going into Easter. But the message is the virus doesn't take a holiday.
3 children have been taken to a Sydney hospital to be tested for the virus. They were taken out of the Hilton Hotel overnight on stretchers by officers wearing full protective gear after the children were found to be displaying COVID-19 symptoms. Meanwhile, almost 300 travellers have been released from another hotel in Sydney CBD today after spending 14 days in mandatory quarantine. They were flown home to Australia from Hawaii last month from the Norwegian dual cruise ship. Marina Ting says she's glad she's going home.
We live in Canberra, so we're going to stay in a hotel there. Our apartment is wrecked actually, so we haven't got anywhere to go to at the moment. So we go back, but we're back in Australia, so I think we're just very, very lucky.
More than 400 members of Australia's criminal justice sector have signed a second letter asking for immediate action to reduce the risk of coronavirus transmissions in jails. Diana Damjanovic reports.
Since the virus surfaced, there have been reports of a prison guard infected with COVID-19, riots in Queensland jails because of new health measures, and claims of an unchecked prison population. The open letter is calling for testing, diagnosis and public health measures in all prisons, urgent medical treatment of prisoners with symptoms, information to be relayed to the Custody Notification Service, and the monitoring of prison responses to the pandemic. The letter is also calling for the immediate release of some prisoners following moves in other countries like Germany, Belgium, Italy and Albania.
A coronavirus quarantine exemption for airline crew could be overturned after Qantas crew members tested positive to the virus. Jean Kennedy has more.
11 Qantas crew members who were on a flight from Santiago to Sydney just over a week ago now have the coronavirus. All the passengers on the flight were forced into 14 days of quarantine in the city's hotels, but the crew were free to leave. The nation's peak doctors group, the AMA, questioned the exemption for airline crew and said it should be reviewed. The ABC understands that will now happen, with the panel advising the government on the pandemic to review it in the coming days. Qantas declined to comment, but says the current exemptions are critical so that stranded overseas passengers can be flown home.
The Australian Medical Association says it's working towards a fully digital prescription model to reduce the need for patient contact. The plan's being fast-tracked because of the pandemic. It means a script would be issued via a telehealth consultation and then sent directly to a pharmacy. The AMA's Dr. Chris Moy says going digital has many benefits.
That will change the world for the community further, and hopefully remove the need for these bits of paper, and possibly even make it safer because there will be a far more tighter monitoring of prescriptions.
The Pharmacy Guild of Australia says there should be enough flu shots for everyone who wants one, despite some pharmacies running short. The surge in demand comes after the federal government encouraged Australians to get flu jabs this month to prevent putting more pressure on the already strained health system. The Pharmacy Guild's Greg Turnbull says while demand is high, stocks will be replenished.
We're saying to consumers, be patient. The stock is flowing and should be available in local pharmacies over the coming few days or certainly the next couple of weeks.
Overseas, and the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson's preparing to spend a second night in intensive care as the number of virus casualties in the UK continues climbing. His Europe correspondent, Lincoln Bessel.
In the past 24 hours in the UK, 786 people who had tested positive for coronavirus died in hospitals around the country. It's the deadliest day yet, bringing the national toll to more than 6,100 casualties. Some positive news, however, for their Prime Minister, as Boris Johnson prepares to spend a second night in an intensive care unit at St Thomas's Hospital. He has yet to require any form of breathing support except supplementary oxygen, and he remains in a stable condition.
Health officials say New York City's coronavirus death toll has officially eclipsed the number of those killed at the World Trade Center on September the 11th. New York State's reported its highest toll so far, with 731 new deaths, taking it to a total of almost 5,500. Its governor, Andrew Cuomo, has stressed the need to be vigilant and work together to fight the outbreak.
My health is in your hands, and your health is in my hands.
And the health of those healthcare workers and those first responders and all those people who have to show up to work every day to keep society functioning, we are responsible to them also.
Meanwhile, the Chinese city of Wuhan, where the global pandemic started, is ending its lockdown today as the number of new infections there dwindles. China correspondent Bill Birtles.
Since belatedly revealing how infectious coronavirus is in late January, China's government has recorded more than 70 continuous days of a rising death toll. But the day before Wuhan finally opens, the daily death tally for the first time was 0. The perfect timing will raise further suspicions about China's official figures, but it's widely believed the government wouldn't be opening up Wuhan if it didn't feel confident it had contained the virus there. In reality, many residents will still be forced to stay inside compounds in high-risk areas.
Now with the day's sport, James Coventry.
World Athletics has suspended all qualifying for next year's postponed Tokyo Olympics until December. It says any performances between now and the end of November won't count towards qualification. The announcement came as the International Olympic Committee released its redrawn qualifying regulations overnight, including a new deadline of the 29th of June 2021. The IOC says about 6,500 athletes who'd already qualified will remain eligible for next year's Games. The Canadian Grand Prix has become the latest Formula One race to be postponed due to coronavirus. The Montreal event was due to be held on the 14th of June, but it's now the 9th race to be affected so far this season. Meanwhile, Australia's Supercars Championship moves online tonight with the start of a 10-week simulator series. And Ultimate Fighting Championship President Dana White says he's close to securing a private island to stage bouts for international fighters. The popular Mixed Martial Arts Championship has been forced to postpone 3 events so far, but White says UFC 249 will go ahead on Saturday week at an undisclosed location.
And the Australian share market looks set to fall sharply this morning. ASX futures are down 52 points after a volatile rally on Wall Street fizzled out. The Dow Jones closed 26 points lower, a massive reversal of its 900-point gain earlier in the day. ABC News.
RN Breakfast, weekdays 6 till 9.
Good morning around Australia. Welcome to AM. I'm Sabra Lang. The Vatican has welcomed the High Court's decision to overturn Cardinal George Pell's convictions for child sexual abuse, but it's yet to reveal whether a church investigation into allegations against the Australian will continue. While Cardinal Pell has always maintained his innocence, it's unlikely he'll return to any role at the Vatican, although there's little doubt he has the support of Pope Francis. Europe correspondent Samantha Hawley filed this report.
For the Vatican, it's a victory. An Australian judicial system, it says it always had faith in, has delivered a unanimous ruling. One of its most senior clerics, who was deeply entrusted by Pope Francis himself, has been cleared. A Vatican statement read, Cardinal Pell has always maintained his innocence and has waited for the truth to be ascertained. And it says, the Holy See reaffirms its commitment to preventing and pursuing all cases of abuse against minors. Christopher Lamb is a Vatican correspondent.
I do feel it's not a moment for triumphalism by anyone in the church. Obviously, this is a very difficult case.
It's also a case that placed the Catholic Church under global pressure amid allegations of cover-up of the abuse of minors. Joshua McElwee is also a correspondent at the Vatican and says the court ruling came as a surprise. Now the question will be whether a church-led investigation into allegations against Cardinal Pell will continue.
It's very hard to say because we don't know where the case was before it was put on hold. It's very hard to say at this time.
Christopher Lamb again.
Well, the Cardinal is facing a church inquiry. That is not clear where that is going at the moment. There will have to be a preliminary investigation, but we don't know how far that's going to go at this point.
Pope Francis, he says, has been loyal throughout.
Pope Francis has always stood by Cardinal Pell to wait to see the whole legal process to finish, to conclude. And I think many in the Vatican did have concerns and doubts over the case against Cardinal Pell. So for the Pope, this is a positive move and a positive news, we can say.
Joshua McElwee says given the trust the Pope placed in the Australian cleric, it will be a welcome relief.
The Pope has been careful, I think, from the beginning of the case when Cardinal Pell went back to Australia in June 2016. The Pope said pretty clearly on several occasions that he didn't want to give an assessment. He wanted the Australian justice system to take its own course.
At the Vatican, Pope Francis held his daily mass. It was live streamed because of COVID-19. No names were mentioned, but his message was clear. I would like to pray today for all those people who suffer unjust sentences, he says. And later in a tweet, he called for joint prayer for all those persons who suffer due to an unjust sentence because someone had it in for them. The position that was held by Cardinal Pell at the Vatican was filled last year. It's unlikely he'll return to any official role there. This is Samantha Hawley reporting for AM.
The British Prime Minister Boris Johnson remains in critical care following his shock admission to hospital yesterday. The nation of 60 million is holding its breath as the PM fights for his life. Officials are cautiously optimistic, but as Europe correspondent Linton Besser reports, Mr Johnson's not out of the woods.
He looked shaken last night when suddenly lumbered with the responsibility of leading the United Kingdom. And today, Dominic Raab, the Foreign Secretary and deputised PM, admitted as much.
It comes as a shock to all of us. He's not just the Prime Minister. For all of us in Cabinet, he's not just our boss. He's also a colleague and he's also our friend.
But as Boris Johnson prepares for his second night in intensive care and third in hospital, there's been promising news thus far. There's been no diagnosis of pneumonia and no need for mechanical ventilation. But with only half of all COVID-19 patients in ICU surviving, the nation has turned its eyes to the man standing in his place.
If you had to make a change of direction and you weren't able to communicate with the Prime Minister, would you have the confidence in doing that?
I've got total confidence in the arrangements that the Prime Minister has put in place so that I can discharge the responsibility for him, deputising for him.
For Britain, it's been a difficult few days. No sooner had the nation finished watching their Queen deliver a rare public address urging wartime solidarity that news broke their Prime Minister had been admitted to hospital. Downing Street insisted it was only precautionary, but 24 hours later, another shock. The PM was now in intensive care, having trouble breathing. Londoners like GP Jackie Appleby were under no illusions as to the gravity of the news.
Because it's very serious when people go into intensive care. Obviously, they're at great risk.
In the UK, the Chief Medical Officer, the Health Minister, and the Prime Minister have all contracted COVID-19. And now the PM is fighting for his life. It's a scenario prompting questions like this.
And how is that allowed to happen?
Because you have a virus which is totally indiscriminate.
Meanwhile, mixed news on the battle to contain the virus. While there was a shocking number of dead, 786 in a single day, the deadliest so far in Britain, there was also a glint of hope, with the number of hospital admissions beginning to show signs of slowing down. Here's the UK's Chief Scientific Advisor, Sir Patrick Vallance.
There hasn't been the accelerated takeoff, and again, it's possible that we're beginning to see the start of a change.
There are 67 million people in the UK who hope not just that he's right, but that their Prime Minister will live to see it. This is Linton Besser in London, reporting for AM.
After 76 days, the city where the global coronavirus pandemic started, Wuhan, is finally ending its lockdown. With the OK for trains and flights to resume, it's expected 50,000 people will leave the city, but China's outbreak isn't over, and fears of a second wave mean the city of 11 million isn't going back to normal. Here's China correspondent Bill Birtles.
The first people allowed to leave Wuhan on regular flights are now heading to the airport. The first trains to take passengers to other cities in China are leaving in the coming hours. This city of 11 million people has endured more than 2 months of being cut off.
今天是星期六，我们准备出去。
Teacher Ju Yi is among those planning to get a train out. She and her family live in the southern city Shenzhen.
最开始我们1月20号回到武汉。
We came home for the Lunar New Year on January the 20th and didn't know about the virus. No one then had any protection gear. Everyone went out and about. We didn't know how serious it was.
For more than 2 months, she and her family mainly stayed at home, but in recent weeks she's been able to go out to supermarkets that look increasingly busy. Her immediate family are fine, but coronavirus has cut deep through Wuhan.
就是我知道的是吗？
In my wider circle of family and friends, I've heard of about 10 people who died during the outbreak.
Some other residents AM spoke to say they don't know anyone who was infected, or they've only heard of a few people. But then there are those who have lost loved ones in tragic circumstances. Resident Liu Ning received a call at night in early February to say his disabled brother, living in a welfare home, had suddenly died. He had infected lungs, but no confirmation of the virus.
It was the middle of the epidemic and I get a sudden call to say my brother died. My compound was in lockdown, no one was allowed to leave. I wasn't there for my brother's cremation. I was never told how or why he suddenly became so sick. It's just heartbreaking.
The end of the lockdown doesn't mean the end of Wuhan's outbreak. There are more than 1,500 people in China being treated or under observation for coronavirus. Most of them are in Wuhan. Liu Zhongying is an infectious diseases specialist.
Asymptomatic carriers of the virus must be infectious. They tested positive after all. So we need to be cautious about that. As Wuhan gradually lifts its restrictions, some sporadic cases may occur in the process. But if they appear sporadically, we shouldn't panic. As long as we take proper preventative measures, we can absolutely keep the pandemic under control.
That means Wuhan and the rest of China won't be going back to normal anytime soon. This is Bill Birtles in Beijing reporting for AM.
And thanks for your company on AM, where it's 7:20. The Federal Parliament resumes today to pass the government's massive $150 billion JobKeeper package, which aims to save 6 million jobs. Labor said it won't block it, but it does want to make some changes. And coming up soon on RN Breakfast, Fran Kelly will interview the Finance Minister, Matthias Cormann. Internal travel restrictions could continue for 6 months, according to the Health Minister, but international borders might be a longer-term proposition, Greg Hunt says, as other countries will be at different points of transmission. The government's based its decisions about borders and social distancing on theoretical modelling, which it released yesterday. Professor Jodie McVernon from the Doherty Institute in Melbourne is one of those involved in devising those calculations. Professor McVernon, is it possible that the peak might have been reached in Australia?
So I think it's very important to be careful about what we are saying when we say the peak might have been reached. I think in Australia we, as we've explained, have seen a big rise in imported cases. That's been really the driver of our epidemic curve, if you like, and that's been very badly misinterpreted by many to think that that's the rate of growth of the epidemic in Australia. We have had some infections rising from those people, which have largely been identified and shut down. But really what we're trying to understand now is the growth of infections that are arising and occurring within Australia, and we're looking at the trajectory, at the rate of growth of that epidemic and the effectiveness of the measures that are in place to suppress it.
The modelling released yesterday wasn't based on Australian data or measures. It showed in theory, without any restrictions or physical distancing, that 35,000 Australians could need ICU treatment each day of its peak. Is the value here in shocking people into what's required to avoid that?
So the value of the modelling early on was to say, if these are the characteristics of this virus, it is very, very serious. And our government very clearly heard that. So I think the value of that early scenario modelling of saying what could happen if we do nothing was really important in driving very decisive action early in Australia about things like border measures and repatriation and quarantine and isolation and case finding, and about setting off a whole train of preparedness activities while we bought time with those measures to try to delay importation of the virus.
And you're now working on adjusting that modelling to factor in the Australian data and restrictions. How long before that work's done and ready to share with the public?
Yeah, so there's kind of a perception that there's one model to rule them all. So this was a model, as we say, of scenarios. The modelling that's being done now is to actually look at the rate of growth of our local cases, and people look at us a bit puzzled, say, we've had 6,000 cases, why don't you know yet? And it's because we have so few, a proportion of those cases that are actually arising here. And as we impose measures in Australia to reduce the spread, the rate of growth of the virus is going to be changing over time. And the more information we have, the more time we have to observe it, we'll be more certain. That information is then what helps us understand, is this rate of growth going to hit the ceiling of our hospital capacity? Are the measures being effective? What is the balance that will allow us to hopefully resume some measure of normal life, but still not overwhelm our health system, still not overwhelm our society? And that's the really difficult piece that's coming ahead.
Now, the strict measures have worked so far to suppress the virus, but as you say, life has to return to normal at some point. Businesses and schools need to reopen, and the government economic support is there for 6 months. If Australia doesn't have a vaccine or antivirals within 6 months, what choices do we have?
This is a global conversation. This is what all of our collaborators, this is what every other high-income country that actually can apply these measures over a sustained period is currently asking. And we are facing, an impossible dilemma. So we look at how other countries have managed this. Countries like Singapore and South Korea and others have much more intensive case finding and contact finding strategies, which have enabled slightly lesser social restrictions to be in place. Other countries, like many in Europe and elsewhere, where they've basically had to respond to a crisis, have gone straight for lockdown. The key message of the model, which is highly theoretical, but is that you need a multi-pronged approach, and you need to work out how to balance those different aspects that will stop people getting infected in the first place by distancing, shut down chains of transmission where they start by case finding, and then provide care for those who still get through and need it. These three things together work, but how we can use those tools available to us while we're waiting for effective drugs, while we're waiting for vaccines, is really the challenge in getting through this next phase.
Many are hoping for a vaccine, but one may not be discovered. Is it false hope to plan on having a vaccine?
Look, I think we need to applaud and recognise the intense international effort that's going into this, and the organisations like CEPI that have set up the sort of prior networks and capacities to mean that this process can be accelerated. So I think all of that is great, and we all are hoping for a vaccine. I've also worked in vaccines for 20 years, and there are many diseases for which we would like to have vaccines that we don't. So I think it's important to know that there are no guarantees, but there is a lot of hope. And even when we have vaccines, will those vaccines protect perfectly? So we really need to understand how those vaccines might work, how they're best used, and where they're best applied.
You've worked on pandemic modelling for more than a decade. Most people will survive this, but there will be a loss of life. What is your message to Australians?
Our message to Australians is we are going to have to get through this. We're going to have to get through this as well as we can, but we cannot promise that lives will not be lost. And that is a really difficult message because, in our modern medical age, we are very used to being able to fix everything or to prevent everything. And again, that's a luxury that's open to a relatively small proportion of the world's population, but it's something that we kind of expect. And I think this is a bit of a wake-up call for us that we can't cure every disease, we can't fix every disease. We are out there trying to find the things that will reduce death and that will prevent infection. In the meantime, we actually have some very old tools available to us. These public health measures are old, tried and trusted strategies, but they're not an ultimate solution. We understand that.
Professor, thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you.
That's Professor Jodie McVernon from the Doherty Institute in Melbourne. Politicians and health authorities are pleading with people to stay home this Easter, warning that complacency could undo all the progress in slowing the spread of the coronavirus. Newspapers even have ads today telling people to stay home to save lives. But will we heed the warning? Gavin Coop reports.
About 90 minutes northwest of Melbourne, the Hepburn Shire is best known for its mineral springs and waterfalls. But Mayor Leisha Kokoczynski wants these experiences to remain firmly out of reach to tourists this Easter.
Even if the weather remains beautiful and balmy, there's not much to see because all of the attractions are just not functioning.
Caravan parks are closed and just about every tourism-oriented business in the usually bustling towns of Trentham and Daylesford has gone into hibernation. Leisha Kokoczynski thinks the restrictions are working, but warns it would only take a few unneeded visitors over the Easter weekend to undo all of that.
The stakes are very high. We have got a very high seniors population in this whole shire, and there have only been 2 confirmed cases in this shire, and we want to keep it that way.
Katie Milne is the mayor of the Tweed Shire. About a third of its residents are aged over 60, and its location on the southern side of the New South Wales-Queensland border is making many nervous in the lead up to Easter.
We getting a lot of traffic over the border still, and our community is very concerned about the numbers of people at the beaches and the supermarkets with Queensland number plates.
Queensland's borders have been closed for over a week. Anyone trying to enter the state has to have a valid reason. But Katie Milne is frustrated the border closure doesn't go the other way. It's still possible for people to drive south from the Gold Coast into the Tweed Shire.
Our community is feeling quite aggrieved by that, and we have been making representations to the Premier about that.
The state member for Tweed, Jeff Provost, shares the community's concerns that an influx of Queenslanders could undermine local efforts to prevent the spread of COVID-19. But the Nationals MP doesn't think closing the New South Wales border is the solution.
It's far more effective to have the police out on the beat enforcing social distancing laws rather than sitting on a motorbike on the side of the highway.
And he's got some other ideas about how to curb non-essential travel.
Currently, the fines in New South Wales is $1,000. I would honestly consider maybe demerit points because, honestly, the message isn't getting through to a few people there. Let's hit them where it hurts. I mean, we all love to drive our car, and if you can't comply with the law, a bit like drink driving, well, you shouldn't be out there.
Tweed Shire Mayor Katie Milne has a simple message for anyone still tempted to take a quick break over the long weekend.
We've been going pretty well so far, and we just don't need to blow it over Easter. It's not the time to be out and about. Spend time at home with your family.
That's Tweed Shire Mayor Katie Milne ending Gavin Coote's report. In finance, Wall Street investors remain cautious. The Dow Jones Industrial Average has ended 1/10 of 1% weaker, and the dollar is higher this morning. It's trading at 61.8 US cents. That's AM. I'm Sabra Lane at 7:30, and good morning, Fran Kelly.
Good morning, Sabra. Good morning, everybody. This is RM Breakfast, and the top stories we're following this morning: saving 6 million jobs. MPs are back in Canberra to pass the JobKeeper package as the COVID-19 virus curve flattens. This half hour, I'll be joined by the Finance Minister Matthias Cormann and Opposition Leader Anthony Albanese to discuss the passage of this $130 billion rescue package. And Cardinal George Pell wakes this morning to his first day of freedom after 400 days, after he was acquitted by the High Court. I'll be speaking with Francis Sullivan after 8 o'clock this morning. He's the former Chief Executive of the Catholic Church's Truth, Justice and Healing Council. That was the Church's response to the Child Sex Abuse Royal Commission. That's all coming up. Right now, though, Matt Bevan's here with the news headlines. Hiya, Matt.
G'day, Fran. The federal government's $130 billion plan to save Australian jobs is expected to pass the parliament today. The JobKeeper stimulus package is expected to keep around 6 million employees in work. Meanwhile, the former choir boy who accused Cardinal George Pell of child sexual abuse says he respects and accepts the High Court's decision. In a statement issued overnight, the man known as Witness J says he is relieved the court process is over and thanked police for their work, saying he felt well supported. The man also said that he hoped the outcome wouldn't discourage abuse survivors to report cases to police. Overseas, New York has recorded its deadliest day of the coronavirus pandemic, with more than 700 people succumbing to the virus. The British Prime Minister Boris Johnson will spend a second night in intensive care in a London hospital as the number of COVID-19 casualties in the UK climbs to the worst figures yet. On all this comes as Wuhan, where the global coronavirus pandemic began, ends its lockdown today as the number of new infections there dwindles. More news coming up at 8 o'clock, Fran.
Thanks a lot, Matt. Let's have a look at the weather now in our capital cities. In Sydney today, showers and 21 degrees. Melbourne, possible showers coming your way and 19. Brisbane, showers and 27. Perth, mostly sunny today and 33 degrees. In Adelaide, cloud clearing and 21. In Hobart, partly cloudy and 17. Canberra, showers and 18. And Darwin, possible storms and 32 degrees. It's 28 to 8 on breakfast. Finance Minister Matthias Cormann in a moment, but first Warwick Hadfield is back with some sports news. Hello again, Warwick.
Hello to you, Fran.
In the AFL, those isolation hubs are still high on the agenda, as a decision is now expected sometime in the next few weeks about when the comp might return.
Yeah, Fran, look, this idea of these quarantine hubs, as many as 3 in Melbourne, Sydney and Adelaide, from which fully tested players would emerge for games, it got a bit of a mixed reception, particularly from the Players Association President Patrick Dangerfield. That was when it was first mooted. But as the AFL's heavy zoom in on a resumption date, he's becoming a bit of a lone voice. According to a memo doing the rounds, the AFL is looking to make a decision on just how the competition resumes in the next 3 weeks. That's by the end of April, with a view to the first ball-up taking place around the end of May. And if that requires quarantine hubs, well, maybe that's what it's going to take. Dangerfield doesn't share head office's enthusiasm to resume at any cost, Fran, saying the game has to be aware of its responsibilities to the broader community. And also, while some players would do just about anything to get back on the field, including living in these hubs, others, particularly those with young families, would have a strong contrary view. And look, Patrick Dangerfield also suggested that the AFL had just floated this story to give people something to talk about. Such sacrilege.
Some hope. In rugby union, meanwhile, do you think the virus will spell the end of the Super Rugby competition?
I think that's a question that can be very quickly made into a statement. Certainly the competition's current format, which has at huge expense teams crisscrossing the Southern Hemisphere and even into the Northern Hemisphere in some times, is pretty much done and dusted. SANZAAR, the overarching body, which originally was set up by South Africa, New Zealand and Australia when rugby football turned pro in 1996, that was done to run this teams-based competition and, of course, the Rugby Championship at international level. It grew like topsy to include Argentina and Japan, but already Japan won't be back. And if it does continue in a further reduced form, I think it's more likely each nation will be likely host its own competition, and with the leading teams from that flying to an appointed venue for finals matches. But even that's going to require stumping up a fair bit of money and from the various national unions. And that's money we know in Australia's case is just a bit short on the ground, Fran.
Absolutely. Warwick, thank you very much.
Good on you, Fran.
Warwick Hadfield, it's 25 minutes to 8. A special sitting of Federal Parliament will vote today on the government's COVID-19 economic response package. The deal the coalition has done with the ACTU will usher in major changes to our workplace laws that would allow up to 6 million employees access to $130 billion in wage subsidies delivered via the JobKeeper payment. But with the Prime Minister warning that economic support measures, quote, can't go on forever, attention is starting to turn to some kind of staggered lifting of the shutdown restrictions once the virus is contained. Matthias Cormann is the Finance Minister. He's in our Parliament House studios. Minister, welcome back to breakfast.
Good morning, good to be back.
The job seeker legislation will pass today with Labor support. That's a given. But 2 million employees will still miss out. Visa workers, many casuals, including teachers, local council workers. Would you accept any amendments to include some of these employees in the scheme to make it fairer?
No, we won't be accepting any amendments today. And the scheme that we've put forward is very fair. It will provide support to 6 million working Australians. Some of these, people you mentioned, council workers, these are council workers are the responsibility of the states, and of course the states, we believe, should do what is required and what is appropriate in their jurisdictions. In terms of visa workers, well, our welfare system and our support systems here are residency based, and for those visitors who are not able to support themselves either through work, through savings, or through accessing their superannuation, we strongly encourage them to go home.
Yes, but that's not possible at the moment. You understand that? There aren't flights, borders are closed, places aren't safe. It's not as simple as just go home, is it, right now?
Well, there have been options for some time, and this has obviously been coming for some time. This is a situation, as we've said, that will remain under review. But our advice to temporary residents in Australia is, the expectation as a temporary resident is that you are able to support yourself while in Australia, either through work, through savings, or we have facilitated access to superannuation. That is not possible. Then they have to explore options to return home.
Can I just come back to local council employees? I mean, the whole point of JobKeeper was to keep people in work, to keep people off the dole queue, so economies and society can restart again after this so-called hibernation period. Why isn't the government keen to support the staff of municipal offices, the staff in libraries, the staff who run the swimming pools, the staff who run the many council-run childcare centres? They've all been left out of consideration.
Well,
Why?
the objective is to keep as many businesses in business as possible through this difficult period, and as many.
Well, council-run childcare centres will be central to that.
If I may, the objective is the economic mission is to keep as many businesses in business as possible through this difficult period. As many Australians working for those businesses in those jobs connected to those businesses. We have expanded it to the not-for-profit and charitable sector, but councils are very much creatures of state governments. They're organisations that are entirely subject to the jurisdiction of state governments, and state governments do have responsibilities in this space, and that is very much the message that the Prime Minister has directed towards premiers and chief ministers at the National Cabinet. And I believe that state governments understand that councils and council workers are very much in their purview.
So are you calling on state governments to give some kind of hardship fund for councils so they don't have to cut back these services and leave these people on the dole queue?
Well, state governments will make their own decisions, but we've consistently said that, of course, state governments also have responsibilities to ensure that the appropriate arrangements are put in place to assist Australians through this period. And I mean, state governments, to be fair to them, are making significant efforts. But when it comes to councils, that is not something that the federal government has got direct responsibility for. That is very much a matter for state governments.
Okay, let's go to those who are covered. The legislation today will clear the way for employers to change workers' hours and duties, but only for those businesses eligible for the JobKeeper program. Larger companies aren't eligible unless their turnover falls by 50%. The Business Council today says many larger firms can't wait for that moment to happen, for that threshold. They need to change rosters and leave arrangements too urgently in order to survive this virus-led downturn. Will you allow firms who aren't eligible for the wage subsidy to also vary their enterprise agreements?
Well, not through this legislation in the Parliament today. I mean, the BCA needs to work with their members and relevant unions and others to work through those arrangements as appropriate use of our existing industrial relations laws. The amendments in the Parliament today are about facilitating the payment of the $1,500 JobKeeper payment for businesses in financial distress in a way that is efficient as it could be in breach of the industrial relations financial distress to vary hours and in reasonable circumstances vary the type of work and location and the like. But it is very much focused and directed towards facilitating the payment of JobKeeper payments in a way that doesn't put employers in breach of industrial relations.
If you want to make changes, if you can argue you need to make changes, you've got to do it through the Fair Work Commission.
Well, through the existing system, right? And I mean, essentially, we go and talk to the employees, to manage through this period. The legislation in Parliament today will not provide a basic exemption from industrial relations laws, but facilitating the efficient operation of the JobKeeper payment framework.
It's 24 minutes to 8. Our guest is the finance. It's 19 minutes to 8. Our guest is the finance minister, Matthias Cormann. The Reserve Bank's issued a fresh warning, quote, of a very large contraction in the June quarter and the unemployment rate to increase to its highest level for many years. Minister, how much of a difference will JobKeeper make to that pretty gloomy outlook? How many jobs and businesses have you calculated this $130 billion package will save?
Well, we are going to be providing direct support to the JobKeeper initiative to about 6 million working Australians. I mean, that is our expectation. That is about half of our usual workforce. I mean, that's obviously a very significant number of Australians. So, look, we will easily see the June quarter results later this year. The timing of the budget is possible to make a realistic and credible economic forecast in this current environment. We've got to see where things settle. As the JobKeeper and the JobSeeker, the enhanced JobSeeker arrangements come into effect, and obviously this is all designed to help set the best possible opportunity to get back to the other side when we want to
Because the view is shifting to when that might be. The coronavirus curve has been flattening for a number of days now. There is a view, I hope, that we may have already hit the trajectory. When will National Cabinet look at lifting some of the economic and social restrictions so life can start to get back to a bit more normal? And can we stagger an opening up again ahead of a vaccine being found, which is a year away at least, we're told?
Well, look, I don't want to speculate on this. I mean, right now we've got to continue to put our foot firmly on the brake to slow down the spread of the virus. I mean, because we know that saves lives. We want to ensure that our hospitals, are able to deal with whatever inflow of patients, into our ICUs in particular, they have to deal with. So we've got to very much keep our foot on the brakes to slow down the spread. We will continue to follow the advice of the Chief Medical Officer from around Australia in relation to when and how some of these adjustments might be able to be made at some point. These would be judgments that would be very much based on medical advice.
Are you hopeful it would be within 6 months, earlier than 6 months?
Well, we've said, and the Prime Minister said from the beginning that this is likely to last for about 6 months. Obviously, it would be great if it didn't have to. We don't want to gratuitously harm the economy. We're only closing and restricting activity where that is required to slow down the spread of the virus based on medical advice. If the medical advice is that there is an opportunity now to ease some of those restrictions, of course we would love to be able to do that, but we won't act in the absence of such advice.
Yesterday, when the Prime Minister was asked about how the Australian economy would change following the pandemic, he said we need to, quote, look carefully at our domestic economic sovereignty. What did he mean by that? Is he talking about perhaps tightening trade barriers again, or boosting local manufacturing, which is really maybe offshore to China?
Well, I think he meant what he said. To be an open trading economy, globally focused on trading economy, which will seek to suppress Australia. But it has become apparent that there are some items, specifically, for example, exposed. Now, Greg Hunt did an outstanding job with his team in securing large amounts of masks and other personal protective equipment for Australia, but it was a challenge, and we are exposed to increase in prices and so on. So it is a conversation to be had, to what extent and in what areas we need to maintain capability to look after our own requirements in this sort of circumstance.
Minister, just briefly, I know you've been saying that every time I have a politician on Labor, I get listeners writing in saying, ask when the politician should take a pay cut to support the economy. Is that being
to freeze our pay to ensure that there are no pay rises through this period? And that's, I would say to those listeners that write into you, politicians are probably really smarter than they ever have.
Matthias, thank you very much for joining us. The Senate will sit today for one day only. Appears basically a quorum of politicians in both houses, and those are people who didn't have to get on planes by and large to get there. So we appear at Parliament sitting for one day only to debate and ultimately pass the $130 billion JobKeeper package. You're listening to RM Breakfast. It's 14 minutes to 8. Opposition Leader Anthony Albanese up next.
Hi, I'm Dr. Norman Swan from the Report and the Corona Case podcast. We want to keep you up to date with facts, the latest news and decisions made by authorities in Australia and across the globe. We're also here to help answer your questions on this coronavirus and what living through this pandemic means for you. Ask your Coronacast, answering your questions 9 a.m. weekdays on Life Matters or anytime on the ABC Listen app.
Well, despite some cancellations, Labor will today support the legislation that will introduce the massive JobKeeper subsidy, and the ACT, which broke the Labor introduced the Reform Act, has expressed concern that employer groups will use this virus crisis to push for, quote, a widespread removal of workers' rights akin to work choices.
We've put forward to the government a whole lot of protections for the JobKeeper allowance. That's because we don't want to see dodgy bosses ripping people off during this pandemic.
That's ACT Secretary Sally McManus, who has secured some additional safeguards for workers during the temporary changes to the workplace laws we were just discussing there with Matthias Cormann. Well, the Finance Minister has made way in our Parliament House studios for the Opposition Leader Anthony Albanese. Anthony Albanese, welcome back to breakfast.
Good morning, Fran.
Labor's already pledged to pass the JobKeeper legislation, but are you still going to seek some improvements to the scheme, and will you try and amend this bill today, and is that likely given you've already said you'll pass it?
We are, Fran. What we'll be doing is putting forward improvements to the bill. We'll be moving second reading amendments in both the House and the Senate. Once we've dealt with the second reading, we will have in detail amendments about major concerns. We do have concerns about casuals, about 1 million Australians missing out on the job. We have concerns about temporary visa holders. We have concerns about legal documents being used up during this period. We have concerns about NDIS workers, about government vulnerability. We have concerns about charity and their eligibility. We have concern that the arts and entertainment sector have missed out almost completely from any support during this period, and that they are one area, as you'll be aware, Fran, that have been particularly affected. So we'll raise those second reading amendments, and we will have in detail amendments. We'll see whether they pass in the House of Representatives in the Senate, because we don't want any delay to this. It's Labor that has argued for the business community to be an essential component of protecting workers and protecting businesses at this time, and making sure that we emerge from the crisis stronger than we would have otherwise.
You're going to raise all these issues, and you're raising concerns with these issues, and you'll have amendments, but the governments know you'll pass the bill. And speaking to Matthias Cormann earlier, it's clear the government's not going to move forward with the amendments. It's not going to bring any changes. So that's clear.
Well, that's an issue for them, Fran. Who knows? Last time Parliament said an increase in the job seeker payment to 230,000 additional recipients of Austudy, Abstudy and Youth Allowance. We secured support for the measures that have changed the threshold for income support that have lifted that level from $48,000 up to $79,000. So we convinced the government, both on the floor of the Parliament and in meetings, to change their position. But the government does have a majority on the floor of the House of Representatives. There can't be any change to legislation with the and we're not going to get into a circumstance whereby you have a standoff potentially in the House not take place because workers need those payments, businesses need those payments, what's more, I think the Australian public would be very unkindly if it is done today.
Sure, okay, but do you accept then that given the government Yes, you did. But the government these days seems to be preparing to do something about us in the ACTU rather than the opposition. Is the government consulting you about job emergency measures?
Well, we raised our concerns. We raised them in the meeting that took place last Thursday, convened by our respective leadership. We continue to pursue activities we've seen. For example, the changes that have happened to one provisions are others that we certainly support and argue that there was a big protection for workers there. Our concern is here that we must remember that both the health and the economic impact of this health crisis affects people. And that's what we're concerned about, that people will be left behind by the package as it currently stands. We won't stand in the way of that package. We said that from day one, like we didn't stand in the way of the first package that they were to give us the superannuation package. But our job is to argue for improvements, but it's not to be blockers. So I've said I'm the Labor leader, not the opposition leader. I'll be constructive. We're being constructive because that is what this virus and the crisis that we're going through demands of every one of our parliamentarians.
Breakfast, our guest is Opposition Leader Anthony Albanese. Changes to their impact today, which will allow bosses to reduce hours and redeploy them in different locations. So it shifts the dial in the employer-worker relationship for 6 months only. Is that fair enough? And do you have any sympathy for the BCA, which is demanding that some larger businesses that don't meet the threshold for the JobKeeper payment should also be allowed to amend enterprise agreements to vary conditions if that will keep them going in this climate?
Look, I do have some sympathy for the business community here, and I want to make sure that workers' rights, of course, are protected. But one of the issues, because of the structure of the JobKeeper payment, it looks at the state of the business and the way that they've organised, for example, how many VAS statements they have, their structure. It doesn't look at the needs of the workers, so that you can have individual workers who are in exactly the same circumstance, but because of the nature of their employer, one worker will get the JobKeeper payment whilst others won't. Now, there is an inequity there, and I think that that's the structure that the government's come up with, but I do think there are weaknesses there.
Okay.
And it may well be that we're back here in Parliament, which is one of the reasons why we're raising these issues. We're raising them constructively, but the government needs to get this right. And if we have people who are being left behind, if we have businesses who are being disadvantaged whilst just because of their structure, then that's not a good thing. We need every business and every worker to be looked after during this period.
Just very briefly, we are out of time, but you have, I understand, an agreement with the government to establish a cross-party Senate Select Committee to oversee this ongoing response to the virus. But it has until June 22 to table its report, has to be by that date, so far away. How will that provide any real-time scrutiny of government decisions?
I'll give you the big tip, Fran. They'll have interim reports in the meantime between now and June 2022. The fact is that these measures will last for some time in terms of their impact, and there will be scrutiny. It'll be chaired by Katie Gallagher. It'll also have Christina Keneally and Murray Watt from the Labor Party, a Greens political party representative, Jackie Lambie, and 2 government members.
Okay.
And certainly I'm very confident that that will provide some scrutiny and oversight, because that's what's necessary. We believe Parliament should continue to sit, Fran, by the way, and we maintain that that is our position. And there's no reason why, when you look at Parliament functioning today, I think we will show that the Parliament is able to function, is able to be effective, and that's one of the reasons why we should be sitting on an ongoing basis having that scrutiny.
Anthony Albanese, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks very much, Fran.
Anthony Albanese is the opposition leader. It's 4 minutes to 8 on Breakfast. Phil Corey joins us now as National Cabinet has announced it's going to turn its attention soon to drawing up some kind of exit strategy to start easing some of the restrictions when the time is right. Phil, hello there.
Hi, friend.
The PM is flagging a staggered end to the restrictions, but no date in sight for that. Matthias Cormann indicated doesn't look like it'll be in a hurry. Any clues on what that might look like, Phil? If not, when it might happen?
Yeah, look, I've been talking about this for a while, having one eye on the exit strategy. And, about a week ago, the language changed from snapping back as such, the economy snapping back, to a sort of staggered, reintroduction. The trouble is, the virus is still going to be with us and there's not going to be a vaccine or any cure. So you've got to work out how you can sort of turn the economy on again whilst making sure the hospital system has the capacity to deal with severe cases. And it involves, Fran, a certain level of immunity in the community. People catching this thing, getting better and being immune, so there's, so we don't get as big as spikes. They spoke about that yesterday, whilst not using the term herd immunity. So it's learning to live with it. It's managing the rate of spread whilst trying to turn the economy on. And the PM said yesterday, for example, some states will come back to life quicker than others. Those which haven't shut down as sort of severely as others, and have kept the thing under control, might be able to do more quickly. And then the states like New South Wales and so forth about watch these as trials, is the word he used. So it's trying to get the country going again while it's not letting the virus run riot.
It's got to be important though, don't they? They don't signal to the economy, well, we're on top of it now, you can start lifting these restrictions. That's not the message, actually. Phil, a lot of lessons will be learned from this, one way or another. One obvious one, I think, is the fragility of supply chains. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said after this to look carefully at our domestic economic sovereignty. Do you think this could mean, an injection into Australian manufacturing as we need to become more self-reliant again in terms of some critical supplies?
I think it will definitely mean that, Fran. As Matthias Cormann said to you, this has really exposed our vulnerability, especially with critical manufacturing, medical equipment. I would think pharmaceuticals perhaps as well. When there's, we're basically in the middle of a global black market at the moment trying to source these things, and we're paying top dollar and no one's respecting the rules and outbidding each other. So I think at a minimum at the end of this, you're going to see we're going to have a fairly robust domestic capacity to manufacture, critical medical equipment.
And Chris, and Phil, just very briefly, we've only got 40 seconds to the news. Do you also expect a different relationship between government and the unions after this, given the cooperation we're seeing?
Well, it's all sunlit uplands at the moment, Fran. They're even praising the CFMEU because behind the scenes, the CFMEU is doing everything it can in cooperation with the government and bosses to keep the building sites open, even though they're having isolated cases this outbreak, and they're holding up now the CFMEU as the poster boy of Team Australia. So strange days indeed.
Yes, strange days indeed. Changes ahead perhaps. Phil, thank you very much.
Good on you, friend. Bye.
Phil Curry is the political editor of the Australian Financial Review. News coming up. After the news, we'll be speaking with Francis Sullivan for a view from the Catholic congregation to the High Court's decision on George Pell. It's 8 o'clock.
Good morning. Helen Zarimas with ABC News. The former choir boy who accused Cardinal George Pell of child sexual abuse says he hopes the High Court's decision won't discourage abuse survivors from reporting cases to police. The High Court yesterday overturned a Victorian jury's decision in 2018 to convict George Pell of child sex abuse. In a statement issued overnight, the man known as Witness J said he respects and accepts the High Court's decision and he's thanked police for their work. His lawyer, Vivian Waller, says the journey's been a long and difficult one for Witness J, but he's relieved it's over.
He accepts the decision. He understands that it's very important in criminal matters to prove things beyond all reasonable doubt and that this is an important protection of human rights. And so he is disappointed but respectful.
One of the doctors behind Australia's coronavirus data modelling has warned there's no guarantee there'll ever be a vaccine for the virus. Professor Jodie McVernon from Melbourne's Doherty Institute is involved in developing the modelling that's feeding into the federal government's response to the virus. She says there's a huge international effort going to developing a vaccine, but we should prepare for any outcome.
We all are hoping for a vaccine. I've also worked in vaccines for 20 years, and there are many diseases for which we would like to have vaccines that we don't. So I think it's important to know that there are no guarantees, but there is a lot of hope. And even when we have vaccines, will those vaccines protect perfectly?
3 children in quarantine at a Sydney hotel have been taken to hospital to be tested for the virus. The details from Hosea Shams.
Police say the children were stretchered from the Hilton Hotel in the CBD last night after developing coronavirus symptoms. They're being tested for COVID-19 at RPA Hospital. The Hilton is one of the hotels where travellers are undergoing a mandatory quarantine after returning from overseas. Meanwhile, almost 300 travellers from the Norwegian Jewel cruise ship who were in isolation at another city hotel are starting to head home. This woman was part of a group which left the Swissôtel at midnight.
It was claustrophobic. All I want to do is breathe air.
The majority of the travellers are likely to leave later today.
Queensland's recorded 9 new coronavirus cases overnight, taking the state's tally to 943. Its premier says the downward trend of positive cases is continuing, showing the state's social distancing measures are working but need to continue. New York has recorded its deadliest day of the virus pandemic, with more than 700 people succumbing to it. North America correspondent David Lipson reports.
It seemed the number of deaths in New York was levelling out, now a major blow. 731 people died from COVID-19 there yesterday, according to Governor Andrew Cuomo. That is the largest single day increase. Now reaches 5,500, almost half of all the fatalities in the United States. A hospital ship set up as a non-COVID-19 facility is now being converted to treat only. David Lipson, ABC News, Washington.
State officials in the small Pacific nation of Vanuatu are working to restore damage from Category 5 Cyclone Harold to remote islands. In neighbouring country, there are already reports of damage as the now Category 4 storm tracks close to large population areas. Thousands of people are sheltering at home or in evacuation. Fiji Prime Minister Frank Bainimarama says there are special coronavirus measures in place because several towns are under lockdown.
We have contingency plans in place to prevent any mixing between the evacuees and Fijians who are close contacts of existing COVID-positive patients. So you should have no hesitation in evacuating as normal if flooding poses a risk.
To finance news, Wall Street's ended its day with slight losses as a big relief rally over a perceived slowing rate of new coronavirus cases faded. The Dow Jones has shed 26 points, a big come down from its 900-point surge earlier in the session. And the S&P 500 gave up its massive gain to finish 0.2% lower. The Australian share market's expected to fall this morning as ASX futures are down by a sharp 52 points. And the Aussie dollar's jumped. It's now buying just above 61.7 US cents. ABC News. This is RN Breakfast with Fran Kelly. On this Wednesday morning, the 8th of April, and coming up, landlords will now be required to reduce the rent for commercial tenants in financial distress as governments around the country try to keep business going during this pandemic. It's a code of conduct that was agreed upon by the state and federal leaders, but there's no news yet on what's being offered actually in real terms to residential renters, apart from a ban on evictions. We're going to look at have a sort of a mini panel coming up on this. We're going to be joined by Leo Patterson-Ross from the Tenants Union of New South Wales and Adrian Kelly from the Real Estate Institute. This comes as some of the rental groups in Victoria and New South Wales are threatening a rent strike campaign targeting 100 real estate agents. So that's coming up a little later in this half hour. It's 8:06 on Breakfast. Fran Kelly with you on this Wednesday morning. Well, Cardinal George Pell has lived his first night of freedom after more than 400 days in prison. This follows the High Court ruling unanimously that his conviction on 5 charges of sexual abuse of 2 choir boys in the 1990s should be quashed. He was the most senior Catholic in the world to have been found guilty of child sexual abuse.
Cardinal Pell has always maintained his innocence, and in a statement he said, quote, "A serious injustice has been remedied today with the High Court's unanimous decision." Francis Sullivan was Chief Executive of the Truth, Justice and Healing Council, which ran the Catholic Church's response to the Child Sexual Abuse Royal Commission. These days, Francis Sullivan is chair of the Martyr Group, a Catholic hospital network in Queensland. Francis Sullivan, welcome back to Breakfast.
Thanks, Fran.
You've been deeply enmeshed in the issues of sexual abuse allegations and findings against the Catholic Church over the past 5 years or more, and the Church's response to those allegations. What was your reaction to the High Court's decision to quash the guilty verdict against George Pell?
Well, it didn't come as a surprise in the last part because there were many lawyers for a considerable period of time who were raising questions about the legal process in the courts. But I have to say, I've got friends who are very close to the Cardinal, so they're very relieved, of course, and there are other people who feel confused. Some are obviously angry because they've had this view about the Cardinal for a long time. As I've said before, he is a divisive personality. He's not particularly popular. He's a bit of an ideological warrior. And so he's, in a sense, been a lightning rod for discontent for a very long time. And so the reaction is going to be very mixed, both within the Catholic community and beyond.
How should the Church itself in Australia respond to this verdict from the High Court?
Well, I think you're seeing some responses already from the institutional players like archbishops, where they say, please, the court process or the legal process, where it's called. At the same time, one of the big problems that the Church has always had is believed victims, and it's done everything it possibly could to silence victims. I'm not doing this in relation to the decision yesterday. I'm talking about the culture of the Catholic Church. And that is where the bishops, even since the Royal Commission concluded, have really dragged their feet about real cultural change, about how power is exercised in the Church, about who makes decisions, who gets to participate, how transparency and accountability in the Church become improved.
Have those attitudes changed, you think, through the Royal Commission at all? I mean, look at the Cardinal George Pell's statement following the High Court decision. He said, "I've consistently maintained my innocence while suffering from a serious injustice." He went on to say he held no ill will towards his accuser. I mean, he's Australia's highest-ranking Catholic. How important are the soundings or the signals he sends now? And do you imagine he will resume a public role within the Church? Give masses, for instance?
Firstly, I would have expected nothing else from the Cardinal than a response like that. I would have thought he would have said that. Of course, it's up to him what he says in the public domain. Really, he's a retired cleric. In many ways,
retired cleric, is that settled?
Well, he's over the age of 75, and normally that's when they put the resignations in. He doesn't have a substantive role at the moment. And I would think it's still a world of pain for him. There's no winners out of this. There are going to be people who still wonder about him at the same time as his friends are going to be relieved that he's now innocent and out of jail. And the next thing is, he's 78 years old. He's obviously not in good health. It's probably sensible to live a private life where he can either recuperate or give the benefit of his reflections by way of writing.
I've not spoken to the Cardinal, but I have read today that he is minded, I think, to officiate over a Mass. Is that likely?
Well, it's his call. These days in COVID, there won't be too many assembling of people in real time. But let's see. That's his call.
The Archbishop of Sydney, Anthony Fisher, made a statement too, and he spoke of the Cardinal's vindication, inviting broader reflection on our system of justice, our commitment to the presumption of innocence, and our treatment of high-profile figures accused of crimes. Do you think that George Pell's profile made him vulnerable to the original verdict?
Well, I said earlier, George Pell was a divisive personality. It's pretty hard to anybody who ever killed one way or the other. So, I understand what the High Court said yesterday. They basically, in layman's terms, it seems to me,
suggested that the jury should have remained open to a degree of doubt. And so therefore, you've got to ask the question, is the jury in a sense approached more emotionally than rationally? I think they even used the word that it was sort of irrational. So I would only say that, the Cardinal clearly is a high-profile person. In this whole area of sex abuse for the Catholic Church is still murky. The culture of the Church has not significantly changed. The bishops, I believe, are dragging the chain. They've got to start demonstrating that the way the Church makes decisions, the way the Church analyses itself, gets out of clericalism, starts to become consistent in how it approaches sex abuse complaints across the country, instigate some independence. The Church investigating itself should be over. And I think even from the Pope down, they've got to have independent structures that will examine not only the complaints, but how victims are treated and the material support they get. Because they have specific needs, not just for today, but into the future.
And I do want to come back to that in a moment, but just to stay with the High Court ruling, and you're right, the High Court found that the jury, acting rationally on the whole of the evidence, ought to have entertained a doubt as to the applicant's guilt. So in other words, reasonable. But do you think that, as many others have always believed, that George Pell effectively in that original guilty verdict paid the price for the sins of the Catholic Church or the failure of the Catholic Church to protect young children?
No, I don't, Fran. I mean, even the Cardinal himself made it very clear he wasn't there as some sort of symbol of the Catholic Church. He was a man with allegations against him that were being tested in court. That's what that was about. The fact that the Catholic Church has a miserable record in child sexual abuse doesn't come down to George Pell.
In terms of what this might mean for the judge in the court ruled that although the jury found the witness believable, reliable and compelling on balance, the other evidence presented reasonable doubt. Coleridge has recognised the High Court's decision will be devastating for some. But do you think this decision, this repudiation of the jury finding, will deter moving forward claims against abuses in the church?
Well, my gut reaction is they'll think twice about this sort of thing. It's very complex. Child sexual abuse is an act that's usually performed in secret. Normally, there's only two people who know. Finding other evidence is very difficult. So a lot of people shake their heads and say, this type of result will deter people, yes.
Just finally, Francis Sullivan, when the Child Sexual Abuse Royal Commission delivered its final report back in December 2017, some parts of it related to George Pell were redacted or blacked out. The Attorney General, Christian Porter, has said yesterday that he's consulting on whether an unredacted version of the report should now be tabled. And his quote was, "My view is where that is possible, that should occur." Do you agree with the Attorney General?
Yes.
And why?
Well, transparency. Accountability. The Catholic Church was given a real serve in that. The Commission said it was a failure of leadership. I think we need to have the whole story out plainly so that not only the community know what's going on, but the real change.
Francis Sullivan, I know I said that was the last question, but when we did speak last time, I asked you about the impact of the Royal Commission on the Catholic congregation at large, people's faith, and how that's reflected in attendance at Mass. Have you, with the time that's passed, been able to judge whether those factors have been affected?
Absolutely. There's a lot of people who felt very demoralised through the Royal Commission and because of the Royal Commission. And not just young people who feel that the church is irrelevant, but a lot of the elderly who were pretty well rusted on, and elderly are people like me, people like 60. And then most recent surveys have demonstrated there's been a drop-off in that age group. And I think that's because decent Catholics have been called from their leadership the type of change that demonstrates that the Australian Catholic Church is taking control. One very exacerbated time is that the Australian Catholic bishops have done nothing about instigating a protocol even, that when a child turns up at the confessional and reports the fact that they're being abused, that something's going to be done. The Australian Catholic bishops have completely gone mute, even though they've had advice given to them before the Royal Commission hearing about how to deal with things like that. There's one example. They don't have a consistent national independent analysis of how to deal with complaints. That's another example. And finally, Fran, in Australia, in 2020, there are still not equal numbers of lay versus clerics in decision-making roles. Now, seriously, can we get with the program?
Francis Sullivan, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Fran, and I hope everyone can stay safe. And let's give a big shout out to all those healthcare workers who are doing such a great job for us.
I think that's a very good idea. Thank you very much, Francis. Francis Sullivan is Chief Executive of the Catholic Church's Truth, Justice and Human Council, which ran the Catholic Church's response to the Child Sex Royal Commission, the Child Sex Abuse Royal Commission, and ever since we was raising the issues to you. You can call 1-800-RESPECT. It's 1-800-737-722. 1-800-737-722. Francis Sullivan these days is the chair of the Martyr Group of Catholic Hospitals in Queensland, and I think we can all agree that we should, right through this, be giving shout-outs every opportunity we have to the health workers who are dealing with this virus crisis. You're listening to our Breakfast. It's 19 past 8. After weeks of uncertainty, the federal government has announced a rent relief package for commercial tenants affected by the COVID-19 virus. Landlords will now be required to reduce rent for tenants in financial stress, and the Prime Minister announced yesterday there will be a mandatory code of conduct rolled out in each state and territory. It's not so clear. There is a moratorium on evictions, but the federal government says it's up to the states and the territories to provide any additional support. We're joined now by the President of the Real Estate Institute of Australia, Adrian Kelly, and Leo Patterson-Ross, who's a Senior Policy Officer at the Tenants Union of New South Wales. Adrian, Leo, welcome to RM Breakfast.
Morning, Fred. Thanks, Fred.
Adrian, let me ask you first, should there be a code of conduct for the residential rental sector as well as there is now for the commercial sector?
Well, we were hoping for that, Fran, I'd have to say. If it was easy for the states and the federal government to put a code on commercial tenants, then surely it would have been just as easy for residential. But the problem with residential tenants is that it is state-based legislation, so it's quite difficult to come up with a model which is going to work for every state.
Leo, do you accept that? That's just a bit hard given it's state-based, or should there be one?
Commercial is state-based as well. The whole point of the national government is for the states and territories to come together, join these principles together. So I would agree with Adrian. There is a reason why it's kind of a formal structure agreed on the national level and then implemented at the state and territory.
Leo, just to stay with you for a moment, what is it that you want to see in conduct? I mean, we've already got the federal declaration that evictions will be banned, so no one can get evicted for not paying the rent. What would you like the conduct to look like?
So this is to do the eviction moratorium first. There isn't one. Both states and territories, Tasmania has implemented, other states and territories are working on it. But the eviction moratorium was on people with financial distress and hardship, and it's actually a bit unclear what that means. So, for instance, a household where one person has lost their job but the others haven't, is that going to be included? Is that not? These are questions that are still unresolved. So there is a lot of uncertainty just about the evictions. But in terms of the code of conduct around evictions or rent relief,
really the principles of the commercial tenant seem very sensible. If you've lost your income or your income's reduced to the extent that it's going to affect your ability to pay the rent, it makes sense to reduce the rent, in a proportional way.
Adrian, do you agree with that? That it makes sense for landlords to reduce the rent or their situation they can't pay it? What's the view of your members?
It's largely, Fran, because we recognise we had a major problem 3 weeks ago when Qantas stood down. But many of those employees are also property owners, and the vast majority of investment property owners across Australia only own one property, which is normal everyday Australians. So for us, it's actually a now because we've got tenants who have lost employment, we've got property owners who have lost employment, we've got mortgages all over the place, and the biggest thing for us, which we really haven't talked about yet, property owners still don't have to pay in the form of state land tax, council rates, body corporate fees, and that sort of thing. So, and I don't hear much talk about deferring those expenses. Sorry, I hear talk about deferring, but I don't hear any talk other than that. So, we've got property owners who have also lost employment, just like their tenant, and the bills are going to mount up very quickly.
Leo, you accept that? That is the case for, we've heard of people on the program that contacted us saying they're in that very situation and they have some sympathy, but they don't have the money to basically fund the renters. Do you accept that?
So, Adrian should come and visit our website where we've been talking about this, and we've been talking about how landlords do need assistance. So it's a very unusual position but, we recognise that there are significant barriers to accept reduced rents. And unfortunately, a whole lot of landlords are on our pages, they're in the media, they're yelling about the stop paying rent. They should be going to the government and saying, sort out the capitalisation interest issue, which is the biggest barrier probably. Also, let's take governments and their land taxes, governments and their rates relief, look at the water companies, look at the insurance companies, all these barriers are in place. Yelling at tenants to pay the rent when we don't have any money.
Okay, well, we're not yelling at anyone really. We seem to have been in this conversation for a few weeks, as you say. This was obvious that there was a problem ever since those first Qantas settling queues stretching around the blocks of suburbs of right across Australia, and the people's biggest concern on those queues was how they're going to pay the rent. So, what needs to happen, Adrian, for this to be given confidence and some relief, and landlords to be able to manage the cost they have owning a rental property? If, for instance, state governments were to waive land tax for that period, if Canada is persuaded to reduce rates or waive rates for the period, should the trade of that be that landlords then waive rent or reduce rents? Is that how it works? Clear as that?
There's a very simple fix to this, and that is to keep the rents low. And I have no doubt that the federal government is going to have to step up to the plate with this, because it's actually solves quite a few problems, and I acknowledge the government doesn't have a bottomless pit of money, and public funds need to be spent wisely. But for every dollar which continues to flow through the rental system, that still flows through to the estate agents, so we can continue to employ our property managers. At the end of the day, hot water cylinders still burst. We still need to be able to pay tradespeople, and then the money continues to flow through to the property owner. As I said before, many of which have lost their jobs. So $1 of rent assistance all of a sudden becomes worth $5 or $6 by the time it flows through.
So just to be clear, are you saying the federal government should be funding rents?
I don't think they're going to have any choice but to do that.
To the full extent of the
No, I don't think so, because there's enough money to go around. But if there's some rental assistance provided, that's going to be very, very helpful in helping us to execute.
Okay, there's no sign of that. What do you think of that? I mean, it's a simple proposal, right? But it might be pretty expensive, I suspect.
I think so. And look, I don't think it's as simple as the flow-on effects. The economic multiplier there gets actually sucked up into the debt that's in mortgages, and that's not productive. That's not flowing through the economy more broadly. So we have a bit of a concern about saying we accept that labour incomes have gone down. We accept that incomes all across the board have gone down. down, but we've got to keep rental incomes up. That doesn't actually quite flow for us.
So what do you think is the answer? How do you think is the way through this?
It's reducing the barriers to landlords to accept the rent reductions that are necessary to keep people in their homes and not put the hardship on for 6 months. I mean, Adrian's talked about this before. Rent deferrals and are actually not helpful in putting it off a problem for a later day. Rent reduction, reducing the mortgage costs, reducing all those barriers, that's the key.
Adrian, here on Breakfast, we've seen an email from Raymond Horn advising a tenant that even before the real estate agent can approach the landlord about reducing the rent, the tenant must provide a copy of application to withdraw their superannuation early. Is that appropriate? Should real estate agents be telling tenants to withdraw their super and use it for their rent? Is that what you're advising your members?
That sort of advice is utter nonsense, Fran, I have to say.
Well, we have seen the email and we're not fabricating it.
No. I'm agreeing with you wholeheartedly. I can't for the life of me understand why an estate agent would think that it is reasonable behaviour to treat a tenant or be that demanding of a tenant in that manner. And the problem is that those estate agents that are behaving in that manner then put all of the rest of us in a bad light, and we're operating under very trying conditions, and we just don't need it, Fran, I'd have to say.
Well, we've also seen another 2 emails from another real estate agent called Panisi. Says, quote, in the event of a tenant struggling financially, this is advice to their owners, we strongly recommend the tenant will be required to pay their rent in full and on time. If, as an owner, you wish to offer them some rent relief, this is best done via a rent rebate or food shopping voucher. Giving a discount or forgiving rent payments will void your landlord insurance, likely break the tenant's habit of paying rent when due, and ruin the tenant's payment ledger, which is important to them if they ever apply for a loan or another rental property. What do you think of that advice?
Well, the landlord insurance one is an interesting one because some property owners have it and some don't. So we need to be very, very careful about the processes that we follow for those owners that do want to invoke their insurance policy. But I say again that being heavy-handed with a tenant in these challenging times, particularly for a tenant that's lost employment, is clearly not appropriate.
Leo, have you heard stories like that? And ultimately, what do you want to happen here? Do you want renters to be given basically a rental holiday? Is that what you want? Because I know there's calls for a strike, a tenant strike against paying the rent. Are you supporting that?
The attitude in those emails really speaks for themselves, so I don't need to expand on that. But we have been getting hundreds, if not thousands, of people reporting the exact same experience, and it really speaks to the need for government to step in and provide a structure, provide guidance, because frankly, the landlord agents don't know what they're doing, the tenants don't know what they're doing. We're all in a bit of a mess, but the power structures that exist already in the renting world are only they're weighted so heavily towards landlords that it is impossible to see a tenant getting a fair go on rent strikes. This is a symptom of that broken system where tenants feel completely unsupported by government. They've spoken to their agents and landlords, they've asked for a negotiation, and they've been hit with a really heavy brick wall. And so they're looking for other solutions. We are not involved with the rent strike movement. We think that actually what's needed is government to step in, give that structure, give that guidance, because, Adrian mentioned earlier, there is still property maintenance that we'd love to see happen. 55% of properties in New South Wales have some need of repair. We'd still like to see that continue. So that does need some rent to come in to cover those costs. So we think that there's a middle ground there of reduce the rent. It's much better for landlords to have some income than no income, because that is the big risk. If you take a really hard line and you evict the tenant, but then no one moves into the property.
Okay, but just on that, sorry to interrupt you, we are out of time, but as we're speaking, people are writing in saying, why can't the tenants use their job seeker or their job keeper payment to pay their rent or pay a reduced rent? Leah?
Yeah. So the job seeker payment. The job seeker payment is $550 a week with maximum rent assistance at $640. The median rent in Australia is over $400. In Sydney, it's $530. There's no way that the rent assistance, that the job seeker payments and so on can even come close.
Okay, so even a reduced rent though, out of that, do you think should be an offer?
Absolutely. Reduced rent, completely doable.
Right, Adrian, what's your view?
For me, it's simple, Fran. All tenants, all property owners and all estate agents stuck in the middle need to be part of the solution, not exacerbating the problem.
And are governments talking to you, including you and consulting you on any kind of solution to this?
Look, yes, they have been, but as we've talked about, we get to see some sort of national framework, and to be honest, I don't think we're going to get it. So the states are just going to have to sort it out for themselves.
All right, Adrian Kelly, Leo Patterson-Ross, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Fran.
No real joy there, I don't think, for renters or for landlords. Adrian Kelly is from the Real Estate Institute of Australia, and Leo Patterson-Ross is Senior Policy Officer at the Tenants Union of New South Wales. You're listening to RM Breakfast. It's 28 minutes to 9. Fran Kelly with you on this Wednesday morning. It's the 8th of April. Coming up, we're going to have a look at what's going on, some of the specific neighbours in terms of response to the virus, but in Vanuatu in particular is where we're going to focus because they've been hit hard over the last few days by Cyclone Harold. A lot of destruction and devastation across the islands of Vanuatu just at the same time as people have been heading into lockdown to try and resist the virus. We're going to cross to Port Vila shortly for an update. It's 28 minutes to 9 on breakfast. Matt Bevan is with us now with news headlines. Hiya, Matt.
G'day, Fran. Starting overseas, the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson will spend a second night in intensive care after receiving oxygen support to help him battle COVID-19. The British government says that Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who remains in intensive care because of the disease, is in a stable condition but doesn't need mechanical ventilation. The Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab, who is deputising for the Prime Minister, says he is confident that Boris Johnson will recover.
He's not just the Prime Minister. For all of us in Cabinet, he's not just our boss. He's also a colleague and he's also our friend. So all of our thoughts and prayers are with the Prime Minister at this time, with Carrie and with his whole family. And I'm confident he'll pull through.
Meanwhile, New York State has recorded the highest daily death toll from coronavirus and overtaken Italy for the number of confirmed cases. 731 people died in New York in the last 24 hours. The state has recorded almost 139,000 infections, about 3,200 more than Italy, but with only a third of Italy's population. The governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, says the latest day's fatalities take New York's total death toll to almost 5,500.
Behind every one of those numbers is an individual, is a family, is a mother, is a father, is a sister, is a brother. So a lot of pain.
Meanwhile, the Chinese city of Wuhan, where the global coronavirus emergency started, has reopened to the outside world. Back home, one of the doctors behind Australia's coronavirus data modelling has warned that there is no guarantee there will ever be a vaccine for the virus. Professor Jodie McVernon from Melbourne's Doherty Institute is involved in developing the modelling that is feeding into the federal government's response to COVID-19. She told AM earlier that there is a huge international effort going into developing a vaccine, but we should be prepared for any outcome.
We all are hoping for a vaccine. I've also worked in vaccines for 20 years, and there are many diseases for which we would like to have vaccines that we don't. So I think it's important to know that there are no guarantees, but there is a lot of hope, and even when we have vaccines, will those vaccines protect perfectly?
Meanwhile, the New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian has flagged the possibility that legal restrictions on movement in the state may be lifted in the coming months.
I said yesterday that social distancing would be a part of our lives until there was a vaccine or a cure, and that's absolutely the case. But I also want to stress that social distancing is different from restrictions, and we get data on a daily basis from our health experts, and every month our health experts will give us advice as to whether there is an opportunity for us to relax any of the restrictions. And I want to assure the community that if we did go down that path, it would be based on health advice, and we are going to assess that on a month-by-month basis. So whilst we get data every day, we need a sufficient amount of data to inform us as to whether the new restrictions we have in place have been successful and to what extent they've been successful. So whilst we're out and about, until there's a cure, we'll definitely need to all keep the 1.5 metre distance from one another. However, the restrictions are a different issue, and they will be based on health advice as to whether or not we lift any of the restrictions.
The Premier says relaxing restrictions will mean more people may end up in hospital, but adds that the state's hospital capacity has been significantly expanded in preparation for that.
New South Wales has already doubled its intensive care capacity. We now have more than 1,000 beds with the staff members required, with the ventilators, with the other equipment required. That is we've doubled our capacity, and our aim is to triple and quadruple our capacity so that our hospital system is well prepared for what awaits us down the track.
She also announced that the government's Service New South Wales app has been updated to include information about COVID-19 in the state, including push notifications with new developments. Meanwhile, the New South Wales Police Commissioner Mick Fuller announced that his officers will be making sure people don't go on holidays for Easter. While he told RN Breakfast that roadblocks would not be set up on highways, he said that officers will be going door to door at caravan parks.
We will be going through caravan parks early, issuing warnings to people that may think that they can get around these laws. It's important over this weekend that we continue the good work and we continue to isolate, as frustrating as that may be. But the big focus will be on our country roads, those back streets, our main highways, the caravan parks right across country New South Wales. Police will be patrolling those. People will be given one opportunity to pack up, go back to your home state, and go back home. Otherwise, we will unfortunately have to issue tickets.
Police around the country have made similar announcements after the Prime Minister yesterday urged people to stay home for the Easter break.
This Easter weekend will be incredibly important. Stay at home. Failure to do so this weekend would completely undo everything we have achieved so far together, and potentially worse.
So, stay at home, Fran? Got any plans for the Easter break?
I'm staying home.
Yeah, my kids are planning on going... well, absolutely, I am. My kids are planning on going camping with their grandparents. That was the plan a while ago for the Easter break. But we might have to set up the tent in the backyard.
I think so. Good idea. Thanks, Matt. It's 22 to 9 on breakfast. Plenty of response to the panel discussion we had there about rents, how to pay your rent if you've lost your job in the COVID-19 world that we live in. One of you says, my real estate agent asked for bank statements showing you've exhausted savings before I speak to the owner regarding rent reduction. So they want me to be totally broke before they would act. That's from Simon in Fairlight. Another of you says, government pay tenants rent to owner? No. If you've chosen share investment rather than real estate, there's no relief to the shareholder for dropped value and reduced dividends. I have a service department and still have to pay outgoings, now empty for 6 months. It's all a difficult dilemma. Sure is that. And another of you says that, hi Fran, 2 of my tenants have come to me with reasonable, affordable rent reduction requests, which I've been able to accede to if both sides take a reasonable line. Solutions are possible. Thanks for that, Rick. And this is my favourite contribution for this morning. A favour, please. Can the ABC presenters start using the day of the week more often when you do your time calls or your news? Feels like one day is starting to roll into another. So a reminder that it's Wednesday would be helpful. Good idea. It's Wednesday, the 8th of April. Let's check the weather on that Wednesday in our capital cities. In Sydney, showers and 21 degrees. Melbourne, possible showers and 19. In Brisbane, showers and 27. In Perth, it's sunny today, heading for a top of 33 degrees. Adelaide, cloud is clearing and 21. Hobart, partly cloudy, heading towards a chilly weekend though. Canberra, showers and 18. And Darwin, possible storms and 32 degrees. It's 20 minutes to 9 on breakfast. Well, Vanuatu is now starting the clean-up after Category 5 Cyclone Harold smashed into the island country over the last couple of days with roads cut and telephone and internet out. It's still not clear how much damage was done to the country's northern islands. But there are reports of widespread flooding in some areas with buildings destroyed and trees down. Elizabeth Fairua is Oxfam's Country Director for Vanuatu. She joins us from Port Vila this morning. Elizabeth, welcome to RN Breakfast.
Thank you.
Elizabeth,
I'm happy to be part of the breakfast
yeah,
show.
we appreciate your time. Thank you. Can you give us an update on the extent of the damage? Have you had any information from the worst affected islands?
So what we had so far as reports coming from the islands in the north, at the moment there's still no current communication lines yet, but we've had reports of damaging force winds, heavy rain, and flooding on low-lying areas, and communications is totally down. There's reports of damaging food gardens, vegetable gardens, the houses and water also being damaged. People are in need of shelter, and then in Lucanville, there were lots of houses being damaged, so people have been moved to evacuation centers while they're waiting for support. At the moment, previous restrictions on domestic air and sea operations have been lifted by the government, and then all domestic operators should resume normal duty, but yet subject to normal safety and regulatory equipment or requirement because of COVID.
Sure. Elizabeth, have you had any reports of serious injury or any deaths from the damage of the cyclone yet?
No, we haven't had any news of death or casualties. Once communication is up and people are able to communicate, and we're able to communicate with our partners on the ground and families on the ground, then we will be able to get some more news and information on such.
Elizabeth, for those who haven't visited your country, it's made up of a lot of islands. How many people would be living in these northern, heavily affected islands that you're unable to get the update from? How big are these communities?
So the most affected areas in the northern parts is the Benama, Malamba, and Sanma provinces, and the total estimated population to these provinces is about 127,000 people, which may be very much affected of this tropical cyclone Harold.
The cyclone has affected other Pacific islands too, Fiji and Tonga. Have you had any update on the damage Harold has done to those islands in its path?
Not really, but what I've heard from my friends working in Fiji, that there is current power cut over the islands of the country, especially in where my colleagues are in Suva. There is no power.
The people of Vanuatu are still recovering from the terrible damage wrought by Cyclone Pam back in 2015. There's still rebuilding going on. Did the warning systems that were put in place after Cyclone Pam, did they work this time, and did they reduce the impact?
There was good announcement and coordination and awareness and directives from the NDMO for people to find accommodation, but also there was also advance warning for people that this cyclone is more severe than Cyclone Pam.
Right.
So learning from Cyclone Pam has also helped us in this preparedness. Despite the fact that state of emergency was in place and people were worried about social distancing, yet the government was able to give out to people that social distancing should not stop people from finding accommodation and staying safe from this Harold.
Just on that, because like the rest of us, Vanuatu had put in place social distancing measures. There was a ban on air travel and sea travel, and those restrictions have had to be lifted in the wake of the cyclone to keep people safe. But how real is the fear that COVID-19 virus will arrive in Vanuatu? I think there are no cases yet. Is that correct?
Yeah, currently there is no cases yet in Vanuatu, and we are still under the state of emergency ends today, and it depends on what the government will assess and relate back to the people, whether to extend or it finishes today.
Sorry, you're saying whether the social distancing measures and restrictions will be put back in place to protect against the virus?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I think we're having trouble with the line there, Elizabeth. I was asking you, are you saying that the message from the government is that the social restrictions, the social distancing changes and the restrictions need to go back into place quickly to try and protect against the spread of the virus?
No, that's not what I said. The government has lifted the domestic air and sea travel so that operators can go back to operate and move essential goods are moved, but we continue to maintain the social distancing and practice the good hygiene for hand washing.
Just finally, Elizabeth, can I ask you, do you have any sense of whether the hospitals there are prepared for cases of COVID-19?
Our health centers, our health facilities in Vanuatu has a very limited capacity. There is preparation, but if just one case in Vanuatu, it means that it will bring so much pressure and so much demand on our health facilities.
Elizabeth, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck with the massive task ahead in helping communities clean up and rebuild and get the shelter and other things they need after Cyclone Harold. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you too.
Elizabeth Whairua is Oxfam's Country Director for Vanuatu. You're listening to RM Breakfast. It's 12 minutes to 9.
Hi there, Andrew West inviting you for Good Friday breakfast. We've got stories from around the world and close to home. From memories of Good Friday 1998, a turning point in Irish history, to the importance of neighbours and neighbourhood. From healing a sick country to reflecting on uncertain times. And of course, music to ease you into the day. So for Good Friday, remember we've got you covered from 6 till 9 on RN Breakfast.
Well, there are some good signs that Australia could be flattening the curve of the COVID-19 virus, but there's no sign yet that the restrictions on our social lives are going to ease up anytime soon. So with the Easter long weekend looming and Easter cancelled, that's basically the direction from all our leaders, we're being urged to stay at home and not go away. So what can we do over these few days to lighten our lives? Well, Melanie Tate is a playwright and producer with Mamma Mia Podcast Network, and she's got a few ideas, I think. Mel, welcome back to RM Breakfast.
Good morning, Fran.
What's on your radar as we get ready to hunker down for the Easter weekend?
Well,
what have you got in terms of COVID-inspired entertainment?
Well, Fran, I feel like 13 million people can't be wrong, and where they're all looking at YouTube this weekend is John Krasinski. He's the director of that film, The Quiet Place, and also the star of The US Office, which, as an aside, is another delightful thing to watch. He looked at the news and he just decided he was sick of being depressed at the news all the time, so he created this show called Some Good News. It's kind of, he sits in front of a video and in front of a logo that his little daughters, who I think are about 6 years old, have made for him, and he gives the good news. This week, he's done 2, so we're into week 2 of Some Good News. It's called SGN, it's his new network, and he's done something really beautiful this week because he found a little girl who had missed out on seeing Hamilton on Broadway, and he did something pretty special for her, which has gone viral.
All right, let's hear that. This is John Krasinski. I think he's actually talking with the cast of Hamilton.
Hello?
Oh, wow.
Hang on a second. I was
Wow. Wimble Miranda, here's Joy.
Oh my God. Hi.
That's my favorite song from Hamilton.
How does a bastard orphan, son of a whore and a Scotsman, dropped in the middle of a forgotten spot in the Caribbean by providence, impoverished and squalor, grow up to be a hero and a scholar?
Get the picture? That's some of the cast of Hamilton giving a very special performance there, Mel, on the Some Good News Network.
You know, Fran, it's so gorgeous because it's pretty special. It's the original cast, and they fill up the entire screen. There must be 25 of them by the end of it. It's sort of one of those, if you're a musical theatre fan or a music fan, it's one of those kind of goosebump-inducing things to watch this weekend.
Okay, and now this next one might need to come with a warning for viewers who remember the original Fran Drescher's much-loved program, The Nanny. Her memorable voice has made a comeback.
It has, Fran, and who would have thought that this would be such a smile-inducing way to spend an afternoon on the internet? So Fran Drescher and the entire team, every single actor who is alive, who was in the original pilot of The Nanny, they're together in their separate homes, on their Zoom, and they do a performance of the very first pilot episode. And it's one of those things that I must confess, Fran, when I saw it going around the internet, I thought, I don't know about this. And I watched it and I couldn't stop smiling. So it's a big recommendation it's a jolt full of lovely energy.
Let's just remind people, shall we? Let's have a listen.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. It's me, Fran Drescher. Oh, isn't it great to see the whole cast back together again? Please say hi to Mr. Sheffield himself, Charles Shaughnessy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Fanny, darling. I love you.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it. That voice will do it, I think. And, Mel, what about for fans of musical theatre?
Okay, Fran, I know that you're a rocker from way back, but I would like to make a suggestion that I think the spirit of musical theatre is going to get us all through this. I mean, so many things that are coming out and giving joy to people on the internet and being shared nonstop are from musical theatre performers, because we all love a show tune, and there's a way that we can all love a show tune and sing along as well. So Marie's Crisis is this New York City dive bar where people gather every single night and sing musical theatre songs until about 2 a.m.
And that happens anyway, or that's only happening?
No, it's not happening at the moment, but it happens in normal life every single night. It's the most joyous place. And they actually come out to Australia a couple of times a year as well. But the pianists that play in this bar have gone online, and they're playing in their own apartments. They're playing musical theatre songs for us all to sing along with from about 8 a.m. Australian time to about 1:30 p.m. Australian time. So you just go to the Marie's Crisis Facebook page and you'll get directions on how to go there. And they sit and play songs and you can just sing along as you're doing your work or you're isolating. And again, another way to feel better about the world.
Oh, Mel, well, you've given us show tunes, you've given us old sitcoms, you've given us some good news, a Good News Network, which I think there's a few of those Good News Networks around. I think they're getting very, very popular. A lot of people I run into, or not run into, you don't run into anyone anymore, but a lot of people are mentioning them at the moment. I think they're probably a great thing. All right, Mel, I hope you can join us next week with some more ideas, because Easter's one thing, it looms large for many of us, but so do the next few months. See you later.
I'd love to. Take care.
Melanie Tate is a playwright and producer with the Mamma Mia podcast network. You're listening to RM Breakfast. It's 6 minutes to 9. Let's just take a moment to recap what we've heard on the program today, with some more positive signs emerging here that the COVID-19 virus infection rate is starting to stabilise, raising some hopes that Australia could escape some of the truly horrendous statistics we've been seeing overseas. Britain has experienced its worst one-day toll on Monday with 786 deaths. Meanwhile, the country's Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has spent a second night in intensive care in a London hospital where he's been treated for the virus. Earlier, I spoke with the Daily Mirror's political editor, Pippa Crerar.
And some of the statistics about people going into intensive care in the UK and the survival rates are really quite stark. I mean, with coronavirus, the suggestion is if you end up there, there's a 50-50 chance of coming out alive. So this is not really to be, dismissed as something that isn't really that serious at all. The Prime Minister clearly is very ill.
That's Pippa Crerar, and apologies, that was Buster barking in the background as we broadcast from home this morning. Meanwhile, China will today lift some travel and movement restrictions in Wuhan, which was, of course, the original epicenter of this pandemic. China's been reporting a steady decline in the number of infections, but Steve Tsang, the director of the China Institute, School of Oriental and African Studies at the University of London, has his doubts.
The figures become very patriotic after Xi Jinping made it clear that he wanted infection figures to be reduced to zero. We also note that the virus behaves much the same way, whether it's in China, in Wuhan, or in London, or in New York. And they simply don't match up with that in China. Then you have to ask the question whether China is really all that special.
And meanwhile, a small group of MPs will be in Canberra today for an emergency sitting of the Parliament to ensure the passage of the government's $130 billion JobKeeper package. 2 million employees will miss out on that payment, though, among them foreign visa workers, many casuals, including some teachers, and local council workers. But the Finance Minister, Matthias Cormann, insists there will be no amendments to that package.
The scheme that we've put forward is very fair. It will provide support to 6 million working Australians. Some of these, people you mentioned, council workers, council workers are the responsibility of the states, and of course the states, we believe, should do what is required and what is appropriate in their jurisdictions. In terms of visa workers, our welfare system and our support systems here are residency based, and for those visitors who are not able to support themselves either through work, through savings, or through accessing their superannuation, we strongly encourage them to go home.
I also spoke with the opposition leader Anthony Albanese, who's concerned about those who are excluded from the JobKeeper scheme, but says Labor will not block the legislation at this time.
I've said I'm the Labor leader, not the opposition leader. I'll be constructive. We've been constructive because that is what this virus and the crisis that we're going through demands of every one of our parliamentarians.
That's Anthony Albanese. Well, for the first time in a long time, there's another story generating headlines this morning, and it's the decision yesterday by the High Court to acquit Cardinal George Pell of child sexual abuse convictions. But some are worried that this high-profile case will prevent victims of sexual abuse from coming forward in the future. Francis Sullivan is the Chief Executive of the Truth, Justice and Healing Council. That's the group that ran the Catholic Church's response to the Child Sex Abuse Royal Commission. I spoke with him earlier.
Child sexual abuse is an act that's usually performed in secret. Normally there's only two people who know. Finding other evidence is very difficult. So a lot of people shake their head and say, it's not going to be worth it for me to go through. And you've heard plenty of stories like that. So I personally think this type of result will deter people.
That's Francis Sullivan. And if you missed any of those interviews, they're all there on our website, or they will be shortly. It's taking a little longer for things to get up in the current sort of climate with people working from home and the challenges and limits of technology, but they'll be there on our website. You can listen to them there or on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's coming up towards 9 o'clock, almost time for us to say goodbye. So let's say hello to Hilary Harper first. Hello, Hilary.
Hello, hello. Now, friend, a lot of us have relatives living in aged care, and we might have come to terms with not visiting our friends and our other family members, but it is a very hard thing to be prevented from seeing someone living in residential care, especially if they're ill. And you'd be aware, friend, the government's advice was to limit visits. Stay away if you can, be really good at hygiene, be smart, but not necessarily stop visits completely. So we're going to look at the impact that the decision by a lot of providers to stop visits completely is going to have on families and on residents, especially people who rely on their visits for social contact, physical contact, even really basic things like feeding and caring. We'll hear from a geriatrician who's got some very novel ideas on this, and a provider who's trying to do what they call a humane shutdown.
Okay, terrific, Hilary. Thank you very much. That's Hilary Harper with Life Matters After the News. That's it from us for this morning. If you want some more news and you're in the mood for good news, don't forget that SGN network that Mel Tate told us about. It's called Some Good News in these troubled times. Thanks so much for your company this morning. I hope you're going all right wherever you are in your social isolation or social distancing. It's 9 o'clock. Good morning, Helen Zaremus with ABC News. There's been another death from coronavirus in Victoria, taking the state's death toll to 12 and the national one to 49. The Premier, Daniel Andrews, says there have been 21 new cases in the past day, with Victoria's total now 1,212. He's told Triple M there are 57 people in hospital in Victoria, 12 are in intensive care. Daniel Andrews says the numbers are stabilising in Victoria, but there's no room for complacency.
People are doing the right thing, and I'm deeply grateful to them. And I want to thank all your listeners who are doing the right thing. It really does make a big difference. If we don't, then we see what happens. Our hospital system just gets overwhelmed, and there'll never be enough beds if we let this thing spread.
New South Wales has recorded 48 new infections. That's the lowest number in almost 3 weeks. Meanwhile, an adult and child have tested positive for the virus in Sydney after being taken to hospital from a hotel where they were held in quarantine. They're members of a family of 7 that's been staying at the Hilton Hotel in the CBD, where travellers who've returned from overseas have been placed in isolation. New South Wales Chief Medical Officer Dr. Kerry Chant says authorities are helping other members of the family.
One of the adults and one of the children in that travelling party have been confirmed, and obviously everyone will remain in quarantine, but we will also be managing and supporting that family in terms of their health needs and any other needs they have.
Queensland's recorded another 9 coronavirus cases in the past 24 hours, takes their total to 943. Queensland Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk has told Nine the stay-at-home measures are starting to pay off.
We need to make sure that everyone is staying home and doing the right thing. So we've got a long way to go. This is just the start of it. And I think that we are seeing the measures that we have put in place are starting to have an impact.
The Federal Finance Minister Matthias Cormann says the government will not make any changes to its JobKeeper wage subsidy bill today. A smaller than usual number of MPs and senators will sit in Canberra to pass the $130 billion COVID-19 support package. Federal Labor will pass the legislation, but it's raised concerns about many casual workers and temporary visa holders who will miss out. But Senator Cormann says it's a plan that will help 6 million Australians.
The economic mission is to keep as many businesses in business as possible through this difficult period, as many Australians working for those businesses, in those jobs connected to those businesses, and we have expanded it to the not-for-profit and charitable sector.
The former choir boy who accused Cardinal George Pell of child sexual abuse says he respects and accepts the High Court's decision. In a statement issued overnight, the man known as Witness J said he's relieved the court process is over and hopes the outcome won't discourage abuse survivors from reporting their cases to police. Meanwhile, the 78-year-old Cardinal spent the night at a Melbourne monastery where he was taken after being released from jail yesterday. Reporter Stephanie Ferrier says a number of items have been tied to the property's front gate.
There's some ribbons that have been posted on the gate. They're, of course, a symbol of victims of child sexual abuse. And also there is a tricycle that has been tied up on the gate behind me.
Overseas, the US President Donald Trump says coronavirus is disproportionately affecting African Americans there. He says his administration's doing what it can to address what he's called a tremendous challenge. Mr. Trump says African Americans are getting hit very hard by COVID-19. Meanwhile, the head of the US National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, Dr. Anthony Fauci, says minorities are more at risk from aggravating conditions such as diabetes, hypertension and asthma.
When you look at the predisposing conditions that lead to a bad outcome with coronavirus, the things that get people into ICUs, that require intubation and often lead to death, they are just those very comorbidities that are unfortunately disproportionately prevalent in the African American population.
The acting secretary of the US Navy has resigned amid uproar over his handling of a coronavirus outbreak on an aircraft carrier. Thomas Modly fired the USS Theodore Roosevelt's captain, Brett Crozier, after he pleaded for help in a letter leaked to the media. Mr. Modly apologised yesterday. After it emerged, he called the captain's actions naive and stupid. The secretary's exit comes a day after Donald Trump signalled he might get involved in the dispute. This is ABC News.
RM. On air, online, on your digital TV, and on the ABC Listen app.
Hello, time for Life Matters. I'm Hilary Harper. And we're going to meet another of the ABC's kindness heroes today. She created a project for connection that started locally, has gone global, and now it not only helps people during the current pandemic, but it's given comfort during crises big and small all around the world. Here's a little indication of what impact it's having.
I was going through a tough time at school. I just found out that I had a learning difference, and the heart showed me that people cared.
Michael Mackenzie will bring you that story of the 1000 Hearts Project later here on Life Matters. A lot of grandparents and grandchildren are missing each other at the moment as isolation measures keep us physically apart, or we choose to use other safer means to stay in touch. And if your family member is in aged care, all visits might have been banned, though some facilities have been keeping physical access open with strict hygiene control measures and screening procedures. We're going to hear today from one provider that's doing just that. But I'd love to hear your story as well. If your family member's in an aged care facility, are you still able to visit? And what do you think of the way the facility is handling this situation? It's a tricky one, isn't it? You can leave a comment on our Facebook page or send me a text message, and the text number is 0418 226 576. Joseph Ibrahim is with us. He's Head of Health, Law and Ageing Research at the Department of Forensic Medicine at Monash University and a consultant physician in geriatric medicine. Joseph, welcome to Life Matters.
Hi, Hilary. Pleasure to be here.
Let's look at the sector as a whole, Joseph. Many facilities have banned visitors. What effect is that likely to be having on residents and their families?
There are significant effects with social isolation that people are likely to become depressed, become confused, develop delirium, far more fearful, not understanding why people aren't visiting, and I think become quite distressed by the absence of loved ones and the absence of a regular routine.
And obviously that could be even exacerbated in residents with dementia. Also, there's the quite shocking fact that in some facilities residents rely on family members for really basic things like extra feeding and care tasks. What's going to happen to people in that situation?
Well, the issue is complicated. You raise a good point that we shouldn't have to be relying on family to be providing direct personal care. We've argued that those family members that are providing direct essential personal care should be allowed to continue to attend aged care facilities. Some homes may have the ability to increase their staffing to meet that need. I'm not sure on the ground whether that staff is available. The other issue is that if you are in your 90s with dementia and you're used to your daughter coming in to feed you every day for 5 years, how you respond to a new face and a new routine would be quite challenging.
It's interesting too that the government advice was to limit visits, to stay away if you're at risk of infecting anyone, to be really good with your hand hygiene, to practice your distancing, but not necessarily to stop coming completely. Why do you think so many facilities have chosen to put blanket bans on?
I've changed my thinking. When I first thought about lockdowns, I was absolutely against them, thinking that they would be cruel and harsh. As the evidence has come through overseas, particularly in Spain, Italy, France, the United States, where homes have been abandoned, deserted, and older people have died, the priority now, I think, shifts to protecting the residents as much as we can from the infection. And so we do need to lock down and protect older people, but we need to do that in a humane way. We cannot treat them as if they're in jail or in complete isolation. And with innovation and thinking, we can connect people, we can look after them, we can remind them that they're cared for. That I think is the essential part. One of the dilemmas, I think, for people across Australia is the wide variation in care homes, where some places are allowing visits of different times and different lengths, and others have completely shut out all family. What we need is consistency and an explanation why we should be adhering to a lockdown, and be able to demonstrate that it's humane and we're still providing the care and the comfort older people need.
And Joseph, you've got an idea for 3 kinds of visitors that should still be allowed in. Tell us about them.
So when we thought it through, we considered why people visit, and the 3 conditions we think that should be an exception is a person who's at end of life, a person who provides comfort and reassurance for a person with dementia who remains unsettled and fearful without that. And the third category is what you mentioned earlier, Hilary, is family members that are providing hands-on care with feeding, toileting, showering, the things that we would usually expect the home to do. If family have been doing that, then I think they need to be allowed in. We can train that group of people in infection control, hand hygiene, set a routine, and they're able to visit their loved ones. People that visit for a conversation, that can be done over the phone or via any of the Zoom, Skype, WhatsApp, or whatever those things are. It's possible to still talk and see people. You don't have to be physically present.
But those three categories are very important, as you say. Let's hear now from Jackie, whose mother's in an aged care facility in WA. And before she went into lockdown a few weeks ago, she would come to Jackie's place on Saturdays and also go out for a coffee with her on Wednesdays. And it is very different now.
The first couple of days, there was a lot of tears. She's really missing going out, missing interaction with her family and especially her grandkids, our dogs. But I guess we've gradually come to a bit of an understanding that, it's for the well-being and health of all of the residents, so not just her. Unfortunately, she has drug-induced Parkinson's, so she's confined to a wheelchair. She can't stand, she can't move herself around at all, so she's very much dependent on the staff who are lovely at the nursing home. There's not enough of them to give the one-on-one care that's now required with the lack of visitors that are coming to the facility. So there's, been a few occasions where she hasn't got anyone to take her to the toilet. There's been a few accidents. I can also hear in her voice that there's some changes occurring. So she's starting to slur her speech quite a bit. I think perhaps that's because she's not talking so much. I'm expecting that at the end of this period, however long it is, she's going to have even more reduction in her mobility. I spend a lot of time, sort of getting her to try and stand, sit, walk around a little bit when I have her, so she's not going to have access to that. And she tells me she hasn't been outside for 3 weeks since they've been locked away.
And there are some other really moving stories on the 7:30 website from a report they did late last week on this too. Joseph Ibrahim, is it a case of being stuck between a rock and a hard place for a lot of facilities if they can't guarantee resident safety for infection, if even the crucial kinds of visits continue?
It's a horrible situation. This isn't a situation anyone would choose, and your heart breaks when you hear the stories, particularly from Jackie. You're correct, it is between a rock and a hard place. In terms of a pandemic, we have to juggle the needs of the individual, their family, the other residents, the staff, and the community as a whole. And that means compromising. What is particularly disappointing is the long history leading into the problems with aged care have not been addressed. And COVID on top of that has made things particularly clear as to what the failings are within the system as a whole. The questions that we ask is why do we have a shortage of people to provide the basic care? Why is the facility not able to take Jackie's mum just outside? There's no reason not to do that. One of the conversations we've had, and one of the reasons people want to continue to visit, is they lack fundamental trust in the system. And I think what we need to be doing is to be reassuring people with evidence, demonstrating that people are being looked after, demonstrating that we're going that extra mile to provide the care and maintain their health. That, I think, is largely still missing.
And I would really love to hear your thoughts on this too. Perhaps you've got a family member in aged care. I'd like to hear how that facility is handling this, as Joseph said, very tricky situation. You can head to our Facebook page and join the discussion there. Or you can send me a text right now, and that number is 0418 226 576. We're talking with Joseph Ibrahim. He's Head of Health Law and Ageing Research at the Department of Forensic Medicine at Monash University and a consultant physician in geriatric medicine. And some facilities are still allowing visitors. Let's find out how they do that. Angela Raguz is General Manager of Aged Care at Hammond Care. Angela, thanks for joining us on Life Matters.
Hi, thanks, Hillary.
Now, your organisation is still allowing some visitors to come in and see residents. Can you tell us why you decided to do that?
We are. Look, I have to say, it is absolutely a difficult decision that we've had to make. we've really looked at how do we balance, as Joe said, the different interests of the community, the individual resident and their family, the staff. I think the term lockdown is one that's being thrown around when we know that a lot of the facilities are not in complete lockdown. We've still got staff coming into services, we've still got health professionals who are able to visit. Goods and things need to still keep coming in. What we've done is restricted the visits, but still enable people to spend that face-to-face time with a loved one once a day.
And Angela, I imagine you've got some pretty heavy screening procedures and hygiene procedures. Walk us through how it works.
Yeah, well, what we've done, we've really employed and redeployed some of our enabling portfolio services and brought in some additional staff to run a concierge service. So in front of every home, we have a comprehensive screening process where we are at the same time training people, I guess, in infection control practices. We're making sure that we're screening for any signs and symptoms. We're making sure that people do wash their hands both before they go into any of the services and then again when they leave the room of the resident before they depart the service. We've put in place the social distancing principles, so people can't come in and visit in the common areas and have large numbers. There is visit restrictions about being in the rooms and then about being either in the room or in the outside areas so that we've got that distance between the visitor and other people. We're limiting the time that visitors can come in at this stage. But those screening processes, we do that for staff and visiting medical practitioners and whoever else is coming to the service must go through the concierge process. And that's how we're screening it at this stage.
And Angela, obviously that involves quite a significant investment in protective equipment, in cleaning products, in training and upskilling staff, as you mentioned. Why is it, do you think, that your facility is managing to do that and so many other facilities have said, look, that's too hard, we can't do it, we're just going to restrict visits completely?
Look, it's really hard to respond on behalf of other providers. What I know is that mostly I think the decisions are being made, based on the best information that those decision makers have and thinking about their facility-specific components. That might mean the way that we've approached things is harder to achieve in sort of large-scale facilities. The benefit of what we have in place in a lot of Hammond Care facilities is they are small. So we have a lot of houses with between 8 and 15 people. So we can set up those concierge processes and we can minimise the number. But if you imagine you have a large service with over 100 people living in one building, it may be that it's a lot more difficult to monitor whether or not the visits are happening in someone's room, whether or not people are adhering to the social distancing principles. So I think it is based on, at a provider level, providers have to make the decisions based on what they can and can't achieve. We've approached it from the perspective that the risk, it's not just a risk of people being infected with COVID. The risk is also that if we don't have people able to continue that connection with people who they love, then there are consequences to that as well. And those consequences can reflect in the person's health and well-being. And we heard from Joe that, it can increase people's depression, people can become more confused, people can become isolated, and physical health does deteriorate in response to those emotional triggers as much as anything else. So it's about trying to find a sensible balance and maintain people's connection with people who they love, but minimising all of those other risks through rigorous screening and controls. And, we're not through the end of this by a long shot. And so we also have to think about what can we do for the longer term. I don't think this is something that will be resolved in 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months. And so we're thinking about people who are at the end of their life and this really to deny people the opportunity to see their loved ones, we've said we're not there yet.
And as Joseph said, and as you've stressed too, it's such a changing situation day by day, and the government's information stresses that too. Things may change. Joe, Ibrahim, the devastating findings of the Royal Commission into the aged care sector are so fresh in our minds. Is it a problem in your view that many facilities are now closing their doors to that little extra bit of outside scrutiny that families provided?
Absolutely. What I want to do first is highlight that Angela and Hammond Care are not your typical provider. And there's 900 providers, 2,700 facilities in Australia, and their ability to cope and strategise the way that Angela and Hammond Care have done is not the same. So plaudits to Angela and Hammond Care for doing what they're able to do. In terms of the Royal Commission, and this isn't me saying it, it's the Royal Commissioners released the report calling it neglect. They identified systemic failures in the aged care system that have been there for years. We've known that for a long time. No significant changes have occurred No significant changes have occurred following the report of the Royal Commission. We still lack transparency. We still don't know what's going on. Closing the doors so that there is no view from the outside concerns me deeply. One of the issues I think that will raise its head is if facilities are short-staffed, people will not get the care that they normally do, that there may be people resort to the use of chemical and physical restraints to manage some of the responsive behaviours that will occur with people with dementia who are isolated, fearful, don't understand why people are wearing masks and gowns and being instructed to do things in a rigid way. We should be planning to monitor that closely in every home throughout Australia every day.
And Jo, you had some really interesting ideas for that monitoring and increasing that communication and perhaps dealing with that trust issue. Just quickly in our remaining time, walk us through some of the things that you think might help.
So these are really just off the top of the head and need some debate and thought. One of them is to, again, introduce cameras, have body cams on staff, be providing interviews with individual residents, getting a resident committee together to report to a group in the family about what's happening in the facility, identifying 3 or 5 of the family members that regularly visit and have them be the group that the facility is accountable. The more dramatic solutions is to have a member of the military attached to every home following a script or a list of criteria that are reported on. And in my experience with the work in the death investigations at the coroner's court, people are reassured when there's an external objective person providing the information. Getting individual reports from providers is almost always going to be upbeat and optimistic. And given the Royal Commission's finding, it's hard to rely on that.
Angela, I just quickly want to get your response to some of those ideas, having body cams on people who regularly visit and perhaps having an external person, an external presence, possibly in the form of the military in homes. What are your thoughts?
Look, my thoughts are that there's no doubt that the aged care sector needs to continue to have that transparency that was starting to come about through the Royal Commission. That as a sector, as Jo says, there is a level of mistrust as a result of some of the stories that were heard through that Royal Commission process. I personally, the idea of body cams, particularly in areas with people who have dementia, I think we have to be really careful about how that plays out and how that's used, and understanding that if people are within their home space, any sort of filming has to balance the privacy and dignity of individuals who may be in a place in their life where they wouldn't want that to be sort of publicly available to the rest of the world. But that's not me saying that I don't believe the industry and providers need to have that scrutiny. So external, we welcome the idea of any external review and having that throughput or the being able to see into aged care facilities. That does need to continue, and we need to make sure that providers are providing the opportunity for, whether it's the military, whether it is the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, whether it is family members in varying forms, they need to be welcoming that, because all of that does is improve the quality of care if we're maintaining that transparency and visibility of what's happening for people.
And it's great to have an example of how it can be done differently. Angela, Joseph, thanks so much for joining us on Life Matters today.
Thanks very much, Hilary.
Thanks, Hillary.
Angela Raguz is General Manager of Aged Care at Hammond Care, and Joseph Ibrahim is Head of Health Law and Ageing Research at the Department of Forensic Medicine at Monash University. And if you do have concerns, there are a couple of places you can call. You can call the Older Persons Advocacy Network or the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, the Older Persons Advocacy Network or the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission. You're listening to Life Matters. I'm Hillary Harper. Michael McKenzie is with us too. Michael, what are people saying about this?
Well, people are having very different experiences depending on the aged care facility. So this rather terse text came in, but I love its tone. It says nursing homes. They rely on phones. Why not send cards? Write an old-fashioned letter. Teach the grandchildren to write to nursing homes like World War II. Do not mention Skype and Zoom. Get real. Many nursing homes do not have public internet. Wi-Fi is jammed. No public computers. Overwhelmed staff. And on that kind of theme comes this lovely text that said, I send little cutout surprises by snail mail to my 3-year-old grandson. This provides me with the opportunity to talk to the post box for my good health. I also SMS a carrot top, I think it's a real carrot top, Hill, giving out its new fronds on a daily basis, which gives us continuity. So this person is sending a growing carrot as it fronds, increase. Robin texts, hi Hillary, we moved my 91-year-old father from Lakes Entrance, 5 hours drive from us, to a facility closer so we could see him more. Then they went into lockdown 2 days after he arrived. However, the new facility seems fantastic and they're getting him out of his room to join social activities which he would never do in his old residence. I'm glad they're in lockdown for the safety of residents and staff. They're organising FaceTime visits, and although Dad can't hear us, he can at least see us and we can blow him kisses.
Aww.
Not everybody has these kind of scenarios happening. There's some sadder ones which I'll share later.
Thank you, Michael. Michael McKenzie here on Life Matters. You're listening to Radio National.
Hi there, I'm Gigi Foster.
I'm Peter Martin, and we are The Economists. No one knows what's going to happen next, and it's beginning to look as if 2020 is in free fall.
As the unpredictable impact of the coronavirus pandemic continues, the virus also has its claws in all of our pockets. Everyone from the very rich to the very poor will be affected.
We will share what we know to help you understand these crazy times.
Join us for The Economists, Thursdays at 5:30 or anytime on the ABC Listen app.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson's health has deteriorated as he enters his second week of being diagnosed with COVID-19. And the 55-year-old's experience is what many people have gone through. It shows the dangers that people can face in the later stages of trying to fight off the virus. On today's CoronaCast, Dr. Norman Swan explains why it's known as the second week crash.
Hello, this is CoronaCast, a podcast all about the coronavirus where we answer your questions. Now, that music is actually a musical rendering of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, but we'll have more on that later. I'm health reporter Tegan Taylor.
And I'm physician and journalist Dr. Norman Swan. It's Wednesday, the 8th of April.
Norman, let's start by talking about British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. What can we say about this at this stage?
Well, just need to say that we record CoronaCast a few hours before it's released, so we really can't talk in detail about Boris Johnson's condition, and we wish him well. Now, what we're seeing here is really a very typical path for somebody who's actually going to deteriorate pretty well to begin with, mildish symptoms. In fact, for a period, you feel really well, and then you start to decline. People might have seen the video that Mr. Johnson released a few days ago, where he really did look dreadful. And obviously he's got worse since. He looked in that video to me as if he had a low blood oxygen level. He's on the older side, he's 55, going towards the higher risk group. First tested positive, I think, on March 26th. And this is what's typical, which is the second week crash where you do decline. As I say, we can't really talk too much about it because we're speaking a few hours before you're hearing the CoronaCast. But this is the reason why we try and reduce the coronavirus in the community as much as possible, because it's relatively unpredictable who in the younger age groups get it, and they don't necessarily have to have other diseases or diagnoses. I've no idea what Boris Johnson's other medical conditions are, if indeed he has any. He looks pretty healthy to me, but it's pretty typical that when younger people outside the 70-plus age group get it, they don't necessarily have any risk factors. That's the scary thing about this.
Yeah, it's still pretty shocking when someone in such a prominent position is so unwell.
Yes, and they become a symbol for the problem, and of course it makes the problem very much more personal. Anyway, as I say, we wish him well.
So CoronaCast is primarily a podcast. It's all about answering audience questions, and we've got heaps to get through today. So first up, if soap and water kills the virus, why don't we just wash all personal protective equipment?
Good question. You can certainly clean the masks and those plastic masks. They can be cleaned with detergent. But a lot of PPE is disposable rather than reusable. So some personal protective equipment is reusable. So I think the mask is. Some forms of the gloves are, but most of the gloves are disposable. So you can't wash the gloves. Some people think you can wash surgical masks. I think the jury is out on that. But most of the clothing these days is, in fact, disposable. The manufacturers don't make it, they don't design it to be washed and reused, and you may destroy some of the protection in the gown, for example. Whereas some PPE is designed to be reused, and when you look at the Ebola epidemic and people in the field, you can see people being hosed down or disinfected after their session, and that is PPE being reused. And it's a common problem in healthcare when you have equipment which you're short of, but which is designed for one use and it's reused. It happens in other areas as well, and it's highly controversial as to whether or not you really can reuse it safely.
We've got someone else asking, if the acids in your guts kill the virus, then how come it's been detected in feces?
Well, I'm not convinced there's evidence that acid in the gut does kill this virus. There's no question that the fecal-oral route is a risk in this virus, meaning that it is in the feces, and if you don't wash your hands after you've been to the bathroom, you can infect food, and the likelihood is that the food then can carry the organism into you. And I think what happens in the gut is either it resists the acid, it's hidden in food and gets through the acid environment of the stomach, or there's enough virus that just enough gets through the gut into the rest of the bowel, it allows to multiply. I don't think that people fully understand that. It's a very good question, but essentially there's a lot of bugs that can get through the acid in the stomach.
So countries around the world are all working really hard to contain the virus. Someone's asking, how did the Chinese contain the virus to just one province? Why has it spread so far across the world, but it doesn't seem to have spread through the rest of China?
Well, I think it has spread to other parts of China. I don't think it's just to Hubei province. Just the Hubei province was the worst. And what they did was essentially lock down the province. They stopped people going in and out, and they ring-fenced Hubei province and essentially stopped travel. And that's how they contained it, in the same way as other countries have managed to contain it, including Australia. Our success in containing this virus so far has been in containing overseas visitors and people who are carrying it from overseas. A couple of spectacular failures on cruise ships, but nonetheless, we've been quite good, 8 out of 10 for our work on borders. And that's what the Chinese did very well, containing it to the province. But some did escape because people did go back to where they came from. And they've contained that by the traditional means of, I think they've isolated areas as well. They've gone for clusters, they've done intensive testing, contact tracing, quarantining, lockdown, the sort of things in a very aggressive way that would have been hard to tolerate in a country like Australia.
So sometimes when you're seeing photos and video from elsewhere in the world where there's been a lot of the virus, you see them spraying disinfectant in the streets. What are they actually spraying? What does it do?
Well, I think this is an unproven technique. They used to do this sort of thing when the plague hit in olden times. They did it quite a lot during the flu pandemic. And I think it's in the hope that they're going to knock out the virus in high prevalence areas. I think that, it's a general spraying of the street. It's hard to imagine, unless there's a lot of people in the street with the virus, that it's actually going to be worth doing. What is worth doing is disinfecting high touch areas, so that you actually go around railings, things that people touch a lot, ATMs. Those high frequent touch areas are the things that are worth disinfecting. Whether or not you get a value for money from spraying disinfectant on the streets, I think is highly questionable.
So in some other countries like Japan and Sweden, it looked like they were doing really well, and then they're now seeing a rapid uptick in the number of people who have COVID-19. What has happened there, and is there a risk that it's going to happen here?
Well, I think Sweden had a bit of a hands-off approach to business as usual approach to the epidemic. as we've seen, that can be a very dangerous way to go. And if you're not testing a lot, I'm not quite sure what the testing regime was in Sweden, but if you're not testing a lot, you don't notice it, and it just grows under the surface and then bursts out because the fire gets fueled. If you are relaxed about this, or you think, well, we'll just let it go and let herd immunity develop, so that it runs away from you much faster than herd immunity develops. And that's the situation you've got across Europe and in the United States. And it's very hard to pull back under control once it gets off on you. So it could have been predicted that Sweden, for example, would see a problem. And hopefully it's not too bad and they'll be able to pull it back.
So will we see the same thing happen here in Australia?
If we did, it'd be what people call the second wave. And the reason that we've got such great tail-off in numbers is that overseas cases of COVID-19 have fallen right away. They're really declining fast. What's sitting there underneath that is a slow but steady increase, maybe tailing off, but slow but steady increase in community spread, either from overseas cases or unknown, where you've caught it from. Now, that's the fuel for the future fire. And as we've seen in this pandemic, small numbers can become very large numbers very quickly. And so the nervousness of government and others is if you let your foot off the brake too quickly, without everything being in place, that will pour petrol on that fire, and it could go exponential because we've still got a lot of non-immune people in the community. So that's the worry here. So normally at this point in the CoronaCast, I talk about a new piece of research, but today, Tegan, you want to talk to me about something?
I do. I want to talk about a music that we heard a bit of at the start. Actually, let's listen to a little bit more of it now. It's actually a musical rendering of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, and specifically of the spike protein, which is the part of the virus that allows it to attach to our cells. It's the spike that gives the coronavirus its name, its little crown. So it was made by musicians and engineers at MIT, led by Professor Marcus Buehler. And what they did was they assigned each amino acid, so the building blocks of the proteins, a note, and then things like the volume or the duration of the notes and the rhythm were derived for how the amino acids are arranged in space, because you often see them in like these curly helix shapes. And then the protein itself is actually like folded together and intertwined. And so that was reflected by intersecting melodies. So it's really pretty. I actually was listening to it in my headphones as I was working all day. And even though it sounds a bit frivolous, it actually has a potential scientific application. So Professor Buehler's pointed out that our brain's ability to process sound actually reveals details that we might miss using microscopes, because we're actually really sophisticated at untangling quite detailed sounds. And he hopes that this approach could even maybe be used to design drugs to fight the virus, where you might have a musical rendering of the virus, and then you might be musically rendering different proteins, and if you found one that matches the melody and rhythm of the antibodies that could interfere with the virus's ability to infect, then that's where you could turn your attentions for drug development.
So if one of your kids is resisting practicing the violin, tell them they could hold the cure for coronavirus in their hands.
Precisely.
It's crazy stuff.
That's Dr. Norman Swan and online health reporter Tegan Taylor there with their podcast CoronaCast. You can get it on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts. And CoronaCast is now on Spotify too, if that's your preferred podcast player. And we're going to put a link to that music on our Facebook page, ABC RN Life Matters, because it's beautiful and weird. Click like while you're there on the Facebook page and you'll be able to see all the good stuff. Now, Michael McKenzie is up next with a really beautiful story about lovely things heading off in the post to make people happy. You're listening to Radio National.
Coronavirus is changing the way we live, work and communicate. Changes can be hard, so it's vital to take care of ourselves and others. Prioritising your mental health is important. To help, there are some things you can do, like eating well, keeping active, talking with family, friends and neighbours via telephone or video calls, or making a new daily routine. Together we can help stop the spread and stay healthy. Visit australia.gov.au or abc.net.au/coronavirus to learn more.
Over the last few Wednesdays, we've had the great pleasure of bringing to you some of the ABC's Kindness Heroes. It's a campaign that began in late 2019 as part of our Australia Talks series, and we're now bringing to you here on Life Matters and also online and through ABC Life some of the wonderful examples of people practicing kindness in a way that others wanted to nominate?
I was going through a tough time at school. I just found out that I had a learning difference, and the heart showed me that people cared. And I think Sarah saw that I really liked the heart and thought that maybe other people would like the heart.
And my guest today comes from Kingston in Tasmania. Her name is Sarah De Jong. And Sarah, welcome to Life Matters.
Thanks so much, Michael. Thank you for having me.
Sarah, you are the founder of 1000 Hearts Project. This started in 2016. You've been nominated for Kindness Hero because there could be no better time, as we were talking earlier, for this project to really be already established. Explain why that is.
Well, I seem to have accidentally created a project that really works well for a time where people are in lockdown and socially isolated from one another. 1000 Hearts is all about connection and community, but the way it works is you don't actually have to be physically with other people to connect in the ways that we connect within that community. So you can be sitting at home making hearts on your own or with your family, and as long as you're putting good intentions out into the world and putting love into those hearts, you're then able to post them or drop them off in a safe way and still be spreading some kindness, which I think we actually really need now more than ever before. And I think it was very much needed before as well.
So for those people already intrigued, how do you make a heart, Sarah?
It's very simple. There are instructions online and it's very basic sewing skills. So it really is just two pieces of heart-shaped felt sewn together and stuffed to make a little pocket heart, which is designed to carry in a pocket or elsewhere with people to remind them that they are cared about and loved, and I think to serve as a reminder that there is kindness and goodness in the world and in all of us, and I think that can be very powerful.
My name's Abby and I've made over 150 hearts.
I've been making hearts with students. They come in if they've had a rough day.
We've made 250 of these.
I'm about to deliver to Mount Druitt Palliative Care
I
Unit.
was absolutely overwhelmed.
Makes me happy.
There is pleasure in the making, but such power in the giving. How far around the world have your hearts gone?
They have gone global. They've gone to America and all throughout Europe, New Zealand and Asia, as well as all around Australia. So it's been really beautiful and quite overwhelming to see how far they've gone. And this morning I'm actually sending a kit to Italy as a gift from one of our community members for a friend she has living there. So it actually gave me great pleasure to send that to Italy this morning, and I really thought how beautiful to send a bit of love and kindness to a country that has been so impacted by the pandemic. And, you know, we've heard a lot about Italy in recent weeks. So the feeling you get from sending some kindness out into the world is just really powerful and I think very healing, actually.
Tell us how the project all began in 2016.
It started because I had been working in non-profits for quite a while and had realised that the best thing we can offer one another is kindness and care and true compassion and human connection. So I started a personal quest or challenge to make 1,000 pocket hearts to send out to people in random acts of kindness. At that time I did think it would just be 1,000 hearts, so that's where the name of the project came from.
How many is it now?
Well, that's impossible to say. Personally, I think I've made probably between 10 and 15,000, possibly more. I don't keep a tally.
I mean, you send out the skills around the globe, and so you've now got a bevy of heart makers around the world.
Heartists is what we call them, Michael.
My apologies. Heartists, if you're listening, our heart is with you.
I actually kept my heart in my front pocket where I could always feel it on my chest, and it was a constant beautiful reminder that the thoughts and prayers from everyone around us were supporting us.
It's very personal. A lot of people carry them in their pockets, but I've heard lots of variations. I got a lovely photo from a little kindergarten student who tucked it into her Blunston boot.
I love that.
People carry them in their bras. I've even heard on one occasion of someone tucking it into their undies. I'm not sure if that's what I would recommend, but they are washable though, so that's okay. So, in handbags, in wallets, some people keep it somewhere, so on their computer desk or a bedside table, under their pillow, tucked down the side of their mattress. It is very personal. It depends if people want to carry it with them all the time or have it somewhere to kind of come back to or be reminded.
Tell us about Carl in Tilba in central New South Wales, who received one, I think, from his best mate's wife.
Yeah, so his best mate's wife, Kate, had started making hearts. She had linked into the project online and she gave one to Carl because she knew he was going through a really tough time. So when the bushfires were happening earlier this year, Carl was actually living in his car so he could volunteer at the evacuation centre in his small town that was very much threatened by the fires. So he was in a really tough situation himself because of what he was offering to his community. And at that time, I actually really had a bit of a crisis of confidence in 1,000 Hearts because seeing the devastation of the bushfires, I really, really wondered if something like that could actually offer something meaningful. And so to hear from Carl, who messaged me to say thank you and to express his gratitude and the power of that gesture when his friend gave him a heart.
I did feel quite alone. So even there's a lot of people and there's a lot going on throughout the bushfires and the uncertainty of it all, I could just receiving this such a small token, a gesture of kindness, made a huge impact on the way I was feeling mentally.
So for me to hear that even in the face of such sacrifice and loss and fear, that little heart had actually given him something to literally and figuratively hold on to, that was a very touching moment for me to recognise that, that they're doing their job out in the world and what I intended in this project is coming to fruition, and that's incredibly, it's incredibly beautiful.
With me is guest Sarah De Jong, and we're talking here as she is the founder of the 1,000 Hearts Project back in 2016. She's also one of the ABC's winning Kindness Heroes, and you're kind of understanding why that is. Tell us the story about the young woman who received one of your hearts after she experienced the horror of the Manchester bombings.
Yeah, so I had a lady in Manchester who was linked in with 1,000 Hearts prior to the Manchester bombings, and she and I linked after that horrendous attack, and I said, look, I would really love to send some hearts if we can get them to the people, who have been impacted by that. And she had a contact at a local hospital where some of the injured people were being treated, and so I sent them to her and she got them to the hospital, who then distributed, and staff at the hospital then distributed them. So even that in itself for me was incredible, knowing that they were actually on their way to people who had been a victim, I suppose, of an act of hatred and violence. To offer kindness, I felt, and love was something that was really necessary.
And what's really powerful about that, Sarah, sorry to interrupt, is that the act of terrorism itself in Manchester was done by a stranger to people he never knew. And your act of kindness in response to that, again, often can come from strangers you never know. And because of that, it actually directly counteracts the very event that traumatised that person in the first place.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. I got an email from the mum of a young girl who had been injured in the attack, and that young girl was given a heart in hospital. And the mum wrote to me and said that receiving that heart, and you're right, the fact that it was from a stranger on the other side of the world had a lot of power for that young girl, because she realised that while violence and fear can come from a stranger, so can love and kindness and connection. So in receiving that heart, this young girl who had been too afraid to go out of her house since the attack had a little bit of faith in humanity restored and a little bit of hope restored. So that was something.
So how many heartists do you have working on the project?
Well, I don't know that either, because some of our heartists send the hearts back to me to be distributed in our free hearts program. But many people out there are making hearts for their own community and their own family and friends. So I don't keep a track on those numbers, but I can say that it would be well up in the thousands and, possibly even heading towards our first million, I suspect, because there's just so many people out there, and some individuals are making thousands of hearts just themselves. So it's really grown, and it is like a network of kindness across the globe. And I'm in awe of the people doing it and how they've responded to this invitation to offer up a little bit of goodness.
This little bit of goodness, unlike us at the moment, is not bound by borders. These felt hearts have been sent to the USA, the UK, New Zealand, Kazakhstan, Mexico, Vietnam, Hong Kong, and on the list goes. People are going to be demanding in their thousands that we supply them with information about how to reach you. So rather than us being a bottleneck for all the people who now want to join 1,000 Hearts, I think it's time you said to us directly, Sarah, how people can either take a kit, make their own, or send a heart already made to someone they care about or don't even know.
So the first stop, I would say, would probably be the 1,000 Hearts website. So it's 1000hearts.com.au, and that has information, free download resources. You can request a little packet of free hearts through the website to start sharing kindness in your own area. And it has a link to the Etsy shop where the kits and things are available as well if you're interested in starting up your own little kindness project, which lots of people have done and with great effect. So the website is where I would direct people, and we are on social media, so they can link to that from there as well.
You realise you've just recruited a whole new global phalanx of harvests.
Yay!
They're going to be out there.
it's just a big army of kindness addicts. I absolutely love it.
Well, given how long this pandemic could last in all our lives in some form or other, there's no better time than to think about giving through this way. And I'm so chuffed that you have been a winner in the ABC Kindness Hero competition, Sarah, because we're all winners as a result. So thank you so much indeed for taking the time here on Life Matters.
Thank you very much for sharing the story.
Or receive one of these hearts and you'd like to share that experience, you can drop us an email, lifematters@abc.net.au. And that website that Sarah was mentioning is easy to find. Just put 1,000 Hearts into your search engine and it'll pop up straight away. Congratulations to Sarah De Jong for being a kindness hero before, during, and I suspect long after our current situation. And Hilary, a suggestion from the team as well, which has come through, I think it's a beauty, is that if you know someone in an aged care facility who needs to feel like they're connected to someone, even if they don't know you personally, maybe it's time to send them a heart.
That is a lovely idea, and I'm reassured too by the fact that Dr. Norman Swan said it is safe to send things through the post.
Yeah.
These hearts are washable too, so if you were concerned about there being a felt heart, you could just pop it straight in the washing machine from the container. It might be worth checking with the aged care home first, but what a lovely thing to receive in the mail just from a stranger.
It is, and given the stories we're hearing and you're about to read of people with aged parents in care facilities, this is the kind of thing we need.
Indeed. Dawn says, my husband died about 5 days after the aged care home shut down because of an outbreak of gastro. They wouldn't allow me to see him. He had Parkinson's with dementia and Lewy body disease and was profoundly deaf. And I think he just gave up, says Dawn, because he thought I had abandoned him. Of course, he had only a few more months to live, but I think that this hastened the process. And that's a situation that I think a lot of people right now could identify with. And another text, my parents are in a particular home, no contact, no chats over the gate, no newspaper deliveries, no edible treats, no progress on technology to enable phone calls, and no personalised contact on how parents are. I'm redundant, says our texter. I'm told I can post an Easter egg but not deliver it. And my father says it's chaotic in here. And Michael,
Well,
yeah,
look,
that's
thanks
the
for that,
theme.
Jill. That's the theme, yes. And look, there's so many others here, and we will get to some of your stories, we promise, in the mailbox next week. So just be aware of that. Now, look, we all need some hope, and we've been playing your songs to help us through these isolated times. In a segment we call Alone Together, Robin sent her choices in pretty early, and Robin gave us two choices. One was from Canned Heat, and the other from a British band put together back in the early 70s by Pete Townsend from The Who and his manager Kit Lambert. The band had one huge hit, and this is it. This is Thunderclap Newman with Something in the Air. Thanks, Robin.
Because there's something in the air. We got to get together sooner or later. Because the revolution's here, and you know it's right. And you know that it's right. We have got to get it together. We have got to get it together now. Because there's something in the air. We got to get together sooner or later. Because the revolution's here, and you know it's right. And you know that it's right.
Something in the Air by Thunderclap Newman, one of Robin's two choices for a song that we can connect with in Alone Together. And there is a great variety of music already in our online playlist on Spotify. If you'd like to add yours, tell us the story behind the song, the story that you think makes it really good for connecting people, and email us at lifematters@abc.net.au. That's Life Matters for now, but Namila Benson is up next with the art show, and the word curator has become a bit contentious. Are you really curating your social media feeds or a party playlist, or is that something only experts do? Namila's going to tease that out with a real live curator soon on the art show. You've been listening to Life Matters with me, Hilary Harper. I encourage you to head off to our Facebook page and continue those discussions that are really, really timely now. I'll catch you next time.
Good morning, Helen Zaremus with ABC News. The former choir boy who accused Cardinal George Pell of child sexual abuse has spoken for the first time since the High Court's decision. Zalika Rismol reports.
In a statement issued overnight, the man known as Witness J says he respects and accepts the High Court's decision. He thanked police and the Office of Public Prosecutions for their work, saying he felt well supported. His lawyer Vivian Waller says despite the stress of the legal process, her client is okay.
He's relieved that it's all over. It's been a very long journey for him.
The man also sought to reassure survivors of child sexual abuse, saying he hoped the outcome wouldn't discourage people from reporting cases of abuse to police.
Federal crossbench politicians say they're not being kept in the loop about the government's coronavirus response. Minor parties and independent MPs are pushing for a cross-chamber parliamentary committee to scrutinise the government's handling of the pandemic. Labor's already set up a Senate committee to do that, but the crossbenchers say its reach will be too limited. Sydney-based independent Zali Stegel says the government also needs to do a better job of communicating with individual MPs.
Every announcement that is made by the Prime Minister results in a flurry of contact to our electoral office of people very distressed. I've written and requested for greater information to be provided to MPs' offices so that we can actually assist the government in bringing on board the Australian public.
Federal Labor says it'll keep pushing the government to expand its JobKeeper wage subsidy scheme after the legislation passes Parliament. Labor says it plans to amend the legislation to cover more casual workers and temporary visa holders when it's debated in Canberra today. But if that doesn't work, it says it'll lobby the Treasurer to tweak the virus rescue package over coming weeks. Labor leader Anthony Albanese says his party doesn't want to hold up the passage of the bill today.
So we'll raise those issues in both second reading amendments, and we will have in detail amendments. We'll see whether they're passed in the House of Representatives. If they're not, we won't be pursuing in detail amendments in the Senate because we don't want any delay to this legislation.
Australia's death toll from the virus has risen to 49 after another person died in Victoria. Its Premier Daniel Andrews says there have been 21 new cases in the past day, taking Victoria's infection rate to 1,212. He says the numbers are stabilising in Victoria. Health authorities in New South Wales say an adult and a child quarantined at a Sydney hotel have been diagnosed with a coronavirus. Husnia Shams reports.
New South Wales Health says the two people were members of a family of 7 travellers staying at the Hilton Hotel in the CBD. That's been home for several hundred travellers for the last fortnight. They've been in compulsory quarantine since coming back from overseas. The adult and child were taken to hospital last night after developing coronavirus symptoms, and they've been confirmed with the illness this morning. Chief Medical Officer Dr. Kerry Chant says authorities are assisting the other family members. Meantime, hundreds of other travellers are leaving Sydney hotels for home this morning after passing final health checks.
The Tasmanian Premier has warned police will pay special attention to the state's northwest as health authorities try to contain an outbreak there. Of 9 new cases announced yesterday, 8 are linked to Burnie's Northwest Regional Hospital, taking the total cases linked to the hospital to 15. New York State's recorded its highest daily death toll from the virus and overtaken Italy for the confirmed number of cases. 731 people died in New York in the past 24 hours. It's recorded almost 139,000 infections. That's about 3,000 more than Italy, but with only a third of its population. Italy rapidly overtook China as the epicenter of the pandemic until it was passed by the US. The New York Governor, Andrew Cuomo, says the latest day's deaths take New York's total to almost 5,500.
Behind every one of those numbers is an individual, is a family, is a mother, is a father, is a sister, is a brother. So a lot of pain.
And World Athletics has suspended all qualifying for next year's postponed Tokyo Olympics until December. It says any performances between now and then and the end of November will not count towards qualification. The IOC says about 6,500 athletes will remain eligible. ABC News.
RM.
RM.
On air, online, on your digital TV, and on the ABC Listen app.
When you hear the word curator, what springs to mind? Is it a word that can only be used in a museum or gallery context to describe the role of a caretaker of precious cultural objects? Or maybe you fancy yourself as a bit of a curator of Instagram feeds, music playlists, hairstyles, and yes, I've even heard it in the context of lawns. So what's up with this word? What does it mean? And these days, can anyone call themselves a curator? Hi there, Namilla Benson with you, and this is The Art Show. Now, I remember a time when I felt that one of the most overused words in the art world was juxtaposition. It seemed like the word was hijacked and used in a whole range of contexts that kind of sat awkwardly with me. Fast forward to the present day, and the new buzzword is curator. Everyone is now a curator of food, of playlists, of household tasks and dance parties. Now, I know it's partially me being an old crank, but imagine my surprise when the art show producer, Anna Frey Taylor, sent me an article from the New York Times called Everyone's a Curator Now. And I have to tell you, I read it and I had to laugh in recognition. The article was written by writer, broadcaster, and you guessed it, curator, Lou Stoppard. Hey there, Lou.
Hi, thank you for having me.
I have to tell you, I absolutely hooted when I read your article, and it was like you'd been walking around in my head. So it got me wondering, was there a particular context of the word curator that led you to sit down and tap out this article?
I think for me, it was starting to see the word in very commercial context. So I would get emails from brands saying, you know, our new curated holiday edit, or our curated sort of bikinis, our curated summer clothing. And I mean, the conversation over the expansion of the word curating, like, as you know, has been happening within sort of museum circles and within sort of academia for a while. You know, someone like Hans-Ulrich Obrist, who I quoted within my piece, you know, he's talked about this for a while, but I felt like its explosion into this commercial world, into the language of sort of commerce, and also into the digital sphere, that was really what sort of was the catalyst for the piece. I heard friends using it a lot, and I found myself sort of kind of nodding along as people talked about curating a playlist or curating, you know, a bookshelf, and it just fascinated me how this word had just been totally sort of morphed into something entirely different from its intended usage. And also it seemed like a funny piece as well. Like I felt like I could have some fun. I wrote a piece a few years ago about the word content, and it, to me, this felt kind of a similar thing. So these kind of articles just sort of, they interest me.
Never stop writing them, please, please. Before we get into the ins and outs of what curating actually is, tell us the etymology of the word. Where is it from?
So it comes from the Latin for curatus, which is the past participle of curare, which means to take care of. So that's kind of why the word was first used in the context of museums and archives, because it was this idea of taking care of objects, which is why you get a lot of curators who say that, you know, you can only be a curator if you work with objects. That's where that comes from. It's this idea of protecting a collection, which is what a lot of museum employees do. You know, it's about ensuring that things are being kept appropriately, ensuring their welfare, ensuring that they will last within a collection. So that's the kind of root of the word. And obviously the way it's being used now is a very different application. I think now when people use it, they employ it as a synonym for choose or select. That's how it's used now. So it's kind of morphed from its original intention.
How do you define the term? What is a curator for you?
I think that's something that I really grappled with when I was writing the article, because
I do have this idea that curating in some way applies to sort of the world of exhibition making. And obviously, there are people who would differentiate those things. They would say, I'm an exhibition maker, not a curator. I think for me, it does come back to this idea of objects, this idea of presenting and uniting and displaying objects in a way that requires contemplation, requires some form of study, and requires some form of sort of desire to make these interesting correlations or suggestions. But then that sounds really lofty, and I'm not entirely sure. I think that was one of the sort of joys of working on the article, is I did get confronted with, you know, people who curating the digital sphere, you know, that is as valid. And I guess the answer is I'm not entirely sure what it means. I think it's been so, it's morphed as a word in terms of how it's used. And that's an interesting thing with language, right? How certain words do that.
Oh, yeah, and the way cultures shift the meaning of words over time. I mean, it's incredibly interesting. I'm wondering when you started to notice that the word curator was moving beyond a museum or gallery context.
I think it's been happening for a while. I would say probably for the last sort of 10 years or so, and then it really amped up about 5 years ago. And I started seeing sort of quite serious cultural institutions or quite serious sort of publications using it in this new way. So it was quite common to see articles referring to sort of a beautifully curated shop or a beautifully curated selection of things. And, you know, I was seeing these in newspapers and magazines, and I thought, oh, that's so interesting that this is just, people are just unquestioningly using this word. And, you know, now it's so ubiquitous, it's everywhere. You know, you see it everywhere, just completely everywhere. And that sort of fascinated me.
Oh, yeah, but the onslaught is on. It is used absolutely everywhere. Now, I asked you earlier, what is a curator? Tell me, Lou, what isn't a curator?
Well, I think the big thing that we need to avoid is this idea of just using it as a synonym for selected. I think that's the big thing that's happened, and that's what's allowed brands to kind of adopt this word. And I think, you know, one of the sources who I interviewed for my article, Andrew Renton, Professor Andrew Renton, he teaches curating at Goldsmiths. He made this really interesting point about who is doing the curating. So when you walk past the shop window and it says, you know, a curated selection of clothing, who's curated that? And I think that's what, it's when we can ask that question that maybe is a good time to be sort of cynical or doubtful about whether any actual curating has happened, because I think brands employ it as a way of suggesting that what they have done is intelligent or meaningful. And I think a lot of this is tied to issues around waste, around sustainability, around, you know, climate change. I think people are keen to suggest that their products are meaningful, that they are more than just stuff. And I think that's where we need to be sort of, you know, intelligently skeptical. But then I do think there's simultaneously what's happening in the digital sphere where people refer to curating. Some of that I don't think is people, you know, sort of being deliberately, strategically trying to imply that they've done something more intelligent than they actually have. I think some of that is simply an issue of linguistics. I think people are grappling with things like Tumblr, with Instagram, with this proliferation of, you know, digital stuff, and trying to search for a way to describe what they're doing. And so that's why you often hear people talk about a curated Instagram feed. You know, I'm not sure what word they use in that place. You know, is it edited? Is it well organized? You know, I'm not entirely sure. So I think some of it is just interesting issues of language and people trying to describe relatively new tasks. And that's quite fascinating, I think.
What do you think it is about the word, though, that has led to it being overused? Why does the word curating, the title curator, why does it have such mass appeal?
I think it's definitely a word that can be used in multiple ways. And that's part of the reason why this was an interesting article to write. But I think it's because sometimes people use it to reference multiple sort of objects or things. So, you know, I've curated this set of posts on my Instagram. I've curated these songs in a playlist. But people also use it in a way to make something sound beautiful or to make something sound glamorous. So, you know, people refer to a curated apartment. So they're referring to a singular thing, but with that word. And I think
what you see there is it's a very easy word to apply to something, and it instantly sort of injects this sense of artistic intelligence and kind of aesthetic sensibility. And, you know, I see why copywriters and sort of, you know, brands use it so much, because it's an easy word to use. And I think sort of the thing that's been the problem with it is this sort of slipperiness around what it actually means, and this kind of muddy definition has allowed it to be used in these multiple ways. So there's an example that I cite within the article, which was the British Vogue sort of headline on one of their supplements, where they talked about beautifully curated curls. So curated curls, this idea of sort of, you know, your hair. But that's how you see it used. You know, it is different to people referring to a curated set of objects, a curated set of songs. They're using curated to imply, I guess you could argue, the original definition, which is care. You know, so it's really interesting, these different ways that it's morphed. But I just think people use it very freely because no one's quite sure what it means. I think people have found it to just be a word that implies some sense of importance or some sense of consideration.
Well, it's really interesting that you say that, because in your article, Everyone's a Curator Now, you've written what I dare say is probably the most perfect sentence in that article, where your sentence is: the proliferation of curating speaks of a generation anxious for authority and authorship, and also for meaning. Tell me what you meant by that sentence, because I thought you really nailed it. I feel like it gives this added layer of authority to even what can be seen as quite frivolous in terms of what people's roles are. But explain to us what you meant.
I think what I was trying to sort of capture within that sentence is these strange times that we live in, where acts that were previously sort of refined to quite a small group of people, so this idea of organizing images or pictures producing a set of visual coincidences, these are things that now everyone can relate to. You know, everyone has, you know, most people have engaged with social media in some way now. So this idea of producing a picture to organizing a set of images in a way that is visually harmonious or that makes some sort of comment. Even the idea of, you know, laughing at a meme is in some way looking at juxtapositions, to use the word that you started with. It's looking at these it's looking at these sort of interesting correlations of images, of text, of ideas, and doing it in a way that is somehow communicating meaning. And these are ideas or actions that were refined to a small group of people. They're not anymore.
No.
So I think what you have is a generation growing up with things like Tumblr or Instagram or TikTok or whatever it is, who are understanding that idea of being a content producer, you know, being in some way an author, but also being aware of this sort of glut of content, this rush of content. So simultaneously feeling like they have some sense of authority and authorship, but also at the same time very aware that they have none, because so many other people share the same sort of platforms, the same abilities. So I think that's what I meant with this sort of generation anxious for authority and authorship. It's this idea of people wanting to have some sense of having made something significant, you know, wanting to have some sense of being pulled out from the crowd, which is, you know, what social media is about. It's this idea of being recognized, having likes, having, you know, recognition for what you've done. And then also, you know, ironically, in a way, there is also this search for meaning, you know. And I didn't mean that sentence to sort of be dismissive of a younger generation, because, you know, you see a lot of these articles written sort of talking about how ridiculous millennial culture is. And I didn't mean it in that way. I think it's more about looking at how these huge tech companies, these huge patterns of behavior and action have shaped what we care about, what we prioritize. And it's really fascinating to see how that filters down into language, which is essentially what the piece is about. It's a piece about linguistics. But I do think that search for sort of some sense of authority is at the root of why that word is used. So it seems something that I have to sort of tackle within the piece.
Yeah, I agree. You're a writer, you're a broadcaster, and you're also a curator. I'm wondering, at what stage of your career did you feel comfortable using the word curator as a title?
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting one, that. I think I was actually thinking about that while I was writing the piece. I mean, to be honest, I first started calling myself a curator quite simply when I first started making physical exhibitions. So as well as writing, I do curate exhibitions within cultural institutions, museums, galleries, and in a sort of quite traditional use of the word curating, with physical objects, photographs, garments, artworks. And that was definitely the point where I would define, if people said, what do you do? I would say I'm a writer and a curator. But then what is interesting is sort of what got me into making exhibitions within a physical space was a lot of digital work that I'd done. So when I started out my career, I worked for a website, Show Studio. There I worked on a lot of digital projects around certain themes. So we would sort of take a theme or an idea related to fashion, because it was a fashion platform. So it could be around sort of something to do with gender, or something to do with sort of, we did one around, the rise of sportswear, or we looked at sort of deliberate use of sort of ugliness or awkward aesthetics within high fashion. And we would commission films or interviews or, audio pieces. And in some ways, actually, that sense of working through a topic, often in some ways using objects, garments or particular collections as our inspiration, that was definitely what formed the foundations with which I went and sort of made physical exhibitions. So there you do get into this idea of the digital curator, which is, something that is quite widely accepted. Within museums, you see people who have those job titles who do that. It's not a particularly sort of forward-thinking thing to acknowledge that there can be digital curators. But it's interesting to look at my own career trajectory and see that actually the way I work in a physical space was very informed by the digital. But then it is a strange word. Often I find myself, when I talk about what I do, saying, I make exhibitions. And maybe that's a better way of putting it as well, which I think is something that a lot of curators are sort of thinking about. Towards the end of the piece, I look at the ways that different curators are sort of grappling with what to call themselves. I mean, Hans Ulrich suggests the term junction maker, which is something that was in turn suggested to him by J.G. Ballard, the writer.
How do you feel about that term?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I think junction maker, I mean, I understand it. I think it's very relevant to Hans Ulrich's practice. I'm not entirely sure. I'm kind of interested to see how it all shakes down. And I mean, in turn, there is this sort of amusing thing, which I do touch on within the piece, where if you go into museums or you go into sort of, academic spaces, so universities or research institutions, there is as much debate within those around the word as there is when you're walking down a high street and looking at a sign advertising, curated cheeses or whatever it is. I mean, curators themselves cannot agree on what the term means. Some people say, you have to work with a collection. Some people say, that you can be a curator if you are working independently. There's so much kind of, and I mean, that is an amusing side of it as well. That sort of,
the debate continues in the sector.
Totally. And it is fascinating.
But I guess if a person is working in the arts world, at what stage, Lou, would you suggest that it's reasonable to claim the title of curator? I think the joke often is that, someone curates one exhibition and bam, there's the title straight away. Is it after multiple exhibitions? I guess how far back does a curatorial practice have to go in order to rightfully claim the title of curator?
Well, that's a really good question. I think, to be honest, I would say people can call themselves sort of what they feel is appropriate. I mean, because one of the things that I did think about with this article was also about how, in some ways, this expansion of the term is a good thing, right? The world of museums, of curating, these institutions, these worlds have been very closed off, very elitist. And what we are seeing at the moment, which is really exciting, is an expansion of voices within those spaces. So people bringing fresh ideas, fresh ways of looking at work. You're seeing more people of colour, you're seeing more women, you're seeing, more people in power in those spaces. So I think what I was also cautious of doing with the article, obviously, it's one article, you can't do everything, was sounding sort of like I was dismissive of these new figures within the world of exhibition making and museums. Because I guess what I was trying to sort of needle with the piece was this sort of commercial adoption of the word. So this idea of brands using it, and also I guess this idea of it being sort of so common in sort of everyday parlance. But then within the world of museums, I'm not quite sure what I think about it. And I guess I'm interested to see, because I do think in a way, if someone thinks that title relates to what they do, then fine, and I think that's what's so interesting about, going back to that sentence, this generation anxious for authorship and authority. Some of, people feel this desire to sort of self-define, to say, this is who I am, this is what I do. And that's a kind of interesting part of modern life and modern society. And it's interesting to see people empowered to do that in a way. And it can obviously have positives and negatives. But within the world of museums, I think having more voices and people feeling like they can make a claim to these titles and worlds, I think that's kind of probably a good thing.
I think you're onto something. It's funny though, isn't it, that those who have been in the roles of curators for many years would probably feel that the newbies have to kind of earn their stripes, so to speak,
Of course, yeah. And also that there is a difference between being, rationally concerned about the overuse and misuse of a word and being dismissive of new curatorial voices. And I think there is a difference. And I don't think any of the people interviewed within the piece who are concerned about the overuse of the word curating are people who are dismissive of new curators. I think there is a difference between those two things. And you can have an intelligent, considered conversation around the spread of this word, which is something we've all noticed, without meaning that you're sort of instantly being dismissive of people adapting this new title. I think there is a difference between those two things.
Yeah, and with your article, you're definitely not dismissive. In fact, it's very well written, it's well researched. I think that there's a good balance of opinions that are in there, and you kind of consider the argument from, different ways. But most of all, too, it's funny, and that's what I loved about it. It's kind of,
thank you.
Took quite a light-hearted approach to something that is quite rampant, and particularly in the arts world, some of us scratch our head sometimes and we're like, I don't know about the context of using the word there, but okay, it's happening regardless.
It was a real joy to write it. It is a fun topic. These issues of language and linguistics, these are, I wanted this article to be something that would appeal to people beyond the world of art and museums and, fashion curation, because I think this is something that people notice. I think when you mention that word to people who don't work within the arts, they are aware of it. They've seen it in email newsletters that they get or on storefronts. So it felt appropriate to take a light tone. And I must say, I was laughing so much because the New York Times opened comments on it and people were putting the funniest responses because people were commenting words that get overused that really annoy them.
Like what?
Loads of people were saying handcrafted, which I thought was a really good one. You see that all the time, handcrafted. And another guy said the word campus, which really made me laugh because you have seen that sort of move beyond university into, brands where they'll talk about like on campus, and the people were putting such funny things.
I need to go and read
really
the comments.
Enjoyed that. Yeah, have a look. It was very funny having these suggestions. The handcrafted one really made me laugh.
Well, it was interesting before you mentioned about the spread of the word and how it's changing. And it's interesting times when we're talking about spread in a different way with COVID-19. How are these current times switching up the ways you're thinking about curating while social distancing and in isolation?
Well, it's a really good question, actually, because obviously so many museums and galleries have been forced to close, correctly, obviously, to help sort of stem the spread. But what an interesting time for museums and institutions to have to think about how they use different ways of letting people into their collections, into their exhibitions, without being able to access the physical space. So I think you're going to see a lot of sort of digital innovation in this moment where institutions try and open up their collections to the public because they need to they need to stay relevant through this period, and people want sort of cultural stimulation during this time. I think it's going to be a really fascinating moment because most museums and institutions, have cottoned on to how the opportunity areas of digital. You can do wonderful things with video, with audio, with different technologies. And I think it is fascinating to see how much this will move forward conversations around, the digitalization of collections, beyond just databases into something that is inspiring and interesting for people to work with, and, thinking about ways of adequately sort of displaying an exhibition online in a way where people who can't access, the museums themselves can see these things. And I think it hopefully will push these conversations forward.
Oh, absolutely. And I think access is a big thing that you've just touched on, is for those who all year round, are chronically ill or a part of the disability community, that now they can be welcomed into museum and gallery spaces as well.
Totally. And I think that is a really important thing. And I think one thing that the spread of this virus has made us realise how something can affect the whole world so quickly and in such a sort of profoundly upsetting and scary way. But hopefully what will happen through that is we also think about this sense of us all being in something together. And I think there's another lesson to be learned within that, as well as, often museums, they are physical spaces. So you think about, people being able to physically access them. But it is also nice to think about how someone living in an entirely different country, an entirely different continent, could also be inspired by the collection of a museum, on the other side of the world to them. And I think hopefully this distancing that has happened, we won't see so much of that after this. I mean, it sounds kind of very worthy to talk about these things at such a difficult time. Obviously, these things are low on priority lists in some ways. Museum collections and exhibitions, these are not at the forefront of conversations around coronavirus. People are thinking about the health system and doctors and the amazing work that's happening there. But I think it is important for everyone in every industry to sort of learn some lessons through this and think about, ways that it can shape what they do, and ways in which it should shape what they do.
That's right, and that it continues beyond just this present time.
Totally.
We've been speaking with writer, broadcaster, and yes, a curator, Lou Stoppard. It's been so lovely chatting with you, Lou. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And we'll put a link to Lou's article in the New York Times called "Everyone's a Curator Now" on the Art Show website. Well, as we stay home and stay safe, each week on the Art Show, we're going to be checking in with various artists and arts practitioners around the country to see how they're going whilst working in isolation. On this episode, we meet a Melbourne-based Tongan artist who is curator for access and engagement on the Te Pacifica redevelopment project over at Museum Victoria. Sione Napi Francis talks us through staying connected with community during this coronavirus pandemic.
Talofa lava, malolele, kia ora, uluvinaka, kia orana. I'm a curator at Museum Victoria, the curator for access and engagement for the Te Pacifica redevelopment project. I'm also an arts practitioner, and those two roles kind of come together in my curatorial practice. I'm very much about the community. That's why my role is in access and engagement. It is about connecting with our Victorian Pacific communities and wider Pacific communities and reaching back to the homelands. Going forward, we are kind of in a changing environment, as you know, with coronavirus. As Pacific people, we're very, very much tactile people. We can still inhabit the social media realm, and we have in the past, and we continue to as well. We can still connect using those social platforms and are evolving cultural practices. So there are ways to keep going forward. And I think that there has been change globally. Museums, galleries, and other institutions have engaged broadly on digital media platforms where everyone can come in a digital environment and connect and lift and engage and go forward. So yes, in a nutshell, what the advice I'd give to creatives is to find ways to lift and engage and share with your wider communities. In terms of looking at your practice, you know that time is irrelevant. You're not restrained by the 9 to 5 world. You can work in the middle of the night when the creative ideas come and spark. You can do it first thing in the morning when the birds come up. I've done it myself already in the last 2 weeks. And it's important to live in that moment, be in the moment and enjoy it for what it is. It's a unique opportunity.
Some very sage words of advice about concepts of time and how we can best use it to suit our creativity. From Sione Napi-Francis, Museum Victoria Curator for Access and Engagement on the Te Pacifica Redevelopment Project, for our Creation in Isolation segment.
You're listening to The Art Show with Namilla Benson.
This year marks 100 years since the birth of Australian artist Joy Hester. She's best known as a member of the pioneering Australian modernist group known as the Angry Penguins that included artists like Albert Tucker, who was once married to Hester, and Sidney Nolan. But to be honest, I find Hester's work way more interesting than either of the fellas. There's something about the sensuality, the strangeness, and the intensity of her work that's totally captivating. Kendra Morgan is Senior Curator at Heide Museum of Modern Art in Melbourne, and she's pulled together a brand new exhibition on Hester's art to celebrate the centenary. Kendra, hello there.
Hello, Namilla. Thank you for having me on the show.
Remind us why Joy Hester is such a significant figure in Australian art history.
Well, I think Joy Hester was one of the most original modernist artists of the 20th century in Australia. She had a very distinctive vision. Her work was very intuitive, and in fact, in some ways, it was very contemporary. It was very personal and very subjective, and those are, things that we value about art today. But in the 1930s and 40s, when she started her career, it was considered pretty radical. The works that she was creating, were very emotionally intense, as you mentioned, and graphically intense and unusual. But her originality makes her very important.
There's so much mythology around the Angry Penguins group. Why are they held up as such an important group of artists?
Well, that group, we at Heide Museum of Modern Art do refer to them as the Angry Penguins and also the Heide Circle, because they gathered around John and Sunday Reid, the founders of the museum, who bought the property in 1934 and really opened their homes to, kindred spirits. They were very interested in creating a homegrown but internationally informed modernist culture. And the artists who they gathered around them, some of whom you mentioned at the beginning, were very, key in the development of Melbourne and, in fact, Australian modernism. They were groundbreaking. They were very progressive. They steered art away from the tradition of the landscape and from conventional subjects like still lives and so forth, and made, subjective reality and psychological unrest, because a lot of them were creating art during the war and responding to the war. They made those areas legitimate subjects for art.
And so what was special about Joy's work in this context of Angry Penguins?
Well, first of all, she was a woman in a male-dominated group. And also, as you mentioned, she was married to Albert Tucker, and I guess he, in some way, was quite a dominant figure. So she was a little bit marginalised, although integral in that group. But she, very importantly, made drawing her chosen medium. And in the late 1930s, 1940s, 50s, when she was working, drawing wasn't considered an autonomous mode of expression as it is today. It was really considered subservient to painting, and often, drawings were seen as preliminary exercises to paintings. And Joy began to draw partly out of financial necessity. You know, she and Bert Tucker were very poor during this period, but also, and I guess it was also a very portable medium, but she also soon realised that the spontaneity and immediacy of drawing really suited her approach. And although she trialled oil painting, particularly when she had the support of the Reeds during the war because oil paints were expensive, she soon gave it away. She felt that drawing didn't present a barrier to her inner vision, and she was very focused on, I guess, conveying emotional and psychological states and experiences.
You pulled together over 100 works for this new exhibition at Heidi, which is called Remember Me. One work, Kendra, that really jumped out when I was flicking through the catalogue was Face One from 1947. It is so intense. Can you describe it for us and just talk us through what she's captured there?
Sure, I love that work too, and it marks an important shift in her work. It's quite a linear drawing, but the quite simplified of a head with a woman's head with the head thrown backwards. So the point of view we're looking at is really towards the chin, and the eyes are prominent and sit almost like poached eggs on her face, which you're seeing, you know, very foreshortened from our viewpoint. And she has long kind of washed hair in the background, and her neck is quite tense with the tenseness delineated with linear striation. So although it's sparing in detail, it's very rich in kind of imagination and innovation, and it's an incredible kind of image of proportion and tension and emotional power bottled up in a way. That work is one that I really wanted to include in the exhibition. It relates to another series called The Incredible Night Dreams, which were produced about the time that Joy Hester discovered she had cancer. And before she received some treatment for that cancer, which led to a whole series of faces, where this is the kind of springboard work for that faces. So it's a transition between the two series. But what I wanted to say also is that I really wanted to put it in the exhibition, but I couldn't track it down. And it passed through an auction house many years ago, and in the days of the owners moved from their original residence, and the auction house couldn't track it down, so we put it on Instagram. And I received an email saying from someone who said, I'm sure that work has just been donated to the Coonahan Gallery in Brunswick, and sure enough it had.
Oh, wow.
So we were able to, they very kindly released it early from an exhibition that they had put it in to kind of announce its donation, and so it came to Heidi. So the power of social media enabled us to include that work in the exhibition, which was quite thrilling.
In the late 1940s, I mean, I love that you mention the tension that's evident in some of Joy's work. She also created the Love series, though, which is a beautiful series of work made with pastels and ink of two bodies intertwined. What was going on in her life at the time when she created these images?
Yes, well, her life was very, admittedly very fascinating, and does work on several levels. And she had, when she discovered that she had Hodgkin's lymphoma in 1947, she decided on the spur of the moment, well, things actually all happened in a mad kind of rush. She decided to leave Albert Tucker and elope with Grace Smith, who was another artist who she just had met and had embarked on this passionate affair with. And she'd had a son with Albert Tucker called Sweeney. She left Sweeney with John and Sunday Reed at Heidi in their care. She was told she only had a year or two to live, and she went to Sydney. And that's where she received this radiation treatment for the cancer. And she did, in fact, go into remission. And so the love images come out of this period of, where she literally kind of had to look death in the face. And that's when she did these amazing faces, which then were transmuted into images of two faces, often blended by a converging eye. So and the male figure, it's about the relationship with Grace Smith. There's a darker, very shadowy presence, and then the female figure in the foreground. The features blend into the male features. So it's this beautiful metaphor for, being consumed isolated, or the interflow of human connection and love. So it's about not just sex or sexual union, but also about intimacy and just deep connection. They're very authentic and very, very beautiful.
In a modern day context, I think about the times we're living in, and I keep thinking about the impacts COVID-19 on creativity. And it's probably fair to say that during moments of upheaval or crisis, sometimes great creativity is spurred. So would you say that this was definitely true for Joy?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Faces series that she did while she was in Sydney receiving the cancer treatment are quite extraordinary. There's a room full of them in the exhibition, and they're very powerful. The eyes, she had to have this treatment where she was isolated in a small room, and she had weights put on her head and a rubber mask, and all this apparatus was hanging over her. It was very claustrophobic, and in fact, the first time she screamed so much they had to stop the treatment and let her out. And she was so fearful about it. And in these spaces, the eyes are incredibly potent and staring, and often they're disparate. So one eye will be externalized, like looking at the world, and the other eye will be internalized and expressing her fear and anxiety. But she was working in isolation in Sydney was geographically quite fearful that a tucker might suddenly get up on their doorstep, and so everything must be addressed and moved around in her studio. Working in bed at night or sitting on the floor making these drawings. So I think it really did, provide a huge creative impulse, and it was her way of dealing with the trauma that was happening in her life.
What's it like seeing them up close and personal?
It was a bit overwhelming, actually. When there are altogether, including some works in the display cases, there are and so it's a major exhibition for Heidi. And the first person who I wanted to see it, we had to close the COVID-19 situation, but I invited Joy Hester's daughter Fern to go and have a look at the exhibition. I took her around for about 45 minutes or an hour, and she spent an hour in there on FaceTiming her brother in America and taking him through the exhibition. And so they were tiny when their mother died in 1960. Fern was 6 and Perry was about 9, and so I think it was quite an overwhelming experience for them as well to be in the middle of all this work by their mother and feel her presence.
But that's pretty lovely for you as well as a curator to have an audience such as that. That adds that deeply personal element to it.
It was very personal, and I think we who work at Heidi do feel a strong connection to a lot of the artists who worked on the site, and were close to the Reeves. But Joy Hester's work, I think too, because she had such a manifestly female subjectivity, and that comes out in a lot of the work, like motherhood was a natural subject for her, and, the love, birth, death, all those kind of rites of passage. I think, connect with people, her emotional and bodily experience and sensation is very, it does really draw you into the work in a more personal way.
On the Art Show, I'm speaking with Kendra Morgan, Senior Curator at the Museum of Modern Art. And a wonderful new exhibition called Remember Me, which celebrates the life and powerful work of artist Joy Hester, who continues to hold a place in 20th century Australian art. Kendra, what was the first work of Joy Hester you encountered?
Because it would have been one of the ones in the collection, because I'm to work at Heidi. It would have been in my first collection show, and the works that actually spring first to mind, I remember encountering, were very, intensely graphic images that she created during the war, when she had seen the footage that horses liberating the concentration camps, and I've got a shiver running up and down my back when I speak about them. So they're images of the camps, and that's the horses, the mother and child dangling, and the correlates of those works, some images of angelic figures, as though the victims of the Holocaust have become angels, and and are ascending into the heavens. And those are in the exhibition, and I do remember how potent they were when I first saw them in the Heidi collection.
How did it make you feel when you first saw that work?
I think she has an incredible ability to convey so much in these works, but it's how it feels to inhabit the body. So, in some ways those works with their distorted and emaciated and deconstructed bodies are metaphors for the condition of humanity at the time and the violence at the time. So they're a metaphor for the social body. And I think that really in my mind how Hester had this quite uncanny ability to almost inhabit the body and let us feel how it is to experience it from the inside out rather than just giving us an external view. And I think that's one of the great contributions too.
You pulled works for this show, both in and collection. You explained I'm curious about this book. How do you go about tracking down all of these works that you want to include?
Putting together an exhibition of this scale is quite complex, and it's done by another curator at Heidi, Linda Short. She began to put in place some of when you're working on fiction writers, you need to have your institutional loan requests sent out 1 to 2 years in advance, because of course those large-scale organisations like the National Gallery of Australia have a huge number of loan requests coming in from all over, and they need to, spread the resources around. So that's the first step, is getting a big draft checklist of all a wish list almost of everything that you'd like to have in the exhibition. Then sending out those requests, and then starting to I find is the detective work, when you start to track down collections. And an important tool for curators in Australia is the Australian Art Sales Digest, which is a website that tells you what the auction records that pass through auction houses for 2 or 3 decades. And you can see sometimes works that come up and sold again and so forth. So you find the most recent time that they've passed through the auction house, and then out to those services to help you trace the lenders. And then sometimes the lenders we found out aren't always living in the same residence or have the same email or so forth. So that's when it's detective work. And once you start to put out the feelers, though, it's amazing. And people go, oh no, I remember, they sold it on to such and such, or oh, I think I've seen that recently, and people are really helpful. Commercial galleries were really helpful in the exhibition as well. And they'd had a Hester in a show, at some point, Screaming Man, which is an extraordinary psychological portrait through Lorraine Diggins, a fine artist in Melbourne in 1993, for example. And they very kindly went to Grant and made the owner to ask if they would lend to the exhibition.
Social media.
Yes, social media have been very helpful. Exhibition down about 5 books on social media, and I love the responses. One lovely woman rang me and she said, I think you on your Instagram account.
Really?
Yeah, sure enough. And then another was quite elderly and didn't use social media, so if it hadn't been for the vigilance out there, we would never have found it. But we were so excited.
How wonderful. Joy Hester's work as an artist is so layered and so intriguing, but I think it's easy to forget Kendra, but she was actually quite young. How old was
Oh, sadly, she was only 14, Miller. Yeah, that's hard to believe. She
so young.
Yeah, she lived for 13 years after the cancer diagnosis, so she defied the odds. She went into remission, but sadly her symptoms returned. So she was diagnosed in 1947, and the symptoms returned in 1956. and really sadly she died at the end of 1960. But she did create art right till the end of her life.
For so many years, Hester's work didn't receive the recognition that it deserved. Do you think we're at a stage where we can confidently say that's no longer true?
I think we can, although fascinatingly, this is the first major exhibition for nearly 20 years. And the last one was also at Heidi, although there was another large one at the National Gallery of Australia in 2001 as well. And I have to say actually that there was a really beautiful exhibition last year at Tarrawarra Museum of Art, and the artist Patricia Piccinini the museum with Hester's. So I think with these two shows being, quite close together, although the works in them are quite different, I think that helps to say that we're getting beyond that point of recognition. The main response that we have the exhibition is open to the public, because sadly the installation we had to close our doors to the public gathering side. Selling the catalogue online, and it's been really gratifying to see how many people have actively sought it out. So I know there's a big audience for her work out there.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So what will Heidi Museum be doing in terms of this exhibition? Will there be an online tour, for instance?
Yes, I was at the museum yesterday filming. It won't be a virtual tour where you click your way through it, but it will be a form of online tour with some narration, and on the website within the next 2 weeks. And when we reopen, days at this time that we have the exhibition run at that point. That, of course, is relying on the goodwill of all the vendors, but so far we've had really kind and understanding responses from them. And that would be my wish, that we could open it when we reopen at some point later in the year, and have the 3-month run then, so that we can properly share it with the public.
Looking back on Hester's art and life, 100 years on, what do you think, Kendra, is the biggest legacy about her work?
I think the biggest legacy about her work is her humanity, which is fascinating in itself, like, what we're experiencing now. I mean, her commitment to individual emotional experience, I guess, and psychological states and insights into the human condition, and her compassion, universally relevant values that and I think that the humanity of her work will always speak to people from now into the future.
It's been so wonderful speaking with you, Kendra, and I really, really hope I get to head along to Heidi Museum to see Hester's work.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Kendra Morgan is Senior Curator of Heidi Museum of Modern Art in Melbourne. The exhibition is called Remember Me, and do stay tuned to the Heidi pages for more info when you might be able to see this glorious exhibition in the museum. It's also being celebrated in this year's campaign from the National Gallery of Australia, highlighting the work of great Australian female artists. And that's it for this episode of The Art Show. I am so grateful to the incredible work of Radio National's dedicated technical operators, as well as the mighty, wonderful Dream Team producers, Anna Frey Taylor and Rhiannon Brown. I look forward to your company again next time. Take care and bye for now.
Hi there, Andrew West inviting you for Good Friday breakfast. We've got stories from around the world and close to home. From memories of Good Friday 1998, a turning point in Irish history, to the importance of neighbours and neighbourhood. From healing a sick country to reflecting on uncertain times. And of course, music to ease you into the day. So for Good Friday, remember we've got you covered from 6 till 9 on RN Breakfast.
Amelia from ABC's BTN here, working from home just like so many of you. When it comes to schooling from home, the ABC has all you need, with shows, games and online resources all linked to the curriculum for your preschool, primary and secondary school kids. Plus, they can stay up to date with BTN News Break every weeknight at 6:25 on ABC Me. Head to abc.net.au/education to find out more.
Good morning, Helen Zaremus with ABC News. An Adelaide woman has become the 50th Australian to die from the coronavirus. The 62-year-old died in hospital this morning. She's South Australia's second victim and the 13th from the Ruby Princess cruise ship. Another person has also died in Victoria. The Prime Minister, Scott Morrison's characterised the coronavirus pandemic as a threat to Australia's sovereignty. He's addressed Parliament, which is sitting today to pass the government's $130 billion JobKeeper wage subsidy scheme. Labor's supporting the bill but will move amendments to make sure more casual workers are covered by the scheme. Scott Morrison says Australia will get through the crisis.
It will be a fight. It will be a fight we will win, but it won't be a fight without cost or without loss. Protecting our sovereignty has always come at great cost, regardless of what form that threat takes.
A powerful federal government agency says Australians who invest in banks and insurance companies should get lower dividends in coming months because of the economic uncertainty. APRA has written to the institutions and it's urged them to scrap or limit dividends during the pandemic, although it hasn't officially banned payments. It has the responsibility for the financial health of the sector and says shareholders should be encouraged to reinvest any dividends to boost companies' capital reserves. The Treasurer, Josh Frydenberg, has told Sky it's a clear message that's being delivered.
The regulator has provided pretty strong guidance here, saying that that banks should strongly consider deferring the payment of dividends until there is greater economic certainty.
The union representing flight attendants says there are now about 30 international crew members who've tested positive to the virus. Flight crews are exempt from quarantine rules when they return to Australia. Qantas has confirmed 11 crew members on a repatriation flight from Chile tested positive to the virus. Stephen Reid from the Flight Attendants Association says staff have been given mixed messages about how to protect themselves.
The confusion for our members is that Qantas Medical are saying gloves and masks are being provided to crew as protection. Yet a couple of weeks ago, and endorsed by Qantas Medical, senior management saying for no reason we don't believe that their gloves and masks are necessary.
The Qantas says the exemption for air crew from mandatory self-isolation is critical to allow practical repatriation flights to happen. A researcher from Australia's COVID-19 data modelling says it may be that scientists aren't able to develop a vaccine. Professor Jodie McVernon is involved in projecting the virus spread as part of the coronavirus response. She says there are some things modern medicine can't fix, and the number of lives lost in the end may depend on how well people observe physical isolation and basic hygiene.
I think this is a bit of a wake-up call for us that we can't cure every disease, we can't fix every disease. We are out there trying to find the things that will reduce death and that will prevent infection. In the meantime, we actually have some very old tools available to us, these public health measures.
The US President Donald Trump threatened to hold on to funding for the World Health Organization because he's not happy with its handling of the pandemic. Mr. Trump says the WHO was wrong to criticise his China travel ban in January, and he's accused it of being what he calls China-centric. The WHO has praised China for its transparency on the virus, even though it's likely there were more victims than the country's official tally says. President Trump says the organisation's been wrong about a lot of things.
They called it wrong. They call it wrong. They really did. They could have called it much earlier. They should have known, and they probably did know. So we'll be looking into that very carefully.
Police are investigating after vandals graffitied St Patrick's Cathedral in Melbourne overnight. Its doors and gates have been spray painted with obscenities and offensive images. It comes hours after the High Court overturned Cardinal George Pell's convictions for child sexual abuse. Melbourne's Catholic Archbishop Peter Comensoli says the graffiti is disappointing but not surprising.
There's remain such strong emotions around all of this matter, so I'm not surprised it happened.
I'm Helen Zaremus. This is ABC News.
RN. Think bigger.
Hello and welcome to this week's Health Report with me, Norman Swan. Today on the programme, new guidelines on how to treat people with COVID-19. Getting behind the headlines about whether sheep dip might be effective against the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Artificial intelligence helping with diagnosis, and the debate around masks that's exploded here and overseas. The US Centers for Disease Control and the White House advisors on COVID-19 are recommending that Americans wear cloth masks when they go out to reduce transmission. President Trump has said he won't be doing it. The reason for cloth masks is that you can make them yourself and it keeps medical grade masks for those who really need them. People with quarantine infecting somebody else with COVID-19 or healthcare workers and first responders. Across social media, people are arguing about wearing masks during this pandemic as is common practice in Australia. And this is against the backdrop of allegations that there isn't enough personal protective equipment available to healthcare professionals who She's done a randomized cloth masks versus medical ones.
Good evening, Norman.
So tell us about this trial you did.
The trial actually started in 2011, but the paper was published in 2015 in Vietnam, where healthcare workers do tend to wear masks, and we randomised them to wear a cloth mask, which was locally produced cotton mask, versus surgical mask. That some people out of all three arms, they had higher infection rates than the people in the surgical mask group and even in the control group. So, I don't know exactly data washing and wash them enough or not adequately. You know, cotton masks get quite damp, and anything that's warm and damp obviously is a good breeding ground for bacteria and viruses, so that could be the answer, but we don't actually know. From the research that's been done on fabrics, different fabrics perform differently, and things like cotton blend are better than pure cotton.
Oh, really?
But yeah.
Cotton nylon or something like that?
Yeah, or cotton polyester, yeah.
So could this be then that, in fact, when you've got a wet mask, if somebody coughs into your mask, the mask absorbs it and then transmits it back to you? Is that what you're hypothesizing there, even though you don't have evidence of it?
Possible, but not just people coughing in your face, but sort of aerosolized pathogens that are just there in a dirty work environment like an emergency department or an intensive care. But, you know, the bottom line is we wouldn't recommend a cloth mask for a healthcare worker. And we've had a lot of health workers from the US, particularly where they're facing very difficult shortages, contacting us and asking, is it better we wear no mask than wear a cloth mask? And my answer is if you do not have adequate PPE, personal protective equipment, or no PPE, don't work. You know, if you choose to work.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think healthcare workers should be expected to work without proper protection. You know, as you said, Norman, you wouldn't send soldiers into war against an army opponent without guns, would you? So why would you send healthcare workers into work with, patients with COVID-19 without adequate protection? It's not going to help anyone if they get infected. If one healthcare worker gets infected, a whole lot of other health workers who've been in contact with them have to be quarantined. So you're going to have a massive impact on the health workforce as well, let alone personal impact on doctors and nurses.
So that's healthcare workers. What about the general public? So I think the CDC's recommended this was investment. They're saying general public should go out with some sort of cloth mask, wearing a cloth mask?
Yeah, look, I think the idea of universal face mask use is a good one. It's without sort of specifically talking about what material it is. It's a good idea because with this infection particularly, we know that people can be asymptomatic, so have no symptoms, but still be infectious or have virus in their throat and respiratory tract. And therefore, there's no way of identifying who's infectious. So it would have two benefits. One is protecting people who are well from exposure to people who are sick, but also protecting other people from someone who's sick and doesn't know they're sick. If you've got the infection, you don't know it because you feel well or you only have very mild symptoms, you're less likely to pass it on to other people with the mask over your nose and mouth.
But there's a but there.
Yeah, so we have to give very, like I said, in our study, we're looking at the cleaning data now, trying to tease out, whether there was more frequent cleaning or what type of cleaning people used to see if that explains it. In the actual paper that was published, over 90% of people said they washed their masks, but we're trying to get into some of the more nitty-gritty data around there and look at that. But I think if you're using a cloth mask in the general public, you should have more than one so that you can cycle through them and wash them every day, wash and dry them.
And what about the material? I mean, people are wearing nappies, disposable nappies. They're tearing up the bags that you use in your vacuum cleaner, putting them on their face. I mean, what's the material here that you should be using?
Okay, so there's some general principles you should follow, and one is use a material that is not going to absorb water, that's going to repel water. So a nappy is a really bad idea, as is a sanitary pad, which I've heard people using as well. So you'd want a fabric that's going to be water repellent, not absorbing water. And you mentioned vacuum cleaner bags. There was a study in 2013 that looked at a whole lot of different homemade options. And firstly, it found that a surgical mask filters much better than any homemade mask, but the best fabric was a vacuum cleaner bag. That doesn't mean stick a vacuum cleaner bag on your head. You'll be cut the fabric and the material and fashion something out of that. So there's quite a bit of guidance out there online now on what fabrics are best. You can also just make one that's got a pouch in it into which you put a filter, a HEPA filter or
N95. And then just finally, is there any evidence that, which is the other worry, I think it's been expressed by Paul Kelly, the Deputy Chief Medical Officer, is that we're wearing a mask, A, might be ineffective mask, and secondly, it might give you a false sense of security and you'll break the social distancing rules?
No, I don't think so. I don't agree with the idea of as well, You don't want to do too much PPE, it might give you a false sense of security. I can assure you that most healthcare workers are terrified. They're not going to have any sense of false security. They're terrified. They know they're at risk. And if you're in somewhere like that, where there's widespread transmission, people in the community are terrified as well, because they've seen, people who've died who've become infected in hospital, and they fear for safety and that of their loved ones.
So I'll just get out the vacuum bag and fashion something accordingly. Right, thanks for joining us. Yeah. I won't recognise me in the street anyway. So. Violet, thanks for joining us. Diana McIntyre is Professor McIntyre's Head of Biosecurity at the Curtin Institute at the University of New South Wales. And you're listening to RN's Health Report with me, Norman Swan. Ivermectin has been used to treat scabies, head lice, river blindness in Africa. It's an amazing drug for that. And is also used as a sheep dip to rid sheep of parasites. It's basically an anti-parasitic medication. But maybe, just maybe, it can be effective against SARS-CoV-2, the COVID-19 virus, as a laboratory study bears out in animals and then humans. Kylie Wagstaff is a research fellow at one of the study. Kylie,
hi, thank you for having me.
What gave you the idea that ivermectin might work in viruses rather than just parasites?
So this idea came up about 10 years ago. We were doing a screen for inhibitors of a well-known host or a well-known cellular process that all of our cells have that viruses often subvert for their own infectious reasons. And ivermectin came up in that screen, and it works in the lab against several different viruses because of that. So then we hypothesized that.
Let's hold the thought there. So when a virus invades it, we just need to go back a little bit. So how a virus works is it can't really live on its own. It's got to invade cells in your body, turn those cells over to its own devices, produce more virus, and then go on to infect other people or other cells in your body. And what you're saying is that it's not so much ivermectin or drugs like it may affect the virus, it may affect the cell's resistance mechanism to the virus.
What's happening with ivermectin is that when ivermectin is infecting a cell in our body, so when it's gone inside the cell to grow, the other thing that the virus is trying to shut down the immune response because it's the virus at the same time. We think
So before you got to this novel coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2, what categories of virus helping to resist?
We've largely looked at it in RNA viruses. That's the type of viruses we most that I collaborate with. I have to say they're not related to coronaviruses at all, other than they all have RNA. But we've seen HIV, dengue, Zika virus, influenza.
So, coronavirus.
Exactly. So one common feature that RNA viruses have is they often have one or two viral proteins that are specifically dedicated to dampening the host's immune response through this specific mechanism. Correct, yeah, our ability to fight the virus up inside the cell, not inside the bloodstream, not an innate immune response inside each cell. And ivermectin is going to target a protein that is involved in that process. So we think that's why it would work.
So what did you do in the lab?
So in the lab, we took the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which is the virus that causes COVID-19, and we infected it into cells growing in a petri dish. We waited for that infection to take hold. Human cells, absolutely. We waited for that to grow. We waited for that to grow in the dish, and then we treated the cells a couple of hours later with the ivermectin, some of the cells, and some of the cells we treated with a control. And then after a few days, we would measure how much virus was growing in those cells at 24, 48, 72 hours. And we could see that with ivermectin, we had a really significant drop-off of the ability of the virus to grow inside these cells.
Now, experiments like this in the past have been criticised because they say you could put in some Nescafe and it would die because you put in incredibly toxic high doses. Was it a realistic dose of the ivermectin?
That's the really critical question. It's a really important question. So what we did was a single high dose of the drug, which is not how we would envision using it in people. We would expect to use lower doses given more often. But it's really important that if we can interrupt the replication cycle of the virus, we can reduce the viral load. And any reduction in viral load can allow the body's immune system to get control of it and clear it out itself.
So what you're observing is not viral killing, it's basically the virus running out of puff because it's got no cells to invade.
Exactly. So it's making the cells themselves more efficient at clearing the virus out. So rather than just having factories that churn out the virus, those cells are not as permissive to the virus anymore.
And so what's next? You've obviously got to test it on some animal model, and it's not that easy to find an animal model of coronavirus, is it?
No. So that's one of the benefits we have with ivermectin. Because it's been around for about 30 years and it has been used in people, it does have a really extensive safety profile. So we can accelerate some of the steps of the process, one of them being that we probably don't need to do animal trials. If we can find a dose that we think could work in people, then we could move straight into humans.
Because it's been used in river blindness in Aboriginal communities for scabies and so on.
Around the world, there's hundreds of thousands of people have taken ivermectin. It's just a matter of finding a dosage that is safe for people to take, but that is also still effective against the virus.
So how are you going to do that?
So we've got some preclinical studies planned. So we're looking at different dosages, different timings of dosage. No, still in the cell culture. and looking at whether we can treat at different time points to see when's the most effective time to treat for the virus and what's the dosage that we can use.
And would this be, if this worked, do you think it would work by itself, or would you'd have to use it with another antiviral for the knockout punch?
It really depends on how effective it is. So because this works in a different mechanism than any of the other compounds that are being proposed, there is the possibility for synergistic effects. Obviously, drug synergy is a really complicated thing. There's a whole bunch of other studies to be done in that realm. But yes, it does lend itself to the possibility of being combined with something else to produce a much more effective response.
Compared to some of the other drugs that have been trialled, it's as cheap as chips. In fact, Merck makes it free or freely available for Africa.
Yes, it's a really widely available and really cheap drug, and that's one of the reasons that we think it's worth continuing to look at, because if we can get it to be as effective in humans as we can do it in a dish, then it would be a useful thing to have, but we definitely are not at that point yet.
And don't try it at home by yourself.
No, definitely don't do that. We never advise anyone to self-medicate.
Kylie, thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. Thanks very much.
Dr. Kylie Wagstaff is a research fellow at Monash University. Since this pandemic began, we've had a huge number of questions asking what the signs of COVID-19 are and how the disease progresses once you've got it. Well, a coalition of Australian health groups have released a set of evidence-informed guidelines, one of the first in the world, in fact, aimed at helping doctors treat people with COVID-19 at various stages of the disease. It also covers matters like what we've just been talking about, what drugs to use and how to tell if somebody's not doing so well. The chair of the newly convened National COVID-19 Clinical Evidence Task Force, which publishes the guidelines, is Dr. Julian Elliott, who's got a long track record in evidence-based medicine, and he joins me now. Julian, welcome to the Health Report.
Hi, Norman. Nice to be with you.
How did you bring these guidelines together, given that there's almost no published data here? It's an evidence-free area almost, apart from reports coming out of China.
Yeah, there's actually quite a bit of research being done. As you say, we're only at the beginning of that exponential growth in research. But there's also a lot of research in other areas that we can draw on. So we've published last Friday the first version of our guidelines. But what we'll be doing, which is novel, is updating them every week. So I think your listeners may be aware that guidelines are often produced from specialist societies and published, but then often not updated for many years.
And they sit on shelves and not used.
Yeah, they often are. And so what we're doing is publishing that through web-based applications, so they're available at the point of care. But more importantly, updating them every week so we keep up to date with research.
They've got a strong hospital flavour. Does it count? I mean, can general practitioners use it? I mean, where does the pathway start for your guidelines?
Oh, no, absolutely. So we have very strong representation from primary care and general practice. So this is really just the first step. So what we published on Friday was the results of a few weeks of work of the 17 peak clinical groups that came together. But over the next week, we'll be publishing more guidelines and flow charts relevant to general practice, and then from then on, much more relevant to all settings of care.
So just give us a flavour. I mean, we've only got 4 or 5 minutes here. Just so you've got to combine 3 weeks' work and all this into a short interview, but just give us a flavour of mild, moderate, severe, what they look like, and the top line things that you do for people in those circumstances.
So for someone with mild disease, it's really similar to a flu or a mild respiratory illness with no complications, particularly no pneumonia. And so, of course, many people who have that mild form of COVID-19 can be treated in the community.
And just the people with just the usual supportive things like paracetamol.
That's right, exactly. Then for people...
before you go on, do you recommend against ibuprofen?
So our panels have not yet made specific recommendations for or against ibuprofen. As you know, there's been a lot of discussion, but that's exactly the sort of questions that our panels will be considering and making recommendations to address. Moderate disease are people who would generally be in hospital, and there you can think of someone who has a pneumonia or a pneumonitis, so inflammation of the lungs, some trouble breathing, needing oxygen, etc. For more critical or severe patients.
And for the moderate person, is there anything that can be done? I mean, last week we had John Fraser on suggesting that there was evidence from London that if you put those people as they're getting more severe onto CPAP, positive air pressure, they get a bit better. And I think you recommend against that in your guidelines.
Yeah, so there are concerns about the use of what's called non-invasive ventilation. Doesn't seem to be particularly effective in general, and there are some potential risks in terms of infection to others. But again, as more data accrues, then we can make more and more specific recommendations. So at the moment, for people who are hospitalised with moderate disease, then again, it's largely supportive care with oxygen therapy to support that, and monitoring to detect patients who might be deteriorating and progressing to more severe disease.
And what does more severe disease look like? I mean, we just heard Boris Johnson going into hospital. He certainly looked absolutely dreadful on his video the other day, poor man. What does severe look like?
So someone with severe disease, they really have a lot of inflammation. So much more severe lung effects. What's called acute respiratory distress syndrome, and then often other effects on other organs. And so they would typically be in an ICU or an intensive care unit-like setting, often needing a ventilator and then other forms of support.
And that tends to be later in the disease, 7 or 8 or 9 days into the disease.
That's right. So
and is there
the more
anything...
severe,
Sorry, go on.
no, the more severe complications are more common in the second week.
Now, I had a look at the Yale University guideline, and they seem to be recommending hydroxychloroquine, which is what President Trump's been recommending. I'm not quite sure what's in the context of a clinical trial. At what point do you put somebody on a clinical trial in this process on your guideline?
So our guidelines recommend that drug therapy be used in the context of a clinical trial, and that's because our panels felt that it was important to make a very clear statement that in the current context, when, as you mentioned, there's actually relatively little data to shape the way that these drugs are being used. The priority here is really to accrue more evidence so that we can then better understand the potential benefits, but also, of course, the harms. Many of the drugs that are being discussed, of course, do have quite significant side effects, and some of those overlap with important complications of COVID-19 disease. So, it's important that we really understand in more detail whether these drugs do work and what their side effects are. It's also important to recognise that, we are potentially in situations of worldwide drugs shortage, and so we have to have quite controlled systems for the supply and use of those drugs. There's been a lot of discussion about this, but I think there's a very important consideration about the access to these drugs for people who need to take it for other conditions. So, for example, people with rheumatoid arthritis often need to take hydroxychloroquine to treat their own disease. And just need to make sure that they continue to have access to those.
And just very briefly, do we have a register of people who are going into intensive care so that we can actually monitor how they go and get feedback on their care in the absence of a clinical trial?
So, Australia has a very strong intensive care society and intensive care community, and they have data systems that can monitor the number of people coming into their ICUs, and then making that data available to government to be able to better monitor that.
Well, Julie, we might catch up with you later when you're a bit down the track.
Be happy to.
Dr. Julie Elliott, who's chair of the National COVID-19 Clinical Evidence Task Force based at Monash University, and we'll have a link to that guideline on the Health Report's website. In parts of China, mobile CT scans of the lungs are used as a diagnostic tool in coronavirus testing stations. They reckon it adds to the accuracy and speed of diagnosis because they believe the scan provides a picture of the person's chest and therefore could be typical of COVID-19. But there's a debate about the CT's usefulness in the diagnosis of coronavirus. And assessing and treating people. A platform developed by a team from the University of Sydney that uses artificial intelligence aims to help clinicians learn the key features of COVID-19 on a CT scan so we might get better at all this. The Detected X platform CEO is Patrick Brennan, who's also a professor of diagnostic imaging at the University of Sydney. Patrick, welcome to the Health Report.
Hello, Norman.
So this was originally used for breast cancer. What are you doing here? Is this a self-learning system when you do CTs on people and getting a feedback loop?
Yeah, that's correct. So we've been developing this for some years around breast cancer, but a few weeks ago we decided that maybe we could adapt the platform for COVID-19 using lung CT. So basically, it consists of 3 parts. The first part gets clinicians, wherever they are in the world, they can log on wherever they are, to diagnose cases that we have put up there that we have the truth for. The second part then, after they've been through those cases, the second part then informs them on how good that particular clinician was at spotting COVID-19. And then the third part uses algorithms to identify where that clinician was interacting with the image and how that interaction compares with an expert consensus.
But it's not the machine making the diagnosis.
No, not at all. No, it's the aim of this tool and the aim of all the tools that we produce is about improving the human's ability to make the diagnosis.
So we can ask the naughty question up front. Why wouldn't you just train the machine to do the CT scan since it knows the parameters?
Well, there's a lot of debate about the usefulness of artificial intelligence, and I think in the longer term, 5 years, that may be the way forward. But at the moment, on the ground, what's happening in reality is that humans are actually doing the diagnosis, and they're also assessing severity, progression of disease, and so on. So unfortunately, we do not have those AI algorithms everywhere to make the diagnosis.
If you believe the Chinese, they say this is easy peasy. We do this at the testing station, mobile CT, ground glass appearance, tick, you've got coronavirus, you've got SARS-CoV-2, and you go into isolation even before you've got the results of your swab. Is it as easy? It doesn't sound as if it's as easy as that.
Now, I think one has to be very careful about suggesting that CT is going to be used as a primary diagnostic tool. I think if you look at there was an excellent paper that went by Dr. Hope and a number of co-signatories that went into the Lancet last week. And also there have been statements from the Royal Colleges, the Royal College of Radiology in London, our own Royal College in Australia, and also the American College of Radiology, which is advocating against the use of CT as a primary diagnostic tool.
What else gives you this image of ground glass in the lung?
Well, you can have, it can be, the problem about, and it's not just ground glass, it's crazy paving, it's consolidation. There are all these things that appear in the lung and can come from other diseases, so they're not specific for COVID-19. Other types of pneumonitis, for example, can give a number of those appearances, and there's a range of different things. Even malignancies can provide consolidation and so on. So one has to be careful about saying that these appearances are typical or are definitely related to COVID-19. There are certain signs that would improve your confidence that a patient has actually COVID-19, such as having these appearances on both sides of the lung, having them around the periphery of the lung, having them lower down and in the lung, and so on. But one has to be very careful about saying that when you look at these appearances, this is definitely a COVID-19 situation. I think the Wuhan data ended up with something like 97% sensitivity, but that was in a high incidence situation. I think in later publications, we were showing that that level of sensitivity can be quite a bit lower.
Sensitivity meaning making the right diagnosis in summary. Thanks, that was really interesting. Thank you, Patrick, for joining us.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Professor Patrick Brennan, who's Professor of Diagnostic Imaging at the University of Sydney. I'm Norman Swan. This has been the Health Report on RN. And don't forget the CoronaCast, our daily podcast on all things to do with the coronavirus that Tegan Taylor and I present. You can download it by going to Apple Podcasts, the ABC Listen app, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'll see you next week.
Coronavirus is changing the way we live, work, and communicate. Changes can be hard, so it's vital to take care of ourselves and others. Prioritizing your mental health is important. To help, there are some things you can do, like eating well, keeping active, talking with family, friends, and neighbours via telephone or video calls, or making a new daily routine. Together we can help stop the spread and stay healthy. Visit australia.gov.au or abc.net.au/coronavirus to learn more.
Hi there, this is The Minefield. coming to you once more in the midst of this pandemic. It's going to be like that for a little while, I fear. It's a program where we try to negotiate the ethical and moral dilemmas of modern life. We are being thrown dilemmas, questions, the like of which we've never seen. Walid Ali is my name. Scott Stevens is my co-host. And Scott, we begin, I think, with the usual declaration that we don't know when we're talking to you, really. This, of course, is pre-recorded because of the situation that we're in, availability of studios, then that's kind of where we sit at the moment. So please bear that in mind when you listen to us. There might be things we say that are out of date. There might be things that are tonally a bit jarring as the tone changes in ways that we can't foresee with a rapidity that is frankly mind-boggling. But nonetheless, here we are and we'll do our best. How are you?
I'm all right. This is strange. You know, there's something unusual. There's something unique about what's going on. There's also something, I don't want to be trivial about this. There's also something kind of universal about it. I mean, it kind of feels to me not so much that we are simply living through moments of unusual precariousness and scarcity, but that maybe the curtain to some extent has been pulled back, and there's something about the way in which reality really is and the way in which our lives really are that we're being confronted with in the most unusual circumstances. In other words, this isn't just unique. There's also a degree of a kind of wake-up call about this, a shattering of our illusions that I think is, okay, it's not pleasant. I think it's morally instructive.
Yeah, this is almost like a great reckoning, isn't it? We are, in so many ways, having the reality of our lives and the way we have lived reflected back at us. And to raise an example that we're not going to go into because that requires far more expertise than either of us have and would be a whole other show, although it would be a worthwhile one if we could somehow pull it off.
Yeah.
Economically, you know, I had this conversation with a friend of mine who's a political scientist, so neither of us know enough about economics to answer this question. But I was sitting there going, well, now everyone's financially struggling, and not everyone, but a lot of people. But the money of the world doesn't disappear. So who's going to have it? Like, if no one has money, someone must have loss, right? So this is really a crisis of money circulating. It shouldn't be a crisis of money disappearing. And then we got to the point, well, actually, no, it probably is a crisis of money disappearing because so much of the money that keeps our economic system afloat isn't real. It's fake money. It's debt-based. It's asset values that are inflated that then suddenly crash, and so the money does disappear. And that's a pretty extraordinary reality to be confronted with. Like when it's made clear to you, it's something that lots of people have known. But when it's made clear to you, it becomes real in a way that it previously hasn't. The unsustainability of that whole model, the interdependencies that we've been speaking about a lot over the past few weeks on this show become really clear. But the one thing that I want to...
Sorry, Willie, just before you move on, though, there is one thing, though, that's, I think, worth dropping into that particular pond, and maybe we should do a future show about this. I read a book last year by Oliver Bullough that scared the pants off me. It's called Moneyland, and it's about, from memory, the third or the fourth largest economy in the world, which is that shady network of offshore funds, offshore bank accounts, on which there is no tax, that aren't part of, let's call it, the social economy. I mean, if you go so far as to say that the great lesson of the Second World War was that a society that deals well with taxation, that collects tax and that redistributes and uses tax justly, is one of the markers of an ethical society, then the very fact that there is that much money that, quote unquote, exists, and I think all of your providers, I think that's right, but the fact that there is that money that has been willfully written out of the global system that could do so very much for the world now. I mean, this is a form of systemic immorality that is almost backbreaking, I think.
Well, there you go. You've introduced a future show. But
what did you want to talk about?
Well, the big reality and it's probably the one that people find most difficult to do. Certainly that's true in the initial, like the as we go through various cycles of onboarding and awareness, the big reality we're being confronted with is that of a lack of control, a lack of certainty. We are really being told in no uncertain terms that the world that we thought was more or less under our control isn't. It's in charge of us, really. We are at its mercy. And at some point, when all these things converge, and there's nothing we have been doing we can any longer do, we freak out, because this is counter to the reality that we built. We built this false mirage of the way that life works, and now the falsity of that mirage, of that image, has become really, really clear. And I think that's probably one of the most morally instructive aspects of all of this. Wouldn't you agree? That we have to confront that reality. The inherent arrogance that human beings carry around. I'm not exempting myself, by the way, from any of this. The inherent arrogance that we carry around is really being crushed. Because we're being put in our place. And I wonder what the moral consequences of that become on the other side. How do we really come to terms with the innate vulnerability, lack of control, uncertainty that has always been there, lurking beneath the surface of human life, but which we've kind of papered over and painted over in the most spectacular way?
I think spectacular is exactly the right word for it. So if you just sort of unravel things for just a moment, I think one of the really remarkable things about this is that, this is a reminder that the world doesn't revolve around us. And as soon as you acknowledge that, first of all, there's a great, wonderful strain of moral philosophy, of theology even, that is about precisely this great human delusion, kind of the self-idolicization of human beings. And then you've got these glorious moments in the work of, say, Immanuel Kant or Simone Weil, where things exist and they have nothing to do with you, and your responsibility is to bow your knee to them, effectively. There's something about that, I think, that is chastening. It's terrible. It's morally. But then you realize, as soon as you acknowledge that, oh my God, the number of alibis that we've constructed, the myths that we've that are predicated on the centrality of our world and the unquestionable nature of control. Even if you just go back to the employment of the overtly providential language or image of the invisible hand, that the chaotic market works to our benefit. Eventually, everything will settle in our gravitational orbit. Then you think about the fact that for the last 70 years, we've been living in a position of under the guise or under the rubrics of efficiency and profitability. We are living in terms of our public health system, in terms of our social welfare systems, with just enough, maybe too little, but on the very best reading, just enough, because you don't want to have excess capacity in a system, because excess capacity is, by its definition, unprofitable, right? So these are
really
all
need it.
Until you
really need it. Yeah.
And then you realize, hang on, we could have been preparing for this if we acknowledged the essential nature of human vulnerability and uncertainty. If we just acknowledged that from the outset, and we would have been able to build in those rituals, those forms of policy that take the fact of our position in the world seriously. And then finally, I'd say, Waleed, that the sheer hubris with which we approach things like climate change, this again is part of the self-same delusion that eventually everything will settle in to the orbit around us. All things will bend their knee to the centrality of human will. This is, it's always been morally repugnant. It is now just farcical.
Yeah, so I think everything you said is right. But here's one rider I want to put on that. Even what you're talking about there, let's assume we'd created systems that were not so obsessed with efficiency and running at the margins, really everything being lean, but we were allowing systems that had the capacity to absorb these sort of shocks, right? Because we understand that we're vulnerable in ways that we have hitherto not been prepared to admit. All that still, to me, is an attempt to try to preserve and re-establish control.
That's absolutely
what you're kind of saying is we should have built a system that would have allowed us to remain in control. Isn't that what you're saying?
I wasn't thinking it at the time, but
I'm not saying you're wrong. That there were other ways of creating these systems, but I'm saying that any way you cut it, the big moral reckoning, perhaps even psychological reckoning, has got to be a comfort with the lack of control, an understanding that you do everything that you possibly can, but at the end of all of that, what will happen will happen. There are ways in which you can better prepare and all of those sorts of things, but you're never invulnerable. It's one thing to critique the systems that we've built. It's another to persist with a myth that if only we'd created better systems, then we would be invulnerable. So at some point we have to reckon with that irreducible vulnerability, do we not?
Existential vulnerability.
Yeah.
Look, Waleed, I think that's right. I mean, I'm assuming that it's the nature of public policy to try to bend towards and strive towards stability, and that willfully inflicting damage or being caught in a state of unpreparedness in order to teach societies valuable lessons about ontological humility. That, I suppose, was the immediate background. And I know I'm saying that in a way that's deliberately kind of cheeky. I guess I'm just saying that even public policy can reckon with vulnerability. How much more so do we as moral agents? So we were just talking about, if you like, the background conditions of our illusions about invulnerability. In other words, the fact that we kind of believe that there's this secular providential design that bends everything towards us. I should say that there's another way in which vulnerability is denied, and that's in the post hoc explanations and forms of blame, the recriminations that we engage in. I saw something the other day that shocked me that I didn't think it could. And that was some enterprising photographer for the Washington Post zoomed in on the notes that Donald Trump was speaking from during a press conference about coronavirus. And with a big black marker, he scrubbed out Corona and wrote above it Chinese. It took my breath away. I mean, you can say sometimes politicians saying things they're simply intending to be descriptive and maybe shorthand, and that come across as being xenophobic and racist. And then you have that kind of willfulness that is a way of saying, we are not to blame. Somebody else is to blame. They have a face. They have a race. It terrifies me. It chills me. And it worries me that for exactly the same reasons that we indulge so willfully in forms of providential explanations, everything is meaningful and it's meaningful for us. That process of post hoc blaming is, God help us.
I agree, with the exception of, I don't share your critique of providential explanations.
I didn't think you did.
Yeah. I think actually that's the most important task, isn't it, right now, is to derive meaning from these things, because it's from that lessons can emerge. That's the way it works. The problem with describing it as a Chinese virus, apart from the obvious racist overtones to that, is that it reestablishes this idea that it could have been controlled.
Yeah.
That we are in control. If only people were more like us, we'd be in control. I think the fundamental task is deriving meaning from the loss of control. What does that tell us about our existence as human beings? Anyway, I can sense your urge to respond.
I'll just say, as a theist, okay, let's be blunt. We've never done a show like this. It's incredible.
No, of course
we are both theists, let's just say.
Yeah.
And I fundamentally disagree about I don't want to say rush to meaning, but even the way in which meaning can happen afterwards. And thankfully, that's exactly what we're talking about.
All right. Well, we have a guest to try to help us. This is The Minefield. You can listen to the show on RN. You might be doing that right now. But we also exist as a podcast, and you can listen to us on the ABC Listen app anytime. This podcast, if you subscribe, you'll find we have extra content at the end of the show. So please do subscribe if you'd like to hear that. Now, someone who knows more about all of this than both of us.
Look, I'll just say before I introduce our guest, a little apology. We went on a little bit longer than we usually do because we were having a number of technical issues with bringing our guest onto the show. We've never really done a theological episode of The Minefield before, but we're doing one now, which is why it's great that we've got David Neuheiser as our guest for today. He's research fellow in philosophy and the study of religion at the Institute for Religion and Critical Inquiry at Australian Catholic University. He's the author of a fabulous new book called Hope in a secular age. David, thanks for pressing through the technological problems and joining us on the minefield.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Walid. Glad we got there.
So let's try to separate these two things out. There is, on the one hand, a kind of illusion that God has made everything for our benefit, and therefore everything will work well for human beings at the center of reality. And then there's the point that Walid brought up, which is through moments of crisis, we have these genuine moments of existential or ontological vulnerability. The important task then is to try to find meaning in the middle of that. Do you see those two things as being implicated with one another? Is one more morally and theologically worthy than the other? Where do you want to take us?
Yeah, so I think the first thing to say is that I'm a specialist in the history of Christian thought and contemporary continental philosophy, and those traditions are enormously diverse. So I don't think Christian tradition speaks with one voice on this. But the sources that I'm most interested in are really modest about their claims on behalf of knowledge of God. So in terms of knowledge of God's intentions, the tradition of negative theology, which I've worked on a lot, emphasizes that we can't comprehend the divine. And so claims about how creation is organized, claims about natural law, this tradition tends to be fairly cautious about claims like that. And to emphasize that actually creation in their view is a miracle and it's a mystery. And so they do believe that it comes from God, but it has a sort of mysterious character that underlines rather than mitigates our vulnerability. So the idea that everything comes from God and is a gift in a way, rather than providing answers, rather than providing a sort of existential sense of security. For this tradition, it actually teaches us that human life is radically contingent.
So, David, let me just, though, tap into the other area of your expertise, because we're not, after all, just talking about abstract theological questions. As soon as you say that the world has a form of divine meaning, and I know what it is, there are certain forms of individual and collective action that then proceed from that. So to say that I know the theological DNA of the universe, I know what's good, I know what's evil, I know who's on which side, that's also then the basis of certain political claims. And so a big part of your work has been the importance of the unknowability of divine will for political organization.
That's right, yeah. So there certainly is a form of political theology where theology becomes a source of authority that's claimed for particular political movements, such that some people claim, as you suggested, that they know what the meaning of the world is, they know what God's will is, and that sort of gives their political program divine warrant or authority. The tradition that I am most interested in is quite skeptical about claims of that kind, to know the divine will. I still think this tradition is deeply political, but I think of it as a kind of negative political theology. So I think what it teaches is less the sort of assertion of authority. It doesn't give answers to questions, but I think it models a sort of ethical disposition towards political problems that holds together the need for self-critique and the importance of acknowledging the limits of our knowledge, the impossibility of control, without relinquishing the need for decisive action when circumstances require. So it sort of holds together affirmation and negativity in a way that I think is broadly important, but especially in a crisis such as the one we're facing now.
So, Scott, I'm trying to figure out whether it's helpful for us to be approaching this as a theological matter or not. So when we talk about meaning being derived from these things, I think that's a question that arises irrespective of one's religious commitments, to some extent. I mean, I get there are, schools of meaninglessness, kind of ontological nihilism, if you want to think of it that way. I get that, and my own disposition is that doesn't have much to offer us. But if that's what you hold on to, then that's more or less the end of the discussion, right? There is no meaning to anything, so why should we search for meaning in the midst of a crisis? But I think there is a very important distinction, which is kind of being drawn out here, which can apply whether you are a theist or not. You can believe that there is meaning to be derived from things without necessarily saying, I can identify for you a single universal meaning that applies to everybody in every situation. Right? The thing about a catastrophe is, and we've already seen this, we've seen a range of social experiences and social meanings that have emerged out of this already. Things to do with solidarity, as we discussed on the show last week, or things to do with political formation, things to do with economic formation, all of these sorts of things. We discussed a couple of weeks ago the idea of forms of living and how this shines a light on those sorts of things. What forms of living will we be forced to go through now that might emerge at the other end, that we might hang on to because we discover how valuable they are? Even if the meaning of this is that we confront our own vulnerability, that's still a meaning that is attached to that. You don't need to have some kind of claim to an absolute universal meaning that is the same for everybody in every situation. The thing about a pandemic like this is the sheer multiplicity of meanings. But that's not to say that the search for meaning or the idea that there is meaningful stuff to be drawn from this is a fruitless search or a pointless search or even a bad one, right? I think the idea of trying to reassert control, by which I don't mean doing our best to try to control the effect of the pandemic through social distancing or whatever, that's clearly relevant, good, important stuff. But what I mean is, I think the idea to try to hang on to an ontology of control, that we are in charge of everything, I think that's a bad move. But that doesn't mean that the search for meaning or ontological meaning or whatever is a bad move, irrespective of one's religious beliefs.
No, look, I think you're right. I do think that the theological language here is probably more helpful rather than less, because it does highlight the extent to which even many of our avowedly secular understandings of the world still have some surprising residual theological components to them. It strikes me that the kind of vapid political optimism that we are hearing from certain political leaders at this time, whether it be under the rubric of we need to reopen the market and the market will sort of eventually make everything better, or everything's going to be fine. These are forms, if you like, of a kind of secular teleology, that all of these seemingly disparate elements are working together towards some common end that's going to be really, really good for us. After all, I guess it's that I find more dubious than anything else. To what extent, for instance, is meaning something that we imaginatively come up with through the radical experience of radical limits? To what extent can we reach at this moment for kind of non-teleological meaning? And by that I mean a meaning that didn't predate the meaning that we come up with, meaning that we discover through the very flux and chaos of things. But I think here there's a form even of, I don't know what David's going to think about this, maybe we'll have to pick it up in the podcast, but there's also this great tradition of what I think we can call Jewish negative theology, where the divine God's own self is caught up with, is implicated in the chaos and indeterminacy and flux of the world, and that part of our struggle to try to discover forms of meaning and justifiable ways of living is a process that God's own self is caught up with. It's a form of kind of radical moral reasoning that is, I think, best reflected in something like the Book of Job. So I think the struggle for meaning here, it's not unrelated to theological questions. The question is God so much on our side that God's going to make sure that everything comes good for us in the end? That, I think, is the quasi-theological language that's coming through so many of the political pronouncements we're hearing at the moment.
All right, so David, last word to you before we get to the podcast.
Yeah, I really resonate with the question that you're raising, Waleed. And that's the reason why I see this tradition of negative theology as being fundamentally concerned with hope. Because this modesty, the sort of self-critical negativity that it exhibits, in my understanding, doesn't shut down the search for meaning, but it opens it up. It means that the desire to create meaning, to try to do the best we can under challenging circumstances, is radically contingent. And I think it articulates a really powerful form of hope that enables us to acknowledge our vulnerability, acknowledge our lack of control, but to press forward and do the best we can under those circumstances. And that's the thing I think, as you were suggesting, we really need at the moment.
David, thank you. Hang around, though. We know that we struggled to get to you because of the technology, so we want to wring more from your brain if possible. So we're out of time for the radio portion of the show. The podcast element is about to begin. David Newhasser is Research Fellow in Philosophy and the Study of Religion at the Institute for Religion and Critical Inquiry at the Australian Catholic University. Our guest for this week's edition of The Minefield, we're at the end of the radio show. The podcast will continue now, and we'll hopefully see you next week.
So there's no sport on to play or to watch. What better time then to invent a new sport? Hi, it's Amanda Smith here with a competition that lets your mind play games. Maybe you'll come up with a team sport that's played by 3 sides. Maybe an individual sport where you have to be the fastest, or something involving fighting or flouncing. Send your entry to sporty@abc.net.au. Closes midnight, April 26th. Hi, Fran Kelly here. 2020 is not the year you hoped or planned for, but the sun keeps rising and so do we. And we'll be here every morning with the latest news and analysis, keeping you up to date on COVID-19 and everything else. I'm sorry we can't reboot the decade, but we will keep you abreast of what's happening in your backyard, across the nation and around the world. So join us for RN Breakfast, weekdays from 6 on Radio National.
ABC News, I'm Ali Crew. The Federal Parliament is debating the government's $130 billion JobKeeper plan, which aims to prevent mass unemployment during the coronavirus outbreak. Political reporter Melissa Clark.
Parliament has resumed sitting for just one day to consider the government's plan to subsidise the wages of up to 6 million workers. Prime Minister Scott Morrison says it's an extraordinary measure in extreme times.
Today we act to protect Australia's sovereignty.
Labor will seek to have the subsidy extended to more casuals and temporary residents, but opposition leader Anthony Albanese has vowed to pass the legislation regardless.
Never let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And this is good legislation.
Once passed, the $1,500 a fortnight payments will begin in May, backdated to March.
The national coronavirus death toll has risen to 50, with a 62-year-old South Australian woman dying this morning. Mahalia Carter has the details.
The woman from metropolitan Adelaide is the second South Australian person to die from COVID-19. SA Health says she contracted coronavirus from the Ruby Princess cruise ship and died in the Royal Adelaide Hospital this morning. Elsewhere, there's been another death in Victoria, taking the total to 12. 21 people have died in New South Wales, 6 people have died in Western Australia, 4 in Queensland. Tasmania has recorded 3 fatalities and there have been 2 in the ACT, but no deaths in the Northern Territory.
Nearly 1.5 million people have been infected by COVID-19 around the world, and more than 82,000 have died. There are more cases of the virus in Europe than in any other continent, with 4 countries, Spain, Italy, France and Germany, recording more than 100,000 cases each. The United States is the worst hit country, with nearly 400,000 people infected and around 13,000 deaths. More than a third of the deaths have been reported in New York City alone, the epicentre of the US outbreak. There are concerns in Britain over who will make key decisions while the UK's British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is in hospital. Bridget Brennan reports.
Downing Street says Boris Johnson is in good spirits while he remains in a stable condition in intensive care. Mr Johnson hasn't provided an update from hospital, but his colleagues say the Prime Minister hasn't needed a ventilator. There are questions over who in the British government will make crucial decisions in his absence. The Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab, is acting as deputy but has no power to make key decisions without Cabinet authority. The Cabinet has refused to say if it will review lockdown measures while Mr Johnson is in hospital.
A team of researchers from the University of Queensland expect to start human trials on a coronavirus vaccine in the next 6 to 8 weeks. The first phase will see the vaccine given to healthy volunteers to make sure it's safe before it goes to another 2 trials involving more people. The team is hopeful of having a vaccine to roll out across the population by early to mid next year. Associate Professor Paul Griffin says the race is on around the world to end the pandemic.
There's been one vaccine that has already been given to people in the US, and we don't have any results from that yet. And then there's a lot of different groups. We're going to be doing a trial with another vaccine as well here in Brisbane at around the same time. So we'll have 2 vaccine studies. And, obviously we're all just trying to get this out there as quick as possible.
The foster mother of missing toddler William Tyrrell has told a Sydney court the state's police force lost its best police officer when former detective Gary Jubelin resigned. Jamie McKinnell reports.
Gary Jubelin was this week found guilty of making 4 illegal recordings with a person of interest in the William Tyrrell investigation and is now facing a sentence hearing. William's foster mother, who can't be named for legal reasons, has told the court Jubelin got to know her family and William when he took over the investigation. She said there's now a distinct difference, that the connection is not the same, and she has fears for the future of the investigation. The woman said the state's police force lost its best officer when Jubelin resigned.
A powerful Category 4 storm is lashing Fiji with heavy rains and winds of up to 240 kilometres per hour. Tropical cyclone Harold has weakened slightly since pummeling the Solomon Islands and Vanuatu earlier in the week. Fiji's meteorology service says the storm has caused huge tidal waves and structural damage in some areas. In finance, the local share market is still trading lower at midday but has clawed back most of its early losses. The ASX 200 is down 0.5% to 5,227 points. The Australian dollar has slipped to about 61.3 US cents. This is ABC News.
RN. Think bigger.
RN. While our attention is consumed by that virus, what's happened with climate? Have we forgotten about it? Well, our young folk haven't. Welcome to another science show. Meet Rebecca Ford. She's one of those from all over Australia who've been demonstrating about her concerns. Rebecca is in Year 11 at Albany Senior High School. She's very much involved with community engagement as she is part of the Albany Youth Advisory Council and is a high school student leader. She's also part of the Skate Like a Girl program for roller derby. Albany, of course, is in southeast Western Australia, and I met her as she addressed a large gathering a couple of weeks ago when such was still allowed. And this is what she said.
I am 16 years old, which is arguably too young to be speaking to all of you about climate action. Some might even say that it's too young to be worried about climate change in the first place. And you know what? They would probably be right. Not because climate change isn't real, so I shouldn't have to worry about it, but because you shouldn't need to have a 16-year-old tell you what we're doing wrong in regards to caring for our planet. But I have found that I've had to voice my opinions because there is a lack of listening skills from those in control. I am here today to talk to you about ways in which I believe we can move forward whilst making a positive difference, whether it be large or small. And I say small because I believe that it doesn't matter the size of the action you are trying to take in regard to that difference. It all adds up and is valued in the grand scheme of things. I first became aware of the climate situation through the Albany Senior High School Marine Science Academic Extension Program. I was a member of that program from 2017 to 2019, and along the way I gained plenty of knowledge about Albany's marine ecosystems. I became very aware that there are changes occurring in our oceans that have a detrimental effect on our marine wildlife. It was at that point in time when I realized that something had to be done to counter these negative impacts. Helping to organize a climate strike in Albany last year was where my involvement really started to take off. My sister and her friend brought me along to one of the earlier meetings where I immediately got involved with the speech presenter group so I could voice my concerns and vent my frustrations about the lack of action from our government. Leading up to the strike, I was sure that we were only going to get about 300 people turn up to support the cause. In the end, we saw over 1,000 people from all different ages and sectors of society packed into the town square, about 996 of which signed our petition asking our local government to declare a state of climate emergency. In the weeks following the strike, I, alongside Kaylin Abrahams, Kensley Crowley, Hannah Ford, and Bridget Mason, went and actually spoke at a couple of council meetings, pushing for action on behalf of the Albany community. All of this has led up to me being here today and speaking to you. This leads me to pose the question, what can we do now? Well, there are 4 different levels of action we must seek: individual, local, national, and global. People generally tend to overlook the individual actions by believing that one person can't make a difference. This is obviously wrong because if we add up all individual actions, they combine to make valuable changes. For example, If everyone had a water-wise showerhead, imagine the decline in water consumption per household. Not only is this a great sustainable practice, but it also saves money on water bills in the long run. Environmentally sustainable transport practices could include walking or cycling instead of driving a car short distances, carpooling, or using public transport. Other individual actions, such as buying local produce rather than imported produce, upcycling or buying second-hand clothes, and using reusable items like straws, water bottles, containers, and shopping bags, also contribute to sustainability and reduction in waste. Now that I've discussed individual actions, it's time to consider what we can do as a community. Participation in group projects allows for social interaction while working towards common goals on a larger scale. Some examples of these types of projects might include revegetation of native plants and removal of non-native plants, the creation of more community gardens, workshops on upcycling and repurposing household items, and community cleanups of local beach and park areas to prevent the degradation of our local waterways and harm to wildlife. While we as individuals and smaller communities can take action, we need our government to take climate change seriously by listening to the science and taking action in a way that individuals alone cannot. This could include the government mandating some changes, as well as being the leaders working towards a sustainable future. What this might look like is imposing a ban on single-use plastics, better management of water resources like the Murray-Darling Basin, improvements in the electric highway so that we can diverge away from carbon-emitting cars, a reduction in coal use, or the installation of renewable energy systems nationwide. Another possible government action could be the setup of government recycling industries or grants to help businesses start their own recycling industries. These industries may have large production costs, but the outcome of being able to recycle items easier will be more environmentally sustainable in the long run. Finally, what actions can be made on a global level? People across the entire planet have contributed to its decline as a result of greed, corruption, and ignorance, and overpopulation only increases pressures on the environment. World leaders need to take a united stand and accept that climate change is real. Some possible solutions could be genuine attempts to meet reduced carbon emissions targets, developments in the sustainable energy industry, wealthy countries helping developing countries set up their own recycling industries, global plastic reduction, and increased research into clean energy. Despite our sophistication and development as a species, we need to recognize that we may have done more harm than good. There is still time to implement changes to prevent further degradation. Perhaps now would be an opportune time to look for a simple solution. For I am a 16-year-old child who is fortunate enough to live in this beautiful part of the world, and I would like future generations to be able to experience it too. It is my dream that our world leaders can cooperate in recognizing that there is a global crisis and responding to it via implementing changes to our way of life. These changes must be environmentally sustainable, achievable, and accessible to as many people as possible. I want to leave the world in a better place than I currently find it. Thank you for listening.
Rebecca Ford, aged 16. She's in year 11 at Albany in Western Australia. That's her speech from a couple of weeks ago to an audience of nearly 300 people. Yes, climate is still there and will be looming for decades. The Science Show on RN, which occasionally visits the AAAS meeting that was held in Seattle in February. Here's another schoolgirl I met standing by her poster describing her line of research.
My name is Natalie Dow. I currently attend the Science and Engineering Academy at John Jay in Texas, San Antonio.
It says, discovering an effective way to protect thermodynamics in spacecraft. And you're at school, where do you get your spacecraft?
So my goal was to see which materials are going to work the best in protecting from extreme heats and extreme colds that they would encounter in spacecraft.
Did you happen to have these materials lying around the house?
No, so a lot of these I went and got, and then I was actually fortunate to get some from a mentor at Southwest Research Institute. They provided me with some 5051 aircraft grade aluminum, which was extremely helpful.
Very nice of them, wasn't it?
Yes, super.
And which materials did you find good and which bad?
Aluminums work the best material. I had originally looked at using beryllium and titanium, but they're extremely heavy, and so they've crossed this out for spacecraft, although they do use this with missiles, so they do work well in protecting from heat. Another one I found to be really good is silicone, and the reason for that is it absorbed the heat and then moved it away from the heat shield up really well and redirecting the heat.
Did this confirm what other people like NASA had found out, or were you surprising them with new information?
It did continue the research, and they actually use silicone in the thermal subtiles that they currently use on the space shuttle missions that they use to get up and down from the International Space Station. So it did reinforce this while also testing some other metals. They don't currently use aluminum.
Do you have in Texas near you any space sites?
The Johnson Space Center is in Houston, and so the past 3 summers I have done programs with them, which is actually where I got motivation from this. I was part of the High School Aerospace Scholar Program, which is with Oklahoma College and Johnson Space Center, where I got to go on campus, and then I did an online course throughout the school year as well.
I have the strange feeling you want to be an engineer.
Yes, astronautical engineering is what I'm planning on majoring in next year.
Do you want to go up into space?
That is possibly considering, definitely.
I see. What's your next plan? Because you're a senior, aren't you?
Yes, so I am going to go to college for aerospace engineering. I'm in between 3 colleges currently. I'm looking at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, UT Austin, and A&M College Station.
What's it like here at a big science conference?
It's super amazing. It's a lot of people to meet. It's a lot of different categories and topics, so it's very interesting and lots of learning environment.
Can I ask you, your parents in science, did you get inspiration from them?
So my mom's actually a lawyer, quite different, and my dad does construction, and so he had looked into architectural engineering, and they're super interested in it, but a little bit different.
Good luck and thank you.
Thank you.
Natalie Dow from San Antonio, Texas, of the AAAS in Seattle. Enthusiasm you could bottle. Yes, scientific talent can be nurtured in young and old, and from other occupations. Now meet Timothy O'Grady, also like Natalie, working in materials science, having hung up his spanner. Tim was a plumber, and now he's at the outfit investigating sustainability at Curtin University in Perth.
The first rather personal, cheeky question, how did you go from plumbing to being an academic?
Curtin sends out a series of scholarship position openings, and I was part of that as an undergrad student. And it was actually the day after I submitted my dissertation that I received an email about a PhD scholarship, and I looked at it, and it was actually what I'd written my dissertation about. So I thought I might just send through a cheeky CV and see how I go getting the spot.
Were you actually a working plumber for any length of time?
Yeah, I was full-time plumber for 10 years in Melbourne, and I actually worked full-time and studied full-time getting my undergrad degree.
And when you work as a plumber and you've got environmental sensibilities, do you get the horror sometimes the way people behave with their water supplies and so on?
Yeah, you do. But I guess that's why you're there, to help them keep their leaks at bay and try and keep as much water in the system as you can rather than out.
So what are you doing now to change focus?
Doing a PhD on the circular economy of modular buildings. We've actually designed a disassemblable modular 2-storey building that's actually on site now in Fremantle at the East Village site. So that's been a major part of the case study for myself and also my colleague Roberto Menuno. Yeah, a lot of work's gone into that, and we're really proud. We're going to be opening it up early next year, which is a fantastic result.
And when you mean circular, you're not talking about the shape, are you?
No, just reduce, reuse and recycle. So the idea came about, it was actually Roberto's idea when we had a bunch of disused steel frames that were from a failed building project that were available through our industry partner Fleetwood. And together we took the idea, rearranged frames in a way that we could build a new building from the scrap waste, save that material from being recycled and put it directly back into reuse. And that's what we've done to get this building.
How much of that can you do in other circumstances?
Lots. A lot of it just comes down to your design and your mode of thinking when you're approaching a job. A lot more has to be done to reintroduce building materials, and that's what we're looking at doing. And as part of this journey as well, going around to different salvage and demolition yards and actually seeing where the stock material is kept and the way that that needs to change in the coming years to actually reintroduce it back in a way where it's protected and it's cared for as a new building material, not as waste. I think that's the biggest mindset change that will help in the future.
And of course, one thing that people are worried about when it comes to buildings is the overuse of cement because of the emissions, the carbon and so on. Is that soluble?
Yeah, look, cement isn't really a great one because there's a big misconception that cement can be recycled. It can only be downcycled and it can only be used for a lesser product. So I think in the future, cement is going to have to become modular in the sense that it can be put in and taken out as a moulded product and have standardised sizing. Otherwise, from the next point of view, I see we need to look at steel and stronger timber materials such as CLT.
So modular meaning you've got various shapes which can be slotted into each other.
Yeah.
And when you're fed up with the building, you take them apart again and use them again.
Well, yeah, for our building in particular, we've designed it so the 2-story building actually fits on 8 trucks. So once you're sick of the building, you don't actually need to demolish it. You can just pick it up and move it away and put it back together somewhere else. The dream for me is just to be playing with Lego into my late career. So that's pretty much what we're trying to achieve, and that's what we've done with this building. And yeah, I'd like to see more of it, especially over here.
Playing with Lego sounds, yeah, you see the movie Lego, you know, it's awesome. Everything is awesome. That sounds quite awesome, I must say. The question is whether the professions are going to get on with it and take those ideas on board.
I think they will. I think there's a lot more of it being done overseas. There's a lot more on the East Coast as well, but here it's mainly restricted to the view that transportables are only used for mining purposes and things like that. And when we show someone a high-quality building like this one, which uses a lot of different materials and people can actually engage with the space, then people start to realise that there's another alternative rather than just building brick buildings with cement.
What's it look like?
It's beautiful.
Describe it then.
It's got WeatherTex down the bottom, which is a pressed spanilised timber product. It's a direct replacement for a cement-based Hardie's product. Up the top is matte colour bond, and it's got nice natural wood finishes on the entryway. The entire wall linings are a blonde ply, which is a really nice touch, and the ceilings are a pressed acoustic felt panel that are actually held in place by magnets. The kitchen's a really beautiful product from Proform in Perth, and they're actually completely recycled boards. So there's a lot of different things where we've had the opportunity to use materials that you would see in commercial buildings and actually just put them in here so people can see ways that they can be installed and have that circular economy approach where they can be taken apart and accessed.
And the magnets last, do they?
They do, yeah. We're just having some troubles getting them nice and set because every time someone else needs to come in, we need to pull them back down. But eventually when they're up, they'll look good.
And the biggest question, of course, above the green one, do you save money?
No, not yet. We will save money in the future, but at the moment, there's no sort of opportunity for closed loop. So from a resource point of view, I mean, it's taken 12 months of full-time work of running around, organising phone calls, beg, borrow and stealing to try and get these things into place. But eventually we'll be able to create a system where it'll take care of itself.
Do you miss plumbing?
Every day, yeah. Miss being on site with the boys. So, yeah, it's a different environment, but I'll get there.
Tim O'Grady doing his PhD at CUSC, the sustainability team at Curtin University in Perth. Later on the science show, some of the biggest dinosaurs you've ever imagined and a flying beast from hell. Before we see the monster, just hear what it may have sounded like. But these noises come not from a creature, but a machine. Carl Smith reports.
Star Wars fans have all heard of the notorious TIE Fighter. It's the evil Empire's weapon of choice for small space combat, and it has a very distinctive sound.
Stay in attack formation.
But what many fans may have missed is that TIE, as in T-I-E, actually stands for Twin Ion Engine. And that ion engine sound, well, it turns out, as in so much science fiction, it's probably not quite right. Apparently, an ion engine actually sounds more like this. Firing! That's a recording of Dr. Paddy Neumann testing an ion engine that he dreamt up and designed as a third-year uni student. It's called the Neumann Thruster. And that could be the sound of Australia's future spacecraft. That is, if sound actually carried in space. Dr. Neumann's lab has recently moved to Adelaide's Lot 14, the new home for the Australian Space Agency and a hub for Australia's space startups. But when I visited last year, it was tucked inside a nondescript brick warehouse in suburban Adelaide.
G'day, I'm Dr. Paddy Neumann. I'm the Chief Scientist at Neumann Space, and welcome to our lab. We're doing product development and research in a warehouse in a suburban Adelaide.
He's an enthusiastic guy with a big beard, and here's how he describes his creation, the Neumann Thruster.
A particular machine called a pulsed cathodic arc plasma source, which works kind of like what happens if you make an electric welder, like an arc welder, have babies with a camera flash.
Ion thrusters are electricity-powered spacecraft engines. Prototypes have been around since the 50s, and some have even been tested in space. Dr. Neumann's thruster is a little different to earlier prototypes, but it has similar component parts. He pointed these out to me as we looked at a Neumann thruster inside a long steel vacuum chamber next to us that was replicating conditions in low Earth orbit.
An anode, which is the positive part of the circuit, a cathode, which is the negative part of the circuit, a triggering electrode, and we often put a little magnetic field coil on the inside as well to give it a bit more efficiency.
When the system fires, electricity sparks between the anode and the cathode. This technique can be very powerful, which is why it's used by some welding tools to break up tough material. You might have seen one of these used before. They're known as arc welders or electrical welders.
When you use an electric welder, like an arc welder, you bring the long skinny welding rod close to the bit you're trying to weld, the weld piece. And the long skinny welding rod, that's the cathode, that's the negative part of the circuit. When you get that close enough to the anode, the weld piece, the positive end, you get the arc being triggered between cathode and anode.
The same broad principle is at work here inside Paddy Neumann's thruster, except instead of welding, he's using this powerful burst of electricity to make plasma.
A plasma is just a gas that we've heated up or hit with a lot of electrons to make a bunch of the electrons whizzing around the atoms jump off and break free. So it's like a gas, but it's very electrically conductive.
That gas is a mixture of negatively charged electrons and the original atoms they were attached to, which are now positively charged because they've lost their negatively charged electrons. These are known as ions. Plasma is a pretty volatile state. Lightning is considered plasma, and stars, like our sun, are made of predominantly the same stuff too. Paddy Neumann's thruster is all about turning an element like, say, titanium or magnesium into plasma and firing the charged gas out the back of the engine.
When the system goes, we send the trigger pulse down to the trigger electrode. Once the arc discharge starts, we create a plasma from whatever we make the cathode out of. So if it's a titanium cathode, it's a titanium plasma.
Shooting that plasma out the back is what propels the engine and the craft it's attached to forward.
It's a rocket just like any other rocket. You have some material moving one direction really fast, and through the magic of conservation of momentum, the rest of the vehicle gets pushed along. Like firing a bullet out of a gun gives you some recoil, it's the exact same physics.
Dr. Neumann came up with the idea while he was an undergraduate student at the University of Sydney.
I was a third-year student doing aerospace engineering and physics, and suffering from a horrible condition, I fall asleep in lectures. And because of this, I decided to volunteer for as many practical projects as possible. So I volunteered for a project on plasma diagnostics, which is, like it says on the tin, you put instruments into the plasma, diagnose how hot it is, how dense it is, how fast it's moving, all of these important things. And by analyzing my results further, I could determine the average effective velocity of the plasma, which was about 23 kilometers per second. I figured you could probably make a rocket out of that.
Did you ever think, as a third-year university student, you'd have your own space rocket drive named after you?
Not really. I looked at how good some of the numbers were and laughed and said, no, this is too good.
But he rechecked the data and he hadn't made a mistake. So now he's commercializing the Neumann thruster. And in May last year, he signed a research and development contract with the Australian Department of Defence to begin testing the engine. I asked Dr. Neumann whether I could see a demonstration of the thruster. Unfortunately, the system was under maintenance, and it didn't sound like it would be worth risking a test.
We have short, sharp pulses of plasma, pulses of several thousand amps, which is slightly hazardous.
But he could show me a recording of the thruster firing, and he walked me through what happens inside the sealed vacuum chamber.
When it all fires, you see a bright flash of light, and what that flash tells you is there's plasma. Cathode is charged. Firing.
Okay, yeah, it's a bright white bluish flash.
It looks a lot like the bright blue light you get out of an arc welder because it's the same sort of deal. It's an arc plasma.
So if my hand was in there and I got hit with one of those bursts, what would I feel?
You probably have a lot more issue from the vacuum, but the amount of impulse that we're actually providing with each of those pulses is on the order of 1 millinewton second, which, if you hold up your hand, this is about the same amount of impulse. He says, just puffing gently onto the middle of his palm. So it's not a whole lot, but if you're up in space where there's very, very little air and there's no friction with the ground, every one of those little pulses adds up.
This isn't very useful for taking off or blasting through an atmosphere. So the ion thruster won't replace chemical propellants, our standard way of firing rockets into space.
Chemical propellants are really great for giving you a lot of thrust right now. They're really high thrust, but they're not very highly efficient.
That is where the Neumann thruster excels. In fact, the thruster drew international attention a few years ago when it beat the existing record for fuel efficiency. It even beat NASA's best ion engine prototypes.
One of the efficiency metrics that engineers like to talk about in this space is called specific impulse, often referred to as ISP. It's kind of like miles per gallon, but for rockets.
The ISP is essentially the amount of push you can get from a given weight of fuel. So a higher specific impulse means the propellant is being used more efficiently. This is just one element to consider when designing a space engine, but it is important, given craft need to travel long distances to get anywhere in space. Plus, because getting anything into orbit is expensive, having fuel that gets you further with less mass is pretty handy. Specific impulse is measured in seconds. When Dr. Neumann began testing his engine, existing ion thrusters had reached about 3,500 seconds of specific impulse. NASA's experimental HIPEP system could reach a little below 10,000 seconds. But after trialing a few different fuels, Dr. Neumann released his results.
Published a paper a couple of years ago now on magnesium as the propellant and had data at 11,000 seconds. So 3 times better than what's commercially available today.
And that was even better than NASA's best attempts. So after Dr. Neumann released his data, news articles started to appear around the world, talking about the Australian university student who built an ion thruster that beat everyone else's.
On that metric, yeah, but this is just a very early days experimental system. The high-performance systems NASA has done experiments with have been based around a lot of research and a lot of accumulated knowledge on how you'd make it so that it could fly. We're learning how it works with this system because no one's really done it with this technology before.
But there's another advantage to the Neumann thruster aside from fuel efficiency. In other prototypes, the fuel is normally a gas, but in Dr. Neumann's thruster, the fuel can be a solid chunk of material. And this comes with a few benefits.
So this means we don't need a tank, unlike the other electric propulsion systems, which require something like xenon or other gaseous propellants like that. Because we've got a dense solid propellant, we need a lot less space in order to do the same mission, which, coupled with a much denser propellant, means a much smaller volume in your spacecraft is devoted to your propulsion system.
Plus, solid conductive materials are reasonably abundant, and not just here on Earth.
One of the great strengths of our system is, you can think of it like a diesel engine. If you work the injectors and the other bits of the hardware in a diesel just right, it can run on anything that is liquid and hydrocarbon. With our system, we need solid and conductive, which means we could potentially run on space junk.
He says it might even be possible to feed the engine with asteroids.
It doesn't have to be a metal as long as it's conductive. Carbon, if you treat it right, is conductive. Graphite, for example, stuff in pencil leads. Then there's an entire class of asteroid called a carbonaceous chondrite for a reason.
While the Neumann thruster won't be able to compete with chemical propellant combustion engines to get craft into space, he sees an opportunity to fit this engine onto smaller craft or satellites to keep them in orbit.
There's always going to be a little bit of a tug from the moon and from the sun's gravity, so you need a little engine to keep it in the correct orbit. Our system will have the efficiency that you want in order to maximize your mission lifetime.
As promising as it sounds, there are still a few challenges, including finding a source of electrical power to turn the cathode into a plasma for thrust.
With an electrical propulsion system, you need, of course, as the name suggests, electricity to do this. Where you get that electricity from, that's somebody else's decision. But if you're hanging around at about the same distance that the Earth is from the sun, you'd be using solar panels because of the cost-benefit analyses, and there's no other real choice. Further out in the solar system, however, you get a lot less sunlight, everything becomes colder, darker, dimmer, and you wind up needing something nuclear.
Last year, Neumann Space received some $2 million in seed funding and government grants. They say they're planning to test the Neumann thruster in space soon. So, although it's unlikely we'll see an Australian-designed TIE fighter, who knows? This ion engine might soon be moving satellites or spacecraft across the night sky.
Carl Smith with us at the ABC Science Unit, and let's hope he's right. So many ideas, so much young talent. Let's now stay in Adelaide, where last week we spoke to Professor Roger Seymour, who published a paper on clever apes by measuring blood flow to the brain. But his other interest is dinosaurs, which he's testing in the same way.
We're using the holes in bones mainly to look at the evolution of dinosaurs because we're interested in the metabolic rate of dinosaurs. And that's what my original idea was, how we could use the foramina in dinosaur bones to determine their metabolic rate. And it turns out we can. And we can show that the thigh bone, the femur, has a huge hole in it, much greater than living mammals and birds. The blood that went into that hole was to keep the bone alive and to allow it to grow and to repair the microfractures that are normally accumulated during locomotion. And it showed that these animals grew fast and they were highly active animals, characteristic of warm-blooded endotherms. So
interesting. And any dinosaurs from South Australia?
No dinosaurs from Australia at all have been measured by us. We've searched all of the major museums of the world and have got up to 200 specimens now of thigh bones of dinosaurs, which after the ape paper dies down, we're going to start looking at.
What if you find out that dinosaurs too were quite smart?
That's a point, but unfortunately the blood flow to the brain of birds and dinosaurs is much more complicated than it turns out to be in primates. We were very lucky that there are only 3 groups of living mammals that have the major supply through the internal carotid arteries, and that is primates, marsupials, and rodents. None of the others. So we can't do marine mammals, cetaceans, or any other of the intelligent species.
Professor Roger Seymour of the University of Adelaide. Now, if you happen to have a copy of the Scientific American magazine from October lying around, look up the picture on the cover. Terrifying. A vast creature with unbelievable wings zooming across the sky. It's the imagined monster of Michael Habib, who's at the University of Southern California and the LA County Museum. May I call you Dr. Cover Story Habib, given the Scientific American and your new book?
Thanks very much. Yes, so I spent a lot of time in the realm of large flying animals, actually the largest of flying animals that are known, big flying reptiles called pterosaurs. Not all of them are huge, but I spend a lot of time on the large ones. And that was the primary subject of my cover article in Scientific American. And they also feature prominently in my upcoming book, which will be out in a handful of months later this year.
It's called Flying Monsters, illustrating flying vertebrates. And the creature on the cover is like something I've never seen before. It's got wings and it's got anorexia, although it's huge. It's very slim. And it's got a gigantic head with a frown. A bit like fins and teeth sticking out. What the hell is it?
We've nicknamed it, and by we I mean myself and my partner on the book, Tara Whitlatch, the killer dactyl. It is a hypothetical pterosaur that never really existed. It's an imagined creature.
The killer dactyl from hell.
Yeah, pretty much. Killer dactyl from hell. And what it is actually what you would get if you took early pterosaurs and blended them both in terms of size and proportions with later pterosaurs. So this is blending 2 groups of animals that actually existed to create a new thing that is realistic and would work mechanically and everything, but never actually existed and is, quite frankly, hideous and beautiful at the same time.
How do you know it would work mechanically?
That's my job. What we've done here is in terms of the important mechanical components, so proportions are related to be able to fly at large size and things like that, we borrowed all of those proportions and aspects from large pterosaurs that really lived. So it has all the things it needs to do to fly at large size and work mechanically. Things like Quetzalcoatlus that had wingspans of 10.5 meters and masses around 300 kilos or so. And so we built this animal to the same specs, if you will, as those real animals in a lot of regards. But then in terms of the teeth and the overall shape of the head and things like that, we borrowed from these other pterosaurs that were fairly distantly related to create this cool mishmash.
Which brings us to the big puzzle about those creatures. Why did they have to be so big? Isn't it easier if you're small?
Not necessarily. It's kind of funny. In a way, one would expect, in terms of size evolution, you fill whatever space works. You kind of fill the available space. So being small has advantages, but being big has advantages too. And on the whole, groups probably get as small or as big as the circumstances allow. Now, circumstances can be the resource scenarios. They can also relate to mechanically what the animal can and cannot do. So pterosaurs had anatomy that allowed them to get very large and still be very effective flyers, very efficient launchers, as opposed to, say, a bird, which can't get nearly that big with its anatomy and do the same things. Evolution works with what it's got, and so pterosaurs were always going to be able to get bigger than other things. In terms of what the advantage might be, there are more advantages to being a big flyer than you might think. One of them is that being able to go long distances, say in search of food, or being able to go a fair bit of time in between meals is much easier at large size. So it's not a coincidence, for example, amongst the living animals, the biggest animals are soaring animals. It goes both ways. On the one hand, if you're that big, if you're the size of a condor, for example, you probably need to be a soaring specialist for the most part. You could also be a short-range flight specialist, like a big wild turkey, for example. You have fewer options at the big size, so they tend to be soaring specialists. But on the other hand, it's also true that you're better at soaring. Small things don't soar very well. And so if a small bird, for example, wants to fly a few hundred miles, it's basically got to flap almost the entire time. Whereas if an eagle does that, it can maybe get away with only flapping 20% of the time or less. And so one of those, of course, has an enormous advantage in terms of range for fuel cost.
Indeed. But you said just now that some of them, the bigger ones, can stop eating for quite some time. I thought that if you were so big, you had to eat like a cow does, almost all day long.
How often you have to eat depends very much on how hard it is to digest the things that you're eating. So cows have to continuously browse because what they're eating is basically just really poor food. I mean, it's stuff that if most things tried to eat it, they would just die. They just wouldn't be able to extract enough energy to make it worthwhile. They'd just get an impaction. They would just keel over, right? So the fact that eating leaves is not easy to do. And we think of plants just sitting there waiting to be eaten, but they're not. They're defending themselves. They're armored, for one thing. They got all the cellulose and everything, and they're very hard to digest. And it takes a long time to digest that, and you can still only get a fairly modest amount of energy out, even if you're a big animal that's adapted to that. And so they have to eat all the time. But there's no indication that pterosaurs were eating leaves, for example. In fact, there's a number of indications they were not. I think that's something probably none of them ate. And they had varied diets, but most of them were high-energy diets. So if you're eating meat or you're eating fruits or things of that nature, those are high-energy foods. They can be digested rapidly. They have a high energy density, and they're easy to digest. You don't need a big GI tract to digest them, and you can eat a whole bunch of it. You put on a bunch of fat, and then you can use that fat reserve if you have to do a long flight, for example. Modern birds all the time, the longest distance non-stop migration on record so far of living animals is by a bar-tailed godwit, and it migrates from Alaska to New Zealand and back again each year. It lands in New Zealand half the mass it started. And that's a range, by the way, better than most 737 Boeing aircraft. Right? And this thing's about the size and shape of an American football. This is like throwing a rugby ball in the air and having it land thousands of miles somewhere else. I mean, it doesn't look to us like the epitome of efficiency and speed. And they're flapping the whole way. They're not soaring animals. But the reason they can do that, in part, is because they can build up all the fuel before they leave, and they can burn down a tremendous amount of fat and a bunch of muscle along the way without wrecking themselves physiologically, which, by the way, if you did something like that, if a human tried to do something like that, it would destroy us, right? And this is something flying animals are very good at.
Before we get to feathers, which I'd like to talk about, I can't see any on your pterosaur, but anyway, if you stay on the ground and you stay with the big dinosaurs, maybe the vegetarian ones, huge ones with huge long necks and great big bodies, tons and tons and tons, How do their joints work without breaking?
Interesting enough, in terms of the big, giant, long-necked dinosaurs, that's something that I've started to break into for the last few years because I've got a team in New Mexico. This is a team that I lead on behalf of the Natural History Museum here in Los Angeles. Their team out there has discovered and is coring 2 titanosaurs, 2 of the largest land vertebrates to ever live. Actually, one of our specimens is probably the largest dinosaur from North America ever. It's about 3 meters across at the hips.
Oh.
Yeah, and these are animals that always get great names. We're going to have to give ours some kind of great name. The most complete one, which is from South America, is called Dreadnoughtus, which means fears nothing.
Dreadnought?
Like the Dreadnought, yeah. I got to watch that being prepped at the Carnegie Museum when I used to live and work in Pittsburgh. But anyway, these guys, I mean, they're crazy animals. So I've been thinking a lot about like how you do these kinds of support. And interestingly enough, the limiting factor on size for those animals is probably not weight support. It's probably nerve length and vasculature. So to answer your question more directly about how do their joints not fail, it turns out limbs are really strong as long as you keep them straight. We call putting that in axial compression. So you basically load them end to end. And if you do that, bones are about 5 times stronger than concrete. Then, of course, in the joints you have cartilage and such, but that cartilage is somewhat compressible, and ultimately it will transfer the load to the bone. And so if you've got a nice big semi-soft cartilaginous pad in there, and we think they had a lot of cartilage capped on into their bones and their joints, and you keep the limbs quite straight, you can hold up an enormous amount of weight, which, quite frankly, we can see evidence in the fossil record by the fact that these large dinosaurs actually overlap baleen whales in size. Like if you look at the size records through time, blue whale's at the top, fin whale is next, but it's in a close heap with a few dinosaurs. And it's a bunch of dinosaurs, land animals, and then you get the more whales.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? As to your pterosaur, I can't see any feathers, although if I look very hard, are there feathers there?
Well, we add a little bit of fuzz on this particular creature. Keep in mind, it is imagined. In reality, we do know from direct fossil evidence of a handful of pterosaurs that some of them were very furry, basically. They had these things called pycnophyres. We don't know if actually the large ones were particularly furry because we don't have any preserved directly from them. Like some larger mammals today, they may have had a little less insulation than the smaller ones. We don't know. We know some of the small ones were very fuzzy. Big ones might have been somewhat fuzzy, or they could have been very fuzzy too. We don't really know. We also don't know whether or not they were really feathers or not. They're certainly not true feathers in the most technical sense of the word, but they might share an origin with feathers. So it's possible that the common ancestor of dinosaurs and pterosaurs, because pterosaurs were not dinosaurs, but they were closely related, that common ancestor might have had fuzz. And that fuzz became feathers in dinosaurs, and it just stayed fuzz in pterosaurs. That's a possibility. The other possibility is that broader group of reptiles, which we call archosaurs, has a propensity for evolving fuzzy coverings. And dinosaurs did it once, and pterosaurs did it a different time because they both had this predisposition to do it. We don't know which one of those is true. There is some recent fossil evidence, however, that does seem to suggest that they have a common origin.
When you're not doing cover stories, when you're not out in South America finding Monstrosaurus, or whatever it is, do you actually go out and dig up stuff?
Sure. I mentioned earlier about having 2 field crews. I'm on site with those field crews. I don't just point them in the direction. So no, I'm out there. There are 2 field sites that I work most summers. One of them is in northwestern New Mexico, and we found tyrannosaurs out there. We have multiple titanosaurs, these giant long-necked dinosaurs, a whole forest of petrified wood, and a lot of other great creatures that we found out there. And then there's another field site that I work actually as part of a field course in a partnership London with Queen Mary University in London. That is up in Alberta. And so I work with folks there, and we take students out to a field site in Dinosaur Provincial Park, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And we train them in field techniques, and then we do real field work out there. So we have 2 places where I'm out regularly, stopped in a few other field sites over the years, but those are my primaries.
Professor Michael Habib, author of Flying Monsters, the book, out later this year. With luck? Yes, books as opposed to screens. What about that choice? For kids at home, mooning around the house while we wait for the virus to go away. Well, we have a new centre of excellence this year, spanning many campuses, including the Edith Cowan University in Perth. Here's one of its leaders, Lelia Green, Professor of Communications there.
We'll be recruiting thousands of families, 2,000 with newborn children and 1,000 older children, to be part of a 7-year longitudinal study so that we can have a living laboratory of the impact of different kinds of experiences of digital media upon a whole range of health, education, and connection outcomes for these children.
That was a very intense job description. Essentially, you're worried about whether young people are handling the new technology well or not. What are the problems you're seeing so far?
What we see is the concern that most parents feel about a new way of bringing up children, and every generation in living memory has had different experiences and different technologies than the generation before it. But what we see is parents worrying about whether they're doing the best things for their children. They know that the educational message is young children benefit from digital technologies. They are concerned that the health message is often that they are disadvantaged and that they should be allowed to grow at their own pace without the impact of digital influences. And yet the social environment is such that children see digital technologies used around them all the time. And like anything else, they want their share of them. So we're trying to come up with evidence-based guidance that will help parents make the decision that's right for their family context. So for example, in talking to families and based on the research we've done, we would generally suggest that families think very hard about a child having their own device under 5, because if a parent is lending a phone, there's always a discussion at the point that it's handed over, and the parent generally wants it back again. So that's a natural break on how long the child has the device, but it also means that the child is engaged in a discussion around whose it is, how long it's there for, as part of the digital use. So it's contexted within a family dynamic or within a school dynamic. On the other hand, if a parent and a child each have their own device, then they can be absorbed in digital worlds and lose that opportunity to communicate with each other.
It seems to imply that we are naturally born, perhaps, to want to be alone in our own situation. And if you have your little device, that is an extension of your own situation, even though you look at it as a way of examining the world. So there's a tendency to be private, is there? No, I would have thought it's the other way around. You want to be with people and you want to be out in the world.
I think for children, being online is one of the few areas in which they have autonomy and agency. They can often choose what they're engaging with within limits, depending upon how the parent has set up their device. And they can make things happen. They can make noises, they can choose colours, they can select program streams, all sorts of things. And that level of agency in their everyday lives is very rare. And so I think that what happens is that children do want to engage with others all the time, but it needs to be a whole range of experiences rather than predominantly digital or to the exclusion of all digital, particularly since these children will be growing into a digital world. I think we need to try and explore ways in which we can raise children that are confident digital users who are able to leave devices, that are able to go without digital contact, without feeling anxious, and who are able to be conscious of their technology use.
Leila, what is your particular role in this exercise?
I've been researching the role of digital media in children's lives for over 20 years now, partly experimenting on my own children and then going on to look at others. I've been working recently with very young children from birth to 5, and I'm about to start a project with older children looking at their perceptions of harm through accessing adult content online, which was something that's been looked at by the Senate Commission. So I've been privileged to look at the whole range of age groups from 0 to 18, and with a whole range of very talented partners and researchers and PhD students.
How young do you find them using these devices? Go and shock me. Tell me it's about 3, 4, 5 months old.
Absolutely. There is almost no level of youth, of infancy, where children are not engaged by a screen. Now, obviously, at that age, all they can do is goo and gar at it and follow it with their eyes, but they are fascinated. They are hardwired to look at changing information in their environment because that's how they survive. It identifies threats, but it also identifies sources of succor and love and care. And so if you've got a device where there's colour, there's lights, there's music, it engages them. Now, of course, they get tired, they get hungry, they need a lot of other things. But there is a risk that the so-called digital babysitter, unless it's part of a planned sort of introduction, and if families are taking some thought about how to introduce and engage their child with digital media, there's a risk that it can become very, very fascinating for very young children very early on.
Do you find it a problem that these devices are made to be addictive and they could be made otherwise?
I think that capitalism is the fundamental root of that problem. And I think that probably trying to come to terms with it is easier than curing capitalism. So what I think we're trying to do here is to understand what are the successful ways, what are the good models for raising kids to be confident technology users and confident people who can walk away from their technology and not feel they have to have the last word or not feel crushed because someone said something rude to them. So we want to look at the ways that different people have successfully raised kids to be able to be in control of technology rather than the other way around. Unless we totally change the economic system of Western democracies, which probably raises more problems than it's worth to try and do that, then we have to learn to live with the environment we've created for ourselves.
Do you think it's necessary to involve the young people in this exercise as well? Do they say interesting things about their predicament?
I think it's inevitable. The young people are using these digital technologies to make their presence known and felt in a way that we have never previously seen. So it begs the question as to where we draw the line for what counts as citizenship, what counts as adulthood, what counts as an informed use of these media. When we look at young people like Greta Thunberg or the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School massacre survivors, the way that they are using digital media, social media, to create a new direction for discussions, I think we have hope that in the midst of all the chaos that we're creating for them, they are having a chance to speak back and to perhaps, with luck, influence some of the outcomes before it gets too late.
I must say, we're talking about too late, it's a bit of a paradox. On the one hand, you've got the young women, especially women, actually, you mentioned, who are wonderfully articulate and showing leadership at a young age. And on the other hand, if you look at the stats for broader education around Australia, the stats are going down. In fact, the stats are showing there's a diminution of achievement. So how do you interpret that?
I think it's possibly the fact that young people are no longer seeing a clear trajectory between educational outcomes and job opportunities, that we have so disrupted our society, possibly with digital media, that it's hard to be sure that the old formula of study hard, work well, do your homework, is going to result in the sort of job that your parents had in front of you. I think we have a big conversation to be had with the younger generations around things like income insecurity, around job prospects, around the gig economy, around different ways of being. And we need to be far more compassionate and understanding rather than thinking that what we were lucky enough to experience is something that young people should aspire to. And if they work hard enough, they will achieve, because that's not the case.
Final question, how much do you use digital media yourself?
I'm a bit of a dinosaur. I think if I was like a fish in water, it wouldn't have the fascination that it does. I use Facebook, I don't tweet. I just live on my emails and in my Word programs, writing books and articles and reading what other people have written. And I spend a lot of time sending texts to my friends and family.
Good to see you again after 30 years.
And you, Robin, I've really enjoyed it.
Yes, Lelia Green. Remember my interview with her on telecommunications in the bush on Science Show in November 1990? Then she was at the WA College of Advanced Education. Now she's professor at Edith Cowan University and one of those leading the new Centre of Excellence on digital learning. Next week we shall wonder about multiverses, the history of there being lots and lots of universes, and the idea goes back past Aristotle. And we shall explore the deep earth to see whether that's really where many fossil fuels come from. And the idea also goes way back. The Science Show is produced by David Fisher. I'm Robin Williams.
guest inviting you for Good Friday breakfast. We've got stories from around the world and close to home. From memories of Good Friday 1998, a turning point in Irish history, to the importance of neighbours and neighbourhood. From healing a sick country to reflecting on uncertain times. And of course, music to ease you into the day. So for Good Friday, remember we've got you covered from 6 till 9 on RN Breakfast.
It starts with flu-like symptoms. Sufferers experience high fever, a dry cough, shortness of breath, or breathing difficulties. That's SARS, a coronavirus that broke out almost 20 years ago. SARS and MERS, a coronavirus that followed some years later, provided Singapore and South Korea with a blueprint for handling epidemics. Find out what they did on Rear Vision, after the news and the world today on RN.
ABC News, I'm Ali Crowe. A parliamentary committee will scrutinise the federal government's financial assistance for workers and businesses during the coronavirus outbreak. The federal parliament is sitting today to consider the $130 billion JobKeeper wage subsidy. It's expected to pass with Labor's backing, which will see Commonwealth spending on financial support rise over $215 billion. Opposition leader Anthony Albanese says given Parliament isn't due to sit again until August, it's important the committee keeps an eye on the spending.
The scale of this expenditure that we'll consider today is without equal in our nation's history. We are headed for $1 trillion debt. It is a bill that will saddle a generation.
Meanwhile, it's been revealed the US Secretary of State has discussed how to coordinate the fight against coronavirus in a phone call with Prime Minister Scott Morrison. Secretary Mike Pompeo says he had a productive conversation with Mr Morrison on how to respond effectively to the COVID-19 pandemic. The senior member of President Trump's cabinet says cooperation between both nations has been key to overcoming many shared challenges, including the current health crisis. The national coronavirus death toll has risen to 50, with a 62-year-old South Australian woman dying this morning. SA Health says she contracted coronavirus while aboard the Ruby Princess cruise ship. Victoria's death toll has risen to 12 after the death of a woman in her 80s. 21 people have died in New South Wales and 6 in Western Australia. There have been 4 deaths in Queensland and 3 in Tasmania. 2 people have died in the ACT, and there have been just under 6,000 cases of coronavirus recorded across Australia. Coronavirus deaths have risen in Spain for the first time in 5 days, and more than 10,000 people have lost their lives in France. Bridget Brennan has more.
More than 13,000 people have died in Spain and another 743 coronavirus deaths were confirmed overnight. But Spanish officials are confident the rate of infection is slowing and they're considering lifting some restrictions on movement. In the coming weeks, 60,000 antibody tests will be carried out to gauge how many Spaniards are carriers with few or no symptoms. In France, 10,000 people have died, including hundreds of residents in nursing homes. In Paris, officials have introduced new rules banning exercising outdoors between 10 a.m. to 7 o'clock in the evening.
Here at home, New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian says some coronavirus restrictions could be relaxed in the state as early as next month, as authorities again report a drop in new cases. Hosnia Shams reports.
Ms Berejiklian says it's far too soon to talk about any easing of the tough restrictions imposed because of the coronavirus. She says social distancing measures are here to stay for the foreseeable future, but other restrictions could be eased as early as next month.
If we did go down that path, it would be based on health advice, and we are going to assess that on a month-by-month basis.
But Ms Berejiklian has warned lifting the restrictions will come with a risk. It comes as health authorities confirmed another 48 new cases of coronavirus in the state, the lowest daily tally in almost 3 weeks.
In other news, Victoria Police are investigating after vandals graffitied St Patrick's Cathedral in Melbourne overnight. The cathedral doors and gates have been spray painted with obscenities and offensive images. It comes a day after the High Court overturned Cardinal George Pell's convictions for child sexual abuse in a unanimous ruling. Melbourne's Catholic Archbishop Peter Comensoli has told 3AW The graffiti is disappointing, but not surprising.
There's remain such strong emotions around all of this matters, so I'm not surprised it happened.
After devastating parts of Vanuatu, severe tropical cyclone Harold has moved west and is now lashing Fiji. Here's Pacific Affairs reporter Liam Fox.
Harold has weakened from a Category 5 to a Category 4 cyclone, but is still generating winds of 175 kilometres an hour. It's now around 100 kilometres south of the tourist town of Nadi on Fiji's main island. Roofs have been blown off buildings, roads blocked by fallen trees and swollen waterways, and there's flash flooding in low-lying areas. Meanwhile, in Vanuatu, aerial assessments have begun to determine the full extent of the damage there.
And in sport, the Australian Transplant Games that were scheduled to be held in September in Launceston have been postponed until next year because of coronavirus. This is ABC News.
Afternoon, welcome to The World Today. I'm Thomas O'Reilly. Coming up this Wednesday, relief in sight for those who have lost their jobs, with Parliament to pass the $130 billion JobKeeper program. But what about those who aren't eligible? We'll look at the tough times ahead for thousands of migrant workers and casuals who'll miss out. And are your personal liberties more important than the well-being of the entire community? You might know some of these defiantly anti-authoritarian types. Well, we'll speak to Australia's Human Rights Commissioner about civil liberties in the time of coronavirus.
You can take measures that are quite robust to deal with a public health emergency like this pandemic, but there are limitations. You can't do things that will unreasonably impinge on people's basic rights, including their freedom of movement.
I've been covering at length the impact of the virus on the Australian economy, so let's start today's show by taking a look at the federal government's JobKeeper payment plan. Parliament's convening in a special one-day sitting to debate the $130 billion package. And as part of the plan, Australian workers will receive $1,500 a fortnight if they've been in casual, part-time or full-time work for more than a year. But hundreds of thousands of migrant workers are among those who'll miss out on the JobKeeper subsidy. Others include international students and asylum seekers who say supporting themselves here during the COVID-19 shutdown is next to impossible. Rachel Mealy begins our coverage.
Marcus Bento is from Brazil. He's been living and studying in Australia for the past 4 years. He's been supporting himself, working 20 hours a week at a restaurant. But now he's stuck in Australia with no means of support.
Not just me, but every student visa here in Australia, and no eligible to JobKeeper and this program for government.
He says he can't afford to return to Brazil because he's already paid his university course fees in full and needs to complete his studies.
This is bad situation, uncertainly, because my course is ongoing now and finish in September. I spent more than $40,000 to pay my student here, and just my master degree. How can I back to Brazil in my with my course no finish? If I back to Brazil now, I just lost. I just have lost because I have no my degree and my students finished.
The government expects 6 million Australians to benefit from the JobKeeper package, which will flow into bank accounts at the beginning of May. But unions and charity groups are concerned that many groups aren't eligible for it or the job seeker payment for workers who've lost their jobs outright. Connie Lenneberg is the executive director of the charity, the Brotherhood of St Lawrence. She says refugees and asylum seekers who are in Australia waiting for visas to be processed have been left with nothing.
We need to have compassion for all people, and our Prime Minister said recently that our response to this coronavirus should be on the basis of needs in the community. And we know that refugees and asylum seekers are losing their jobs, just like other people in the community, and they require the same kind of income support. So if they're in work, they should be eligible the same as any other worker, the JobKeeper, and if they're not eligible for that, they should become eligible for other forms of income support.
Connie Lenneberg gives the example of an asylum seeker from Iran who's been living in Australia for 7 years. He's been working as a food delivery driver in Melbourne.
He's found now that his work has dropped from 6 days to 3 days a week. His wife has lost her job. They've got 2 kids who are in education, and they're absolutely desperate at this point in time. They don't know what they will do.
Jose Sarlog is the executive chef at Franca restaurant in Sydney's Potts Point. He's here from Canada on a working visa.
Well, I mean, I understand that the government needs to take care of their Australians first. That's understandable, but at the same time, in our industry, quite high are people that with work visas that are not eligible for this. So it's going to sad and daunting to see what's going to happen in the future. Obviously, it's not quite sustainable to live this way. Yeah, hoping that the government can do something about us as well.
The federal government says workers will only be eligible for the JobKeeper package if they've been in employment for a year or more. Attorney General Christian Porter told Sydney Radio 2GB the line had to be drawn somewhere.
The reason for that, keeping in mind that this system works in tandem with the very expansive changes to the welfare system and the job seeker payment, is that this is a scheme meant to help employers and employees maintain their regular connection with each other. Now, you have to draw the line somewhere again as to what is a regular connection between an employee and an employer.
The Attorney General Christian Porter, Rachel Neely with that story. Now, as Australia navigates this crisis, the good news is that the curve has stabilised. The economic and social carnage is only getting worse. On the rental front, states and territories are yet to figure out how they'll protect tenants who can no longer pay for their accommodation. And there's also no clear answer about how to assist landlords when they have to pay the mortgage without any money coming in. David Sparks has been taking a look.
It's estimated hundreds of thousands of Australians have lost their jobs since the COVID-19 crisis began. One of them is Miguel Bernardo, a single father taking care of his 8-year-old son in the Melbourne suburb of Ivanhoe. 2 weeks ago, he was a full-time chef. Suddenly, he has no idea how he's going to pay the rent.
I was working in a cafe in Thornbury, and the kitchen in the cafe had to close due to these new lockdown measures, and I went out of job. So I started talking to the real estate and asking them, what's their point of view, what they're thinking of doing, how should we approach this new future? And I got a lot of automated replies, suggestions to go elsewhere, and very little answers to my direct questions to the landlord or to the real estate.
Both state and federal governments are calling on tenants and landlords to negotiate solutions during this crisis, rather than relying on enforced outcomes. So the lack of communication from his real estate agent has surprised Miguel Bernardo.
I'm having trouble just making sure my message is getting to the landlord. There's no confirmation, for example, from the real estate that he's getting my proposals, he's getting my concern.
Are you proposing that you should pay zero rent for the time being or a reduced rate?
No, not at all. Not at all. My proposal started at around 50%, just trying to negotiate.
It's now more than 2 weeks since Prime Minister Scott Morrison announced the states and territories had agreed to put in place a moratorium on evictions of tenants as a result of the current crisis. But so far, only Tasmania has legislated that rule. Michael Bevan from Launch Housing says his organisation has set up a special hotline and is already hearing from tenants.
We're getting a lot more calls from people who for the first time are worried about their housing insecurity, and we can't help them because the laws aren't clarified.
It's not just tenants. Landlords are also worried. Real Estate Institute of Australia President Adrian Kelly agrees many tenants will simply be unable to pay full rent and concessions will have to be made. He says the federal government should step in and subsidise rental payments to keep rent money flowing through the sector.
It's actually a double whammy now because we've got tenants who have lost employment, we've got property owners who have lost employment, we've got mortgages all over the place, and the big sleeper issue for us, which hasn't really been talked about yet, is the expenses and the outgoings that all of these property owners are still going to have to pay in the form of, say, land tax, council rates, body corporate fees, and the bills are going to mount up very quickly.
While the rental market takes a massive hit during this pandemic, so does the tourism sector. Across the nation, authorities are warning people not to head off for a holiday this Easter weekend for fear of spreading the virus to regional areas. In South Australia, television ads are calling on people to spend the holiday at home. And in New South Wales, Police Commissioner Mick Fuller says officers will be out in force.
Over the next couple of days, New South Wales Police will be out on our roads making sure that people adhere to the orders around the Easter holidays. We will be going through caravan parks early, issuing warnings to people that may think that they can get around these laws. People will be given one opportunity to pack up, go back to your home state, and go back home. Otherwise, we will unfortunately have to issue tickets.
New South Wales Police Commissioner Mick Fuller, David Sparks reporting. Overseas now, and the acting US Navy Secretary has resigned in a controversy over coronavirus. Thomas Modly stood down after calling a commander who complained about the way the Navy was dealing with the crisis naive and stupid. US President Donald Trump has accepted the resignation while criticising the commander who wrote the letter of complaint. Barbara Miller has this report.
Appreciation from the crew for Captain Brett Crozier, who was fired last week for writing a letter leaked to the media in which he begged for more help to deal with the coronavirus outbreak on the USS Theodore Roosevelt. The letter and the send-off infuriated the acting Navy Secretary, Thomas Modly. He wasn't content with standing down the captain. He then flew thousands of miles to the Pacific island of Guam, where the aircraft carrier is docked, to give the crew this message.
It was my opinion that if he didn't think that information was going to get out into the public in this information age that we live in, that he was too naive or too stupid to be the commanding officer of a ship like this.
Those comments ultimately were not defendable, and Thomas Modly has resigned. This US President Donald Trump's reaction.
He wouldn't have had to resign. I would not have asked him. I don't know him. He did that, I think, just to end that problem. And it was the whole thing was a very unfortunate. The captain should not have written a letter. He didn't have to be Ernest Hemingway. He made a mistake, but he had a bad day.
In his media briefing, Donald Trump was also pressed about what he knew of a memo written in late January by a chief advisor, Peter Navarro, warning of the dangers to health and the economy posed by the coronavirus outbreak. The president said he didn't see the memo at the time and still hadn't seen it, but he said it didn't matter because he took appropriate action.
He wrote some memos talking about pandemic. I didn't see him. I didn't look for him either. But that was about the same time as I felt that we should do it. That was about the same time that I closed it down. I closed down our country to China, which was heavily infected. I then closed it down to Europe. That's a big move, closing it down from China and then closing it down from Europe and then ultimately closing it down to the UK. So, and it was right about that time.
Asked if he hadn't downplayed the crisis initially, Donald Trump said he couldn't help but be a cheerleader for his country.
I don't want to create havoc and shock and everything else. I'm not going to go out and start screaming, this could happen, this could happen.
The president then accused the World Health Organization of initially failing to take the crisis seriously enough.
They called it wrong. They call it wrong. So we'll be looking into that very carefully. And we're going to put a hold on money spent to the WHO.
In the UK, a spokesman for Prime Minister Boris Johnson would not be drawn on an offer Donald Trump earlier made to have US companies working on virus remedies help the British leader. The spokesman said Mr. Johnson's treatment was a matter for his doctors. Boris Johnson remains in intensive care in a London hospital. A social media-driven campaign to have a national clap for him late on Tuesday local time didn't take off in a big way, but some well-wishers posted signs in their windows and Conservative MPs were seen taking part in the clap.
Boris, is to see you, mate. We're counselling Mr. Boris. Get well soon.
While Mr. Johnson's condition clearly remains very serious, the British people are taking heart from news that he is not yet needed to be put on a ventilator.
Barbara Miller. Quickly away from the coronavirus now, and the global banking giant HSBC has quietly outed itself to Australia's Financial Crime Agency for potential breaches of anti-money laundering laws. Now, HSBC's Australian arm has become the latest bank to become embroiled in a money laundering scandal. For more, I spoke to our senior business correspondent, Peter Ryan. Peter, bank reputations continue to be tarnished by these money laundering breaches. What could this mean for HSBC?
Well, Tom, in the midst of the coronavirus crisis, important stories are developing in the background, and the financial intelligence agency AUSTRAC is constantly pressuring all financial institutions to come clean about potential breaches. But this admission from HSBC was buried in its 2019 financial accounts that were published late last month, where the bank confirmed it had raised under-reporting matters relating to a limited category of cross-border transactions with AUSTRAC, the financial crime agency. Now, a spokesman for HSBC Australia wouldn't confirm the specific number of money laundering breaches, though it does seem the quantity is not in the same league as Westpac, 23 million breaches, and the Commonwealth Bank, 54,000 breaches.
Right, but I mean, regardless of the number, the potential fines, I imagine, are potentially massive. What would HSBC be facing?
Well, the fines are potentially eye-watering, and the benchmark is the Commonwealth Bank. It faced $21 million per breach, and that's for each of the 54,000 breaches, but it ended up settling for $700 million in 2018. The Westpac matter of 23 million breaches remains before the courts. Westpac shocked investors and regulators late last year after it inadvertently allowed its payment platforms to be used by child sex rings in Southeast Asia. But HSBC is, of course, aware of the risks. It was fined almost $2 billion in 2012 after US regulators found the bank allowed its global network to be used by drug cartels to launder billions of dollars.
And Peter, the AUSTRAC, they were high profile in pursuing both Westpac and the Commonwealth Bank. Has there been any comment from the agency yet?
Well, an AUSTRAC spokesperson says the agency doesn't comment on specific investigations that are underway, but it's constantly working with institutions to fight financial crime to protect the community. It's also a bad day for the big four banks overall, which have been hit with a downgrade from the Fitch Ratings Agency, down from AA- to A+ because of the effect the coronavirus is having on Australia's economy.
Peter Ryan. On ABC Radio, across Australia, streaming online and on the ABC Listen app, this is The World Today. Thanks very much for your company. Well, with the lockdowns and physical distancing rules, I doubt many of us will be forgetting this period of our lives anytime soon. There's no doubt the measures are affecting all of us. And of course, there are different views about what's happening. Is it all too much or is it enough? I've put those questions to Australia's Human Rights Commissioner, Edward Santow.
These are strict measures. We've heard how people are really supportive of the limitations on their movement, but also that it asks a lot of people. At a small level, it stops people from seeing elderly relatives whom they love, but it also has a particular impact on some of the most vulnerable people, people with disability and others. So these are hard things for us all to deal with, but there is really strong community support.
Do you think, and I'm talking strictly hypothetically here, do you think there's a point where police powers can go too far in terms of stopping people from going about their everyday lives?
International human rights law is really clear on this. You can take measures that are quite robust when they impact on people's rights to deal with a public health emergency like this pandemic, but there are limitations. You can't do things that will unreasonably impinge on people's basic rights, including their freedom of movement. And that's something that we need to hold really, really close.
Do you think at the moment, though, there's a risk in being anti-authoritarian? An example, I've had people say to me and my colleagues in recent times things like, I'm not doing what the Health Minister, Greg Hunt, tells me to do, or they're jumping over the tape blocking off the beaches. Is this really the time to be overly sceptical of authoritarianism?
Well, I think what we need to do, and I think what the Australian community is already doing on the vast majority is to take these measures seriously. We only have a limited number of police officers, and so if the community at large doesn't take those social distancing principles seriously, then we've got a huge problem. It just simply won't work. Enforcement alone won't work. It's got to be something that the community takes on board as something that we do together. Having said that, I think that in any liberal democracy, it's important to keep an open mind and be sceptical about government when they may overreach and do things that are not strictly necessary to deal with the public health emergency.
And on that note, I mean, you've expressed concern about governments around the world upping their surveillance and using sophisticated technology to ensure that everyone's doing the right thing. Do you think that that's actually happening in Australia at the moment, though?
I think on the whole, Australia has got the balance right, and that's really pleasing. But we are seeing growing calls for more authoritarian measures. I mean, we saw just a month ago in China, certain residents being literally welded into their homes. We've seen some countries, particularly in Europe, either proposing to or actually suspending the usual democratic protections and ruling by decree. And as you say, there's also increasing government calls to spy on our citizens to enforce quarantine laws. I think those are precisely the things that we don't need to do and that have a disproportionate impact on people's basic rights.
Do you think that we're heading in that direction at the moment, though, just because we're in the middle of a pandemic?
Well, actually, I think we've always taken a balanced approach in Australia, and that's a really good thing. I think what we have to do is to fight this war, and in many respects, war is a good analogy for a challenge as big as this. We need to fight this war consistently with our values, and that means that when we win, as I'm sure we will, we won't have caused a lot of unnecessary damage to our society and our communities along the way.
You're talking about that growing momentum globally in terms of police powers, for example, but at what point do you think Australia would be going too far?
Well, I mean, I think we've seen automated enforcement of things like RoboDebt, and we've also seen how that can go badly wrong. And so when you use technology like artificial intelligence to try and not just track where disease is breaking out, but actually strictly enforcing it, you can see that perhaps the technology just isn't there yet. It isn't able to do that accurately and fairly. And so we need to just be realistic about that and make sure that we're striking the right balance between putting public health absolutely at the centre, but not doing it in a way that is going to cause unnecessary harm.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Edward Santow, thanks very much for speaking to the world today.
It's a pleasure.
Edward Santow, Australia's Human Rights Commissioner. We're hearing that prisoners are dying of coronavirus in jails overseas, and there are now increasing calls for early releases here. 400 legal experts and prisoner advocates have signed an open letter to Australian governments saying current practices are placing the lives of inmates and guards at risk. Now, they acknowledge that New South Wales, the ACT and the Northern Territory have moved to empower officials to release prisoners early, but they say it hasn't translated into enough action. And now they're demanding unprecedented measures to avoid an outbreak, as Annie Guest reports.
Having just been released from quarantine, Debbie Kilroy knows what it's like to have the highly contagious coronavirus.
Those lows were when I was feeling really nauseous and like I was going to vomit all the time, and I was freezing cold. Like, I remember being in the hospital and having 6 blankets on top of me and jumpers, and I was still freezing cold. And those moments of despair were taking me back into my experience as well in prison and solitary confinement, being freezing cold.
Debbie Kilroy is a former prisoner turned lawyer turned long-time advocate for women in the justice system.
Once this virus enters the prisons are exactly like those cruise ship liners out on the ocean, that it will run through the prison like wildfire.
She's having frequent discussions with the Queensland Parole Board, trying to secure the early release of 47 women or the release of women whose parole dates have passed.
And so there's been 15 women that have been granted parole over the last month. However, 10 of them, they can be released if we can secure accommodation. Accommodation is the biggest issue
Debbie Kilroy is one of 400 signatories to an open letter to Australian governments that says current practices are placing the lives of inmates and guards at risk. The letter makes 5 demands, including the early release, where safe, of prisoners on remand, Indigenous prisoners, women, children, the sick, the elderly, and those with sentences less than 6 months. It demands urgent hospital treatment for those infected and the public release of information. Another signatory is Professor Lorena Bartels from the Australian National University.
We haven't yet seen its full manifestation. I'm aware of 9 deaths in UK prisons. I'm aware of deaths in US prisons.
How likely is it that prisoners and inmates could die of coronavirus in Australia?
Oh, look, I think it is highly likely. If the virus itself gets widespread, there's double bunking to people in cells that are designed for one.
Professor Bartels acknowledges some jurisdictions responded to earlier calls for action, with New South Wales, the ACT and the NT moving to empower officials to release prisoners early. But she says she's not aware of any releases in those jurisdictions as a result.
Annie Guest reporting. And that's all from the World Today team for this Wednesday. Hope you can join us at the same time tomorrow. We'll be here keeping up to date. In the meantime, please wash your hands. Keep that distance from people. If you can, please just stay at home. Thanks for your company. I'm Thomas O'Reilly. Chat tomorrow.
RM. It starts with flu-like symptoms. Sufferers experience high fever, a dry cough, shortness of breath, or breathing difficulties.
Typically, in most cases, it progresses to a pneumonia. This is something, of course, that influenza doesn't normally do.
Severe acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS, has now killed at least 78 people. But just weeks ago, the medical world hadn't even heard of it. From the 7:30 report, almost exactly 17 years ago. Hello, I'm Kerry Phillips, and in this Rear Vision, we'll hear how Singapore and South Korea, partly because of their experience with previous coronavirus outbreaks, have managed this pandemic without locking people in their homes or shutting down their economies. Before we had SARS-CoV-2, the virus that's brought us the disease known as COVID-19, we had SARS-CoV-1. The disease it caused was SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome. It appeared in late 2002. The outbreak was largely limited to China and Hong Kong, but there were a few hundred cases in Singapore, Taiwan and Canada, and a handful elsewhere. Thomas Abraham is the author of 21st Century Plague, The Story of SARS.
SARS was a new disease that erupted out of southern China sometime in late 2002, November, December 2002. It spread very quickly across Guangdong province, and the spread was aided immeasurably by this cloak of secrecy that the Chinese government placed on this disease. So it spread, cases started coming into Hong Kong, and it was only when a fairly significant number of cases started to be seen in Hong Kong, which was around January, February 2003, that the world became aware really of the full extent of this disease. Now, what exactly was it? SARS is caused by a virus from the coronavirus family. And this is a large family of viruses, several of which already infect humans. If you have a cold, for example, a runny nose, that could well be a coronavirus infection. The natural home of these viruses appears to be in bats. So what happened in China was that it passed from bat, probably to some other form of animal, and from there to human beings. And the earliest who were infected were really people who were working in live animal markets in Guangdong. So that's probably the route that the virus took from bat to man.
Doctors and nurses in southern China, seeing the first patients with SARS, realised it was something new.
They found that this was unlike any other kind of pneumonia that they'd ever come across. It attacked patients far more severely, far more quickly. It spread far more easily to healthcare workers. I mean, a typical example of the way this spread would be you would have somebody come in with really severe pneumonia, very, very distressed breathing, lungs full of fluid. And typically these people would need to be intubated. You'd need to put in a tube to force oxygen in and out of the lungs. And in the process of intubation, healthcare workers suddenly found that they were getting infected in huge numbers. And even when you had a patient in a ward, for example, that patient would infect everybody others in the ward. And so this was extremely, extremely contagious. So people in southern China knew about this. They knew this was something new. They knew this was something terrible. And, they were rushing to stores, doing whatever they could, buying vinegar, buying face masks, buying Chinese traditional medicines, anything they thought would ward off this new disease. And there was a high degree of anxiety and panic in southern China. And news of this, of course, had trickled across the border to Hong Kong. One of the first recorded cases was a doctor from Guangdong who came to Hong Kong along with his family to attend a family wedding. And he was fine when he started traveling. He checked himself in a hotel, and then he started feeling terrible. So he walked to the nearest public hospital, and fortunately there was a big public hospital just down the road from his hotel, checked himself in and told the nurses and the doctors there saying, I'm from Guangdong. I've been dealing with cases like this. This is terrible. Put me into isolation immediately. Take every possible precaution. This is highly contagious. And his case really was what alerted the Hong Kong authorities to what this was. And he was really the first case that they'd actually seen, that they could relate to this new disease that they had been hearing about from across the border. And so, in a sense, it was this doctor who really alerted not just Hong Kong, but the world as well.
Hong Kong residents are taking no chances. On the streets and in workplaces, thousands of people are wearing masks as the outbreak of severe acute respiratory syndrome worsens. Despite new cases of infection emerging daily in the densely populated territory, the government says there's no need to panic.
We urge every member of the community to stay calm and also to take the preventive measures. We take this situation very seriously, and we are doing everything we can to contain the spread of the virus.
An apartment block has already been quarantined after more than 100 residents fell sick.
SARS turned out to be a relatively rare disease. At the end of the epidemic in June 2003, there were roughly 8,000 cases and nearly 800 deaths. Singapore had 2,038 cases and 33 people died. Dale Fisher, Professor of Medicine at the National University of Singapore, says SARS was the first such outbreak in Singapore.
I think it's fair to say that in terms of a novel viral outbreak, it's the first in recent history. Obviously, everyone deals with outbreaks all the time, whether they're foodborne outbreaks or hospital-based outbreaks, multi-drug resistant organism outbreaks, TB, chickenpox. There's always plenty going on. But no, if we're talking about novel viruses where we don't really know a lot about it, then SARS was a defining moment.
How did Singapore manage that at the time?
I think probably the most fundamental difference was that there was no test. We didn't have the technology that we do now. As you know, by early January, the genotype was known of the COVID-19 virus, but in SARS it was really only at the very end of the outbreak where we had a test. So we had to base our work on clinical criteria, and the first way we would screen people is that when they presented to hospital or a clinic, if they had the appropriate respiratory tract symptoms, which included fever, cough, things like that, and contact with someone believed to have SARS. So that was quite restrictive. So what we did with anyone that met those criteria, we would isolate them and see if they got better, basically. Now, it's very important that when you have a test, it's very sensitive so that you get the most people. It doesn't matter if you overcall it, but if you undercall it, it's a problem. So in Singapore and, in fact, other countries that were affected by SARS, it was pretty badly undercalled at the beginning. As I say, there was no test.
It wasn't a major problem, the outbreak of SARS in 2003, was it? Nothing like what we're experiencing now.
The difference between what we're experiencing now and with SARS is that the amount of virus that a person would give off when they had symptoms, in COVID-19, it's highest at the beginning. In SARS, it was highest as time went on. So therefore, COVID-19 is spread through the community when the illness is very mild and people are less suspecting. With SARS, it wasn't spread in those early days. It was only when they were sick and they went to hospital. So therefore, it wasn't spread through the community so easily. And lots of the outbreaks were hospital related. So this is a fundamental difference. And indeed why it was so easy to control once we realised this, because we just ended up changing the definition of a case as anyone with respiratory symptoms almost by the end. And we just isolated all those people as they came into hospital. And we found we had to isolate about 40 people for every one that actually had it. So we're back in this quandary of overcalling or undercalling. We started off undercalling and then eventually we overcalled it and eventually it was over. So the SARS outbreak only lasted months and we were able to effectively eradicate it from humans.
So the essential difference between these two coronavirus outbreaks, SARS and COVID-19, is the point at which they're infectious.
Yeah, there's many differences. The most significant difference is that it's transmitted early in the illness. The peak is at like day 3 or 4 of symptoms is when you've got the most viral shedding. You've got the most contamination of the environment around you. It's those early days where it transmits, whereas SARS was when you were most sick. And when you're most sick, you're actually already in hospital. So it's whether you're spreading through the community or whether you're spreading through a hospital when you're sick. So during SARS, the people that got sick were visitors to hospital, they were other patients, they were healthcare workers, but not in large numbers, obviously. And we could control it because we could do fairly strict infection control in hospital. But once you've got a community organism, then you need the response from the community. And that's very, very challenging at times because the messaging has to be clear, the buy-in has to be clear, the commitment from all levels of government and the community has to be clear. So it's a lot tougher.
This is Rear Vision with Kerry Phillips on Radio National, RN. And we'll come back and find out how Singapore applied what it learned during the SARS outbreak to the COVID-19 pandemic. But first, let's find out a little more about coronaviruses. How do viruses jump from animals to people? It's a question of access and ability. Can the virus reach the cells of a new host? And once there, can the virus's proteins recognise and bind to the receptors on those cells? If so, that's all it takes. The virus can now enter the cell and begin to replicate, infecting the host. Lottie Tajuri is Associate Professor in the Faculty of Health Sciences and Medicine at Bond University.
Well, if you look at the genome of those viruses that affect humans, we obviously look at how aligned they are with animal viruses. We know, for example, that SARS is actually 96% close to the genome of bat coronavirus. So there are many similarities in terms of sequence. And if there are similarities in terms of sequence, it means there are also similarities in terms of protein expression. However, the difference is if a virus is associated to affect animals only, It means that the virus has what it takes to recognize a receptor on those animals. So it's very important that the virus express a particular viral protein, which will then dock on a particular target cell of those animals. The thing now is that, yes, you can actually end up with mutations where, unfortunately, those viral proteins start to have some sort of affinity for human cell proteins. And if those receptors from human cells are anchored by those coronaviruses, then you can understand that they can simply infect us.
Both SARS and MERS, viruses thought to be derived from bats, seem to have jumped to humans via an intermediate animal.
The significance of that is that, like as an example, MERS, for example, what happened here is the hypothesis around that was that a bat coronavirus actually infected camels. And those camels, once infected, were infecting humans. So there was a double jump here that occurred. And most of the people that went sick with this was people working in close proximity to camels. So you can understand why, for example, the Arabic Peninsula was actually quite affected, and this is the source of the outbreak. 80% of all the MERS cases were actually in Saudi Arabia. So it shows how incredible such viruses can, in terms of evolution, come forward and end up with mutations and jump from one species to another species. And that is a massive, absolutely a massive kind of worry that all the healthcare system and organization are quite afraid of. I mean, I told you just before that SARS, for example, was an outbreak in 2002, but then look, 10 years later, we got MERS, and now around 7 to 8 years later, we have the SARS-CoV-2 virus. So that is an extreme big worry that we have, this kind of trend where, unfortunately, we start to be the host of those new viruses.
And could it be that there are many other coronaviruses sitting in bat populations, just waiting for the opportunity to jump in the same way that these other ones have?
Absolutely. I mean, this is, frankly, in my arena in biosecurity, because I also do work in biosecurity, that is something that I put forward. I mean, if we have that trend of appearance of those new viruses, I can certify without really speculating that this trend is going to go and continue. This is a very interesting question you just raised here. We focus a lot, obviously, and this is very important, on what is happening with this current crisis. But my way of thinking is also trying to say to everybody in the biosecurity field, as well as health-based security field as well, to state that we need to obviously prevent what the future is going to be. I know for a fact that the best way to obviously overcome those new viruses that will come is obviously to put a lot of effort in prevention, to come up with preventative bios. And what are those? To think very cleverly how we can prevent the spread if there is an outbreak, but also obviously think about how we are going to come up with research and how we could prevent those new viruses from infecting humans.
Is that an easy question to answer?
The question that you just raised here is not easy at all. I mean, how can we predict what will be the new virus? Look what is happening, for example, for the flu virus. The flu virus every year can come up with a mutation, and what happens there is that if the new strain, for example, that will hit us this year has nothing to do with the vaccine that we actually developed last year, we are actually in some way very much vulnerable to that new strain. I'll just give you an example of how important what I'm just saying is. If you look, for example, at the flu in 1918, the Spanish flu, it killed between 50 and 100 million individuals. Well, that flu, that particular virus, come up with a mutation where we were not prepared at all in an immune way of thinking to counteract.
Deep inside this high-security lab is a deadly virus that's already killed 200 people.
These Australian scientists are studying a strain of MERS, Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome virus, and it could arrive on our shores.
I think we could well get a case. There have been cases now in 11 countries. We have the facilities and the expertise of staff to provide care for an infected person.
So far, MERS cases have been recorded globally, with the virus spreading to Africa, Europe, the United States, and now Asia.
One of the countries that's coped best with the current COVID pandemic is South Korea. Just as Singapore learned from the SARS outbreak in 2003, South Korea was able to learn from experience, an outbreak of MERS, Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, in 2015. This time around, with a new virus and a much bigger outbreak, South Korea appears to have flattened the curve without closing down its economy.
They got up to 900 cases a day, I think was their highest case, and they hit sort of 8,000 people that were infected from these religious events. But they just ramped up everything. There is nothing magical. There's many colleagues from around the world that do outbreaks in the sort of true specialty discipline sense are aware of the measures, and it's isolating cases, it's quarantining of contacts, it's ramping up laboratory testing, and it's community engagement as well as logistics. And all Korea did was ramp them all up and get success. They didn't close their roads. They didn't tell businesses to shut. Now, I think a lot of people did shut because they thought this is the right social thing to do. And people behaved and they stayed home without being told to stay home. This is what my colleagues in Korea tell me. So, to get that community response, that social responsibility of behaviour was a key thing. But government and health department were able to ramp up the testing, ramp up the isolation capacity. They found 4,000 beds to keep all their positive cases. They took over 23 dormitories so they could keep them all together because they all had the disease. They didn't need to be kept apart, but this was how they did it. They ramped up their isolation, their contact tracing, their testing, and just brought it all back down. And China did this in Wuhan. They created 50,000 beds to isolate cases. Everyone talks about the 2 hospitals that were built in 10 days. They weren't sophisticated functioning hospitals. They were for the mild cases. They were effectively isolation facilities. So they did that. They took over stadiums, made makeshift hospitals in the stadiums. Doctors and nurses from other provinces would come to the makeshift hospitals and staff them. And the doctors from Wuhan stayed looking after the critically sick. Of course, that was linked to a lockdown, but no one would criticise Wuhan. They were ground zero. You can't blame the first place for being unaware.
We are in a very grave situation, health-wise, with the COVID pandemic. In terms of the cohesion of the society, the confidence, the response which is necessary, it's absolutely crucial for us to hold together to respond effectively to the immediate challenge, and so also to give people confidence that we can cope with this, we have the resources, we know what we are doing, we're ready for what lies ahead.
Singapore's Prime Minister Lee. Dale Fisher says this time around, Singapore was ready when the new coronavirus turned up.
As you mentioned earlier about SARS, there's been a lot of preparation going on, and even though only 200 people were diagnosed with SARS in Singapore, a lot more people needed to be isolated and managed accordingly, even if we ended up finding that they had another cause for their pneumonia. So therefore, for, if you like, a decade, there's been work on infrastructure development, isolation beds, protocols, laws. There's been a lot of work done towards the what if this happens. And of course, the biggest what if is happening now. We've got a disease that's potentially very lethal. It's easily spread through the community, and it's happening in a highly connected world. So the what if is coming true. So that's the longer term. The next thing is that from December 31st, we got moving. It was early January that the genome was announced, so we were getting our testing in place. We were going through all the protocols, all the laws, what would we do when this happens, when we get to our first case, when we get to our 10th case, when we get to our 100th, what happens if there's community transmission, all these things. How are we going to do the contact tracing? How are we going to scale up the quarantine? All these types of things. Where are we going to isolate people? This all happened for us in January and February. Our first case was January 23rd. We already had tests within a week. 10 of the larger public acute hospitals all could do tests. So we were ramped up very quickly. We were ready when it got here. I mean, testing is the cornerstone of control. And I must say, that's been a difficult problem with many countries around the world, is the difficulty accepting that it can be controlled. Many people are applying a flu model, and indeed, this is why I believe the Director General was slow to call it a pandemic, because he felt that would leave countries to bring out the pandemic playbook, which is flu, and this is not flu. And you've still got some people saying it's just a flu. But the thing is, you can't control flu. Eventually, you have to mitigate. But in this disease, you don't have to mitigate. I guess you mitigate when you're out of control, but this can be controlled. And even when it is out of control, you can bring back the control, as we saw in both China and Korea.
What about the idea of lockdown? Has that happened in Singapore?
No. This is not a conventional strategy for an outbreak. No, even Ebola we didn't lock down. But what's happening here is clearly when some countries that have been caught unawares, they literally don't know where all their cases are. They don't have the capacity to find them, test them. They don't have the capacity to contact trace, to quarantine, to enforce anything. So they're overwhelmed. Their public health response is overwhelmed. So it's everybody stay home. And to me, this is the other way. I'd rather concentrate on the people with the virus or the contacts than do it to everybody.
In the last 24 hours, Italy has reported more than 900 deaths. That's its largest daily figure since cases were first reported there. In a Milan hospital, this doctor is hoping the effects of the restrictions will soon ease the pressure the health system is under.
Certainly, this is an extraordinary situation. We did not expect a situation like this that would last for so long and be so dramatic. I think now, with the help of the population who are respecting the rules they have been given, probably we will be able to ride out this wave and begin to see the effects that the behaviour of the population will bring. And we should see less people arriving in the emergency ward, and we will be able to better look after the patients.
To move forward, there's really two things have to happen. Firstly, the health system has to recover. All the overfilled hospitals, the ICUs, the dead bodies, to be frank. Everything needs to be sorted out. The health workers probably need a day off. So there needs to be some recovery of the health system. So you would argue that's probably the first thing that would happen. The more complex thing is, can you get your systems in place so that it doesn't come back? And if you reopen and your approach to containing COVID-19 hasn't changed, there's no reason why it won't happen again. Now, when we were in China, we saw their numbers coming down. It was in February and all their lockdowns started in, I think, January 23rd. So they'd been going for almost a month when we were there, and their numbers were down significantly. But the remarkable thing we found was that they were ramping up. You know, we would meet someone who's got a laboratory and he might be able to do 1,000 tests a day, and he said, but hopefully within a month we'll be able to do 5,000 or 6,000 tests a day. So we're thinking, okay, because they've always been one step ahead, of course, they're getting ready to reopen so that when it comes back, they can be all over it. They can shut down those transmission chains, they can test liberally, they can contact trace, isolate, basically what Singapore let's just say what Singapore is doing now, which is just that readiness to take on new cases. China was doing that at the time when their numbers were coming down. So they knew it would come back because, less than 1% of their population has been affected. So they're still very immunologically vulnerable.
And that's what Italy and Europe have to do, or any country that's locked down. Presumably you've locked down because you couldn't deal with it. So when you unlock, you need to be able to deal with it. And basically do what you should have done in January and February.
Professor Dale Fisher, Professor of Medicine at the National University of Singapore and Chair of the World Health Organization's Global Outbreak Alert and Response Network. The other people you heard were Lottie Tajuri, Associate Professor in Biomedical Sciences at Bond University, and Thomas Abraham, the author of 21st Century Plague, The Story of SARS. Isabella Tropiano is the sound engineer for this Rear Vision. Bye from Kerry Phillips.
Viruses, like flu and coronavirus, spread when tiny droplets from coughs and sneezes land on surfaces that others touch. You can help reduce this risk by coughing or sneezing into your elbow or upper arm, or use a tissue and put the tissue in the bin straight after. Then wash your hands with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. Together, we can help stop the spread and stay healthy. Visit health.gov.au to learn more. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Hello, this is Andrew Ford. After the news on the music show, I'm going to be talking to Lisa Simone. That's Nina Simone's daughter. We will, of course, be talking about her famous mother. And we'll have an interview from the music show Archives with Tim Minchin, talking about Matilda, among other things. And also, we've got another one of our shout-outs, and this time it's from the composer Elena Katz-Chernin. That's after the news on RN.
ABC News, I'm Ali Crow. The federal government is set to distribute an extra 11 million masks to help healthcare workers deal with COVID-19. Australia has now reached about 6,000 confirmed coronavirus cases and 50 deaths. There are around 300 people receiving treatment in hospital, including just under 100 in intensive care. The Health Minister, Greg Hunt, says more masks are on the way for frontline staff working in places such as hospitals, pharmacies and aged care clinics.
That will be 7 million to our hospitals, 2.3 million to our primary health network, which includes 1.5 million for general practices, 160,000 for our respiratory clinics and 75,000 for our Aboriginal community-controlled health organisations.
The federal parliament is debating the government's $130 billion JobKeeper plan, which aims to prevent mass unemployment during the coronavirus outbreak. Political reporter Melissa Clark.
Parliament has resumed sitting for just one day to consider the government's plan to subsidise the wages of up to 6 million workers. Prime Minister Scott Morrison says it's an extraordinary measure in extreme times.
Today we act to protect Australia's sovereignty.
Labor will seek to have the subsidy extended to more casuals and temporary residents, but opposition leader Anthony Albanese has vowed to pass the legislation regardless.
Never let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And this is good legislation.
Once passed, the $1,500 a fortnight payments will begin in May, backdated to March.
To other news just in, Cardinal George Pell is reported to be on his way to Sydney. The Cardinal spent the night at a church property at Kew in Melbourne after the High Court yesterday quashed his conviction for child sexual assault. It's believed Cardinal Pell is being driven to Sydney and is approaching the New South Wales border. The union representing flight attendants says there are now around 30 international crew members who have tested positive to COVID-19. Flight crew are exempt from quarantine rules when they return to Australia. Qantas has confirmed that 11 crew members on board a repatriation flight from Chile to Sydney have tested positive for COVID-19. Stephen Reid from the Flight Attendants Association says staff have been given mixed messages about how to protect themselves from the virus.
The confusion for our members is that Qantas Medical are saying gloves and masks are being provided to crew as protection. Yet a couple of weeks ago, and endorsed by Qantas Medical, senior management saying it's low risk, we don't believe that their gloves and masks are necessary.
There are concerns in Britain over who will make key decisions while the UK's Prime Minister Boris Johnson is in hospital with COVID-19. Bridget Brennan reports.
Downing Street says Boris Johnson is in good spirits while he remains in a stable condition in intensive care. Mr Johnson hasn't provided an update from hospital, but his colleagues say the Prime Minister hasn't needed a ventilator. There are questions over who in the British government will make crucial decisions in his absence. The Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab, is acting as deputy but has no power to make key decisions without Cabinet authority. The Cabinet has refused to say if it will review lockdown measures while Mr Johnson is in hospital.
The US President Donald Trump has threatened to hold on to US funding for the World Health Organization because of its handling of the coronavirus pandemic. Mr Trump says the WHO was wrong to criticise his China travel ban in January and accuse the organisation of being what he calls China-centric. The WHO has praised China for its transparency on the virus, even though it's likely there were more victims than the country's official tally records. President Trump says the organisation has been wrong about a lot of things.
They called it wrong. They call it wrong. They missed the call. They could have called it months earlier. They would have known. And they should have known. And they probably did know. So we'll be looking into that very carefully.
Hong Kong will extend physical distancing restrictions for another 2 weeks to slow the spread of coronavirus there. The measures include the closure of some bars and pubs, gyms, karaoke lounges, and a ban on public gatherings of more than 4 people. The government says a drastic spike in the number of cases in the city over the past 2 weeks to more than 900 makes the move necessary. 4 people there have died from COVID-19. To sport, the English Premier League soccer club Tottenham Hotspur has reminded its players to respect physical distancing guidelines. It comes after several squad members and manager Jose Mourinho were photographed training in a London park. This is ABC News.
Think bigger. Bigger. RN. Think bigger.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me, yeah. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And I'm feeling good.
Hello, welcome to the Music Show on Radio National. I'm Andrew Ford.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
That's the very distinctive voice of Nina Simone, of course, and on today's music show we're going to talk to her daughter. Her name's Lisa Simone, and she carries her mother's legacy. She was in fact supposed to be in Australia performing. Of course she isn't. She's already got dates lined up for next year though, and we thought we'd talk to her anyway. She was, apart from being a singer in her own right, she was also the executive producer of that documentary you might have seen, What Happened, Miss Simone. I'm broadcasting again from my spare room in downtown Robertson in the Southern Highlands of New South Wales, and I've been asked over the last week, since doing last week's show this way, how exactly we're doing it. I mean, what happens from a technical point of view. So just for a second, we're going to lift the curtain on the magic of radio. What happens is that I'm sitting here with a microphone, which I've been supplied with by the ABC, and it's plugged into my computer. And that's actually really all the equipment I've got here. And there is an app which takes my voice to the ABC studio in Sydney, and I speak to people who are either on the phone or on Skype, and they're also connected to the ABC studio in Sydney. Both of my producers, Ellie Parnell and Jeff Wood are also working at home with laptops, and when the interview has been recorded, it gets sent off to one or other of the producers to edit out all of my foolish mistakes, and then they turn the interviews into programs. I record the links, which is what I'm doing at the moment, actually, and then it gets sent back to Ultimo in Sydney, the ABC studio, where a sound engineer mixes it, does the final checks on everything, and makes it into something beautiful which can be broadcast, and it's then scheduled for broadcast. And that's the end of the curtain lifting. So just forget you heard any of that. It is, of course, all magic. On today's show, we have another shout-out. It's going to be Elena Katz-Chernin, the composer, giving a shout-out to an Australian artist. And we've also got another interview from our music show archive. This time it's with Tim Minchin. But we're going to start with Lisa Simone. I'm going to be speaking to her from her home in the south of France. She stayed up very late for this interview the other day. We'll start with a bit of music, and I'll let Nina Simone introduce this one.
I would like to introduce you to my daughter. Her name is Simone. We have never sung on the stage together. And now I'm going to play for her to sing a song to you. What's the name of it, honey? I forgot.
Music for Lovers.
Music for Lovers.
There'll be music for lovers to be found in the sound of a sigh. And there's music for lovers in the hush of my dreams of a child. When love discovers that love's the only thing worthwhile. There'll be music for everyone, and the whole world will smile. And the willow tree is made for you and me. There's a silver symphony of birds. When the poets rhyme in the summertime, you'll hear melodies in the words. And there'll be music for lovers to be found in the sound of a sigh. And there's music for lovers when you look at the face of your child. When the whole world discovers
Well, that's a song called Music for Lovers. It's by Bart Howard, who's best known for Fly Me to the Moon. Sung there by Lisa Simone and sung as a duo with her mum, Nina Simone, Nina playing the piano. I'm very pleased to say that on the phone from the Côte d'Azur is Lisa Simone. Welcome to the music show, Lisa.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here with you.
So let's talk about that particular recording. At the time, you had never performed with your mother before that moment.
Correct, indeed. And that's a day that still stands out in my heart as one of the most amazing experiences of my life. Having watched In the Wings for so many years and having been my mother's backup singer, as I used to tell her, for so long, it was wonderful to share the stage finally. And, well, would you like to hear the story of how it came to be?
I would very much, because I know that she was not particularly encouraging of your wish to sing, was she? She thought it wasn't a great idea.
She was afraid more than anything, considering her on-again, off-again relationship, if you will, or conflicted relationship with the music industry. I can understand that, especially being a mother myself. But when she asked me if I wanted to sing with her at the Guinness Blues Festival, that particular date is the 24th of July, 1999, Dublin, Ireland. My daughter was 6 weeks old. First flight she ever took in her life was at 6 weeks old from Chicago to Ireland. And she appeared on the cover of the Irish Times as a grandmother. And her last name is Kelly. So the Irish people were like, oh, she's a Kelly. And my mother, on the way to the concert, my mother had perfect pitch. So we didn't have to rehearse the song. She simply just had me sing it in the car. She knew the key. And we never rehearsed it together. I simply went down center stage. She started playing. I started singing. And so what you're hearing is a true improvisation of us together. And it's a wonderful moment that we're talking about right now.
It is, and it's a wonderful document as well. There are several things I like about that performance. One is the fact that it's so different to Nina Simone's own version of the song on her album Baltimore. And I love the moment where she joins in towards the end, where she suddenly sings for a moment. That's almost like it's almost like she's bestowing her blessing in the performance.
You're absolutely right. It was actually a surprise for me as well. When she started singing, I actually turned around and grinned at her. And what people don't hear on the recording is that we actually did a duet together where I sat with her at the piano. We sang Compensation before I went down center stage to sing Music for Lovers. And then at the end of the performance, she says, "That's my baby." And I put both of those moments on my album, on Simone to commemorate such an auspicious time for the both of us. And after I got done singing, I ran over to her and gave her a hug. And for someone who was classically trained, very stoic on the stage, she broke her own rule and just started grinning. So kids have a tendency to be able to break through our barriers, not to do that with her.
The other thing I like about that performance is that when you start listening to you sing, you think, oh, it's quite a small voice. And then 4 minutes later, it's obviously not a small voice. Maybe we could talk about you as a singer for a moment. How did you start? Did you train?
I've always had an affinity and an ability to sing since I was very young. But it wasn't until I decided to do it professionally that my relationship to being a singer shifted. Broadway became my basic training, if you will. and I learned how to sing from my diaphragm. I did a few musicals, quite a few musicals, and when you're doing 8 shows a week, that's athletic singing, and so you have to learn how to be able to deliver 100% of the time, or at least give the illusion that you're delivering 100% of the time, 8 times a week, no matter the circumstances. So it was my years on Broadway that actually trained me to be the singer that you hear on music production. And to be honest with you, I was trying not to cry. I was so full of emotion when I was on that stage with my mother in front of 7,000 people that thank God for my Broadway training, because it was like holding back a wild horse that wanted to run. And I was doing my best not to burst into tears. And my daughter was 6 weeks old as well, so the hormones were raging. And it was definitely a moment where I had to deliver, and I couldn't let them see me sweat.
Well, it's a good thing I can show the week on Broadway. I can't do that unless you develop some sort of technique or resilience, strength to be able to take you through. But what about your song techniques? You're songs. Where did you learn that?
Well, I just started doing it. I've always been a writer. I have 30 years worth of journals, and it's called The Child in Me, which you hear on Simone, and then you hear it on the big band version on Simone, and you hear it with a trio on All Is Well. And it's a love story, or love song to my mother, which is also available on YouTube. Actually, I love to promote it on YouTube. I actually watch myself. That's the first song I ever wrote, and it was I never cried in my childhood, and create a song that was not from a place of sadness or rage, but from a place of love. So I call it my love song to my mom. The first time she told me how sorry she was, and I just said to her, Mom, I know you did the best that you could, and look at where we are today, and that's all that matters. And it wound up being a song that she listened to quite often. So since then, I have managed to tap into experiences that I've had in my life. I'm a deep meditator as well, so I've been able to also bring the transformative process that I have experienced in my own life, the healing that I've experienced, to my songs. And I decided that I wanted to be a singer. I prayed to God to allow me to inspire love and positivity from the example of my own life. And I'm confident that that's exactly what I'm doing through my songs, my performances, and just how I live my life now.
Your mother, of course, was a great communicator as well from the stage. You've been the executive producer of that film about what happened with Simone, which a lot of our listeners will have seen. And I wonder whether you have something in particular that you want the world to remember about your mother.
So just the first thing that you said about my mother being a storyteller, my mother called us both griots. Are you familiar with that word?
We are indeed, yes.
Yeah, the first time I ever heard that word, my mom said it to me. And I take it as a huge compliment that we were both able to make people feel whatever it is that we're singing about. So thank you for that. And as far as the documentary, I made my mother a promise on her deathbed that I would make sure she was not forgotten. And it took me 10 years to find the right team to assist me in telling the story authentically and the way that she would have wanted to be remembered. It was important to me. There were two things. That the world know that most people love to say Nina Simone, the jazz artist, and that's not the case. My mother was a classical pianist, a classically trained pianist. So I wanted the world to know that without a doubt, and I also wanted viewers to walk away from having seen this documentary with a sense of compassion for the human being that was my mother. She had a notorious reputation for being extremely difficult. Well, most geniuses in history have not lived happy lives. When you're bipolar and depressive on top of that, that can make it even more difficult. But there was also so much more that she was dealing with that added to the pain and the conflict that she already dealt with. And I think I was very successful in
But you hear all of that in the voice, don't you? You hear the difficulty, but you also hear the pain. And you hear that as well. You hear self-knowledge when Nina Simone sings. I wonder about kind of your knowledge of her. Did you learn things about your mother while you were making that film?
the one thing I think that stands out to me more than anything is knowing how happy she felt right after I was born. She said she was in love with the world. I didn't know that. She was happy to correct a lot of the illusions and fantastic assumptions of my mother's journey that just were everywhere. They were pervasive. And I wanted to be able to have everybody to be on the same page with regards to my mother's journey and what she stood for, what she experienced, and what kind of artist she really was, and the pain in which she operated. She was the most courageous person I've ever known in my life. And I also wanted to fulfill my promise to her. So it was really nice. A lot of people have asked me, have I learned anything new? And I'm like, well, not really. I just wanted to be able to have a real conversation with people when it came time to talking about my mother, as opposed to having to correct or educate or justify or defend. And so it's really a relief to be able to have a real give and take conversation for everybody to be on the same wavelength.
She's best known for singing other people's songs. Of course, she wrote some famous songs herself, Mississippi Goddam being one of them, and Young, Gifted and Black another. But I wonder whether when you hear her sing, you know, the range that she did from Jacques Brel to Randy Newman, for example, on Baltimore, on that album that features the song we heard earlier. Do you sense what was provoking her musical choices? Why she went for certain songs?
I really don't know, but I can say that for many years I thought that she'd written all those songs. That's how much she made them her own. First time, yes. One of my favorite albums of my mother's is Here Comes the Sun.
Here comes the sun, little darling. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. It's alright. Here comes the sun, little darling. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. It's alright.
Here Comes the Sun itself is one of my top favorite Nina Simone songs. And it came out, I believe, in 1972. I thought Mommy wrote it. And then she told me, no, the Beatles wrote that song. And when I listened to the Beatles version, I was like, ew, I hate it. Oh my God. So what's always been amazing to me is how did you start with the Beatles version and then come up with that one? How did you take Bob Dylan's Just Like a Woman and turn it into what you did? Or Anthony Newley's, and I don't remember his partner that he wrote with, but take Feeling Good and turn it into what you did. So, you know, what she put her own stamp on songs, so much so that many people think that, for example, they think Mommy wrote Cinnamon because she put her own stamp on it. And that is just another example of her genius.
Yes, and it's a long, long list. I mean, I Put a Spell on You is another one which she ought to have written.
Oh, my God. Exactly. Do you know what? When we were at the Guinness Blues Festival doing Music for Lovers, Reuben J. Hawkins was there. And he came into her dressing room just all aglow because she sang I Put a Spell on You during that concert. And he was just beside himself, you know. So it's interesting that you would even say that. So yes, her version of songs just made, unless you were, well, I'm biased, I'll just admit that. Unless you were as great as Nina Simone, if she covered your song, chances are folks are not going to remember your version. Just not.
I think most people still remember the Beatles version. It comes in front.
Okay.
I take your point.
But if you've heard Nina Simone's version first and you haven't heard the Beatles, I might beg to differ.
Oh, and I can see why you might be disappointed too. Yes, I know. But it's such a broad repertoire of material, isn't it? I mean, and it shows the breadth of her artistry, I think, as a singer, that she can tackle all of this wide range of music and still be herself and make it sound like she wrote all of the songs that she sang.
Absolutely. I mean, I believe that. I mean, have you heard her version of Mood Indigo? One of my favorites.
No.
Oh, please. I invite you to listen to that. She did it when she was very young, and she actually, when her piano solo completely just still makes me fall on the floor. Mood Indigo, and if you watch the YouTube version of her do House of the Rising Sun at the bitter end, whew, God have mercy. She turns it into a church shouting song. So I think that Mom did songs that had a message that might have appealed to whatever it was she was feeling. I never really talked to her about this, so this is solely my opinion. And that, you know, that had a message, whether it was musically, whether it was lyrically. And I think that obviously her taste in music was a wide range, from Mr. Bojangles to I Put a Spell on You, to Jack Brel, to Nikita Pa, to Ooh Child, to My Way, to, you know, everything must change in music for lovers. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. She was a musical being. She was a musical soul. She was a child prodigy. And I believe that is probably, when Mom was at the piano, she could be herself. She wasn't judged. She wasn't chained. She wasn't held back in any way. She was allowed to be. And this is just my opinion. I never asked for this, but I think as free as she could ever be. That song she did, I Wish I Knew How It Feels to Be Free. I think she was as free as she could ever be when she was at the piano. And I also believe in the long run, as she used to say often in her later years, how much she hated the piano. And I really feel that was because the only time she was allowed to really be herself in the world was when she was at the piano. That's my best way to really sum up. I've never really thought about that before, but she was truly a genius and a musical soul, and she's left us with some magnificent pieces of work to continue to celebrate and enjoy. And I look forward to getting there and showing the Australian audiences how the legacy lives through me by celebrating some of my favorite Nina Simone songs. And I look forward to meeting you.
Thank you very much indeed for taking our call, Lisa Simone. Sorry we didn't hear you this time, but you've already got dates announced for next year. We'll put them on our website and we'll remind our listeners a little nearer the time. Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it.
I wish I knew how it would feel to be free. I wish I could break all the chains holding me. I wish I could say all the things that I should say. Say them loud, say them clear, for the whole round world to hear. I wish I could share all the love that's in my heart. Remove all the bars that keep us apart. I wish you could know what it means to be me. Then you'd see and agree that every man should be free. I wish I could give all I'm longing to give. I wish I could live like I'm longing to live. I wish I could do all the things that I can do, though I'm way overdue. I'd be starting anew. Well, I wish I could be like a bird in the sky. How sweet it would be if out my heart I could fly. I'd soar to the sun and look down at the sea. Then I'd sing, 'cause I know, yeah. Then I'd sing, 'cause I know, yeah. Then I'd sing, 'cause I know how it feels. I know how it feels to be free. Yeah, I know how it feels. Yes, I know how it feels.
Billy Taylor's song, I Wish I Knew How It Would Feel to Be Free, and that was sung by Nina Simone in 1967. It's from her album Silk and Soul. Lisa Simone's Australian tour, as I mentioned, has been rescheduled for April next year, and she's going to be performing, fingers crossed, in Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane, starting on the 10th of April. I don't know whether you've got your 2021 diary yet, but if you have, 10th of April is the date to put in. You can find the details on our website, and we'll remind you a little closer to the time. You're listening to The Music Show on Radio National.
Hi everyone, I'm composer Elena Katz-Chernin, wishing you all well from isolation in my home in Sydney. The track I would like to talk about is sung by the late magnificent Wendy Saddington. It's a 70s hit song, Looking Through a Window, composed by Warren Morgan and Billy Thorpe. I first heard it in '79 at Victoria's Piccolo Bar in King's Cross. This was a meeting cafe for many performance artists of Fringe collective Cabaret Conspiracy, of which I was part. Someone chose this song from the jukebox. Remember those beautiful machines? When the song came on, I was startled by its emotion, fabulous, luscious accompaniment, and the epicness with which it kept building and building over 6 luxurious, wonderful minutes. I really wanted to know who this incredible singer was. Vittorio told me it was Wendy Saddington and that he knew her. She made only one released album, and this was the single. A few weeks later, Wendy came to one of Cabaret's events. I was super excited to meet her. In June 1980, as I was leaving for Germany to study, Cabaret Conspiracy organizers put on a farewell concert for me at Cafe House Garibaldi's. I was so chuffed when Wendy offered to sing at this event, and to this day I feel extremely privileged to have accompanied her on the piano with this song. The whole audience and performers erupted into spontaneous backing chorus. It was super special. Even today, when I feel out of sorts for any reason, this is the song that I listen to as it lifts me up each time I hear it. That wonderful melting voice of Wendy, the strength and mystery about her. She was a true genius, one of those standout rare talents whose flame sparked both brightly and darkly at the same time.
I'm looking through the window on my wall. Although it's very small, I see you all. Sometimes I look or place you out of sight. So I draw the curtains, cutting out the light.
Well, that's a song called Looking Through a Window. It was composed by Warren Morgan and Billy Thorpe and sung there by Wendy Saddington, the late Wendy Saddington. It's from the album Wendy Saddington and the Copper Wire Live, recorded in 1971, and was the shout-out of composer Elena Katz-Chernin. We'll have a shout-out for you on tomorrow's music show. It's time for an interview from our archives now, and this one is with Tim Minchin, singer, songwriter, comedian. He talked to us in 2014, and that was just before his musical Matilda came to Australia, and so we talked, of course, about that, about the process of adapting such a beloved book to a stage show, and to a musical stage show at that. And we're going to start with a song from it. This is Naughty.
Just because you find that life's not fair, it doesn't mean that you just have to grin and bear it. If you always take it on the chin and wear it, nothing will change. Even if you're little, you can do a lot. You mustn't let a little thing like little stop you. If you sit around and let them get on top, you might as well be saying you think that it's okay, and that's not right. Cinderella in the cellar didn't have to do much as far as I could tell. Her godmother was 2/3 fairy. Suddenly her lot was a lot less scary. But what if you hadn't got a fairy to fix it? Sometimes you have to make a little bit of mischief.
That's a song called Naughty, and it comes from Matilda the musical, and the words and the music are by Tim Minchin. It's my great pleasure to welcome him to the music show. Thanks for coming in, Tim.
Huge pleasure.
Do you identify with Matilda? I mean, that song seems to me it could be almost like a sort of manifesto for you.
Yeah, I think the idea that there's helpful rebellion in not necessarily following all the rules is something I relate to. But Matilda obviously has to be naughty. This is a quite complex idea. I have to explain to my 7-year-old when she says, well, Matilda's naughty. She has to be naughty because she's utterly oppressed by imbeciles, and their rules obviously are unjust. And so when she talks about being naughty, it's about being righteous in the face of oppression. So, and I'm not a particularly oppressed person, nor ever have been.
No, but it's only a little bit naughty anyway.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
What was the attraction to the story? I mean, I know it's an attraction that goes back quite a long way, long before the RSC got involved, but what was it that drew you to this particular Roald Dahl story?
I mean, really, it was all sorts of things. The fact that I've loved Dahl all my life, and that yes, I wrote to the Dahl estate about the rights to Matilda 13 years ago, and then coincidentally was offered the gig by the RSC. But the fact that it was the Royal Shakespeare Company, the fact that Matthew Warchus was attached as director and Dennis Kelly was, I mean, it was just amazing for me. I've been writing music for theatre since I was a teenager, among many other habits and hobbies, and then to have made my name as a comedian, and then for the next theatrical thing to come my way, to come from one of the great theatrical institutions in the world with one of the great directors in the world. I mean, I couldn't say no. I did hesitate because the comedy thing was going so well, and I thought, really, I'm going back to writing family theatre? But I didn't hesitate for long, and thank goodness I didn't.
And also, it's a risky business writing musicals, isn't it?
Yeah, it depends what you want the outcome to be. It's risky if you think you're going to make money. And even though it was the Royal Shakespeare Company, I was paid in a tiny advance that didn't anywhere near reflect the hours it took. Our aim was to make something beautiful that Dahl would have been proud of, that reflects that tightrope walk of dark and light that Roald Dahl's known for, that was a good story for kids and adults, and, you know, all these sort of, I'm sounding a bit self-righteous, but I think if you make theatre that you care about, then the commercial success either happens or doesn't, but at least you know your intent was good. If you're out to make money, then you tend to make decisions based on mitigating risk, and your likelihood of success is not necessarily great anyway.
No. I think one of the things that comes across very strongly from actually all of Roald Dahl's writing for children is how well he understood them.
Yeah.
I mean, he understood, for instance, that whilst we may get sentimental over our children themselves are never sentimental. And that's something that's, listening to your music, something you almost seem to have encapsulated in the music that you write. That's your songs are not sentimental either.
No, that's right. I'm probably very influenced by Dahl, because he was without doubt the biggest writer of my childhood. But I could talk about this for hours. I'm so interested in him as an artist. He was a man with a huge amount of pain in his life, both through loss of loved ones and physical pain, and yet somehow he sort of identified himself as a child or as having childish purity in the face of all this horribleness in his life. And I think that is what manifested this incredible style. And I wanted to get that right. But also, independent of Dahl and independent of this commission, I have become, long before Matilda, obsessed with the idea of writing songs that tread a line between honesty and satire and mawkishness. I want to make people feel without using the rhyme love and dove. A couple of my songs, I feel like I've succeeded in that, where people find themselves crying and they don't quite understand why. And one of them is the second act prologue of Matilda, When I Grow Up, which seems to make children think, oh, this is great. Yeah, this is what it's like being a kid. And adults go, oh, God, I let my childhood self down with my cynicism.
Yes, but you see, that's something else that I don't find in your songs. I'm not talking specifically about Matilda. I'm talking about the songs that you sing yourself, that you write for yourself to sing. I mean, you're not cynical.
Oh, I'm really glad you say that, because I think some people who don't necessarily share my sort of materialist worldview, my sort of view that, I don't think I'm cynical, but if you listen to a song like my song, If I Didn't Have You, which has the chorus, if I didn't have you, someone else would probably do, which is not about the notion of soulmates being false. I'm utterly sure that the notion of a soulmate is a spurious idea, and yet I think the song is very romantic, but some people notice the kind of skepticism and interpret it as cynicism, when I don't think that's what it's about.
They're not the same thing at all, are they?
No.
Coming back to Matilda, so how did you do that? How did you make the translation into music? I mean, of course, you get the what they call the book in the world of the musical, which is essentially everything except the songs.
Yeah.
But you're responsible for the words of the songs as well as the music of the songs, and those two things, I'm imagining, in your case, are pretty close to each other. I mean, do they come together in your mind?
Yeah, I think so. Or at least it's not a sort of, I'm going to be the lyricist for a month and then I'm going to be the composer for a month. They're absolutely connected, and the whole response. So Dennis Kelly wrote this adaptation before I even came along, and it was very much seeing what he had done to the story and realizing how much sort of more deep and interesting and multi-layered it was going to be than the book. If I got my job right, I could see the potential of it. And it was that script that I responded to musically. I didn't ever reread the book, actually. I just used Dennis's script as the source text. And once you combine that story with what I felt, I had a sort of ingrained sense of dullness because of my childhood obsession. The colour, the feel of the musical interpretation of that dullness and of the darkness of the story just sort of comes formed a bit. Or if you sit down at a piano and sort of think about Dahl, then certain sounds come out, sort of thing. And then the lyrics are the same. I always generally come up with a lyrical concept and then a musical accompaniment to that hook or whatever, and then I build it bit by bit on both sides of the ledger.
When you write songs for yourself to sing, I mean, your songs tend to be quite first person. At least you're putting forward your points of view.
Yeah.
That's, of course, if you're writing for different characters, that's a different side of songwriting in a way, isn't it? And did the idea of characterization influence the sound of the songs?
Yeah, I think so. I'm probably not great at unpacking it, but I have written music for theatre for a long time, even though this was a massive leap in terms of accountability to the quality of the people I was working with. So I didn't have to make an adjustment, particularly from comedy. I mean, comedy is the outlier of my career, really, and actually has only occupied 5 years of the 20 years I've been a songwriter. But I think trying to voice a character in any writing, in dialogue, in a script or whatever, you're really, it's just about trying to be a conduit for the character rather than getting in its way. So when Miss Trunchbull starts singing her theory that life is like a hammer throwing competition and that you need to keep your feet within the line, this idea that rules it's all about keeping the rules, and of course Matilda eventually is about breaking the rules, and so that song opens with a repeating semitonal movement, like a hell of a lot of Matilda does because of that angular feel of the whole piece. And to put it in 5/4 is pretty basic. You know, she's a slightly angular, front-footed, bullying woman. 5/4 makes you feel like there's a beat missing.
It's off balance.
It is off balance, and it makes you feel like they're cutting in on their own bar. So 5/4 should be a sort of 6/8 thing, but every 5 beats it goes, no, we're starting again, no, we're starting again, you know, and sort of this stuff I could be boring about for hours, but I absolutely love it. I love it.
What about, I should say that you're listening to the music show on RN and I'm talking to Tim Minchin. Do you have favourite musicals that serve in some senses as, well, if not models, at least exemplars?
I don't know. I'm not very good at talking about influences, and I hate to think people would think that I don't think I have influences, because obviously one is always just I'm just a meat computer that's had data fed into it and I'm feeding it back out. But I love Jesus Christ Superstar, obviously. My love of Jesus Christ Superstar is well documented, and playing Judas was probably the best thing that I've ever done in my life. And, there was a lot to be learnt in that. I mean, because I'm a self-taught musician, Jesus Christ Superstar is something I listened to a lot in my teens. And, of course, Lloyd Webber wrote a very famous love ballad in 5/4, which is, isn't it why not to get married and try not to turn on to... so I guess, maybe that was my first exposure to that sort of weird time signature. And so maybe that was an influence, but it doesn't feel like it was. I was probably more influenced by Queen and the Kinks than I was by Sondheim. And yet there's a bit in Matilda that's almost, it would be kind to call it a tribute to Sondheim, very Sondheim-esque. Because I listened to so little musical theatre that in the lead up to Matilda, I went and saw a little night music, and it made me want to, just curl up and give up, because it's so advanced. Lyrically especially, I admire Sondheim. Musically, I admire him, but don't want to emulate him, because that's not my wheelhouse, and it's not necessarily the tools I want to use. But there was one part in Matilda that's is narrative, and it is sort of recitative, and I don't have many touchstones or whatever the word is. I don't know where to go for recitative except Sondheim, so I went, so it'd be a bit like that. And then I accidentally made it quite Sondheim-y, and then everyone said, that's quite Sondheim-y, and I'm like, everyone else in the world tries to emulate him. I've just stumbled on a bit, so let's leave it in.
Yes, that's right, and I'm sure he would have been very, very gracious about it as well.
He is. I told him I had stolen his work, and let's have a lemon vodka.
Tim Minchin, thank you very much indeed.
I've talked until there's no more to say. I'm going away. I'm leaving LA. I'm leaving LA. I'm a tourist.
We're listening to Tim Minchin's latest single. It's called Leaving LA, and it's from his forthcoming album. We can expect it later this year. Tim Minchin was supposed to be on tour in Australia at the moment. Of course, he's not. It's being rescheduled for January and February next year. Details, of course, on the Music Show's website. And that's it for today. I'll be back tomorrow talking to the Scots singer Fiona Ross. When I say Scots, she sings in the Scots language. You'll find out about that. And also we'll talk to Charles Bodman Ray, composer and elder professor at Adelaide University, about the great Polish composer Krzysztof Penderecki, who died last month. Talk to you then.
Observatory in Griffith Park. There's too much light for stars anyway. I'm getting out of this place. I'm leaving LA. I'm leaving LA. Hey, I'm studio executives who never made a thing. Blaming others for their failures, taking credit for their wins. Wiping the blood of dumb runners from their chins. A saying, keep your heart and take it personally. On Hollywood.
We are all doing our best to self-isolate, so open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Get the latest news from where you live and the national news you need to hear.
Minimise that spread as much as you possibly
Federal Health
can.
Minister says
Thousands of hours from shows, both live and on demand. And of course, there's daily updates from Dr. Norman Swan on the CoronaCast podcast.
Contagiousness of the documented infection.
Open your ears to the world. Download the ABC Listen app today.
Hi there, Andrew West inviting you for Good Friday breakfast. We've got stories from around the world and close to home. From memories of Good Friday 1998, a turning point in Irish history, to the importance of neighbours and neighbourhood. From healing a sick country to reflecting on uncertain times. And of course, music to ease you into the day. So for Good Friday, remember we've got you covered from 6 till 9 on RN Breakfast.
ABC News, I'm Ali Crew. Cardinal George Pell has spoken to the media for the first time after being approached by reporters at a petrol station on the Hume Highway. Amelia Terzon reports.
The Cardinal is spending his first full day of freedom after being released from a Victorian prison yesterday. He left a monastery in Melbourne's east this morning and has made his way up the highway. He was met by a reporter and cameras outside the service station, where he apologised for not being dressed better for the occasion. When asked what his reaction was to his convictions being overturned, he said, "I was very pleased." He was asked what it was like to spend hundreds of days behind bars, but he didn't respond, instead telling the reporter it was better before they arrived to meet him.
Credit rating agency Standard & Poor's is warning that Australia will plunge into recession because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The federal government has announced hundreds of billions of dollars in spending to help Australia's economy through the crisis. S&P says the economy could deteriorate further over coming months and more government stimulus could be needed. But the ratings agency has maintained Australia's credit rating at AAA level, helping the government borrow at some of the lowest rates in the world. A parliamentary committee will scrutinise the federal government's financial assistance for workers and businesses during the coronavirus outbreak. The federal parliament is sitting today to consider the $130 billion JobKeeper wage subsidy. It's expected to pass with Labor's backing, which will see Commonwealth spending on financial support rise over $215 billion. Opposition leader Anthony Albanese says given Parliament isn't due to sit again until August, it's important the committee keeps an eye on the spending.
The scale of this expenditure that we'll consider today is without equal in our nation's history. We are headed for $1 trillion debt. It is a bill that will saddle a generation.
The national coronavirus death toll has risen to 50, with a 62-year-old South Australian woman dying this morning. Mahalia Carter has the details.
The woman from metropolitan Adelaide is the second South Australian person to die from COVID-19. SA Health says she contracted coronavirus from the Ruby Princess cruise ship and died in the Royal Adelaide Hospital this morning. Elsewhere, there's been another death in Victoria, taking the total to 12. 21 people have died in New South Wales, 6 people have died in Western Australia, 4 in Queensland.
Tasmania has recorded 3 fatalities and there have been 2 in the ACT, but no deaths in the Northern Territory.
The Victorian Premier is urging people on the eve of the Easter long weekend to stay home and not become complacent about social distancing rules. 21 new cases have been confirmed in Victoria, bringing the total number of cases to 1,212. Premier Daniel Andrews says the relative stabilisation of new cases shows measures are working, but warns the situation could change quickly if people stop doing the right thing.
All that will achieve is that we give back, if you like, the gains that we've made, and they have been hard won. So my message to Victorians is these restrictions are with us for the medium term, and they need to be, because if they're not, the virus will spread, our hospital system will be overrun, and people will die.
The US President Donald Trump says the government will shortly have another 110,000 ventilators at its disposal to help people seriously ill with coronavirus. He says the ventilators, along with nearly 9,000 already stockpiled, will be available to American states, and some could also go to other countries needing them. His remarks came as the daily death toll from COVID-19 in the US reached nearly 2,000. Fijian authorities trying to contain an outbreak of coronavirus there are now preparing for the impact of severe tropical cyclone Harold. Liam Fox reports.
After devastating parts of Vanuatu, Harold is now lashing Fiji with destructive winds and heavy rain. On the main island, Viti Levu, roofs have been blown off buildings and low-lying areas inundated by flash flooding. Disaster Management Director Vasiti Soko has ordered everyone except emergency services to stay off the roads.
This is to avoid casualty.
Fiji has 15 confirmed cases of coronavirus. Soko says social distancing requirements will remain in force in evacuation centres.
The US Grammy-winning folk singer and songwriter John Prine has died from coronavirus complications at the age of 73. He wrote his early songs in his head while delivering mail and later emerged from Chicago's folk revival scene in the 1970s. ABC News.
Think bigger. RN. My ears pricked up.
Grabbed a swag.
I was free.
I was hooked.
I lost everything.
Surrounded by secret police.
This is really uncomfortable to talk about.
I also love the beauty of it.
A black hole. That's been my struggle.
I just realised
This is wonderful.
you wouldn't cry, but
We're all complicit in this.
This is Conversations, Listener's Choice. Each week here on Conversations, we're holding a listening party where we play a fan favourite as voted by you on our Facebook page. Today, one from last year, and it's one of my favourites too, because who doesn't love Paul Kelly? When Paul's hefty memoir, How to Make Gravy, came out a few years ago, slotted in among the song lyrics and stories, the photos and set lists, there were poems. Poems by W.B. Yeats and Shakespeare, by Seamus Heaney and Judith Wright, to name just a few. That's not surprising because, after all, one way of looking at Paul Kelly is that he is Australia's best-known poet. He's definitely the poet we're most likely to know by heart, whether it's From St Kilda to King's Cross or From Little Things Big Things Grow, all the way to Don't Forget a Dollop of Tomato Sauce for sweetness and that extra tang. Paul Kelly the poet is jostling up against Paul Kelly the songwriter more and more these days. His latest album puts 13 poems about birds to music, and he's just released a selection of his favourite poems in a book called Love is Strong as Death. It's a book, Paul says, that he wants to be a friend to its readers. Hi Paul, welcome to Conversations.
Hi Sarah, how you going?
Has poetry been a friend to you? Is that how you think about it?
Yeah, I'd say definitely. I encountered poetry fairly young, I guess. It first hit me hard in high school, studying Macbeth. Also, and that made a big impression on me as well.
What kind of friend is not turn up with you or line or help you move house? How is poetry?
I think poetry, well, you can be wherever you are. You can recall a poem. These days it's so easy to just maybe look up a poem you don't know the words to. A poem can make you laugh. It can give you comfort. It can also challenge you. All the things that friends do, and it can just be with you through good times and the times that aren't so good.
Tell me about that first encounter with poetry when you were a high schooler and your class was reading Macbeth. What kind of reaction did you have to that play?
Well, the scene I remember most vividly is, or probably remember Lady Macbeth the most. She was an extraordinary character. Come you spirits attend on mortal thoughts, and sex me here, and fill me from the toe to the top, full of cruelty. Stop up the access and passage to remorse, etc., etc. It was just such a strong character. I can't remember exactly when I was 16. The thing that strikes me so much about the play is Macbeth's utter self-awareness of what he's doing, his horror of what he's doing. He can't stop it. His horror and awareness that he takes where he can't anymore.
And we can include Shakespeare's plays in a conversation about poetry because part of his freakish genius is that these amazing expositions of verse or blank verse. So that's how Macbeth the play sneaks into the Paul Kelly poetry book.
Yeah, in fact, he's represented the most. I think he's got the most entries, not far above Anonymous and Yehuda Amichai. Yeah, there's a lot of pieces from the plays which they're all in iambic pentameter, set 10 syllables a line. So definitely, I would call that verse, and I've got a few of the sonnets as well.
Sitting back when you would have been in high school in Adelaide and hearing some of those lines for the first time, I think you can almost have a physical reaction to a poem that's using language in the kind of heightened way that it's getting used in Macbeth.
Yeah, I do get a physical reaction to Shakespeare. I get that. I find the language very electric and thrilling. It's playful. It's charged. It's dramatic. It's really hard to say why, but it does something. That speech I can remember. Probably every time I hear it, the hairs go up on the back of my neck.
It's a good marker if you're getting that physical reaction. You mentioned Keats' Ode to a Nightingale. What was it about that poem that jumped out at you as a teenager?
What was it? I don't know. Again, it was heightened language, so I had to work a little bit to get into the poem. It just seemed so rich in imagery. Over a beaker full of the warm south, full of the true blushful hippocrene, with beaded bubbles winking at the brim. I think it's very sensuous language. It's a sound poem. Poems, I think, they should work as on a level of sound first, and then meaning can sort of reveal itself over time. I often think, that schools maybe tend to teach poetry in a way that can put people off. Poetry is often seen as something that's a test, or we have to get at the meaning of this poem, or we have to understand or analyse this poem. I don't think you have to at all. There's still some poems I love that I wouldn't have got at the meaning of them yet. They're multiple meanings, and sometimes they're vague meanings, but sometimes they're just so wonderful to say.
I think that's true for me of the Keats poem Ode to a Nightingale. Like, I couldn't tell you what that poem was about, I don't think, but so many of those phrases have just washed into you because they're so beautiful and so strong. And if it's a poem that you've learnt by heart, I guess those phrases, do they just sort of pop up in your mind now and again? You're doing the shopping and suddenly you feel tender as the night or something.
Yeah, I would go probably, sometimes if I'm stuck somewhere in a queue or just waiting and haven't got a book handy, you might think, let's see if I can remember that poem. I have to keep going over things to remember them. They don't sort of stick with me forever. So poems, if I can't quite remember it all.
Keats wrote in a blaze of talent in the early 1800s, and he was dead by 25 from consumption. He kind of fits the stereotype of the romantic poet. That might have been part of the appeal as a teenager for you as well.
Yeah, maybe in that way he is sort of the stereotypical poet, consumption and early death and this incredible burst flower of work. It was all the odes really that stuck with me. Ode to a Nightingale, Ode to Melancholy, Ode to Autumn, there's a whole lot of Keats that doesn't really grab me at all. You know, Flaming Meads, and every now and then there's a poem that just breaks through and hits you right between the eyes. I think that's true of a lot of authors, and most poets, their body of work, you might only like half a dozen poems, they might have written 300, but maybe it's just a handful that speak to you. And you shouldn't feel intimidated by the fact that you don't really get their other poems or like their other poems. I think there's an expectation that if someone recommends a poet to you or a particular poem, and then you go and look that poet up. It's not really doing anything for me. Sometimes think it's I think publishing would be fun. I'm from the Robbie Burns school. I rhyme. The melancholy poems like Thomas Hardy, Philip Lovelace, sometimes a particularly cheerful poet. But you realise it's fun for them. Think of one from Thomas Hardy's wife. I mean, Tom is very pleased with himself today. He's just written a very melancholy poem. It was they're fun to write. If you are, it's also the thing if you are problems in life. Writing a poem is
Were there many books of poetry in your house when you were growing up?
I don't remember. Lots of books, mainly novels. But I remember Khalil Gibran coming into the house through my siblings. This is in the early. In fact, my first poetry was a lot like Khalil Gibran, actually. So,
the first poetry that you wrote?
Yeah, it was that sort of style. The poem to parents was it your sons and daughters? They are the sons and daughters of life's long. His poetry really seemed to with the times.
In terms of the books that you had at home, did you read to when you were a kid? Did you sleep with your dad, or your mum reading stories at that time?
Our first memories of the books on the saints, the 6 o'clock saints, the martyrs, the martyrs. So that's probably.
There's some high pressure stories in those ones.
Yeah.
There's death, there's torture, there's scary, they're not unusual stories.
It's all there.
Being read to as a kid too, it's such a tender thing for a parent to do for a child. It's a really special moment, I think, for a parent when everything else in the day or in the disciplinarian, duties of a parent is put to one side, and you can have that moment of intimacy. Do you have memories of those kind of moments with your parents over books?
Yeah, I do. Sitting on Dad's knee while he was reading. I remember he was also in French to some of the older children, my elder sisters, because he had French and Latin, so that was sort of while they was studying, he would be there reading some stories in French. But there was a lot of us, I didn't get around to all of us, but we were all pretty, definitely I can't remember the time, but I can distinctly remember when my first child, Declan, could read a book. It was such a red letter day. I think every parent. So we were, on bunk, the one bed, 2 bunks, so 3 of us, my brothers in one room for quite a while, and we'd all be reading our books. I think Guns N' Never
When had your mum and dad met, Paul?
They met in Melbourne. Dad had grew up in Adelaide during the war and was working in the National Commission. He had shadow on his lung. He wasn't able to be called up for the army, but he worked with the Rationing Commission, and he met through some mutual friend, and she was she had grown up in Melbourne. Her father was Italian, and she was studying singing and languages and played the piano. It's very beautiful. She was, I think, this incredible exotic beauty. She ate garlic and cooked squid. So he courted her for a while. In fact, he got the hurry. Quite a few other gentlemen had their eyes on her. And it was during the war. There's a lot of American soldiers about. And it was going dances and parties with American soldiers. I think Dad quietly got the tip from Mum's mother, Nonna. He said, I think you should, don't wait too long. So he took her to I think he proposed to her at the Latin. This is a restaurant or a coffee shop, probably the first Italian-style one in Melbourne. And the story goes, he didn't get down on one knee or anything like that. He just said, so what's your call our children?
So romantic. And why do you think she chose him rather than American Joe?
I think he was handsome. He was gentle. He was funny. He was smart. That's enough, isn't it?
That's ticking a lot of boxes. You mentioned that she was a musician and your mum's parents were musicians. What stories were you told about them and the career they had?
Well, we got told a lot about our grandparents' adventures. We got the story of my grandfather, Ercole Filipino. He came out during World War I. Argentina with his Italian aunt and uncle, and then showed talent as a singer, and then went to Ascari, sang there. Very famous opera house. Again, he'd done some service. So he didn't have to go to the army. He joined during World War I. The Gonzalez brothers, and they were touring what's called East and they stopped in Australia for a while. I think, if I get the story right, the war ended. He decided to stay, and he started teaching singing, Italian opera method. And my grandmother, Annie McFarlane, Irish Australian, was one of his students. And then the story goes that one day he was singing his song. She was singing it. Just a love song, Declaration of Love. And he said, let me show you how to sing it. He sang it to her. And then she realised he was actually proposing to her. You could do that in those days. The teacher could sweep the student off her feet. Well, she was swept off her feet by him.
Would she tell you that story? Was that something she liked to remember?
Oh, yeah, she liked that story, yeah. They became quite a team. They started an opera company of their own called the Italo-Australian Opera Company. This is way, way before government subsidies. So they would travel around with, they did full productions in the cities. One stage they were in Perth for quite a while, and also in Melbourne and season in Adelaide. But it's probably the most famous story that they would tell us of their tours in Queensland with a very small little just have a piano player, a few singers, a baritone, and sometimes a volunteer chorus, and they would Verdi, Puccini, and so on. And they toured up the Queensland coast, working on the cane fields. All up that Queensland coast. They also went west as far as Longreach on the train and just performed opera.
So they must have played in on their trips around Australia.
They played at Her Majesty's in Adelaide, which we've done quite a few shows at. So every time I've played there, I always think of them. Yeah.
Sounds like your granddad was a bit of a prankster. What was the joke he played on his mother-in-law with some eggs?
this story goes that he somehow made a little hole in the egg that was not very noticeable and got filled it up. Did a couple of things like that. The top of the part of his kitchen. His mum chooks. So they're not getting eggs from the chooks. So she went to break the eggs one morning. He was obviously away. She broke the egg and nothing but flour came out. And he said, that's what happens when you feed the chooks too much spaghetti. You know?
It's like a Monty Python joke. That's an obscure prank.
Very obscure and very difficult to replicate. So, I mean, there's a few people in my family that like to exaggerate the truth. So I did try to replicate that experiment myself, but it just took me days.
Get the yolk out, get the flour in.
Yeah, get the flour in, and also make the egg feel, properly heavy and not too suspiciously light.
These were the days before Netflix, Paul. People had to fill their time somehow, and flour egg pranks must have been one of them.
He must have had some time on his hands.
As you say, you grew up in a Catholic family. You're reading the books of the saints. What about the poetry of that tradition? Do you remember feeling poetry in the Mass when you go along as a kid?
I don't know if I remember that so much. I think I probably started to appreciate the Bible as I got older, but I think it did help that I heard it a lot through going to Mass and all the various ceremonies of the Catholic Church. So the stories were familiar and the language. We weren't reading from the King James Bible. It was more of a modern edition in the 60s and 70s. But at some point I must have discovered the King James Bible and just started, reading it for interest. And that's sort of been really a big influence ever since. I think it's an extraordinary
Well, it's also because the language of the Bible saturates, the history of Western poetry. There are so many of the poems in the book that there's biblical imagery or reference to biblical stories, and that's true in one of the writers that's represented quite a bit, Yehuda Amichai, Israeli writer. How did you first come across his poetry?
A friend just sent me a book of his poems, and I was drawn to him straight away. He was a poet that, in some ways, the poems felt like someone thinking. They're very conversational and warm. They were funny sometimes. They spoke about terrible things. Other times, there's a really quite savage poem, I guess, in the book called The Diameter of the Bomb. But he was a poet that mixes things up, sort of high-flowing language with really, really colloquial. He's often references the Bible, but you never feel like it's, too much. You don't feel like it's a chance to hold it. Listen, his poems to Macbeth, where the murder's just been committed, and then you have a little scene with the porter talking about the effects of alcohol on sexual prowess. Shakespeare always mixes up the humour with the serious, and Amichai's a lot like that. So I like poets that sort of have that sort of mash. And there's another line in his poems about fragrance. Yes. I don't know this one off by heart.
As you said, it's not a test.
A letter of recommendation. On summer nights, I sleep naked in Jerusalem. My bed stands on the brink of a deep valley without rolling down into it. In the daytime, I walk around with the 10 Commandments on my lips, like an old tune someone hums to himself. Oh, touch me, good woman. I feel under my shirt. That's a letter of recommendation folded up tight from my father. All the same, he's a good boy and full of love. I remember my father waking me for early prayers. He would do it by gently stroking my forehead, not by tearing away my blanket. Since then, I love him. And as his reward, may he be wakened gently and with love on the day of the resurrection.
Paul Kelly reading the Yehuda Amichai poem, A Letter of Recommendation. As you said, Paul, that's so beautiful. On one hand, there's an image of a father waking his son gently, but then there's the idea of end of days and being woken for resurrection. They're both there so naturally together.
Yeah, that's his great gift.
You said that you'd started writing bits of poetry in the style of Khalil Gibran, which makes sense for a young adolescent. Were you showing them to anyone, or was this private poetry writing in a journal?
I showed them to family. Yeah, family, brothers.
Was that a nervous thing to do? Do you remember? Did it feel like a thing or not?
Yeah, it did. But I must have had enough confidence to do it. You're kind of shy and proud about it at the same time. I got encouraged. Yeah, I think they were. I was sort of writing about things that had happened. I think I wrote my brother's friend had died in a motorcycle accident. I might have written a poem about that. It's probably pretty presumptuous to do that, but I showed it to my brother.
A young poet needs a friendly audience, I think, or it's easier to just give up.
Oh yeah, I mean, all you need to, you don't need to be highly praised, you just need to be encouraged. As a songwriter, the best words of advice I ever got was from my uncle when I showed him some of my early songs in 1980. And even though Don knows a few words, he said, didn't say, oh, they're good or they're not good. I mean, I know those songs, they weren't good. Just keep writing, and that was the best thing you could have said.
Well, you were starting to make your way as a musician and you moved to Melbourne. You were also picking up some work as a TV extra in the years in Melbourne. Paul, what shows have you in the background in?
Skyways, Cop Shop. The corporate production shows, because I moved into a share house. My friend Chris Langman, who co-wrote Leaps and Bounds with me, he was working as a director at corporates on their shows. And I'm not sure if I made it into the Sullivans, but I think Skyways and Cop Shop were the main ones.
Did you have words, or you just had to mill about in the background?
Just mill about. Yeah.
in an early paycheck from that work, you went along to a bookstore to buy something to lay by. Tell me about that purchase.
Yeah, there's a bookshop on Truex Road in South Yarra called the Black Mask Bookshop. It's a big volume of Shakespeare's complete works, and three volumes with illustrations and pictures, but just all the plays, everything, the plays, the poems. This was maybe 1978 or something, not long after being in Melbourne. And I think it was $34, which is a princely sum at the time. And I put $5 down on lay-by, I remember that. And I said, can you keep that book for me? And after getting a check from Skyways or whatever it was, I went and paid it and toted it home.
Do you still have it?
I still have it, yeah. I remember this. So it was... And of course, some plays in there I haven't read. I mean, I never got to the bottom of Shakespeare. Never will.
Podcast, broadcast, and online. You're listening to Conversations with Sarah Konofsky on ABC Radio. Hear more conversations anytime on the ABC Listen app or go to abc.org.au/conversations.
On Conversations today, my guest is Paul Kelly, who, as well as being the singer and the songwriter that you all know, is also put together a collection of some of his favourite poems in a book that Love is Strong as Death. So poetry has obviously been this sort of touchstoone from you right from an early age, but I always feel in sometimes sort of say in, hushed tones like it's poetry. We're even scared of acknowledging it. What keeps people away from poetry, do you think?
I think, like I was saying before, they sometimes think it's some kind of test, and then they feel they have to, they're going to feel, inferior because they don't get a poem or they don't understand the meaning of the poem, which I think is completely the wrong way to approach a poem. I think probably the best way is to say it out loud first, and then you start to get a feel for it. And I think, just maybe the culture is more, that's a bit odd, reading poetry. The fact is poetry is much closer to people than they realize. It's obviously in music and songs. Some songs would definitely fulfill, the criteria of poetry, and it's in our language. It's and we do Richford on ceremonial occasions. People will say poems at funerals, weddings, birthdays, anniversaries, and so on. People make up silly little rhymes. It's everywhere, and it's hip hop's full of poetry. I think there is I sense a bit of a swing towards poetry not being, this sort of far off, unattainable thing. There's a lot more young people are very comfortable with poetry and spoken word, slam poetry. It's all through hip hop, so I think poetry's on the mark. It's happy to be like a little foot soldier in the army.
How does poetry sometimes feature in the Kelly family Christmases?
We have, sometimes we have, maybe we'll do a concert. We're not always together every Christmas, but when we have a large one when we all get together, there's usually, some kind of concert where everyone has to do an item, singing a song, telling a joke, reciting a poem, maybe making up some little poem. My niece Georgie famously tied a knot to a long snake with her hands, using her hands. That's funny.
I reckon your granddad would have turned up with his egg and flower tree. It sounds right on mark.
Yeah, you would have all fallen asleep, I think, before it finished. My brother John, he's got The Man from Iron Bar. He'll recite that one from memory with all the actions and so on. And my English nephew is married to my reciting by Rudyard Kipling. Memorable. And then he's also done a speech from Henry. Today is the Feast of Caspian. That's the band of brothers speech. We happy for you. He that sheds his blood with me this day shall be my brother. This day shall gentle his condition. Speech on the eve of the battle about Agincourt.
People have started to by Christmas doing the same thing that we have. This should be a tradition across the nation.
Yeah, people could, they could all pick a poem from the book and choose. There's all kinds of poems there. Serious ones.
Tie a knot with it.
Yeah.
Paul. Something two of you together.
Well, it didn't bring the two of us together. She was favourite aunt, lived in Adelaide all her life, so it's always we all do, all my siblings make a point to visit her. I guess it became especially you would make sure you got time to visit her after she became the only surviving member of my dad's generation. She so it was only I guess. And she loved poetry, so sometimes we go and visit her. Probably about 10 years before she died, one time we started talking about poetry, and she just started reciting poetry by memory. And the one, these are poems she's learned in school. They told me they brought me the news to hear, bitter tears to shed. Had tired the sun from talking and sent him down the sky. There's another verse, but that's the one I remember. But she knew it all. So she always said, she had books about it now, so if I go to visit her, go and maybe read something she might read. Read it to her. She loved Keats and Yeats, all the traditional poets, Thomas Hardy as well, all the good poets. I've loved that. It's a really good way to spend the time. Do than I let a word.
I've been recording a lot of poems over the last few years. You did a whole album of songs. The album is poems about birds. What makes you pick a poem for a song? And out of sometimes a poem that you love as a poem but you just can't make work as a song?
Yeah, it's really, I don't understand how or why it works. It really started 7 years ago when I was asked to take part in a collaboration with James Ledger, the Perth composer, putting poems to music for student orchestra and Australian. And I had never put a poem to music before then. I thought, I didn't think it was possible to, not the way I worked anyway, the way I worked was melody first and then get words to fit it. So this idea that if you had the words first, it would really restrict the music and make everything run on too rigid a rail. But doing that collaboration and that show, it just sort of opened my ears up, I guess, and I realised, I can do this, and actually it's very freeing, especially just take it anywhere. So after that show, I started just out of fun, just to see if I liked the poem, see if I could put it to music. And the first one I did after that show was Shakespeare, the famous one, Shall I Compare Thee to a Summer's Day? I put that to music. It's just like an old folk tune. The way the language sort of like a folk song, and that led to doing the Shakespeare, some of the famous songs. And the other interesting thing I realised putting supposed rules of sonnet, lines, the first lines, and then in a sonnet there's also what they call a tone. And then the sonnet always ends with two rhyming lines, a couplet, and that couplet can be used as a chorus. So that was a good revelation for me to realise, you can actually take a sonnet and make a pop song out of it. You've got your bridge and you've got your verses. That's probably I've been doing on with that for a while. And then, I just tried to try and put poems to music that I like. And it's a long time for me. I've been writing songs for 40 years. And at some point you just think, you get sick of your own other words out there. And obviously, you've chosen them, and all you have to do is put music to them. It's kind of a relief. It's another way. It's sort of to find another way to write songs feels like a gift.
Sudden access to a whole poetic jukebox that you know was there.
Yeah.
Can you sing us one of the songs that are ways to look at birds?
Yes. I'm going to read Barn Owl. I remember I read Barn Owl. Love the Palmers, you know. Type Palmers. It's also almost it's brutal in a way. It's by Gwen Harwood, Tasmanian. A couple of other in the book. But this poem, Barn Owl, stars a child, a bird, and a gun. And to paraphrase Chekhov, a gun appears at the start of the poem. There's no chance it's going to go off by the end. Slept. I rose, blessed by the sun. I crept back with my father's gun. Let him dream of a child, a beating angel mind. Oh, no saying, robbed of power by sleep. I knew my prize, who swooped home at this hour with daylight riddled eyes. To his place on a high beam in our old stables, to dream life's useless time away. I stood, holding my breath in urine-scented hay, master of life and death, a wisp-haired judge whose law would punish beak and claw. My first shot struck, he swayed, ruined, beating his only wing as I watched, afraid by the fallen gun. A lonely child who believed death clean and fine. Not this obscene bundle of stuff that dropped and dribbled through the loose straw, tangling in boughs, and hopped blindly closer. I saw those eyes that could not see mirror my cruelty, while the red thing that could not bear hobbled in its own blood. My father reached my side, before the gun. I fired those blank eyes into mine and slept. I leaned my head upon my father's arm and wept. I was blind in early sun for what I had begun.
Paul Kelly singing Barn Owl by Gwen Harwood. So much happening in terms of language in that poem, as well as I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. You know, that's kind of pretty naff if you read that in a poetry book, but as a song, it gets straight to the heart of it. Songs, they're different as well, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it is a blurry line. They say songs are a form of poetry. They called Shakespeare, so to me it's really once I cry, put that up, you know, that's a beautiful that song. But the point you made, melody is the most important thing.
Disassociate, song for things like Taxi on Randall Man or All Those Words Like a Cry, that shows the power of those words.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there's just that note, that keening note in his voice that says everything. Yeah, with even more strongly than the words or the tune.
You don't have many songs as such in this book, but you do have one by Archie Roach. How come you included that song?
I just think it's a really important song, one of the most important Australian songs of the 20th century, and I think it works as a poem.
This is Took the Children Away.
Took the Children Away, yeah. Of course, I made a rule not to put song lyrics in this poetry book, otherwise it would have opened up a huge Pandora's box, I guess. But the good thing about making the rules is that you can also give yourself a couple of exceptions. So I did that with Archie Roach, They Took the Children Away, and also with Kev Carmody, his song I've Been Moved, but that was written as a poem first. So I think it qualifies. There's a couple of songs in here that are actually poems first. So Danny Boy is a famous example. It was a poem long before it became a song. Then, of course, the song is such a gorgeous melody that people it's just a poem first. So that's in the book. Switch to later. It's a poem first. That song and that poem. Yeah, I read the book. The bouncer fella.
With the broken
nose. Just briefly before we booked him to play with us, and we met who I was, but maybe we were probably both a bit nervous. I didn't know, yeah, didn't realise until late. Then walked off, but as he walked off, the applause. We just walked straight on after Archie to play. So I didn't see Archie because he did before we finished. So we were catching up later. Yeah, thought I was the best.
Well, the friendship is down for both of you. Sonnets, obviously something recorded, sonnets is a way of saying how writing is a way of outliving time. Do you ever talk about songs, your own songwriting?
Oh, I think, writing poetry or making art or writing books is a way of defying death or defying time. I think that seems quite common amongst poets. Shakespeare in particular, it's funny, it's almost like it's bragging. Some but all the subjects of the sonnets are still who they are.
One poet to another, you can say that. I'd love to hear one more song before we end. The English Jesuit priest, Jerry Hopkins.
Okay, Pied Beauty. Yeah, Jerry Hopkins, that was another poet that I encountered in school. The Catholics, well, it's taught by the Christian Brothers. They love Jerry Hopkins. And I've come to love him more and more as I've got older. He's just a freak. He's just an incredible experimenter, a pioneer of rhythm and rhyme, syntax. His dark poems, his later poems were very, very dark. He's a Catholic priest that never got published in his own lifetime. Incredible story. But I remember God's Grandeur in school we did, and we also did Pied Beauty. I put God's Grandeur to music as well, which is on the last record. But a few years ago, John Olsen was doing there was a retrospective of John Olsen's paintings at the NGV in Melbourne. And he was a big Gerard Manley Hopkins fan and had referenced the song Pied Beauty in one or more of his paintings. And I was approached to see if I wanted to do a song for the opening of the exhibition. So I put Pied Beauty to music. And I've done a recording of this song with the band, with Vicar and Linda singing in full drums, bass, keyboards, and a lot. But it's just it's in the drawer at the moment, waiting for the light of day. But I'll have a crack at it solo. Oh, glory be to God for dappled things, for skies of couple colour as a brinded cow, for rose moles all in stipple upon trap that swing, fresh fire cold chestnut falls, finch's wings, landscape plotted and pieced, fold, fallow and plough, no trades, their gear and tackle and trim. Oh, glory be to God for dappled things. Oh, glory be to God for dappled things. All things counter, original, spare, strange, whatever is fickle, freckled, who knows how. With swift, slow, sweet sound, a dazzle dim he fathers forth whose beauty is past change. Praise him, oh glory be to God for dappled things. Praise him, oh glory be to God for dappled things. Praise him, oh glory be to God for dappled things. Praise him.
Paul Kelly, thank you so much for being my guest on Conversations.
My pleasure. Thanks, Sarah.
On air, online, and on the ABC Listen app. This is Conversations with Sarah Kanoski on ABC Radio. You can subscribe to the Conversations podcast. To find out more, just head to abc.net.au/conversations.
And you've been listening to my interview with Paul Kelly from late last year, a conversation that you chose as one of your favourites, and we'll bring you another fan favourite next Wednesday. The selection of poems that Paul put together is called Love is Strong as Death, and it's published by Penguin. And he's put some of those poems to music on the recent album 13 Ways to Look at Birds. In that conversation, Paul mentioned his long friendship with Archie Roach, and I had the great privilege of speaking with Archie last year, and you can find that interview too on the Conversations website. In fact, there's heaps of music interviews there if that's your thing. There's Richard talking with Robert Forster, and a recent one he did with Ben Folds. There's me speaking with Dave Graney, Rob Hurst, and Colin Hayes. So you can have a listen, have your own listening party with your family and your pets and whoever else you want to listen alongside at a respectful, socially distanced distance. Tomorrow on Conversations, a special friend of the program, Hugh McKay. Hugh's in his 80s, so he's right in the middle of that high-risk group with this pandemic. But he sees what's happening as a way for us to rethink who we are and what we value. I really hope you can join me for that tomorrow on Conversations. I'm Sarah Kanoski. Thanks for listening. Know the story with ABC News Digital. Get the latest breaking news with live notifications. Whenever you want, wherever you are.
If you really want to suppress the virus spread to very low levels, you've got to do a lot.
ABC News, Australia's most trusted news source. Head to news.abc.net.au or download the ABC News app.
Hello, I'm Norman Swan. Join me for CoronaCast, a daily podcast answering your coronavirus questions. Know the facts, correct the errors, and cut through the noise for the latest news. And tell us what you want to know about COVID-19, and we'll help you understand the research and how the world is living through this epidemic. CoronaCast as part of Life Matters weekdays from 9 a.m. or anytime on the ABC Listen app.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Australia and the United States are vowing to cooperate more closely in an effort to combat coronavirus. With more, Andrew Green.
The United States has become one of the worst hit nations in the coronavirus pandemic. And in a phone call to Prime Minister Scott Morrison, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has discussed how both countries can coordinate the fight against the disease. The pair stressed the need to keep supply chains open and the importance of international collaboration to support other countries in the region, particularly in the Pacific and Southeast Asia. Secretary Pompeo says past cooperation has been key to overcoming shared challenges. Andrew Green, ABC News, Canberra.
Uruguay has authorised a humanitarian flight to evacuate a cruise ship where around 60% of the passengers and crew have tested positive for the virus. The Greg Mortimer, carrying mostly Australian and New Zealand passengers, has been anchored 20 kilometres off the Uruguayan coast since the end of March, but until now the government has refused to allow passengers off. 96 Australians are on board the ship, although the nationalities of those infected with COVID-19 has not been disclosed. The charter plane is expected to depart Uruguay on Thursday or Friday before landing in Melbourne. It'll be equipped with medical facilities to treat those already infected. Police say a team of 30 detectives have been seconded to the task force to investigate the circumstances surrounding the decision to allow passengers from the Ruby Princess to disembark last month. Around 400 passengers and crew who were on board the vessel have tested positive to coronavirus. 15 of them have now died. The criminal investigation was announced on Sunday, but kicked off in earnest today with police conducting the first briefings. The Australian government will keep borrowing money at some of the lowest interest rates in the world after having its AAA credit rating reaffirmed. The federal government is set to borrow billions of dollars to help pay for its response to the COVID-19 pandemic, including a $130 billion wage subsidy package. One of the world's major credit ratings agencies, Standard & Poor's, says Australia is likely to suffer 2 quarters of negative economic growth and go into recession. But it's confirmed Australia's status as one of the most secure borrowers in the world, which the Federal Treasurer Josh Frydenberg says is an important achievement.
A very significant endorsement of the necessary measures that we've had to take, the unprecedented measures that we've had to take. But those measures have been designed to keep Australians in jobs and Australian businesses in business. Well done.
The head of the Queensland Nurses Union says it was only a matter of time before a healthcare worker treating coronavirus patients would test positive for the illness. A nurse is in self-isolation today after she contracted coronavirus while working in the infectious diseases unit of Brisbane's Princess Alexandra Hospital. Beth Mole from the union says they were expecting health workers to get infected based on reports from overseas.
The experience overseas has been that between a fifth and a quarter of all health workers who care for COVID-19 patients end up contracting the disease.
The Federal Health Minister is warning that anyone who threatens a healthcare worker or purposely coughs on someone during the COVID-19 outbreak could face serious charges. Greg Hunt says he's been made aware of several troubling cases recently, including 2 men in the ACT charged with coughing and spitting in public. He says the deliberate transmission of COVID-19 is a criminal offence in every state or territory.
The most serious of these offences may carry maximum penalties up to imprisonment for life if somebody were to take a step which led to the death of a healthcare worker, if that were a deliberate transmission.
The first aerial surveillance flights in Vanuatu over the areas worst hit by severe tropical cyclone Harold have revealed extensive damage, with dozens of houses and other buildings damaged or destroyed. The ABC has been told the situation is grim, with fears the damage will be as bad as Cyclone Pam in some places, which hit Vanuatu in 2015, and is considered to be one of the worst natural disasters ever to hit the Pacific. Lisa Fairua, the country director for the NGO Oxfam, told the ABC's Pacific Beat program she expects the recovery will take a long time and will be made worse by the coronavirus pandemic.
Recovery will take probably up to 6 to 12 months. Lots of vegetable and food gardens have been damaged, and also people have lost jobs because of COVID-19.
And a powerful Category 4 storm is currently lashing Fiji with heavy rains and winds of up to 240 kilometres an hour. ABC News.
RN. Think bigger.
Out now from ABC Books, award-winning ABC journalist Sophie McNeil takes us behind the headlines in We Can't Say We Didn't Know, where war crimes go unpunished and human rights are abused. Discover inspiring human stories of hope and defiance from some of the toughest places on earth. We Can't Say We Didn't Know. Available now in bookshops and online. Audiobook also available.
Welcome, beloved listeners, to the Little Wireless program. Late Night Live is so live that normally Giuseppe would have brought the entire band in and played the theme live in the studio. Hamish would have wired them up and away they go for the top and tail. But under the circumstances, he is in fact playing the theme from home. It's fair to say that, perhaps the coronavirus is, the curve is flattening in the US, but the craziness curve is clearly spiking, and we're off to New Haven to talk to Bruce Shapiro about that. Then our destination is India, where we'll be talking to Anjali Modi, M-O-D-Y, as opposed to the Prime Minister's M-O-D-I, and our old friend Pramod Balshaduri, the foreign editor of the Hindustan Times, about Modi's response to the crisis. And finally, we're going to look at real estate of the apocalypse. At the moment, there are many people who are deciding to hunker in a bunker at their particularly in the United States of America, of course, where people do behave like that. And you can have an absolutely bare bones one with no mod cons, or you can have total luxury in a bunker that would not only keep you safe from COVID-19, but probably from nuclear attack. We're off to Dublin, of all places, to discuss the real estate of the apocalypse with Mark O'Connell a little later. But first, is New Haven a haven? It is, Bruce, because your figures are really quite disturbing.
It's been a rough week here. We're at the outer edge here of the New York commuter bubble, about 70 miles out of the city, the last stop on the commuter train line, and so the tide is moving out here a little more slowly than down the road. But in this this little city of 120,000 people, we now have 11 neighbors who died, and hundreds who are sick. And in the state of Connecticut, small state, there are 206 deaths, more than the entire country of South Korea as of this morning. We're expecting, again, in a small state, over 5,000, 5,500 deaths over the course of this pandemic between now and what's projected to be an end sometime around August. And it's gotten so bad that the state prison system is just pushing inmates out the door. We've had 700 prison inmates who were regarded as low risk released in just the last few days. Of course, this is nothing compared to what's happening to my colleagues and friends down the road in New York City and in New York State, where the death toll now is over 5,000, and where hospitals are so pressed that one major hospital in Brooklyn, SUNY Downstate Hospital, a colleague was reporting this morning that they're down to 10 surgical gowns and wearing garbage bags in medical conditions and in medical circumstances and for surgery.
And your Prime Minister, who could be described as the bubonic buffoon, continues to make the most extraordinary and outlandish statements from his bully pulpit.
Well, he continues to veer between the sort of vaguely sober and sensible to the outright deranged. And, it's clear that what we've got now is this daily show where the price of admission, the price of the world getting to listen to the top scientists in the United States, the infectious disease experts Anthony Fauci and Deborah Birx, is that you've got to listen to the president banging on about hydrochloroquine, banging on about his ratings, banging on about whatever else he wants to talk about. Thankfully, most of the major networks, except for the 24-hour cable stations, are no longer carrying these hearings live. So the curve on that one is perhaps flattening a little bit, but
the contrast, of course, with Cuomo is astonishing. That very reliable satirist Randy Rainbow's got a new one out where, from his durance file, he admits to being besotted with Cuomo. In fact, he now identifies as a Cuomo-sexual. He's doing a pretty good job.
Well, it's an interesting thing. Governor Cuomo of New York has emerged as the alternative leader at a time when leadership at the top seems sadly wanting. He has his own daily press conferences. They are truth-telling press conferences in which he talks about the conditions in the state's hospitals, the movement of gear back and forth, is very straight with the public about what people have to do. The news is actually sort of okay from New York, considering there is some evidence over the last few days that the growth in cases is flattening out a little bit, that the curve may be flattening, but there is a long road ahead. And Cuomo, who a few months ago would have been regarded as a gifted but limited somewhat hack-like Democratic governor who had corruption problems and whose ambitions seemed limited to his secure perch in New York State, really has become a voice of clarity and compassion, and he has a kind of national respect, and particularly because governors have emerged as the essential leaders in this in general, given the absent federal leadership. Republican governors, Governor Hogan of Maryland, others have criticized the president for failing to come to the table. And then you've got other governors, like governors of Florida and Idaho and elsewhere, who simply have either delayed or not shown leadership at all in this crisis. So, it's not that people are looking for answers; they're looking for straight talk, and they're finding it in Cuomo.
Let's look at this White House and Fox fixation on something unpronounceable, hydrochloroquine. Tell us
Hydrochloroquine.
Tell us about this.
This is a malaria drug that has been, and it also treats rheumatoid arthritis. It's been around for a long time. There have been, as I'm sure listeners know, some small tests in which maybe it's been helpful, and some other tests in which it hasn't been. But I think because of a rumor mill that started in New York State, in some communities close to Rudy Giuliani, the president's lawyer, and other Trump allies, the right now has seized on hydrochloroquine, propelled by the president, who seems to want to be offering voters a magic bullet. And even when Dr. Anthony Fauci of the CDC gets onto the podium immediately after the president and says, I can't prescribe this, there is no evidence, it's not there is not an evidence basis for recommending this drug, and it has dangers, the president continues to push it, and it now has become a fixation not only of his, but of Fox TV and broadcasters like Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham. It's become a fixation of the far right. People are beginning to hoard this drug. And it's, there's not some great conspiracy to support a chloroquine maker, we don't think. It's much more random than that, but it does seem to be driven by the right's desire to have, on this as in so many other issues, its own counterfactual narrative, its own counterfactual reality. That's what this is about, just as it was in the Ukraine scandal, the Mueller inquiry. We have a new counterfactual reality, and here it's with a medication that's not a medication.
Having a Shapiro wet with Bruce, and Bruce, if Randy Rainbow now defines himself as a Cuomo-sexual, my hero is Captain Brett Crozier, who of course was sacked by Acting Navy Secretary Thomas Moodley.
Well, this has become, of the many many outbreaks in the pandemic of craziness this week, this is perhaps the craziest episode. Captain Crozier, of course, sent a letter to a wide email list after being frustrated at his ability to get attention to an outbreak on his ship, the Theodore Roosevelt, which got leaked. This infuriated the Navy Secretary. He was summarily dismissed, cheered by his sailors in a remarkable, almost operatic gesture of defiance against Navy leadership and governmental leadership. And then Secretary Moodley doubled down, oddly enough, by giving a speech to those sailors, which has been recorded and leaked, laced with profanity, in which he calls Captain Crozier either naive or stupid. On this tape, you can hear sailors shouting back at the Navy Secretary. And it's become a political crisis for the administration. The military has, throughout the Trump administration, whatever its issues, has adhered to chain of command, oath to the Constitution. It's been a very disciplined leadership corps in that way. But this was the sort of social media equivalent of the revolt on Mount Potemkin. I mean, you know, when you've got the crew of a huge crew of a major naval vessel openly cheering a fired commander and booing the Navy secretary, you got a big problem that goes beyond the Navy itself. It speaks to the sense of betrayal that those sailors feel, but also that Americans who are watching this play out feel that leadership, which has ignored, spent January and February ignoring warnings. And the more we find out, the more it's clear that those warnings certainly did exist, including a newly released memo from Peter Navarro, the permanent trade representative, who back in January was saying we need to consider a worst case scenario.
Bruce, at a time like this, people want to believe in their leader. We've seen a big bounce in Trump's approval ratings, and there's certainly been one here for our Prime Minister. That's had the effect of eclipsing our opposition leader, who has become a sort of invisible man. The same must be said of Joe Biden.
Biden, you know, Biden should be riding the wave now, right? Biden has simply disappeared. And a certain amount of that may be prudence, maybe saying I'm going to wait this out and then reemerge when the public is ready to engage politically. But the reality is that he has struggled to gain traction. He placed a phone call to Trump yesterday after a lot of negotiation back and forth about it, which Trump relatively graciously for him acknowledged at a press conference. He has given some interviews from his basement in Wilmington, Delaware, and talked in a very feeling way, I have to say, about his contacts with families whose loved ones have died. That's the kind of thing Biden is good at. But as a leader in this pandemic, as anyone who has anything to say, he's simply not on the radar. His few TV appearances have had some emotional resonance, but he's not acting like a shadow government. He's not proposing policy alternatives. You know, clearly he remains the front runner. Clearly Bernie Sanders is, you know, as eclipsed now as he was 2 weeks ago in the Democratic race. Now the Democratic convention has been put off until August. But it does leave him looking like a far more vulnerable and less authoritative presidential candidate, Biden, than the man who was roaring through the primaries just a few weeks ago, picking up delegates all over the country.
Before I let you go, at this time of megadeath, I want to single out one victim of the virus, and that's Patricia Bosworth.
Indeed, Patty Bosworth, a wonderful actor in the 1950s, who reinvented herself in the 60s and 70s and 80s as the biographer of Montgomery Clift, the biographer of James Dean, a marvelous, funny, vibrant person. I knew her as the author of one of the most honest, revealing and devastating books about the impact of the Hollywood blacklist. Patty's father, Bartley Crumb, was a Hollywood lawyer who represented the Hollywood 10 and yet ultimately folded under the pressures of McCarthyism and informed to the FBI. It's a tragic story which ends in his own suicide and his son's. And Patty, a writer of grace and honesty and insight, wrote about that in her book, Every Little Thing Your Heart Desires, an unforgettable window into another dark period of fear in American history. I'm sad that she's gone, and ironic that she's been taken in her 80s by this plague.
Bruce, thanks for your time. Bruce Shapiro, our Voice of America. And this is Ellie Nell on RN. And coming up, how is Prime Minister Modi handling the crisis in India? others on the program suggesting that India's population trajectory would mean it overtakes China as the world's most populous nation. 1.3 billion people and counting, and they're facing this crisis at a decided disadvantage to those in the first world. Now, as of yesterday, India's confirmed cases are reported to have numbered 4,300, with 328 recoveries and 118 fatalities. But without adequate testing, the number is probably much, much higher. And as we will discuss later in this chat, Indian stats across the board on the living and the dead are, to say the least, murky. Now, after Prime Minister Modi announced that 3-week shutdown across the country, many of India's 40 million migrant workers were left trying to scramble aboard crowded buses and trains, or left to find other means of getting home once public transport shut down. And we've all seen these appalling, sad images of them shuffling without food, without shelter, without sanitation in the general direction of home. How well is Prime Minister Modi handling this crisis? To discuss this, we're joined from New Delhi by Anjali Modi, no relation, a freelance journalist. Also from New Delhi, our old friend Pramit Chaudhuri, foreign editor at the Hindustan Times, and I welcome you both. Pramit, how would you rate Modi's handling of the situation thus far?
I would say, given that he's got relatively limited resources, and as you mentioned, the population, the size of the informal structure of both government and economy, and other limitations, including the federal structure of India, I would say he's doing a little above average job. But the real test will be coming over the next 2 to 3 weeks, because we probably will not be seeing the peak of COVID spread in India until for about another four weeks, I would say. And only then will we see whether or not a number of gambles that the Indian government took in handling this, including, as you've mentioned, preferring to go for limited testing now and doing the testing later, which is what they're planning to do now, scale that up, whether that will actually work out.
And Charlie, when Modi announced the shutdown, he released videos of his yoga regime, urged everyone to practice social distancing and not to be frightened. The message was named, apparently, at one group in particular.
You have to repeat yourself, and I didn't get the last part of what you said.
I'm sorry, you couldn't hear me?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you.
Okay, well, in brief, here's Modi announcing the shutdown, showing videos of his yoga regime, urging everyone to practice social distancing. Who is he talking to? Who is his target audience?
From what you said in your introduction, Philip, where you described what happened after lockdown was announced, with hundreds of thousands of people setting out on foot and by any means of transport they could find. I think it's sort of undeniable that the Prime Minister was addressing people who had homes to stay in, people who had a roof over their heads, people who could actually lock down. And that would
and Johnny, what do you predict for the people living on the streets or in the slums where isolation is impossible? And let's face it, 1/3 of India's population live in pretty grim circumstances.
I think, life in India is very brutal for a very large number of people. So in the current context, people who live on the streets are likely, are they going to face a worse situation than the rest of us? Yes, they are, because even if they don't get COVID-19 and they're not infected by the virus, they live a life that has this their access to food on a daily basis has disappeared. And, any sense that they may actually have a system that supports them, however, sort of marginal that hope was, has also disappeared.
Pramit, the epidemiologist and economist Ranaman Laxminarayan said that the coronavirus is likely to just rip through the population in India. And I must say, I tend to share that view.
Yes, he's not really an epidemiologist. He's an economist by training, and he's not trained as a medical person. There are a number of other models coming out of the University of Michigan, Oxford University, plus ones created by the Indian Council for Medical Research, all of whom come up with varying different ideas, depending on your modeling inputs and depending on what you believe the nature of the spread of the disease, you come up with different figures. What we do know is that, as you've mentioned, they've tested roughly over 100,000 people. We have a mortality rate of about 4,000, that's 4%, which is, a relatively low percentage, of mortality, but it's still within the norms of what we'd expect. The question of the spread we're going to see. Now, what we have not seen so far, and I say this as a journalist, none of the major papers and media we've been tracking, we've been tracking funeral homes and IC units. We've not seen a spike yet in activity in those areas, which is what we would have expected if the disease was spreading out of control, at least in the urban areas. It's harder to track because we're under lockdown, so we can't actually visit the rural areas that well.
Pramit, I'm going to ask you a delicate question now. Do you think the Modi government will be equitable in its efforts with the Muslim population?
Yeah, I don't think that's an issue because a lot of the activity on the ground, implementation, is done by the state governments. The federal government's role, health, is ultimately under the Constitution a state subject. The state, and largely now it's being run by the bureaucracy, not by the political class. You now have over, I think, 11 plus 2 empowered committees of secretaries who are running the large chunk of the policy right now, plus an expert committee. The ministers have actually been reduced to almost nothing in this role. So the states are going to run on their own. I don't think that's an issue as far as and the virus does not recognize religion or community. So if you
it does, however, recognize poverty, doesn't it? And so what about issues of caste?
Oh, caste I don't think would be an issue politically. For Modi, one of the things that he's been able to do politically is mobilize a much larger portion of the Dalits, who used to be called the untouchables, and lower other backward castes to support his party. That's one of the main reasons he's politically so powerful, is that he's been able to switch the social base of his party. If anything, he has a major incentive to ensure that this class doesn't suffer from the present pandemic than expected.
If I could go back to you, Anjali, do you understand what I'm sort of groping to raise here? The suggestion that in almost any society there are the winners and losers, and to some extent, even in the US, it's racially predetermined.
I think, I'd like to pick up from what Pramit said about access to health facilities. There are 2 points that Pramit made which are very important. One was that, it's now, India, like Australia, is a federal country. Health is a state subject. And, how good public health is dependent on the governance of the state. So some states are going to do better than others, and some states are going to do much worse than others. In terms of access to public health too, yes, there are, I think poverty that you mentioned earlier is the most significant constraint. I think neither caste nor religion are constraints in most of the states. And, so going forward, what we're going to really be looking at is how each state performs. Our focus is very much on Mr. Modi because he's the sort of messianic national leader. But the but it's not the union government, which, we're hoping will, do what it's required to do, but the actions all in the states. The states are constrained at this moment by the union government because they're dependent on the union government for very important things like the number of testing kits that they get, ventilators, the personal protective equipment that doctors need. So it's that dependent relationship that is deciding the levels of testing, the quality of medical assistance available. But I would say that for the southern states, yes, poverty is always a factor in your access to public health, but most southern states have a very, pretty good referral local medical system where they have a three-tier referral system. So you go to your public health center and then you're referred upwards. And so the same system will apply to how COVID is handled. In the north, in the more populous and extremely poor states, it's going to be a different story. And we just must keep our fingers crossed that the numbers of cases in those states remain limited and it doesn't spread because they simply do not have, anywhere near sufficient health facilities or even the quality of public health facilities to deal with this crisis.
Back to you, Pramit, and back to Ramanan, from whose title I shall remove the adjective of epidemiologist, but he makes an interesting point that India only records 1/5 of its current death rates, and the remainder have no official cause of death. It's going to be very hard to actually calculate the death rate, is it not?
Correct. I would expect, given that you've mentioned that we have very limited testing right now, and we assume that there is community transmission taking place in isolated parts of the country or areas that there is nobody's really measuring, especially in North India, we would assume that any, should we say, increase of these hidden cases of COVID deaths are lost in the much larger number of people who die in India anyway from illnesses, given the size of the population. And not only that, among those illnesses that we do know about, I think you remember correctly, between 60 to 70% are respiratory related, largely because of tuberculosis, which continues to be widespread among poor people in India. And a lot of those symptoms will be very similar to COVID-19.
And of course, think of the pollution in a city like Delhi, Pramit.
Well, actually, right now the pollution is actually quite less thanks to the lockdown. But yes, so you have a whole set of other reasons. So COVID, to be able to catch COVID, to detect a spike in the deaths, would require a very large number of deaths to happen. Otherwise, right now they'd be simply lost, if you wish, in the larger population or the normal numbers and statistics we would get, which is one of the reasons I'm saying we're trying to, all we can monitoring is see whether at least in the funeral arrangements we're seeing a spike. But my sense is that you would not see that or detect it for at least another 2 to 3 weeks.
I have to ask you this, Anjali. Are you in lockdown? Are you being careful?
Am I locked down and am I being careful? Yes, I've been locked down, in fact, for a little bit longer than the country because I live on a campus that was locked down. But I do go out, to buy food and other such things, and I find that the city is locked down and that people are being careful.
And you, Pramit?
I am. I'm a media person, so I get a curfew pass. But my newspapers indicated they don't want me to come to office. They said if you can work from home, just work from home. There's no need for you to show up. So we do roam. I roam around a bit, but there's actually not too many places to go to anymore since everything is shut down anyway.
Thank you both for coming on the program. Pramit Palshadoori, foreign editor of the Hindustan Times, based in New Delhi, and Anjali Mody, M-O-D-Y, freelance journalist, also based in that greater city. LNL on RN. Coming up, real estate at the time of apocalypse. don't know if you've been watching with fascinated horror, as I have, the images of opportunistic right-wing nut jobs in the US in particular, peddling their conspiracy theories. Well, Bruce, of course, was referring to the fact that Fox News was the source of many of them, at least earlier on. But while we have a Pentecostal Prime Minister, we don't have anything like the religiosity that you see in the United States. You might recall I was talking to Julian Ebner earlier this week. Julia is an international expert in right-wing extremism, and most of the time she's sitting at a computer working with colleagues from MIT and other illustrious organisations, keeping an eye on right-wing nuttering. But she makes the point that there are already opportunists who are exploiting the virus in all sorts of ways, who actually want to see the world come crumbling, tumbling down, so that then their new vision of a better world, which is almost invariably based on being very white, can come into being. Now, all of this I mention because of my next guest, because the Dublin-based writer Mark O'Connell has also been making contact with some of the strangest people in the United States of America, and we came across a marvelous essay, Notes on an Apocalypse, a personal journey to the end of the world and back. You'll see it in this month's Granta, and it's great to welcome you to our little program all the way from Dublin. Mark, what you saw in America, in the Black Hills of South Dakota, tell us about the Doomsday Bunker folk.
Hi, thanks for having me on. So I for the book, I sort of traveled around to various parts of the world, one of which was the Black Hills of South Dakota, where I encountered a real estate entrepreneur, I suppose, an apocalyptic real estate entrepreneur, who had bought a former cattle ranch in South Dakota. And on this cattle ranch were something in the region of 500 overground reinforced bunkers that were originally built as munitions facilities for the US military. And he was in the process, when I met him, of turning these bunkers into sort of what he described as a survival community. So he was selling them off for about $25,000 to people who wanted to have a place to retreat to in the event of civilizational collapse.
We're talking basic bunkers here, aren't we? No modern.
These are basic bunkers, yeah. I mean, his business originally kind of formulated around building luxury bunkers for like super rich people. So in those kind of places, you would have things like private cinemas, DNA vaults, hydroponic gardens, really lavishly stocked wine cellars and so forth. This was kind of a more, a more middle class version of that. But the idea is that this sort of community would be protected by a private army, and this would be kind of a safe place to retreat to in the event of some kind of civilizational collapse.
We'll look at that in a bit more detail later in our chat, but it's interesting that because when you were beginning this study, the end of the world was trending, but at the time it was climate change rather than COVID-19.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the anxiety that this sort of project arose out of was, primarily climate change and political instability in general, and just a sense that, things were drifting towards a kind of what seemed to me to be quite a dark future. And the book kind of arose out of a sense of, cognitive dissonance around being a parent of very young children and also having a sense of this very sort of dark future. But yeah, it was, my anxieties were channeled into climate change, like most people. But so the sort of people who I encountered who were in their various ways preparing for the end of the world had all sorts of different versions of how they conceived of, quote unquote, the apocalypse.
How many of them would be possessed by fundamentalist religiosity?
It's actually, it's hard to say the exact figures. I think, a lot of them would be quite secular people. Some of them would be very, very devout Christians. There's something in the region of, I think, 3.5 to 4 million people in the US who identify as what we would call like doomsday preppers. And quite a high proportion of them would be, white, quite right-wing, often, fairly devout sort of Christians. But there's no sort of necessary connection between those things. But they do tend to be quite right-wing, I think, and they're, quite conservative in their views.
And quite white, I would think.
Yeah, it's an overwhelmingly white movement, I think. And what's interesting about it is that, a lot of the sort of fears around, apocalyptic anxieties that these preppers would have, they're afraid of, they're afraid of sort of immediate causes, things like, the pandemic that we're having right now, nuclear strikes. There's generally sort of quite a wide range of scenarios that they can present you with. But really what they are, the real threat, I think, that they're focused on is civil unrest. And a lot of that has to do with a fear of quote unquote urban populations.
But that's a euphemism for black people.
It's a euphemism. It often is like sort of very, like not even that heavily racially encoded, to be honest with you. And one of the things I found when I was researching various sort of prepper blogs and forums and stuff for the book was that often the imagery that they would use to illustrate what they saw as a situation where there would be like a breakdown of rule of law, often the photographs that they used to illustrate this were actually images of civil unrest in generally black urban populations. And the civil unrest was generally caused by sort of reaction to police brutality. So I thought that was quite an interesting irony in that the people who they are kind of focusing their fears on are people who live already in a sort of situation where the law does not protect them.
It's interesting, isn't it, that the ultimate goal of the doomsday cult is that society will ultimately be reborn after the collapse of global civilization. You found the same thing as Julia Ebner did.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting sort of through line. Like certainly there is an element of fervor about this. I mean, preppers, doomsday people, even the sort of higher end sort of tech world people who I looked at, people who are preparing for civilizational collapse by buying land in New Zealand, and there's a whole narrative around that. Often what you find is there is an element of fear and anxiety, of course, but there is also an element of opportunism and almost of, you sense a sort of a desire for this to happen because the world as it is corrupt or somehow, wrong, and there's an opportunity to build what they see as a sort of a utopian society out of the ashes of the sort of former world. So there is certainly an element of optimism in a way, dark optimism around this.
Let's look at this extraordinary opportunity for Chino. He's not a loner in the enterprise, is he? There are competitors in the doomsday preparedness business.
Sure. So Robert Vicino is the guy who I spent time with in South Dakota, who was building this survival community, and he would be one of the more prominent of the kind of post-apocalyptic real estate entrepreneurs. But he's not alone. Absolutely not. There's quite a bit of competition in that space. And if you go online and Google, luxury apocalypse real estate, you'll find endless sort of online brochures of these extremely lavish, like luxury places with often, golf courses and private security, all these kinds of things.
Were you tempted? Did you see one that you thought you and your family could move into from Dublin?
Well, the thing about Vicino, and the thing that I found, quite fascinating about him, was that he's a very gifted salesman. He comes from an advertising background originally, and you can see in how he sort of presents himself and his product that there's a real gift for kind of stoking anxiety. And so, when I was with him, he would be sort of throwing a lot of scenarios at me and a lot of things that could go wrong. And it's very difficult if you're sort of a relatively anxious person as I am. Obviously, this is the reason I wrote the book. It's difficult to kind of completely discount that and to sort of, fend it off with your rational mind. So yeah, there were moments where I was like, well, maybe am I being too cynical here? Maybe, maybe I should be looking to sort of, but I don't think he'd have me now, to be honest. I don't think I'd be allowed into the post-apocalyptic community. Unfortunately, I think I've burnt that bridge.
The X-Point's selling point was its distance from any military nuclear targets, and its security team could spot anyone approaching from 3 miles away and so on. But then you found another place which I find, in a sense, more chilling, and that's Trident Lakes. Tell us about Trident Lakes with its interconnectedness.
Well, Trident Lakes is a sort of a similar sort of project. It's certainly more high-end than X-Point. And so that would be a place where it would be aimed at sort of the higher end of the market, the more sort of wealthy apocalypse consumer, if you like. And so there would be golf courses and things like that there. And it's it's a sort of a ready-made community. A lot of these places are they're not finished, they're kind of, it's like buying a house off the plans. So you kind of have to take a leap of faith and trust the property developers, which, as you know, at the best of times, trusting real estate people and property developers might not be the wisest approach, apocalypse or no.
Well, I must say it is tempting to read the sales pitch, because in the event of a nuclear, chemical or biological emergency, the properties would be sealed by automatic airlocks and blast doors, and then each is connected by this network of tunnels to an underground community. Well, tell us what's going to be in this underground community.
Well, it's a sort of a community of like-minded people. This is what they're selling. So you're going to be with people who are similarly sort of prepared for the end times. And often these communities, like Vicino's sort of business plan, is based on being very selective as to who he would let in. So he's not terribly clear on who would be in and who would be out, but there is a sense of like exclusivity. So you have the right kind of people, because ultimately what you're talking about is, a fantasy of rebuilding civilization. And if you're going to do that, I guess you want the right kind of like-minded people. But what I find interesting about all of this is that it's very much predicated on the idea that, civilization is a very fragile edifice. And what's going to happen is, given a sort of a significant enough crisis, what you'll see is like massive civil unrest and a sort of reversion of the mass of people to a state of savagery. So that's the real fear. And I think what's been interesting about the last few weeks is that in some ways you could say that the preppers were right. They were sort of, this is the kind of scenario that they were saying we should be watching out for all along. And you are seeing people kind of adopting prepper modes of thinking about, should I be stockpiling this or that food stuff or whatever. But I think what's really interesting is that you're seeing a situation where civilization is not collapsing, actually. And you are getting a sense that what's really strong is community. And people are, by and large, with some sort of, prominent exceptions, of course, but by and large, people are behaving in a way that sort of strengthens communities. And what you're seeing is, I think, certainly where I am, people sort of coming together with a sense of like a shared purpose for the common good, which is absolutely at odds with the sort of underlying kind of ideology of the prepper mindset.
Once again, Julia Ebner studies, and she went underground. She adopted various personas so she could get deep inside a wide variety of right-wing groups of one sort or another, and also religious groups like jihadists. And again and again, she found that the primary reason for joining wasn't ideological or religious. It was seeking a sense of community. It was wanting to be with others like themselves, or to have an aspiration to be like others.
Yeah, well, I mean, there is an element of that. Despite what I've said, the sort of prepper community is a kind of a community, and they share information. It's very much an online, like most of these things. And it wouldn't be necessarily as extremist as any of those movements. There are all kinds of, one of the things that I found when I started writing the book was that although I had initially conceived of it as being very much a sort of a thing at arm's length, like a day, but an external kind of phenomenon, once I started to talk to people about it, I found that there was, quite a few people already in my social circle and people who I would just encounter in everyday life who were maybe not necessarily they wouldn't describe themselves as preppers, but they would say, oh yeah, I've been sort of stockpiling goods, or I have a bug-out bag, or I have a sort of a secure location that I, might retreat to in the event of some kind of, crisis. So, it is a sort of an impulse that you find across all walks of life. But in general, yes, it is a very kind of a very right-wing and largely American phenomenon, I think.
I want to read a paragraph of yours. There's going to be gangs roaming, he said, he being one of the real estate dealers, cannibals in great numbers, raping, pillaging, the have-nots coming after the haves for everything they've got. And my question to you is, do you want your daughters to live through that? And as you pointed out, I did not have daughters at that time, but you felt that would be rather pedantic to point it out.
I mean, it's such a great sales pitch, isn't it? You can see how people are persuaded by this. But you also, what I was feeling when he was saying this to me was there's something that's being appealed to here, and it's not necessarily me personally. What it is an underlying sort of anxiety about masculinity. What he's sort of stoking there is the desire to be the sort of a traditional strong male protector. And I think it's no accident that what he's focusing on is the daughters and the threat of shadowy malicious males and what they might do to your daughters. There's something very sort of primal about that, and it speaks to a kind of a right-wing anxiety about the outside world. And so I thought that was interesting as a sort of a sales pitch.
Your prose is admirable. Quote, the sound of the door closing was like nothing I had ever heard. An overwhelmingly loud and deep detonation. The obliteration of the possibility of any sound but itself. And then you go on to describe the darkness as being absolute, an annihilation of the very concept of light. You were really emotionally bombarded by your researchers.
Yeah, I guess. That was a very intense experience for me, that, visiting that survival community and being shown the bunkers themselves. It's a very dark place full of sort of dark energies. And that particular moment that you read a passage from there is, when he closes the door of the bunker behind me, and I'm in this, it's quite vast, but completely dark, empty sort of concrete container in a vast sort of empty wilderness. And I think it was quite an intense experience. And I wanted to represent that on the page as much as I could.
In the couple of minutes we've got the east, turn right, turn left. Talking about the problems in New Hampshire, talking about the problems in India. How's the drama playing out in Dublin?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned New Hampshire. I was supposed to be in New Hampshire right now, actually. I was supposed to be doing a fellowship in Dublin. I'm glad to be here. Nowhere in the world is really at the moment. But, like a lot of places in Europe, I've been in my house more solidly for the last 3 weeks. We can leave to go for brief exercise, so I've just been to the park. And it's strange, it's eerie. The first week or so it took a lot of volatile time, and there's so much uncertainty. There's a sense of maybe some tunnel. We're not quite sure how long that tunnel is, but there is a sense that we have it, I think, under control, because we've been in some form of lockdown for the last 2 years.
So your bunker in Dublin is reasonably pleasant.
It's all right. I could be in worse places. I'd rather be here.
What are the figures in Dublin?
In terms of infections, deaths. I think it's sort of day by day. I think it was something in the region of 20 deaths yesterday. Sort of low 20s, I think. So Ireland is a small place, so these figures are they're not low. But at the same time, we're at a level where the health service is able to sort of manage, and we don't seem to be in danger right now of being overwhelmed. So I think that's good. And then people are on board with with all of it, I think, and people have a sense of, as I said, sort of shared purpose, and we're getting through it, I think.
Mark, look after yourself and your hypothetical daughters, and thanks very much for coming.
Thank you.
Mark's essay, which is will appear in this month's Granta magazine. Now, I'll be handing the baton over to Jonathan Green, who will be taking you into all sorts of interesting nooks and crannies on tomorrow's program, and I will return talking to you from Muswellbrook on Monday. So have a great weekend. See you then.
Hi, Fran Kelly here. 2020 is not the year you hoped or planned for, but the sun keeps rising and so do we. And we'll be here every morning with the latest news and analysis, keeping you up to date on COVID-19 and everything else. I'm sorry we can't reboot the decade, but we will keep you abreast of what's happening in your backyard, across the nation and around the world. So join us for RN Breakfast, weekdays from 6 on Radio National.
An Australian government coronavirus update. Social distancing saves lives. Stay 2 arms lengths away from others, even if healthy. Only leave home when necessary. If you are sick, avoid all physical contact with others, even when at home. If directed to self-isolate, you must not be home. Wash your hands often using soap and water. Coronavirus. Help stop the spread. Visit australia.gov.au for the latest advice, or head to abc.net.au/coronavirus to learn more.
Hello, welcome to PM. I'm Linda Mottram. Tonight, Parliament's brief return to pass the government's enormous wage subsidy scheme, but payments to desperate workers are still weeks away. A look at how extreme social restrictions could be eased and be applied over the coming months, but how to jump on in any new hotspots while waiting for a hope to a vaccine. And Australians in their 20s represent the biggest group of confirmed coronavirus cases. They usually recover, but they will feel the effects long after the pandemic is over.
Young people are going to experience tremendous losses in employment opportunities, promotion opportunities, and incomes. Even when the pandemic is over and we get back to work, experience the consequences for years to come.
Nearly 1.5 million cases are now confirmed worldwide. 300,000 have recovered. 82,000 have died. In Australia, nearly 6,000 cases confirmed, 50 dead, but the rate of increase in cases here is falling. We'll turn in a moment to when restrictions might be eased and how to avoid flare-ups, but all eyes are on Parliament today as it turned to the task of staving off mass unemployment as coronavirus wreaks havoc on the economy. It's on the cusp of authorising unprecedented spending in that cause, the $130 billion JobKeeper program, to subsidise the wages of an anticipated 6 million workers to the tune of $1,500 a fortnight. It is being rushed through a specially recalled one-day sitting, and it has bipartisan support. Our political reporter Melissa Clark is watching on from a safe distance in Canberra. Mel, Parliament sitting for just this one day to get this enormous package through. Where is it at?
Well, it has passed the House of Representatives, where Labor tried to amend the bill with no success. It's currently in the Senate. The Greens seeking to make amendments there, but Labor's not going to, having vowed not to hold up its passage. So that will take place sometime this evening. It'll then be rushed to the Governor-General for royal assent, and it's only once that happens that the tax office can provide the sort of detailed information to businesses that are looking to get their interest in this program. And at the moment, that's nearly 3 years, that's about 730 businesses that have registered interest, so potentially 6 million workers that will benefit once that happens.
Remarkable. This is on top of the spending already announced for the job seeker payments and financial support for a number of other sectors. So all up around $215 billion, eye-watering amounts of money, Mel.
The scale and the hatred of this program has been unprecedented. All up $215 billion to be spent in the space of 6 months. This is a decision that will shape the nation for decades, both in terms of the financial means of the government, but also the policy responses for society because of the debt load that will be there. Labor has supported it. It has been bipartisan support. And local government workers too. Anthony Albanese, the opposition leader, has said the decision not to press further for the expansion, given that that wasn't successful in the House of Representatives, was because he didn't want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and he described this package as legislation. So Labor is resting its hopes on the Treasurer's discretion to make changes in the future, and the fact that there is now a select parliamentary committee will be examining this spending. Anthony Albanese says with Parliament not sitting, this committee will be keeping account of government spending.
The scale of this expenditure that we'll consider today is without equal in our nation's history. We are headed for $1 trillion debt. It is a bill that will saddle a generation. With this comes a compelling need for scrutiny and forensic oversight.
Historic moment, I think it's fair to say. What messages are nation's political representatives about a future that is bound to look very different to what we're used to, and that they're going to have to guide us through?
The Prime Minister Scott Morrison has really been shaking this response as a protection of national sovereignty. He talked a lot about sovereignty in Parliament today. He described it as the ability to protect the way of life and extend beyond Australia. He's speaking a lot in warlike terms, saying we will not surrender. And Scott Morrison was saying Australia will win the fight. Here he is in Parliament earlier.
What we do today is what governments have always done in such circumstances. When our nation is under threat, that previous generations of Australians have done before us. Today we act to protect Australia's sovereignty. When Australian lives and livelihood are threatened, when they are under attack, our nation's sovereignty is put at risk and we must respond.
But they also focused very much on how to look after individuals and the community response, Linda.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, as well as the wrangling of COVID-19's economic impact, political leaders are also wondering when some of the restrictions on movement might be lifted, given the cautious optimism about the disease trajectory. This was the New South Wales Premier, Gladys Berejiklian, today.
I said yesterday that social distancing would be a part of our lives until there was a vaccine or a cure, and that's absolutely the case. We get data on a daily basis from our health experts, and every month those health experts will give us advice as to whether there is an opportunity for us to relax any of the restrictions. And I want to assure the community that if we did go down that path, it would be based on health advice, and we are going to assess that on a month-by-month basis.
Well, the Dean of the Hong Kong University Medical School, epidemiologist Professor Gabriel Leung, echoes that idea. He says we should be moving several cycles of lifting their reimposing restrictions until a vaccine is found, or until about half the world's population has acquired immunity to this new virus. Professor Leung was the founding director of the World Health Organization's Collaborating Centre for Infectious Disease Epidemiology and Control. He joined me earlier.
I think that we are going to be looking at a few cycles of suppression and lift, because we are in a three-way tug-of-war always between health protection, economic preservation, and social consent and people's well-being. And that really is what determines what each country will be doing for the next few months.
What sort of data do governments need to make good decisions to be able to jump on outbreaks quickly and reliably?
I think what we need to do is look at the evidence. And the evidence, I'm afraid, is not quite as simple as looking at the daily officially reported counts. Number one, there is probably a significant proportion of infected people who are not tested. And therefore, they will never show up in officially reported figures. And secondly, even if you were able to test everybody who may need a test, there is a necessary time lag between the infection event itself through the incubation period to first showing symptoms and then actually seeking care and then getting the test and then getting the result back. And that delay probably stretches between 10 to 14 days at the best of times. And for those two very large reasons, looking at the daily reported case counts is going to lead to misinformed decisions. And that's why you need to look at what we call the real-time reproductive number, that is on the average at that particular point in time. If I were infected and I'm a typical person, how many people would I pass it to? That's the number that we should be looking at.
In Australia, there is currently cautious optimism since we closed our borders some weeks ago and returning traveller numbers have slowed, and so infections have also come down. There is currently some talk here about lifting some restrictions soon. That's also cautious talk. What's your advice to Australian authorities in making those decisions?
For large countries like Australia, I think that one needs to be much more consistent and therefore would require slightly different sets of measures that are appropriate for that particular time. And so that's, I think, lesson number one. Lesson number two is one size doesn't fit all, and therefore, looking at different contexts, different geographies, and therefore different needs, one should also make very sure, on the other hand, that you have equitable or fair distribution of the necessary resources to fight this pandemic.
And I wondered about your reflections on the situation in Wuhan today. Millions of people there are, for the first time in 76 days, being freed from their lockdown. I'm sure they're jubilant. Is it a good decision, though?
Lockdowns cannot last forever. One day or another, they have to be carefully, deliberately lifted in stages. And I think that, that really is the key. And also, post hoc, what kind of surveillance and monitoring do you put in place to make so sure that you will pick up any possible recrudescence at the earliest possible opportunity, and then you could very quickly, then if necessary, tighten up physical distancing, quarantine, isolation, and everything that you've done successfully in the past to control it during the first wave. But the prerequisite is massively scaled testing. And only by doing that can you pick up the first few transmission chains, which then you go and do contact tracing, and then you do quarantine, and then you do isolation. And so that's really the whole process. But at the top of that is really massively scaled testing.
Professor Leung, thank you very much for speaking with us today.
Thank you.
The Dean of the Hong Kong University Medical School, Professor Gabrielle Leung. You're listening to PM. We're on the radio on the ABC Listen app, and you can hear us via the podcast as well. I'm Linda Mottram. Ahead, people with disabilities look for assurances that they won't face discrimination in coronavirus care. Universities were among the first ones in Australia to take a massive hit from the pandemic when lucrative international students were banned from returning to this country. Now, months later, some in the sector say they have real concerns that some unis may collapse as money dries up and the government targets stimulus package.
When COVID-19 hit Australia and travel in February, universities were among the first major institutions to take a massive financial hit.
The government has been turning universities into businesses, and in running them like a business, we've seen a reliance on international student income and a reliance on private income.
Lecturer at the University of Western Australia. Up to a quarter of all university students in Australia are from thousands of dollars a year for their education.
It is absolutely concerning that I have that universities might collapse. They are already quite
are being laid off.
The first casualties are those who are on casual employment contracts and those who are on limited duration employment contracts.
Dr. Alison Barnes is the Tertiary Education Union. It too fears Australia's biggest universities are heading.
COVID-19 is about as bad as it gets. We've had 10 Australian universities in the last decade, and universities have come to depend on international student fees.
Dr. Barnes says university staff are vulnerable. Many won't qualify for the federal government's JobKeeper payment if they haven't been
so they might have a contract with semester 1 and a contract with semester 2, but they don't qualify.
But even if that criteria were to be waived for university staff, there's another major hurdle. Most universities have a total of more than $1 billion. So, to access the JobKeeper payment, they need to provide 50% into revenue.
Taking up a 50% that basically means you're holding salt. A support package that is really targeted to the needs of university workers.
Is the chief executive of Universities Australia. It's the sector's peak body.
We've been asking for some support, not a bailout.
International students still in Australia have also lost their jobs. The commitment by the federal government that it won't cut the number of student places it currently funds, and
we've also been asking for consideration of a line of credit, so universities that are hit really hard by very loans in international students will be able to loan money to be able to bridge that gap, just like you bridge when you go for a house, when there's a gap between the selling and the buying.
Professor Brian Schmidt is the Vice Chancellor of Australian National University. Says COVID-19 can't ever be status quo.
Our university and higher education system has been in training since 2009 and has been patched and patched and patched. This is the time to redesign it a bit.
Brian Schmidt says that'll require a lot of work. Revenue streams need to be more diverse and less reliant on one source of income.
I don't want a hard reset any more than anyone else. They're not a lot of fun. I just think it is naive to think that big changes are on the way. And rather than be chasing the change that happens, I think we need to
Those discussions have been very fruitful. Universities are engaging incredibly well with the government, and we'll have more to say on this over the coming days.
And in a statement to PM, he says he's, quote, encouraged all universities who need additional lending capacity to approach their lenders.
Referring to that report
Well, we know that COVID-19 is particularly deadly for older people who contract the disease, but young people do die of it. And amidst anecdotal concerns that some younger people are not taking the disease and social distancing measures seriously enough, we thought we'd take a look at how vulnerable they are. It turns out women in their 20s are the age group with the highest number of COVID-19 cases in Australia. But another significant cost for younger people from this pandemic is the long-term economic one. Isabel Rowe reports.
From illicit balcony parties to a crowded day at Sydney's most popular beach.
What we saw this morning here in Bondi Beach was the most irresponsible behaviour of individuals that we've seen.
Younger Australians have been reprimanded by authorities for not taking social distancing measures seriously enough.
Younger people need to be aware that they're not immune from getting severe disease.
But it's a public scolding that some young people say is unwarranted.
I feel like generalising young people as being ignorant of the rules is not a fair judgment.
Optometry student Jaheen Tanveer has uprooted his life at university in Canberra to head back to Sydney and care for his family during the pandemic.
I am the eldest son in the family, so my responsibility is pretty much taking care of, buying the essential groceries and, the medications that I needed for my parents and taking care of my younger siblings. They have school online as well with virtual classes. So, helping them because, they don't have that one-on-one focus anymore from teachers.
It sounds like a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, it is, it's a very abrupt change of life.
Jaheen Tanveer says the people he knows are taking social distancing seriously, but the statistics do show a higher number of cases among younger people than other groups. Of the known COVID-19 cases in Australia, women between the age of 20 and 29 are the biggest single group, with almost 500 cases. Men of the same age are the second biggest group. Melissa Kang is an Associate Professor of Public Health at the University of Technology in Sydney.
It does certainly seem to be that the great majority of current cases of COVID-19 in that age group and across all age groups really is from returned travellers and contacts of those returned travellers. Looking at the cases of what's called community transmission, I haven't seen the breakdown of that by age, but even if that were, a little bit higher amongst young people, it's still such a small proportion at this stage.
When it comes to the economic outlook, young people are bearing the brunt. 24-year-old medical student Ella Chahoon is out of a job and back at home.
I worked at a rec centre as a swim teacher, which obviously the pools are closed. So that's not something that I can do anymore.
It's a common scenario.
Young workers are always the last hired and the first fired.
Economist Jim Stanford is the director of the Centre for Future Work. He says people in their 20s are already some of the most affected by the economic shutdown.
The industries that have been hit hardest by the shutdown are industries that tend to employ a lot of young people. They're the consumer-facing sectors like hospitality, restaurants, retail stores.
The federal government's $130 billion rescue package will also need to be paid back by future generations. But Jim Stanford argues the government should be spending even more money now to secure the jobs of more young workers.
We've already seen the Reserve Bank step in with quantitative easing and other strategies to keep interest rates low and allow government to finance those deficits. I think the bigger issue for young people is, are they going to have an economy at the end of this that they can re-enter, find decent work, and build their lives over time?
What do you think the answer is, will they?
It's entirely up to how government manages this situation.
Medical student Ella Chahoon hasn't had much time between online lectures to think about the future, the economy that she'll probably end up dealing with.
I haven't really thought too much about that far into the future at the moment. I'm just trying to get through each week, really.
Medical student Ella Chahoon. Isabel Rowe with that report. We are all hoping this country's approach to the pandemic will keep infections low and avoid scenes like New York or Milan, the tragedy of overwhelmed hospitals forced to prioritise who gets care. We're expecting this week to see guidelines from the national body representing intensive care doctors on how they would triage patients if resources became stretched. And activists are urging that there be no discrimination against people with disabilities. Felicity Ogilvie reports.
Disability rights activist Craig Wallace is using social media to stay connected during social isolation. He's horrified to see what is happening to his friends who also have disabilities and live in the UK and USA.
Some of the very people who only last week were talking about their fears of not getting access to ventilation, you're starting to see posts on their timelines that they are gravely ill or in hospital or that they've actually died.
In the US state of Alabama, coronavirus guidelines were written saying, quote, persons with severe mental retardation may be poor candidates for ventilator support. Craig Wallace wants reassurance that will not happen in Australia.
These kinds of ideas that some people are less worthy of life than others are eugenics.
The US Department of Health and Human Services issued a nationwide reminder that it's illegal to discriminate on the basis of things such as disability, race, and age during treatment for COVID-19. It came after disability rights groups such as the ARC complained. The legal director is Shira Wash-Clark.
Even if we're in a place where the society is having to make these really difficult decisions about treatment rationing, they cannot be done in a discriminatory way.
Australia's Intensive Care Society already has guidelines about what to do if critical care services are overwhelmed. They say that staff should consider the probable outcome of the patient's conditions, and decisions will include patients and their families. The president of the Australian and New Zealand Intensive Care Society, Dr. Anthony Holly, says more detailed guidelines are being written and he expects they will be publicly released this week.
The need for intensive care will not be determined based on irrelevant or discriminatory considerations such as gender, sexual orientation, religion for that matter, even disability, social status, personal connections, insurance status, ethnicity, anything.
Okay, but what about those difficult decisions about if there are not enough ventilators and there's too many patients? What is going to be in those guidelines? How do you decide who gets a ventilator and who misses out?
In the event that resources are outstripped by demand, it will then come down to following ethical principles whereby the patient's clinical condition and ability to gain benefit from an intensive care bed will be the overriding principle, not what their pre-existing disability may or may not be.
Disability rights activist Craig Wallace says those guidelines sound good. He says the problem is that people are already experiencing discrimination.
We're worried that kind of, overt but also subconscious bias will really play out once we start getting into a situation where there are hundreds, possibly thousands of people presenting at ICUs every day.
Dr. Anthony Holly from the Intensive Care Society is adamant there will be no discrimination. And he wants a situation where there's always more than one doctor making a decision about whether to ventilate a patient.
Felicity Ogilvie with that report. Well, many of the Northern Territory's remote communities are currently subject to tough travel restrictions, which are so far keeping coronavirus out. But residents who usually travel to local regional centres like Alice Springs to do a huge grocery shop can't get there, and they're being forced to rely on expensive community stores that don't always have stock. Well, today, the Indigenous Affairs Minister Ken Wyatt hosted a meeting to try to solve that problem. Oliver Gordon reports.
Baden Williams is a traditional owner from Hermannsburg, a small community 125 kilometres west of Alice Springs. Before coronavirus restrictions came into effect, Baden and his wife would travel to Alice Springs once a month to buy groceries from the big supermarkets there.